In this video, I'm not only going to show you how to build this job board, which is fully functional, handles users, organizations, payment plans, subscriptions, everything you could want out of a job board, but I'm also going to show you how to take it to the next level by adding in AI features all throughout the entire application to take it to the next level. On top of that, I'm going to be showing you how to integrate best practices with Next.js, TypeScript databases, and so on to be able to make this application not only look good, but also be really clean code and easy to maintain for you to want to upgrade and work on in the future. This is a massive project that'll look incredible on any resume or portfolio and will teach you so many things that will be useful in all of your projects going forward. Also, before we get started, I want to give a huge shout out to the sponsors of this video, Clerk and Inngest, because they made certain things in this application so easy to work with. For example, Clerk, we're going to be using the newest billing features in Clerk to be able to do subscription billing. We also have organizations, permissions, roles, all these other features that are really painful to implement on your own. We're going to be using Clerk to make that super easy and simple to work with. And Inngest is an absolutely amazing background job tool that we're going to be using to integrate all of our cron jobs, background jobs, and most importantly, integrating all of our different AI features, because doing that in plain Next.js is really difficult and annoying. Honestly, I was blown away with how impressive Inngest was, and I really like the tools, and the Clerk billing was just brain dead simple to work with, which is what I love. If you want to check out either of these tools and use them yourself, I'll be linking in the description Clerk and Inngest. Welcome back to Web Dev Simplified. My name's Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner. And before we start diving into the code of this project, I want to give you a full walkthrough of every single thing in the application, all the features, everything we're going to be working on. So this main page is the first page that people are going to come to, and it's where all the different job listings are. You can see we can click through and view all the details for every single one of these job listings. Doesn't matter which one it is, we can swap between them. We have the ability to resize the sections here, and as you can see, everything is perfectly mobile responsive. Even if we go down to a mobile size screen, you can see we get this little drawer side in, which is super handy. We also have the ability to expand and collapse this different sidebar if we want. And again, on mobile screens, we have the ability to do all this as well. If I make this even smaller, you can see if I come over here, I have the ability to pull out that drawer as well. So everything is fully responsive across all screen sizes. I can filter my jobs. For example, if I want to only get remote jobs, I can click here, remote, click filter, and now you can see only the remote jobs are showing up. So everything is working super perfectly there. When it comes to some of the AI features, you can see here I have the ability to search based on different AI properties. For example, if I want to search for jobs that are going to be fitted towards me, I can type in all my different skills, experience, and what I'm looking for, and it'll give me a job for that. For example, this query just says that I'm a mobile developer looking for a job that pays at least $100,000 a year. I mentioned the skills that I have in certain tech stacks. In this case, I just say most modern tech stacks. I'm able to learn new tech stacks quickly, so that's not a huge deal for me what the tech stack is. Also, I specifically mentioned that I don't enjoy web development, so it hopefully doesn't show me web development related jobs. Now, once you type in as much information as you want, you can click search, and the AI is going to use that along with all the job listings to find you the ones that fit you the best. In our case, there's only one mobile focused job that's listed. All the rest are front end or back end developer. So you can see we get that job being pulled up here, and now I can actually go ahead and apply for that job. So we'll click apply. You can see I can apply for the job. I can add a cover letter if I want. In my case, I'll just apply without a cover letter. And now you can see we've applied for that job. Now, another amazing thing that happens behind the scenes is when I apply for a job, the AI is going to take my resume, my cover letter, as well as all my other requirements and skills, and it's going to run that compared to the job listing here, and it's going to figure out how good of a fit I am for that job listing. And we'll see that in a little bit when we look at the back end for the employer side of things. I do want to dive into the settings though, because we actually have a few settings we can configure. For example, I can send myself a daily email notification, and this is going to be based on that AI search. So essentially I can type in whatever filter prompt I want inside of here that's as specific as I want for the jobs I'm looking for. And then whenever a new job gets posted that fits my AI criteria, it's going to send me an email to let me know of the job that fits my exact criteria. So again, we have more AI built into this project that's going to really help elevate the experience for the user. Also, I have the ability to upload a resume. For example, I just have a boilerplate front-end developer resume. So this is a front-end developer resume, and I applied for a job specifically in the Android space. So we should hopefully see that my rating is not super high. As you can see down here, I then have an AI summary. This is an AI summary generated by our AI directly from our resume, and this is what's used for helping with that ranking system, because essentially we took that resume and generated out some text we can put into our AI. And anytime that I change or update my resume, this summary down here is going to automatically update from that AI for us. Now, if we take a look at the employer side, we can come over here and we can see all the different job listings we have active, as well as ones we don't have active, or if we had some draft job listings, we could see those as well. Now, the job I applied for is this UX engineer job. So if we go ahead and we look at that, we can see that my application under Kyle Cook only got a 2-star rating because it really didn't meet very many of the requirements for our listing, while Sally got 5 stars automatically from the AI because they were a much better candidate. And the nice thing is, let's say the AI messes up, I can easily, as the employer, come in here and be like, you know what, actually this Kyle kid, he was a 4-star rating, and I can update that, and that's going to be updated throughout my entire application. I can also go through and view their resume if I want to. I can also view their cover letter with all the information they type in. As you can see, this is just some random test data typed into this one. And I can go ahead and I can say, you know what, we're actually interested in this person, so I'm going to mark them as interested, so they show up inside of our list, and so on. On top of that, I have all the normal features that you would think of, such as being able to edit, delist a job, unfeature a job, and delete a job listing. Inside of my edit form, you can see I just have all my normal stuff. I have a WYSIWYG editor, which is really nice to work with all the different customization that I could possibly want. I could change around if the salary is yearly or hourly, and then update all the information for that job listing. Now, if I wanted to feature multiple jobs, you'll notice that I'm unable to. If I click feature, you can see I must upgrade my plan to feature more job listings. Same thing if I always want to post another job. If I click publish, you can see I need to upgrade my plan because my plan only allows for 3 job listings and only one of those can be featured. So let's say that I actually do want to go ahead and update. You can see I have all my billing information right here. I can switch to whatever plan I want. Let's say that I want to switch to this plan. I can go ahead and say that I want to pay that amount. And it's going to give it a second to load, and now I've automatically switched to that higher tier plan, and I can go ahead and I can publish this job listing if I want. You can see that I can feature this job listing because I have the ability to feature multiple different job listings. So all this different information is going to be showing up, and if I go back to my job board, that job right here, which is front-end developer that's featured, that is showing up right at the very top. Now if we go back to the employer dashboard to kind of round out the last few little features that we have, if we go over here, we can actually modify our user settings. So if we come into that, this just allows me to again get a daily update email for every single applicant that applies, and I can even change it to be like, oh, you know what? I only want to be candidates that are 3 stars or greater. So every time I get a 3-star or greater candidate, I'm going to get an email that summarizes all the candidates that were sent to me every single day. So I can go through and I know exactly what job listings and everything these candidates are for. Another important thing to note is that this application supports dark and light mode fully. So as you can see here, we have a light mode version of our application, all the different colors and styling and everything is all built out exactly the same. So you can easily swap between the two depending on what your browser preferences are. So now it's time to actually start building our application, and we're going to be using Next.js. So to create a Next.js application, we can just type in npx create next app, and instead of using the latest version, we're actually going to be using the canary version of Next.js because I want to use the new dynamic IO features that I think are really useful for doing caching related things. And one thing that I specifically want to mention while this is going through and downloading everything, we're just going to use for the most part all the different default settings for everything. So we're just going to come through here and specialize all those. One thing I do want to mention though is that this video is going to be fully timestamped. So for example, the section that we talk about next is something that you don't really care to watch. You can skip ahead by the timestamp so you can get to the sections you specifically care about. That way you're not going through a bunch of stuff that you already know. You can really focus on the core things that you don't know. Now, one thing I'll mention that if you do jump around a bunch is that you're probably going to miss some of the nuance on different best practices and so on, but it's a great place to go if you want to jump around to look at specific features inside the code. So now that we have our Next.js application created, we can go ahead and we could just run that by saying npm run dev, and we should hopefully see our boilerplate code on the side. And to get started, I kind of just want to delete all the stuff we don't need. So for example, I'll come inside of here, get rid of a lot of the different code that we don't care about, come all the way down to here. This is all looking good inside of there. And inside of here, I'm just going to export a default function called homepage, and we're just going to return an h1 that says hi. There we go. So now if I refresh my page, we should just have the text hi on our screen. There we go. You can see that text hi showing up. Now, one thing I want to do is I accidentally deleted this global CSS. So I just brought that back by undoing that deletion. And now we can go ahead and we come in here, we make sure we have all the different stuff we want. I can go into my layout and make sure that I re-import that file. So we can go ahead and re-import that. And now if I refresh, we can see that we actually have our Tailwind styles being applied. Our text just got a little smaller, changed the font and so on. Now, in order to make sure we're using these fonts that are being imported by Next.js, we just want to come in here and say font sans. That's going to make sure that we're specifically using these fonts because they're hooked up as the sans version of our font. That'll just make sure those are all hooked up properly. Now, in pretty much every single project, the very first thing that I like to work on is my database. So we're going to come over, we're going to be using Drizzle. We can just kind of go through this getting started documentation real quick, but we're going to be using Drizzle with Postgres. So in order to get this set up, we can just minimize our application for now. I want to install all the different dependencies we're going to need. We're first of all going to need Drizzle ORM. So we're going to get that installed. We're going to need PG, which is for our Postgres database. We're not going to be needing .env because we're going to be handling environment variables through Next.js, but I am going to install a library, which is the T3OSS env Next.js library, which makes handling the types of our environment variables much easier. So we're going to install those, and then we'll also need to install dev dependencies. We'll need Drizzle kit to make sure we can do migrations and so on. We need the types for Postgres, and we actually don't need TSX because all of that again is going to be handled automatically for us, so we don't need to worry about that. So we can say npm i-d, we need Drizzle kit, and we need the types for Postgres. So we can say types PG, just like that. So that's all the different libraries we need to get Drizzle set up. And there's a lot of different ways you can run your Postgres database. For example, passing in a URL to a hosted database or a local database. But in my case, I'm actually going to be using Docker for this. So we're going to have a slightly different configuration set up. So to get everything set up, we first want to create a Docker compose file. So we can say docker-compose .yml for a YAML file. I'm going to paste in what this Docker is going to look like, and then we'll come through and I'll explain exactly what's going on. But essentially all we're doing is we're using the Postgres 17 image. You can use whatever Postgres version or image that you want. And then we just have a bunch of environment variables. For example, our host, our port, our password, our username, and our database name. All of these are just set up as environment variables so we can configure those ourselves. And then finally, I'm making sure I'm mounting a volume and then exporting that volume. All that really does is make it so that our data in our database is actually accessible by our application. So really all this is doing is just hooking up Postgres version 17 with all of our environment variables and making that data publicly available. Again, you could host your database however you want, it's up to you. Now to get those environment variables set up, let's create a .env file. And inside of here, especially on larger projects, I like to label what my environment variables are for. So here's my database specific environment variables. And we just have our password set to password, our user set to Postgres, our host is localhost, port is 5432, and our database name is going to be job board. Again, you can call these things whatever you want, it really doesn't matter. But that hooks up everything related to our database. So now we have our database, we have our actual compose file for Docker. So we should be able to actually at least get our database up and running by running docker compose up, and that should start up our Docker container with all of our database related information. Now the next step after all that is going to be to work on setting up our schema files as well as our Drizzle configuration file. So to get this Drizzle config, I'm just going to copy the code that they have. I'm going to create a brand new file. We're going to call this drizzle.config.ts. I'm going to paste in the code right there for Drizzle. And one thing that I want to change is I want to put my migrations inside the source folder. So I'm going to say /source right here. So that way everything is inside my source folder inside of Drizzle. And same thing here, instead of calling this DB, I'm going to call this Drizzle. So I have a Drizzle folder that contains everything. Now I do want to use my own way of using environment variables. That's what that T3 library I installed this for. So we'll say env.database URL. There we go. And all we need to do is create this environment variable. So inside of our source, I'm going to create a new folder called data. This is for constant things like our environment. And inside of here, I'm going to create another folder called env. And then inside of that folder, I'm going to create a file called server.ts. And this is for all of our server focused environment variables. And we can create a brand new file for our client side ones if we need any of those at all. So all we want to do is we want to export a constant variable called env. And we're going to set that to create env, which is a function directly from T3 that we can use. And we can pass in all of our different server related variables into here. Now to work with this, we are going to need to install Zod. So I'm going to come over here with a brand new terminal, npm I Zod, which is going to be using all of our different validations. It's a validation library, so we can get all of our type safety for all of our different things. It's going to be heavily used throughout our entire application. And for example, we know that we have our db host variable, and we know that this is going to be a string just like that from Zod. So let me make sure that I import a Zod. And we again want to make sure that this has a minimum value of 1 so that we know that we have a value being passed in. And that's again just coming directly from here. So we essentially need to set up a environment variable for every single one of these. So I'm going to copy this down a bunch of times. We have our password, we have our user, we have our port, and we have our name. And that should be all of our different stuff. Let me get these in the exact same order. There we go. Minimize all that down. So now we have our 5 environment variables set inside of here to set up our environment. To hook up these environment variables, I can use the experimental runtime property and pass in our process.env. And that takes all of our environment variables from here and runs them through this Zod validation that we created. Finally, there's a few extra things I want to do. I want to make sure empty strings come across as undefined. So I'm going to set that to true. And then I actually want to do a bit of a transformation. And that's because these environment variables for DB password, user, host, port, and name, they're only useful specifically for our Docker file. But when it comes to, for example, Drizzle, you can see here that we're using a database URL instead. So we want to convert those into a database URL, which is actually rather easy to do. What we can do inside of here is we can use the create final schema function, which is going to take in all of our different environment variables, just like this, and it's going to return to us something new. So we can return a new Zod object. And this Zod object is going to take our environment variable, all of those things, and all we want to do is we want to transform that. So this env object is literally just this object right here. So we're passing that in to make it into a Zod object, and then by doing a transform, we can essentially convert from one value to another value. So what I want to do is I want to get all of my different environment variables. So in my case, we have db host, we have db name, db password, db port, and a db user. And then I want to take whatever the rest of my environment variables are. I'm just going to call those rest, and we'll set that equal to whatever our value is. So now you can see this DB host is a string, name, value, and so on. So essentially this right here is just the version of our code. So whatever our DB host is from our environment variable will be set right here. And any additional environment variables we have will be saved in this rest variable. Now what I can do is I can return an object that is essentially the final version of our code. So I can take all the rest of our environment variables, keep those exactly the same, don't change them. And then I can create a brand new environment variable called database URL. And then I can just use all of these different parameters to hook up that environment variable. So I can say Postgres, and I just want to get my DB user, and then I want to get my password after that, DB password. And this is just the standard syntax for how you actually hook up a URL using all these different parameters inside of Postgres. So this is all around how Postgres works. Finally, we can use the @ symbol, and this is going to specify our DB host. And then finally, we can specify our DB port as well. There we go. And then lastly, we need what the database name is. So we can say DB name, just like that. So we've taken all of these variables and converted them into a URL. So now when we use this environment variable object, you can see right now the only thing it returns is a database URL. If we were to add additional things to here, such as test, and we'll make that a Z string. There we go. And now I come back into this file, you can see my environment variable now has that test object as well, because we didn't change anything except for these values right here. We essentially converted into one value instead of individual values. So we have all that set up. Our Drizzle config is entirely done. All that's left to do is to create our schemas and everything around the schema. And this is actually not too difficult. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go into our source folder, and we're going to create a brand new folder called Drizzle. Inside of here, we're going to create a folder called schema, where we're going to put all of our different schema files. We're going to have a file called dbts. That's essentially just going to be this file right here. So I might as well just copy this code, paste it in. We're going to make some minor changes. For example, we're going to export this variable right here. And we're also going to make sure we use our own environment variable. So we're going to get that right there. Now, before we can finish up inside of this file, because we want to pass in our schema for all of our type safety, we need to create a file that's going to contain all of our schema related code. So we'll call this schema.ts. And all this is going to do is export all of our different schema related variables. We don't have any right now, but that's perfectly okay, because inside of here, we can import that schema. So we can say import a star as schema from that file. So that file is specifically @/drizzle/schema, because that's where our file is. And this @ just essentially is inside of our source folder. So now we have our schema, and we can pass that along just like this. Now we're going to get some type errors because right now this file is completely empty, so it doesn't have anything in it. But as soon as we start implementing things, this is going to work just fine. It's just going to give us type safety for our schema. Now, another thing we don't need is we don't need to run .env, because we didn't need that since our environment variables are all handled by Next.js. So we can remove that. And now we can move on to the actual creation of our schema. And inside of our schema, we essentially want to create an individual file for each of our database tables to make it easier to work with rather than putting them all in one single file. So inside of this schema here, let's go ahead and we'll create a user.ts file for our user related schema. And then what I want to do in this schema file is I want to export star from, and I want to go to that schema file. So we'll say Drizzle. There we go, /schema, or not /schema. Yeah, it's going to be /schema/user, just like that. So we're essentially exporting everything that's inside this particular file. So anything that we export from here is going to be exported from here. And essentially it takes all the files inside of here and exports them from this one file so we can use them properly inside of here. So let's go ahead and actually create our tables. We'll say const user table is equal to pg table, just like that. Make sure we get it imported. We can name our table users. And now we need to specify all the different keys of our table. For example, we're going to have an ID key for our table. And we're going to be using Clerk for all of our different authentication needs. So we're going to get the ID directly from Clerk, which is a string. So in our case, we're going to be using a varchar directly from Postgres. And we're going to make sure that this is denoted as the primary key of our table. Then we're going to need to have a name field, which is going to be pretty similar. It's going to be a varchar, and we want to make sure it's not null, just like that. We're also going to have an image URL. There we go. This is again a varchar. And we know that it's not going to be null because Clerk is always going to return to us an image URL. So we can specify that as not null. And then we have our email, which again is pretty much going to be exactly the same. It's going to be not null. And we also want to make sure that it's unique because a user can't have two different accounts with the same email. It must be unique to that user. Then finally, we need to specify a created at and an updated at field. And I'm actually going to export these out into separate variables. So we're going to say created at, updated at. I'm going to create a brand new file called schema helpers that's going to contain things that are shared between all of our different schemas, such as created at and updated at. So I'll just go ahead and I'll paste in the code for this actually because it's rather straightforward and I'll explain exactly what it does. Essentially, our created at field here you can see as a timestamp with a time zone, just so we can make sure we do time zone properly conversions. We're making it not null and we're defaulting it to the current value. Updated at is exactly the same, except for adding in this on update field to essentially give it the new date. So every time we update our table, it's going to take this value and it's going to give us a brand new date for the updated at field. So with that done, we can now just make sure we import created at and updated at from that file. And now we can use that through all of our different code. So now we already have a table set up for users inside of our database, but we want to go ahead and we're just going to create all the tables for our application right away, just so we don't have to jump back and forth between our database. And this is a lot of times what I do with an application is I create a large chunk of my database tables right away, because it's kind of the thing that I think about and plan when I'm creating these larger scale applications. So let's come in here with the very next thing. And the next thing we want to do is going to be organizations. So we'll say organization.ts, and this is going to be very similar to user. So I'm going to kind of copy all the code from here. And this is going to be our organization table, and it's going to be called organizations. Now they're going to have the same ID because this is again coming from Clerk. We're going to be using a varchar. The name is not going to be null. The one thing that is different is image URLs can be null for organizations just because of how Clerk handles things. So we'll make sure that that's nullable. And then finally, we'll get rid of this email field because we don't have emails for organizations. And that's all we need to do for our organization. It's very similar to users, like I said. Now the next big table, which is where the bulk of our application code is going to go, is going to be this job listing table. So we'll say job listing just like that. Export const job listing table equals, and that's PG table. And we'll call this job listings. And inside this table, we're going to be passing in a bunch of different parameters. For example, this table is going to have an ID. And unlike our other tables, which use varchars as their IDs, we're actually going to be using an UUID. And every single table that has an ID is going to have this exact same UUID format. And this is just going to be simply a UUID as our primary key that defaults to a random value. And this is something that we're going to be using throughout all of our different tables that need an ID. So again, something that I'm going to move into my schema helpers. So we're going to export a constant. It's going to be called ID, and it's going to be equal to that UUID function, just like this. So that way, again, anywhere that we need to create a unique identifier for our tables, we can just import that ID function, and it's going to be used everywhere just like that. Now we can remove this export that's no longer needed, and we can move on to other things. For example, the organization ID for whatever organization is going to be used for this job listing. So whichever one posted it, we know that their ID is going to be a varchar. We know that we want this to reference that table, so we can say it's going to reference the organization table.id. And of course, on delete, whenever we delete an organization, we want to delete all job listings associated with it. So we're going to specify cascade here, and we can specify this as not null as well, just to make sure that we always pass in an organization ID. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to work with. We can go ahead and get the rest of these in place. For example, we have a varchar for our title, which is not null. We're also going to have a description and a wage. So the description field here is going to be a text input. And the difference between text and varchar is essentially a text allows an infinite sized table of data, while varchar has a limit on the size that it can be. So text is better for this long form description field, which is most likely going to be very long. For our wage, we're going to be using an integer for like $100,000 a year and so on. But we also need to specify a wage interval because we could specify our job salary as a yearly salary or an hourly salary. So we want to make sure we come in here with a wage interval enum that we're going to create to hook up all that information. And these are both nullable because we want to make it so that users can post a job without a wage associated with it. So we're going to come up here and we're going to export a constant called wage intervals. And this is going to be our array of our different intervals. So we can have hourly and yearly. We're going to set that as a constant variable. I'm also going to be creating a type for this called wage interval, which is just going to be taking the type of wage intervals, get the number property from that. So that as you can see, it just gives us those two values. And then finally, we need to create that wage interval enum. So we can export wage interval enum. And we can set that to a PG enum. We can give it whatever name that we want associated with it. And then finally, we need to give it all the different values that we have associated with it. So now we have this wage interval enum. And as you can see, it's either hourly or yearly. The next thing that we need to do below this is to deal with the location. So we have a state abbreviation, just like that. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And this is going to be a varchar. And again, this can be null because they may not have a state associated with it. Same thing here with city. This is a varchar that can be null. Then we need to specify here the is featured. So we can say is featured. This is going to be a Boolean. Make sure we import that from the correct location. So if we want to import that from up here, there we go. And then with that Boolean, we can essentially say that it cannot be null and that by default, it's going to be false because jobs are not going to be featured by default unless they manually specify they want them to be featured. Also, let's make sure we export this type so we can use it in our application if we need to. So now the last few things we need to add to this table are all going to be more enum related values. I'm going to copy over the code and then we'll define everything as we need. So we have a location requirement, we have an experience level, we have a status, and we have a type. So location requirement is it remote, in office, or hybrid? So let's go ahead and we're going to set up the enum for that. I'm just going to copy this code because we're essentially going to replace wage intervals with location requirements. There we go. And this should say location requirement. And same thing here, location requirement. There we go. And then let's make sure this is also location requirement. Now we need to specify what our location requirements are. And as I mentioned, we have in-office, hybrid, or remote. So now those are the only options we have available for this, just like that, as you can see. Next up, we have our experience level. And instead of making you watch me type this out like I did before, we have the exact same code. We're just specifying junior, mid-level, and senior as our experience levels. We also have our job listing status. We come down with that. It's either going to be draft, published, or delisted. So essentially, if you took a job from published and unpublished it, that's going to be this delisted status. And I specifically want to differentiate that from a draft job listing because of how it integrates with when the job was posted. Because if you delist a job and then relist it later, that's not going to update the posted time on that job. Now, finally, the last thing that we have is going to be the job type. So is it a full-time job, part-time job, internship, and so on? That's directly inside of here. And that hooks up all those different enums for us. They're all defined exactly the same as the enums that we've already defined. That's why I just copy pasted the code around. The one important thing to note is our status is going to default to draft because when we create a new job, we want it to be in that draft status. Lastly, as I kind of alluded at, we need a posted at field to note when we actually changed this from draft to published, and that's going to be, again, very similar to our updated created at fields. So for this one, we just want to have a timestamp, and that timestamp is going to be with a specific time zone. And then finally, we need to have created at and updated at just like that. And that's everything we need for our job listing. As you can see, the bulk of our complex database code is directly inside of this one table. And that makes sense because it's kind of the whole bulk of our application. Now, the final thing that I want to add is going to be an index. And this is optional. You don't technically need to do this. Everything will work fine without it. But I'm going to be creating an index on our state abbreviation table. There we go. Let me make sure we get that in there. So table.state abbreviation. And the reason I'm doing this is because an index is great when you need to filter or search by a particular column. And we have the ability to search by our state abbreviation. So I'm adding an index on that column. It'll make it so that when we write to our database, when we add new job listings, it's slightly slower. But every single time that we search for state abbreviations for job listings, those searches are going to be quicker for us. So since most of our application is going to be spent on the actual searching of job listings and much less on the posting, it makes sense to add an index for this particular table. And the next table I want to create is going to be another big table for our application, and that is the job listing application table. So we'll come in here just like that. I'm actually going to copy over what the table looks like, and then I'll explain every single thing in depth for you. So we'll come in here, we'll make sure we import everything properly. Get it all from that PG library, get the two tables that we created imported, and then finally these last few columns. And then again, like I said, I will explain exactly what every single one of these different sections looks like so you know what's going on. Finally, get primary key, and there we go. So if we take a quick look at this table, you can see that we have a job listing ID and a user ID. And that's because every application is going to be associated with one user and one job listing. You'll notice we don't even have an ID column at all. And that's because in this particular table, our job listing ID and our user ID act as our primary key. And to denote that, we just come down here and we specify our primary key is going to be a joint primary key on these two columns. So our job listing ID and our user ID combined together make up our primary key. Now, anytime we delete a job listing or a user, we're going to make sure we delete the job listings or the job listing applications associated with that user or job listing. We have the ability to upload a cover letter, which in this case should be a text column. So I'm going to change that to text just because this could be a very large amount of text being passed in. We also have our rating right here, which is going to be that number between 1 and 5, or null in the case that an applicant has not been rated yet, which could happen if the AI is not running or they want to change the rating manually from a rating to not rated. Finally, we have an application stage enum, which I'm going to copy over because it's exactly the same as every other enum that we've defined. As you can see here, we have denied, applied, interested, interviewed, and hired. These are the different stages that an applicant can go through whenever they're looking at the application. So denied is if they don't want to work with them. Applied is like the default stage. As you can see here, that's the default. And then finally, different stages based on where they are in the interview process. So that's all the code right there for our job listing application. Overall, it's really straightforward. It's really just a join between the job listing and the user table with a little bit of additional information for like the stage, rating, and cover letter. Now we have 3 more tables to specify, but these ones are going to be much smaller because they're mostly setting-based tables. So for example, we can come in here with our organization user settings.ts, and this allows us to set settings for a user underneath of an organization. I'm again going to copy over the code and then explain exactly what's going on so it's quicker for you to go through. You can see we're creating a table called organization user settings table, give it a specific name. And the important thing here is we're linking our user ID and our organization ID because each user is going to be underneath of one or more organizations or none. They could be under no organization, they could be under one, or they could be under many different organizations with the same user account. So we want to make sure that we handle that inside of our application. So for each combination of user and organization, we're going to make sure we have specific settings set. And as you can see here, we're doing that same primary key trick where we're doing a joint primary key on our user ID and organization ID, because those are the two things that need to be unique. Now, the only settings we really have is, do you want to be sent an email daily on new applicants? And what is the minimum rating that you specify for those applicants? So this is the only thing that we have inside of our user organization settings, rather straightforward stuff. And it's going to be similar with the rest of our settings tables. Obviously, if you want to add additional settings, this is the place you would do them if you want to expand upon this application. Now we can dive into our user settings, which I actually kind of have split up a little bit. So we can come in here, we have our user notification settings, just like that. And I want to make sure that this is a TS file, not TSX. There we go. We can paste in the code for this again, very similar. We have our user notification settings table. We have the name of our table. We have our user ID, which is our primary key. We don't need to worry about any joint primary keys because it's associated with just with one particular user. And again, we have, do you want to be sent emails? And if so, do you have an AI prompt associated with that you want to use? Or do you just want to be sent emails on every single new job that's posted? Again, this is a relatively straightforward table. It's almost identical to the organization one. The last table we have is for managing the resume for our user. So we can come in here. Again, I'll paste it down and explain what's going on. We have our user resume table. Again, the primary key is just our user ID because we're only having one resume per user. We don't need a specific ID for this table alone. And then we have a resume file URL. This is the URL to where that actual file is hosted. And then we have a resume file key. This is like the unique ID that is used for our file hosting system. So this is able to make us delete files and so on for when we upload new resumes. We can delete the old one using this particular key. Lastly, we have an AI summary, and this is again something that could be null, and this is just what happens when we upload our resume. In the background, the AI is going to take care of everything for us, generate the summary, and then put it into our database, which is great. So that's all of our tables created for us. We can make sure that we export everything inside this schema file. So really what I want to do is I want to take each one of these different schemas that we created, and I want to make sure I export every single one of them so that they're used inside of our application. And I should probably name this with a lowercase u to be consistent with the rest of our applications. And now if I come in here and put that in there, that should work just fine. Now the final step that we have left to do with our database to make sure that everything is working fine is to make sure that we define all of our relationships. This isn't needed to define our database, but it makes working with Drizzle much easier. For in our job listing, for example, we can come down here, we can export a constant variable called job listing references. It doesn't matter what you called the variable, it just matters that you export it and that you call the relations function from Drizzle. We can pass in the name of our table, which is job listing table, and then we can specify a function that's going to take in a one and a many function on it that we can use to define all of our different relations. So inside of here, we're going to return an object, and we're going to, for example, have a relationship to an organization, and we're going to have a relationship to applications. Now you can call these keys whatever you want. It's just useful because these are the names of the keys inside of your application. So in our case, we have many applications. So I can call many just like this, and I can pass it in the table that this is associated with it, which in our case is the job listing application table. So we're saying we have many job listing application tables, and we're going to call them applications. Now inside of here for our one table, we have to do a few additional things. First of all, we pass along the table that we're associating with this, and then we also need to pass along the fields associated with this. So the fields is like, what is the ID column for this? In our case, the ID column for this is our job listing table organization ID. So where's the ID from our table? It's this particular one. And then where is the ID that it references in the other table? So this is going to be the organization table ID. So we're saying, hey, this organization ID references the table ID for the organization table. So this is just hooking up those two tables together so we can really easily do different queries between these different rows and columns. Now we essentially need to do this throughout the rest of all of our different tables. So in our job listing application, we have the exact same thing. We have a job listing application relations. We're going to make sure that this is going to have one job listing and one user because we have a job listing ID and a user ID. So we have both of those right here inside of this table. We can do the same thing with our organization, which is going to be rather straightforward. We can come in here with relations, make sure that we import both of these different tables. And this only has many job listings, and many organization settings, because we know that there are job listings that point towards our organization, just like this, and we know that these organization user settings point to an organization ID as well. And there's also options for many of these. Now, speaking of the organization user settings, we can actually do all of these settings as well for the relations. So let me make sure I get those imported in. And this is again a relation that is a one relation. We have one user and one organization specifically for each one of these. So it's a relatively straightforward one to set up. And the reason again I'm copy pasting this code is because it's exactly the same. All I'm doing is changing where the field points to, where it references, and what table we're on. So again, it's very simple code. I'm just changing a few values. So instead of making me type all this out and having you watch it, I'll just copy and paste it around. Now this one I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about though, because it's actually slightly different than everything we've talked about so far. Let me just do a quick import here for all these different rows that we have. And this one right here. And the reason this is different is you notice we're calling the one function, but we're not passing along all those additional properties for fields, references, and so on. And that's because in this particular case, we have a one-to-one relationship. So each user table has exactly one notification setting, and our notification settings has exactly one user. So when you're doing a one-to-one relationship, whichever table does not have the key, so in this case, our user table does not contain the key that points to the other table, our user notifications contains the key that points to the other table. So the one that does not contain that pointing key, you don't need to specify any additional properties. You can just say one and specify what the table name is, and Drizzle's smart enough to figure out all the rest of that for you. This is only in a one-to-one relationship. Oftentimes though, you have a one-to-many relationship, which is where you need to specify all those additional keys. Now, speaking of this type of one-to-one relationship, on the table that specifies the actual foreign key, in this case, our user notifications table, this one needs to specify all the additional fields to hook up everything properly. So anytime that you have a key on a table pointing to another table, and you're doing that one-to-one relationship or one-to-many, doesn't matter, you need to specify all the additional properties to make sure everything's hooked up inside of Drizzle. Now, the final table that we have left is going to be our user resume, which is almost identical to the user notifications. It's just instead pointing to the resume table instead of pointing to the user notifications table, but otherwise it just has one single user property. And with that done, we actually have everything done we need to create our database. Now we can go ahead and actually work on implementing this database and making it run. So inside of our package JSON, I'm going to add a few scripts down here. We're going to have db push, db generate, db migrate, and db studio. And all these is essentially aliases for calling Drizzle kit and then push, generate, migrate, or studio. And what these commands do, push just takes your database inside your schema and directly pushes it to your database. There's no migrations or anything like that. It's just a direct, here's your data, push it directly to the database. It's really useful in development when you're just trying to work on a schema and making multiple changes, but as soon as you're ready to move to production, that's where the migrate file is really useful. Migrate is going to migrate based on migrations you've generated, and the generate command is what creates those migrations for you. So I'll show you exactly how that works. We can come in here, we can say npm run db generate, and that's going to create a migration file based on all of our different code that when it runs is going to generate our database for us. Now you can see we have .env config accidentally imported. I don't need this imported because again, we're handling that all with Next.js. So now I'm going to run that generate command again, and you can see inside of Drizzle, I have this migration right here. Now I'm going to slightly change this. I want it to be inside a source Drizzle / migrations, just like that. So we can come in here and we can delete all that migration stuff it created. And we can try rerunning that again. Now it's going to be pointing to the correct folder. And you can see inside of here, it created essentially a giant SQL file that has all the code for creating all of our different tables, altering all of our tables, creating all of our enums. Everything we need is directly inside of this file. So now what we can do is we can run npm run db migrate, and it's going to run this SQL code directly on our database. So you can see if we run that migrate command, it's pushing everything up, but we are getting an error. Now the reason for that error is entirely because of me. I had my testing version of the database still running, and it was causing some conflicts for what the new database should be. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. That was now fixed. I ran that command again. As you can see, it generated all of my code, migrated everything, and now my database has these tables inside of it. So to view what that looks like, we can just come into our package JSON. We can run that db studio command, and that's going to let us introspect our database. So we can say studio just like that. Now, if we wait for that to run real quick, we'll be able to open up our database inside of our browser. So I'll make this full screen so it's easier to see. And as you can see, we have all of our different tables with all of our different columns, for example, our job listings, so on. Currently, everything is completely empty, which is perfectly fine. But now we have all of our information directly inside of our database we can start working with and using this database in all of our application. So now that we have our database database fully integrated and set up, the next thing that we can work on is making sure that our code looks a little bit better, because right now this is our entire site. So let's go ahead and start working on implementing a sidebar. And to do that, we're going to be using shadcn. So let's make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see, and we can go through the setup steps for shadcn. So we first want to make sure that we initialize shadcn inside of our project. We're going to pretty much use all the different default values for shadcn. So for our color, we're just going to use neutral as the default color, and we're going to be making sure we use force for installing all of our different dependencies. And that's just because we're using React 19, and not quite all of the components in shadcn are updated to React 19, but they still work with React 19. So we just need to make sure we force install them to make sure that they work. This is going to import all of our different files for us. If we go inside of here, we have the lib folder, which our cn function is inside of, which is going to be making sure we can combine our classes. And now we can add the different components we want. For example, I can come in here and I can add a button, or in our case, we want to add the sidebar component. Let's make sure that I get that imported properly. There we go. So that's going to add in our sidebar component, and it's most likely going to ask us to force install this, which is going to be fine. We're going to do that with no problem. And that's going to install a bunch of different components. If we go inside of our components UI folder, you can see we now have a bunch of components for all the things that are used inside of the sidebar. Now the sidebar inside of shadcn is a massive component that contains a lot of different stuff. If we go into the docs, we can actually look at the sidebar component. If I scroll all the way down here, you can see sidebar. This is pretty much what we're going to be building, a sidebar that looks kind of like this. And if we scroll down, you can see there's a ton of information on this page on how to use sidebars. I found that the best way to learn how to use these was to go to the blocks section, click on sidebar, and this allows you to actually look through all the different sidebars that are out there, all the different code for them. And if you want, you just click on code, and it gives you the exact code for how this sidebar was constructed and works. And this is essentially how I went through and figured out how to create the sidebar that we wanted. And I even stole some things from this. For example, this little user picker right here, I pretty much pulled directly from this shadcn page because it looks and functions really well. Obviously, I modified mine pretty heavily, but it's very similar to what they have here. So what we can do inside of our application, I'll make this quite a bit larger because now we're going to work on our code, is we can work on that implementation. I'm going to come in here, npm run dev, just so we have our dev server up and running. And now what I want to do inside my app, we're going to just go into a brand new page. We can just put it in this page for now. We'll move things around a little bit. And what I want to do is I want to implement that sidebar. Now, the very first thing you need when you're working with a sidebar is a sidebar provider. This is kind of what wraps your entire sidebar. And in our particular case, we want to add in a class name here of overflow y hidden, just to make sure if anything overflows in the y direction, it's going to be hidden, which allows us to do scrolling properly. So if, for example, our right side of our screen that's not the sidebar is too tall, it's going to make sure it scrolls without moving the sidebar around erroneously. The next thing we need is our actual sidebar itself. So let's get our sidebar component. And inside of here, we can do whatever we want. In our case, we're going to change the collapsible feature to be icon. This means that when we collapse our sidebar, it's going to collapse down to icon sized instead of completely disappearing off our page, which is what we want for our particular application. Also, I'm going to make sure I add in the exact same class name here of overflow hidden, just to make sure when we collapse down to that icon size, all the other things that's too large to fit inside of our sidebar doesn't overflow the side of our sidebar. Next in our sidebar, we have the sidebar header. This is something that's going to be stuck to the top of our page. In our case, we're going to change this to be a flex row. And what I want to do inside of this header is I want to put the trigger for opening and closing our sidebar, as well as the name of our application. So we can come in here with our sidebar trigger, just like that. That's going to allow us to open and close this. And then we can create a span, and this span is going to say WDS jobs, or this would be whatever the name of your application is. Now we can add some class names in here. For example, I'll make it extra large and I'll make it so the text doesn't wrap in case it's too large. And now if we go to our application and we give this a little bit of a refresh, we should hopefully see our sidebar showing up on the side. Now it looks like it's taking a little bit to refresh. That's fine. It's just rendering this page for the very first time inside of our application, but we should see a sidebar show up in just a little bit. Now we're not seeing a sidebar, and the reason for that is because we're on a mobile size screen. If I increase my screen size a little bit, there we go, we can now see the sidebar shows up. We collapse it, it goes down to the icon size, and so on. Now you'll notice when we collapse down to this size that this icon is not perfectly centered. Our W is still kind of showing up right here. It's not exactly ideal. So we're going to go ahead and we're fixing that by modifying our shadcn component. We're going to go into this trigger and we're going to change a few things. First of all, we're going to change the size here to be 8, so it's going to be a little bit larger. Now when we minimize down, you can see it's perfectly centered inside of our sidebar, which is exactly what we want. I'm also going to change which icon is shown based on if it is open or closed. So we can come in here and get the open property from use sidebar, and then instead of rendering out this panel left icon, I can render out the sidebar close icon or the sidebar open icon from lucid icons. And now if we come over here, you can see we get a different icon based on if it is open or closed, which is exactly what we want for our content. So now with that out of the way, we can go back to our page where we're implementing our sidebar, and that's everything for our header. And again, this is going to be stuck to the top of our page. So we don't want to put too much content inside of here because on smaller screen sizes, it's going to take up a significant amount of our page. Next thing that I want to work on is going to be our sidebar content. This is where we put all of our content for like our filtering form and so on. Let me make sure I import that properly. For now, we're just going to leave this blank. I'll put in a little bit of text, doesn't really matter, but that's essentially where that content is going to go. It's going to be the rest of our sidebar, and this is going to be the thing that scrolls if our sidebar has a lot of content in it and so on. But for now, we don't need to mess with anything inside of here because we don't have a filter form or anything. I'm just trying to get the overall layout of our page set up. The final thing that I want to focus on is going to be the footer section, where it's going to show essentially our login link and all that. If we went back to that shadcn page, that's the thing I essentially copied from that shadcn page and modified for my use cases. So this is going to be inside the sidebar footer. And inside of here, we want to specify a sidebar menu, just like that. Make sure I import both of these components. And inside this sidebar menu, we want to have a menu item. And this is kind of how you structure things inside of the sidebar in shadcn. You have your wrapper, whether it's content, footer, header. Then if you want to create items you can interact with, you put them inside of a menu, you put them inside of a menu item, and then specifically you put a sidebar menu button, and that's how you do your interaction with these specific things. So I could just put some text inside of here. I'll make this full screen. Now you can see when I hover over this, it gives me a small background behind it. It's a little bit hard to see on this screen color, but you can see it gives me that slight background hover. Now I find in dark mode, it's a little bit easier to see these things. So for now, I'm just going to manually hard code our entire application in dark mode by putting the dark class on here. We'll come back and change this in a bit, but now you can see when I hover over this, it's a little bit easier to see that this is an interactable button on our page. Now the next thing that we need to work on is where the rest of the content on our page is, everything on this right-hand side, that's going to be directly outside the sidebar, inside of a main element. We're going to give it a class name of flex1, so it grows to fill the full size. And then we'll give all of our children inside of here. Now we don't have any children because this is our home page, so we can just put some content inside of here, and you can see that that shows up directly right there, right next to our sidebar, which is exactly what we want. We could add some like margin on this, for example, but I want that to be page by page. They can add their own margin if needed. Now, in order to fix the problem where our sidebar disappears on mobile screens and we have no way to open it, we need to create a brand new component that's going to be a client component that's going to allow us to show a single open button when we're on a mobile screen versus when we're not on a mobile screen. So I'm going to create a brand new component. We'll just create it in here for now. We'll reorganize things in a little bit. And this is going to be our app sidebar client.ts. And generally when you're in the app folder, I specifically like to put an underscore in front of things that are not actually pages in my application. And when I'm trying to create a component that has like two pieces, for example, I have my sidebar here and then I have the client version, I often put an underscore in front of the client version because I know that's not something I use externally, it's only used internally. And since in Next.js to use a client component, you need to create a brand new file. That's just kind of a naming convention that I like to use. So we'll export a function. It's going to be called app sidebar client, just like that. And this function is going to take in children. Essentially, that's going to be our entire sidebar. So we're going to have some children. If I can spell properly. There we go. This is a React node. And inside of here, what I want to do is I want to figure out if we're on a mobile screen or not. Now, normally I would use CSS for this, but the way that shadcn actually implements their sidebar, if we go into the code for sidebar, is they use this isMobile hook. And this is how they determine, is it a mobile page or not a mobile page? So that's what we want to hook into. We can say isMobile is coming from that use isMobile hook, and this will allow us to figure out exactly what breakpoint shadcn hides and shows the sidebar based on if it's a mobile page or not. So if we are in the mobile view, we want to show that extra navigation on the top of our page. But if we're not in a mobile view, just return our sidebar like normal because we don't need to make any additional changes to it. So for now, we can actually see what this is going to look like. I'm going to return null here for now, and we'll come into our page and we'll use this app sidebar client. So on our page, we essentially want to wrap our entire sidebar inside of this. So we could say app sidebar client, just like that. There we go, and wrap our entire sidebar, including our content down here, because we want to make sure the navigation goes above everything in our application. And now you can see it renders nothing if we're on a mobile screen because we're returning null, but on a full-size screen, if we make this a little bit bigger, you should see it's rendering properly, but it's actually not rendering properly. There you go. I gave our page a quick refresh. I'm guessing it just wasn't properly caching what was going on, but now you can see as I change the size of my page, it's rendering or not rendering that based on if we're in the mobile view or the non-mobile view. So the next thing I can do is instead of returning nothing, I can return essentially a nav bar at the top of our page. So here I want to return a div. We're going to put a class on this, and I think I need to make sure that this is a TSX file. There we go. We're going to put a class name on here, flex column, and a full width. So essentially this is just going to be a full width container that is going to be stacked vertically. Then I want to come in here with a div. This is going to be a class name of P2. Border on the bottom. This is essentially our nav at the top, flex. We're going to put the items in the center, and we're going to have a gap of 1. And essentially I just want to add in the same thing that I had inside my sidebar. So if we go back to our sidebar and we open up, I essentially want to add whatever was in my header. So I just want to take this content and I essentially want to put that directly right here. So we're going to get our sidebar trigger and we're going to get our text for our jobs. And in this case, we don't need to worry about no wrap because there's no way it's ever going to wrap. So that's going to be our nav at the top, which you can see is showing up, and we have that button to trigger our sidebar, but we're not rendering any of our children, so the sidebar is not showing up. So to do that, let's create another div. This is going to be, again, a flex of 1 because we want this to fill the rest of the space on our screen. We want it to flex, and then we want to put our children inside of here. So now if we give that a quick save, I can now open and close my sidebar properly on mobile screens, while if I'm on a larger screen, now I just had to do a quick refresh on my page to make sure everything was working properly. Again, it just was doing some caching stuff, but you can see as I'm changing my screen size, it's properly giving me that top navigation or the side navigation, which is exactly what I want. And I can still open and close my sidebar exactly as I could before. Now, in order to really get started with our application, I want to work on this button down here, which is going to be our sign in button, as well as all of our user information. And to work with sign in and sign out, we're going to be using Clerk for our application. It just makes authentication really easy. And it's also going to help us with billing and organizations and pretty much a large portion of our application. So let's go through the setup steps. It's relatively straightforward. We need to make sure we create a Next app. Already got that done. We need to install Clerk into our application. So let's make sure we install that. And we're going to need to add that force flag, again, because we're on the Canary version of Next.js. Then the next thing that we need to work on is being able to wrap our application in this middleware for Clerk. So I'm going to come all the way over to our application. We're going to create a brand new file called middleware.ts. I'm just going to paste down the code from here. Essentially, it just runs the Clerk middleware to make sure everything's hooked up properly, but it doesn't block any of our site from being accessed. Everything is still public by default. Next, we need to wrap our app inside of a Clerk provider, and I'm actually going to create our own custom Clerk provider to hook up a few additional things such as theming inside of Clerk, and then that's really all we need to do. So we just wrap our app in our Clerk provider and we're done. So I'm going to create our own Clerk provider. So inside of a brand new folder called services, I'm going to create another folder called Clerk inside of there, and this is where all of our Clerk related code is going to go. So I'm going to create a components folder, and inside of here, I'm going to create a Clerk provider. We'll call this .tsx, and this is where all my Clerk provider related code is going to go. So we're going to say export function Clerk provider, just like that. And we need to import the original Clerk provider. So Clerk provider as Clerk provider, and we'll call it original Clerk provider. So original, and we want to get that from at clerk/Next.js. There we go. And we can use that in our app by just saying return original Clerk provider. And we can wrap it in whatever content we want. In our case, we specifically have some children that we're going to pass into this because as you can see, the Clerk provider expects some children inside of it. So we're going to use those children, and we'll make this a lot larger so it's easier to work with. There we go. And this is going to be a React node. So now we can pass along our children inside of here, and that gets rid of all of our errors. Now, the reason I wrapped my own Clerk provider is because I want to add some things such as theming. So we can come in here with a simple appearance, and we're going to have our isDarkMode function that we're going to use to determine if we're in dark mode or not. If we are in dark mode, well, then I want to pass along a base theme. And this base theme is going to be a dark theme, which we again need to import because this is something from Clerk themes. So what we can do inside of here is npm I, and we want to get Clerk themes just like that. Again, we want to make sure this is a force install. And now what we can do is we can say that we want to import this from Clerk themes. So import dark from at Clerk Next.js. There we go. And now in the case that we don't have dark theme, well, I just want to pass an undefined because we want to use the default light theme that comes with Clerk. So now all we need to do is use this isDarkMode. Also, I should fix this to import from the themes folder, just like that. So this isDarkMode is going to be coming from a custom hook that we're going to create. So isDarkMode equals use isDarkMode. There we go. And let's make sure that this is a client component. There we go. And now we can hook up to this use isDarkMode function, which we're going to create inside of this hooks folder. So we can say use isDarkMode. So let's export a function use isDarkMode. And all this is going to do is use a simple state variable isDarkMode, set isDarkMode, set that equal to use state. Make sure I get that properly. There we go, use state. And by default, I want to set this for if our type of window is equal to undefined, well, then we're going to set this to false. So So essentially, in the case that we're pre-rendering our page, we don't want to mess with this at all. We're just going to return false. Otherwise, we're going to return window.matchMedia, and we're going to be specifically checking for the prefers color scheme dark. There we go. So if this matches, then we want to return true or false. So this is essentially a Boolean. If the user prefers a color scheme of dark, it'll return true. Otherwise, it'll return false. Then we can set up a simple use effect. We can call window.matchMedia. We can pass in the exact same media query right here. And this allows us to add an event listener for whenever this changes. So anytime that the user preference changes between dark and light, this is going to call a function for us. So we can pass in a function that's going to take in that event. And all we're going to do is say set is dark mode equal to e.matches. There we go. And let me just make sure I get my parentheses fixed on this. There we go. And that is going to hook all that up for us. So anytime they change their dark mode between true and false, this is going to set that variable for us. We need to make sure we unhook this event though. In the case of re-rendering our page, we're going to use a controller for that. So we'll say new abort controller, just like that. And we'll pass along the signal. So controller.signal. There we go. Then inside of our use effect down here, when we do our return, we can just call controller.abort. And what that does is it unhooks our event listener for us. So this sets up our event listener and this unhooks our event listener. And if you're interested in how this abort controller and everything works, I actually have a full video talking about the abort controller inside of events like this. I'll link it in the cards and description for you. But now we have our is dark mode. We can return that is dark mode. There we go. Make sure I unimport that thing. And there we go. Now we have that. We can import it into this file. And now we can use it directly inside of here. So depending on if we're in dark mode or light mode, we're going to be changing the Clerk theme directly related to that. Now, one additional thing that I need to do, I'm not sure if it's a bug related to Next.js or if it's something related to the code that I'm writing, or if it's just something related to Clerk and how the new Canary version of Next.js is working. But we're going to need to wrap this inside of the suspense component inside of React, because otherwise when we build for production, it's going to throw an error for us. So we're just wrapping essentially our entire application in a suspense to make sure everything is going to be working properly. And again, it's most likely either something that I have slightly wrong in my application, or it's just a feature of how the Canary implementation of Next.js is currently. Now, the next thing that I need to do is actually use this Clerk provider. So inside of our application, we're going to wrap everything inside of a Clerk provider, making sure that we get our custom Clerk provider, not the one that comes from the library. And now you can see our entire application is wrapped in this, and we're able to access all of the information for the currently logged in user and so on. Now, to test that everything is working properly, let's go ahead and actually add the ability for us to sign in, sign up, and so on. To do that really easily, we can scroll down a little bit further on Clerk. We have this create a custom sign in or sign up page. In our case, we're really focused on the sign in page, because the nice thing about Clerk is we have like a one-step function where you can use sign in or sign up on the same page if you want. You can disable that if you want, but we're going to leave it enabled for ease of use. So all we need to do is create a file and put this particular code inside of it. Rather straightforward. So inside of our application, we need to put this code. Now I'm going to create a new folder called Clerk, just like this, for all of our Clerk related code inside of here, because these are kind of independent routes that are separate from everything else. They're going to have their own layout file and so on. So we're going to create a page.tsx, and I'm just going to paste in that code. This is our sign in page. There we go, sign in page, and it's going to use that sign in component. Now, if we look, we know that this page needs to be in a sign in folder inside of this code. So let's make sure we create a folder with all of that particular content, and we're going to put our page directly inside of there. So it's in the correct location inside of our application. Then we need to make sure that we make our sign in route public if we want to worry about public routes and so on, which I think is something that we want to do. So inside of our middleware, we can create a variable called isPublic route, just like that. And we're going to create a route matcher. There we go. And we're going to pass it in essentially an array of all the different routes that we want. So in our case, we have sign in, which needs to come with a star after it, just like this. Make this a little bigger so it's easier to see. So essentially we're just matching this particular code right here. So now our sign in route is publicly available. We also need to make some other routes publicly available, such as our root home route is also publicly available. There we go. Then to be able to test for that, we'll just copy this code directly over, paste it in. Essentially, if it's not a public route, we're going to call auth protect. All that does is ensure that our user is logged in before we do anything. Otherwise, we continue on with our code. Next, we need to specify some variables inside of our config. Essentially, where's our sign in page at? Where's our fallback route, and where's our fallback route for sign up? So essentially, this is going to happen if they finish their, or if they try to directly access the sign in or sign up route. As soon as they do sign in or sign up, it's going to redirect them to these pages. So we're going to copy that over. We're going to come into our environment variables, and we're going to make sure we put this inside the Clerk section. Now, technically in our application, we're not going to be directly referencing these variables, but we still want to make sure that they're there. And this is a really nice thing about using that T3 library for our environment variables is we can come into here, we can create a brand new file for our client.ts, and we can make sure we essentially kind of do the same thing. But what this is going to do is it's going to ensure that these variables that we import are actually going to be required in our page. So even though we're not using them in our application, it's going to require that they're inside of our env file right here. So this is going to be for our client-based environment variables. We don't need to worry about creating a final schema, and we don't need to worry about this experimental runtime stuff as much, but we do need to make sure we pass along what our variables are going to be. So we have this variable, and then finally this variable. And all of these are going to be strings, and they are required strings. Now, again, you can see that passing along this runtime env doesn't work in this particular case. We need to actually hard code exactly what the runtime variable looks like. So essentially we take whatever the key is, and we're going to pass it in what the value is, which is from process.env. whatever that variable name is. And we need to do this for each of our variables. So I'm going to copy this down 2 more times and copy over each of our variables, just like this. So essentially all I'm doing is I'm mapping whatever the environment variable is. If I make this a little bigger, it's a little easier to see. You can see we're taking our environment variable and mapping it to this particular name. It's just something we have to do on the client side. It's not automatic, which is a little bit annoying. But now we have that inside there, which is great. And now we can actually run our application and access that login page if we want. So inside of our application, we can go to sign in, and we should see a sign in page pop up. Now, of course, we need to run our application first. So let's go ahead and run our application. And now we should see, give that a quick refresh, it'll pop up our sign-in page. It's going to be really ugly right now because we don't have anything set up for our application. So we're going to go ahead and make sure everything's working properly. So the first step is you'll notice it says Clerk is in keyless mode. Essentially, we don't have any API keys configured for our application. So let's do that first before we work on the styling portion. We can come into here, we can go to our dashboard, create an account, whatever you need to do. And now you can come in and you can create a brand new project. You can see I have my job board that I was using for testing. We'll just come in here and we'll call this one job board final. And we can specify exactly how we want the sign-in process to be. For example, we'll enable Google, GitHub, and email. Those are going to be the 3 ways that we can sign into our application. We'll create this application real quick. And now we can specify, you know what, we're doing Next.js. Doesn't really matter. This is just the install steps we've already gone through. What we really want to do is we want to configure our application, and we can make this a little bit bigger, a little bit easier to see. You can see we want people to be able to use an email. We require that they have an email. We can make sure that they verify at sign up if we want. I'm going to disable this, even though it's not recommended. I wouldn't recommend doing this, but for testing purposes, this is going to make it easier so I don't have to log into my email every time I create a brand new account. Now, I'm also going to make sure first name and last name are required because we want to be able to show that with ever users, whenever they apply for a job, we want to be able to show their first name and last name. So we're going to give that a quick save. And that right there is going to be pretty much all the stuff that we need to do for our sign in. Then the next thing we can do is we can focus on styling things and getting our environment variable keys. So let's come and make sure we get our environment variables. If you see, we can click right here where it says API keys, and we can just copy over these API keys and we can put them directly inside of our environment variable. So now we have our publishable key and our private key. So let's make sure we put those inside of our schema. So we have our publishable key, z string string.min of 1. And again, use that down here. There we go. Now we have that hooked up, and we can do the exact same thing for our server as well. This is our Clerk secret key. We can come in here, Clerk secret key, and we essentially just want to make sure that this is a string like that. So now we have all those environment variables set up. Even if we don't use them in our application, we at least have them set up so that it's forcing us to make sure we have those applications. And now if we go back to this page and we give this a little bit of a refresh, we hopefully should see we're no longer in keyless mode, but the rest of our styles still aren't great. So let's get this centered inside of our page. That's going to be really easy for us to do. Inside of our app in this Clerk folder, we want to create a brand new file called layout.tsx. This is where all of our Clerk related stuff is going to go. You can see here we have this Clerk layout. I'm just going to copy it over because it's super straightforward what we're doing. We just have a flex container. We're making sure that this is the full height of the screen and the full width of the screen. And we're going to center our items in both directions. And we just wrap our children in a div. So now if I save, you can see that perfectly centered our object for us. Now you notice that there's a problem with our theming of our dark mode. And that's because we're using prefers color scheme dark for if we're in dark mode or not. And by default, the way that shadcn works is it's based on a class for our custom variant. Well, we want to change this custom variant to use the exact same thing, which is a media query. So we'll use media. This is prefers color scheme dark. And this is actually just all Tailwind v4 stuff. So this is the new way of configuring this kind of stuff. We want to put an ampersand inside of here, and then we say at slot. Essentially, all this is saying is put all of our Tailwind code directly inside of here. If we prefer the color scheme of dark, it's going to use the dark version for all of our different styles. Now you will notice that it still shows us in dark mode, and that's because we also need to modify down here. This class of dark needs to be changed to a media query as well. So this is going to be media prefers color scheme dark. And now you'll see that we will immediately go back to a light mode once I get all of this set up properly. And that's because this needs to be inside of our root object. There we go. And let me put the extra bracket down here. There we go. Now you can see we've swapped back to light mode because that's what my browser is currently set inside of. Now I just went through and swapped my browser into dark mode so we can see everything properly swapped over to dark mode. When I refresh, it all still stays in dark mode. And you can see I can now sign in with whatever account that I want. Let's go ahead and say that I want to sign in with GitHub. I can go through here. It's going to load up. It actually signed me in with GitHub automatically because I've already hooked up my account before. And now we can just type in, for example, Kyle Cook. That's going to be what information I want for my name. Continue, and now I'm signed in as that user. You can't actually see it because we don't have anything visually showing it on the page, but I am now signed in as that user. Now I want to go ahead and add the ability to put a link down here that's going to be for signing in a user, and we can also add something like that user dropdown that I talked about earlier. So let's go ahead and work on that next. Inside of our page where we have our footer, we essentially want to have a lot of the same stuff. We want our sidebar menu, we want our sidebar menu item, we want our sidebar menu button, but we want to make sure that this button actually does what we want it to do. And we want to only show this if we are currently not signed in or signed in. So what we want to do is we want to make this a link that's going to bring them to the sign in page if they're not currently signed in, just as a temporary placeholder. And I'm actually going to put that inside of our sidebar content instead. And we're specifically going to put it inside of a sidebar group just to make sure we get all of the spacing we want for everything properly. So now I have a sidebar group with our menu, with a menu item, and it has a menu button. And this button is going to be a link. So we want to make sure we render this as child just so it renders the link component itself. Now this href is going to be pointing to our sign in page, which is just sign in, just like that. And now we want to render the icon that we're going to be using as well as the label that we're going to be using. So for our icon, we can just use the simple login icon, just like that. And then we can also just have our text, which we're going to put inside of a span. That way it doesn't overflow or anything properly. It makes sure when we close our sidebar, it works properly. That's just going to say log in, just like that. Now, if we give that a quick save, we should hopefully see that in our sidebar. If we look, you can see we have this login button that redirects us to the sign on page. Now we're currently signed in, so when it redirected us, it automatically redirected us back to the home page, which makes sense because we can't sign in if we're already signed in. So I only want to show this button if we are currently signed into the page. So I'm essentially going to wrap this entire item inside of the signed in component. There we go. This is a component that comes directly from Clerk and then essentially says only render the content inside of here if you are signed in. Now, if we do that real quick and we give this a refresh, you can now see that this is showing up because we're signed in. I want to use the signed out component though. I used the wrong one here. So now you can see that this has disappeared because we're currently signed out. Now, one interesting thing, since we're using the canary version of Next.js, anytime we access dynamic data such as headers, we need to make sure we wrap that inside of a suspense. You can actually see we're going to get an error if I come into my Clerk provider and we just comment out this suspense right here. And now I give that a save and we just refresh our page. You'll notice that trying to render out this content will sometimes throw an error inside of Next.js. Now it's not throwing one right now, but sometimes it will throw an error because of the fact that we're accessing dynamic data. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we wrap anytime that we use this inside of a suspense. So we're going to wrap that suspense and we're going to put it entirely around our signed out component. Now in our particular use case, this is going to be something we're going to do a lot. So I want to extract this out into its own component. Also, a nice thing about doing this is that now we don't actually have to rely on importing Clerk components directly into our application. We can import them into that services folder. So inside of here, I want to essentially create components for signed in and signed out. So I'll just call this sign in status.tsx, and we essentially want to export those components exactly like we had before. So if we come over to our application, I just want to take essentially all of this and I want to put that inside of a component. So we'll call this a function. We'll call it signed out. We want to take all this sidebar stuff, replace it with children because that's what we're going to be using. And then I just need to make sure I import everything properly. So we're going to import suspense and we're going to import signed out from Clerk. And we want to rename that as Clerk signed out. There we go. So now we can just wrap our code like this. And this takes children and right here, children, which is our React node. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. So now you can see we essentially just took our own version of this signed out, wrapped it in suspense, and we can do whatever else we want inside of here. We can do the same thing for signed in. So I'm going to come in here, signed in, just like that. We want to make sure we import the exact same thing up here. So this is going to be signed in. There we go. And then down here, I want to use the signed in version. Now, the reason again that I'm exporting these is not only so I don't have to copy this suspense around everywhere, but now let's say I changed from Clerk to another auth provider, or I wrote my own custom auth provider. All I need to do is change the signed in component in one place, and it's going to work everywhere in my application. So I don't have to rely on this Clerk implementation in my application. I can use it inside of my own component, and then if I need to swap things out or change things later, it's really easy to do that. So now inside of our page, instead of importing directly from Clerk, let's import our own custom signed out component that we created, and it's going to work exactly the same, and we don't need to wrap it in this suspense anymore. So now the next thing that we can focus on is the button down here for our actual dropdown. This is this section down here that currently has no text inside of it. So inside of this, I'm actually going to extract this out into its own component, and I'm going to put this component in a brand new folder. So let's kind of minimize all of our folders down. We're going to create a brand new folder called features. And inside of here is where we put all the features for all of our application for like job listings, users, organizations. In our case, we care about the users, and I specifically want to create a component. So we're going to put that inside of a components folder. And this feature-based folder structure is something I like to use in lots of different applications. If you want to learn more about it, I'll link it in the cards and description. I have a full video covering it. So inside of here, I want to create a sidebar user button.tsx, and this is going to be for all of the code related to our sidebar. So let's export that function. Sidebar user button, and we're actually going to need to create two functions because we're going to need to have an asynchronous function as well. And anytime in the dynamic IO canary version of Next.js that you access dynamic data, you need to wrap it inside of a suspense. So we need to make sure we wrap this inside of a suspense, just like that. So we have a suspense, which is going to be our sidebar user suspense. There we go. Essentially, I'm just creating a wrapper to put suspense around my component, and then the bulk of my component is going to go inside this new function I just created. So the very first thing we need to do is we need to get our user related information. So we can say user ID is equal to calling the auth function directly from Clerk. Now we're going to move this off into its own provider so we can get information from our database and so on. But for now, we're just going to put in the Clerk version of this code right here, and that's working just fine. Now the next thing that we need to work on is actually rendering out our component. And this is something that actually needs to be rendered on the client. So here I'm going to return a sidebar user button client version of that component. I'm going to be passing it in our user information. Now, currently we only have the user ID again, because we haven't hooked this up to our database yet. So we can kind of hard code some data such as like an email that says kyle@test.com and a name, which just says Kyle Cook. For now, that's just going to be what our information is going to look like. There we go. We'll close that off. And now we need to create this brand new component. So this component, I'm going to put with an underscore in front of the name, because again, that's what I like to do when I deal with these client only components that are only imported in other components. And the only reason they're in a new file is because I had to put use client at the top. So the definition for our function is relatively straightforward. We're passing in a user that has a name, image, and an email. Now we didn't have an image being passed into here for now. For now, I'll just put an image URL that's blank. It's just for testing purposes for now, but it'll work out well enough. Now we can come into our client, we can import that, and there we go, we give that a save. It should work properly. All we need to do now is implement what this code is going to look like. And we need to figure out if we're on a mobile screen or not, and that's the whole reason we need to make this a client. So we can come in here with use sidebar, that's going to get that, or we can just say use is mobile. That's probably a better hook for us to use because it takes in less overhead. Now to render this out, we're going to come in here and return a sidebar menu. So we can come in here, sidebar menu, just like that. Inside this sidebar menu, we're going to be using a drop-down menu, and we need to make sure that we import that. So we're going to come in here with shadcn, and we're going to add the drop-down menu, and we just need to put a hyphen in here. That'll add that for us. And of course, we'll need to make sure we force install that, and that's going to give us those brand new components. And while we wait for that, we might as well finish out the rest of this. So we're going to have our drop-down menu trigger. Make sure we import that from the correct location. Same thing here, we have our drop-down menu. This trigger is going to be an as child trigger, pretty much what we always use. And this is where we're going to create that sidebar button. So we're going to create our sidebar menu button. And this button is going to be a large button. So we'll come in here with a size of large, and we'll add a bunch of different class names into this. Essentially, this is going to be what we want it to look like versus open or closed. So we can come in here with a data state equals open. This is going to be what we want the button to look like in the open state. In our case, we want to add a background that uses the sidebar accent color. Then we can come in here and do more styling for that open state. So we'll say state open. And in our case here, we want the text to be the sidebar, text sidebar accent foreground. So essentially, when we are clicked on this dropdown and it's open, we want to accent what the button looks like. Then we want to specify what all of our user information is going to look like. I'm going to put that in its own component because we're going to use that in a few locations. We'll pass in a user, and we'll create that function down here, user info, just like that. And that's essentially going to take in this user type. So I might as well extract this out just like that. And we can use that here. And then we can use that here. Might as well call it user. There we go. And now, for now, we'll just return null just so we get rid of those errors. Lastly, we're going to add in an icon for our chevrons. So we're just going to add this chevrons up down icon. The styling is we're just adding a margin on the left to make it as far to the right side as possible. And we're also going to be making sure we hide this when our sidebar is collapsed, just so it doesn't actually show up. We only want the essentially icon of the user to show up in the collapsed state. Now the next step is going to be our drop down content. And we can come in here. This is going to be drop down menu content, just like that. And for now, I'm just going to leave this blank. We'll come back to this in a second. I'll just put the text hi in there for now because I want to work on this user information section next. So inside this user information, we want to create a div, and this div is going to have our avatar. So we're going to be making sure we get the avatar component from shadcn. That just makes rendering out user icons much easier. Again, we'll need to make sure we force that, and that'll install that for us behind the scenes. So inside of here, we can render out our avatar component. There we go. We're going to give this a class name of rounded large to make it so it's rounded, and a size of 8 so we can see exactly what that looks like. Then the next thing that we want to do is we want to have our avatar image, just like that. This one is going to have a source which points to our user.image URL. In our case, we might as well just extract this out into the params that we need. There we go. So that way we don't have to prefix everything with user. So we also want to set an alt equal to the name of the user. So that is going to be what our image looks like. We're also going to have a fallback in the case that our image is not loaded yet. So we'll come in here with a fallback. Class name on this is going to be uppercase. It's going to be a background of primary. It's going to be a text of primary foreground. And in order to actually figure out what text we want to put inside of here, we're going to create something called name initials. There we go. And this is just going to be taking the user's name and getting the first couple initials of their name. So we can say const name initials is equal to their name. We want to split it on a string. Then what we're going to do is we're going to slice this, and we want to get just the first 2 elements in the array. That's what this does right here. And then we're going to be mapping those by taking the string, and we want to get the first parameter or the first index from the string and then join it back on an empty string. So essentially all this code does is it takes the first letter of each of their names, so first name, last name, and so on, cuts them all off and puts them together. So if the name was Kyle Cook, it would return KC for us. And that's going to be what shows up in this name initials section. And then finally, below our avatar, we want to have all the content for the user. This is going to be a flex in the column direction. We want this to take up as much space as possible. The min width on this is 0, so it will be able to shrink down. I want to put the leading on this to be tight. That way it shrinks down our content a little bit vertically. And then finally, if we are in that collapsed state, so if our group data is a state of collapsed, I want to make sure that this is hidden because I don't want to show this content. There we go. And then inside of here, we essentially just have a couple spans. One's going to be for our name, and then below that, we're going to have one for our email. There we go. And then we can specify our class names on this. We want to truncate our text in case it overflows. We want to use small text, and we'll use a text of semi-bold. There we go. And then for this one down here, it's going to be very similar. So I'm just going to copy this. For our email, we're going to be using extra small text, and we're not going to have any font semi-bolding on that. So now let's just make sure our style up here is fine. We're going to flex this, items in the center, a gap of 2, and we're going to hide any overflow that we have, which will make our truncation down here work properly. So that's everything to create that sidebar button. We need to make sure we use this is mobile, which will be used in our drop-down content. We'll implement that in just a little bit. I want to make sure what we've created so far is working properly though. So let's go back into our page, and inside of here, we actually already have our sidebar menu. We have our sidebar menu option. So where we have our sidebar menu button, that's where we want to add in our user sidebar. And actually I called it sidebar user button, just like that. So this is where I want to add that sidebar user button. And that'll show up down here at this section right here. And of course, we want to go into that because I actually don't need to have this wrapped in a sidebar menu because I already have it wrapped in a sidebar menu. Now, of course, we need to get our application back up and running. So let's come in here with an npm run dev so we can see our application. Make sure I get rid of that. There we go. Give that a quick save. And now if we open up our sidebar, you can see down here, we have the icon of our user. And if we have no icon, you can see it shows their initials. And in our case, we have no icon because we passed in an empty string. We have the name, we have the email, and then we can open this up to see our drop-down menu, which right now has no content in it. So let's go ahead and make our drop-down menu item next. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to open up that component inside of our drop-down menu content. What I want to do inside of here is I want to add a drop-down menu label. This label is going to have a class name of font normal. and P1 just to essentially normalize all of our information inside of here. And inside this label, I just want to render out our user info with all of our user information. That's why I extract this out into its own component. So now if I import this label and we give that a quick save, when I open up my sidebar, you can see it renders out essentially the content for my user inside of here. Now to make sure that this looks a little bit better and fills the full screen and everything else, what I want to do is I want to go inside of my drop-down menu content, and I want to change my side offset. This is going to be set to 4. I also want to change my alignment. We're going to align it on the end. I want to change the side here, and this is where that is mobile property comes in, because if I'm on the mobile property, I want this to be on the bottom just like it currently is. Otherwise, I want it to be on the right-hand side, just like that. And then finally, our class name, min width of 64, and we'll specify a max width of 80 just to make sure that this looks a little bit better. Now, when I open this up, you see it's on the right-hand side, and that's because isMobile is not actually wrapped in brackets. That should hopefully fix that problem. And now you can see it opens on the top if I'm on a mobile view, which is exactly what I want. And now we can add in all of our different buttons inside of our dropdown, which is going to be relatively straightforward. First, I want to add a drop-down menu separator. That's just going to separate the top section from the next section. Then we can create a drop-down menu item. And this drop-down menu item is going to have an on-click property to open up our user profile. So we'll come in here with an open user profile. Just like that, we'll create this function in just a little bit. But what I want to do inside of here is I want to render out the user icon. I want to give it a class name, some margin on the right of 2. And then we can just say the text profile, just like that. So now you can see we got that profile icon showing up, which looks really great. We may not even need that spacing. Let's maybe make it a margin on the right of 1. We'll keep it at 2, that's fine. No, we'll move it back to 1. I think that looks a little bit better. Next, we're gonna pretty much copy this down because we're gonna create a brand new one for accessing our settings. So this one is gonna be as child because it's gonna wrap a link component. And this link component is going to go to user/settings/notifications. And this should be a dash right here, user settings, notifications. And inside of this link, we want to render out a icon, which is our settings icon. There we go. And this one is going to say settings. So now you can see we have our settings icon. I'm then going to add another separator to separate us from the logout button, which is going to be the final thing that we have. And I'm going to copy over this code because it's going to be very similar. So we can come in here. We have our drop-down menu item. This one is going to be nested inside of a sign out button. There we go. This comes directly from Next.js. So we're going to nest that directly inside of there. Our drop-down menu item, we don't need to worry about this. We don't need a link anymore. I'm just going to use our logout icon. And again, we're going to say the text log out. There we go. Give that a quick save. And you can see that that works just fine. And when I click on this, it's actually going to log me out. Now, right now, we're hard coding what our user information inside of here is, which is why this is still showing up. We'll fix that in a little bit. But let's log back in as our user. We'll use the GitHub user real quick. And there we go. Now you can see we have our content showing up on the screen. Now I do want to change this slightly by making this signed out button my own custom signed out button component. So what we can do inside of our services, inside of our Clerk components, we can just say that we want to have some auth buttons.tsx, and this is where we're going to create all of our different buttons. I'm going to copy over the code for this because it's relatively straightforward and the same for each individual button. We'll look at the sign out one because that's what we're using. Essentially, all we're doing is we're taking the Clerk version of the sign out button. As you can see, that button that we've already used, we're just wrapping that inside of our children. And by default, we're setting the children to a button that says sign out. Now in our case, this doesn't really help us because we're not using a button, but in most of our application, whenever we use the sign in button, the sign up button, or the actual sign out button, we're going to be just rendering a single button. So this just makes our code a little bit easier to work with since we don't need to wrap our own custom button. This handles the wrapping of the button for us. Now in our particular case, it doesn't help us a ton. Let's make sure that we actually use this properly. So our sign out button, we need to make sure instead of importing it from Clerk, we can come in here and we can import it from our custom component. And like I said, it doesn't really help us in this case, but in other cases where we're using our sign out button, it'll help us a ton. Now the last thing is to get this open user profile function. And this again can come from Clerk. So we can say open user profile equals use Clerk. And this is the use Clerk hook. And now when I click on this profile button, you can see it opens up my user profile for all my editing that I want to do directly inside of Clerk. Now there was one minor bug that you may have noticed, especially on the mobile screen. If we open up our profile again and we try to close it, it closes our sidebar before it actually closes our modal. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we set up a section here for is mobile and set open. And we're going to get that from use sidebar. So whenever we open up our profile, we also want to set the open to false. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to open our profile, and then I'm going to set the open on this to false. So that way we close our modal every single time we open up this new modal. So now you can see if I click on profile, it actually should have closed our sidebar, but it looks like it didn't close our sidebar. I may just need to refresh my page to make sure this takes into account these new changes. So let's go ahead and see if that was the issue. I can open up my profile and you can see it still didn't look like it closed it. I'm going to try just restarting my server real quick to see if that fixes the potential error, because sometimes, especially in the Canary version of Next.js, you just need to restart things to make things work properly. So we'll give that a quick refresh, open this up. We're going to open this up and we're going to say profile here, and we can see that when we click, it's still not closing as we expect it to. Now, the reason for this was entirely my bad. I forgot that inside of shadcn, they track the open state for mobile and non-mobile separately, which actually is way easier for us because we only want to close this on the mobile. So we can set open on the mobile state to false. Now this should work. If we click on profile, you can see it closed that for us, and now we can interact with this properly, which is exactly what we want. Now, if we want to stick with the trend of extracting out everything that we're using for Clerk, so we don't import Clerk anywhere except for in that service folder, we could extract this hook out, but in our particular case, I don't really see a benefit in doing that, so we'll just leave that in as is. Now let's get rid of some of these imports that we don't need, and that's going to be essentially our sidebar button done, other than the fact that when we're logged out, we need to make sure we don't show this, and we also need to make sure we get our user information from our database, because right now it's all hard-coded. So the first problem is actually a really easy one to solve. We can go back into our page here, and we essentially just want to wrap our entire footer in the signed in component. So we can say signed in just like that. Make sure we wrap the entire footer inside of that, and now this will only show up if we are currently signed in. So let's test that out. We'll click login, and we'll log in with GitHub again, and you'll notice immediately if I open this up, you can see that that section is showing up, while when I was logged out, it was not showing up. Now the next step is going to be hooking everything up to our database so that all of our Clerk users are inside of our user database in our actual table so we can use it for everything. And that's going to be quite a bit more involved. And the main way we're going to be doing this is going to be using webhooks inside of Clerk. So if we go into Clerk and we scroll down quite a ways, we'll see this section called webhooks. We can click on this, and this is where we can configure all of our webhooks for our application. So we're going to be adding an endpoint for our application, and we have the option to do it with a webhook, or in our case, we're actually going to be using Inngest for hooking up all of our webhooks. And the nice thing is it's really easy to integrate with Clerk because they essentially have a one button install process for doing this, which is really handy. And Inngest is really great for running these long running background jobs, handling webhooks, because it's essentially a job queue that does all of our retry logic for you. And in Next.js, running background jobs is really difficult. So Inngest makes that super easy, especially when we start dealing with things like AI and email sending that happen on like a cron schedule or in the background. You'll see the real power of Inngest. So we could connect to Inngest like this by, doing the login and everything, but I'm just going to add my Inngest webhook URL manually just so we can make sure we hook up to the correct process. Now to get started with Inngest, we first want to sign up and create an account. So what we can do on their page, we can just click this sign up button. It'll bring us over to a page to be able to sign in. I already have an organization, but I'm going to create a new one so that we can start from scratch together. So I'm going to create this, and it's just going to be called WDS test. Doesn't really matter what this organization is. And we can invite some people if we want. I don't want to worry about that. This will just give us a blank place to start with so you can see all the steps of creating our very own application inside of Inngest. Now in our case, we want to be handling webhooks, but this is in our production environment, as you can see. So we're actually going to create a custom environment specifically for development. So we're going to create an environment. We're just going to call this dev. We'll create that environment, and now we can swap over to our dev environment, and we can configure the webhook specifically for development. That way we can keep our development and our production environment completely separate from one another. So let's go ahead. We're going to create a webhook. We can just call this Clerk, and we don't need to give it any other information. We'll just leave it at Clerk, and this is all the information for our webhook. Now, the way that this works inside of Inngest is we have this URL at the top. This is the URL that we're going to be using inside of here. So we can add our Inngest URL just like that. We can paste that in, and that's going to work just fine. Also, like I said, we can click this button to connect directly with Clerk if we want to do that as well, and it'll give us a webhook just like that. But again, I want to just make sure that we do this manually so you can see the full process of doing it. The next step is to make sure we subscribe to specific events. For some reason, the events aren't showing up in here, but we'll fix that in a little bit. And then we have some transformation code. Again, not something that we need to worry about. Really what we want to do is we just want to create once we paste in that URL that we just created. So we can give that a second to click create. And now we can see that we have that webhook right here. And to be able to set it up for all the subscribed events that we care about anytime we create, update, or delete an organization. We also care about anytime that organization memberships are created or updated. So you can see created and deleted. Actually, we don't care about update. And then finally, for the user, we want to get all the events for when a user is created, deleted, or updated. So those are all the events that we care about listening for. We'll give that a quick save. And now you can see we have all those events as our subscribed events. Now, what this essentially is going to do by hooking this up with ingest is anytime we get a webhook for creating a user, updating a user, and so on, it's going to take that data and it's going to send it to ingest, and it's going to run this transform function right here to transform the data from the Clerk way of doing things to the ingest way of doing things. Let's maximize the amount of space that we have, and you can see down here, we essentially have, I'll make this full screen so it's a little easier to see, we have our webhook payload right here, which is what's being sent in, and we have our event payload right here. Now, in order to more easily test this, what we can do is we can actually take a sample webhook. This is essentially the user created webhook. That's just a sample from Clerk, and we can paste that directly inside of here to see what the output is going to look like on our end, so we can really easily see how we're transforming this data. And generally the recommendation inside of ingest is when you're naming your webhook, you want to prefix the name with whatever the provider is, in our case, Clerk, followed by the slash, followed by whatever the actual name of the raw webhook is going to be. So in our case, what we can do is we can get Clerk as our starting name, and then instead of saying webhook received or request received, I want to actually make this my event name. So we either want to get the event type, the event name, or the event.event type, or if none of those are actually valid, we'll just change this to webhook received. So essentially what this is doing is it's parsing the Clerk webhook in any way possible to make sure it gives us the name property based on what the hook is. And if you can see over here, our name is now clerk/user.created. So it's essentially extracting out that event type data from our data payload in here. Somewhere in here, that event type is going to be in here. And that's essentially what it's taking and using. You can see right here, there's that type property. It's using that for our particular data. Next, we have our actual event data that's going to be put inside this data section. So you can see inside data, we have all of our different data directly raw from the actual event itself. And in my case, I want to actually modify this slightly. So first of all, I want to get my data, which is going to be in my event.data. That's not going to change anything. That's essentially exactly the same as what we had before, but I also want to pass along some additional information. So first of all, if I don't have any event data, I'm just going to pass along the event itself, because that means that essentially the event is the data itself. It means there's no data property. Again, just some extra fallback safety measures. Then I want to take my headers and my raw property, which are automatically passed in by the ingest server. And what this will allow me to do is actually validate that I have the correct webhook and it's coming from Clerk properly. Because the way Clerk works is they use the headers and this raw field to be able to do some verification on signing just to make sure you have a valid webhook. So that's just for Clerk purposes. But essentially all I've done inside of here is I've taken my webhook data and I've passed it along and prefixed the name with Clerk. That way I can use this inside of my actual server to run these ingest events when they come in. So this is fully creating our webhook. We'll click the create button right here. Actually, we already have an event created, but I want to save this. So we'll save this change right here. And now all these changes are saved for my actual webhook. And if we go ahead and we look at the actual payload, you can see in the payload, we have our data, we have our headers, and we have our raw property. So those are the three things that I care about inside of my actual code. Now we will be coming back and making changes to this ingest cloud. So instead, I'm just going to keep it off to the side. And I want to look at the actual documentation for getting started with Next.js so we can work on getting ingest integrated into our application, which will allow us to actually consume those webhooks with proper retry logic and everything else that comes with ingest. Honestly, it's a tool that I was blown away when I was trying it out. It's really, really powerful for a lot of different things. So to install ingest, we can just run the npm install command. We'll make this a little bit larger so it's easier to work with. We don't need this open anymore. There we go. So we're going to run that command to install ingest. And then to run the dev server, you can just run ingest cll at latest, and we're going to call the dev command on that, and that'll start up a dev server for us at localhost 8288. Now in our particular case, I'm going to modify this slightly by using this inside of our package JSON. So let's make sure we add in the force property here. There we go. That'll make sure that should work properly. And now what we can do is we can come into our package JSON, and I essentially want to set up a section for ingest, just like that. And it's going to call that ingest CLI dev. There we go. I just need to make sure I install that as a dependency. So npm I as a dev dependency, ingest CLI at latest. There we go. That's going to install the latest version of this library. Again, make sure we force that, and that should work fine. Now, when we run that ingest command, it should open up a terminal for us on localhost 8288. So let's say npm. Let me make sure I actually need to close this, and then I need to reopen that just because I forgot to save it. Paste that in there. There we go. So now let's say npm run ingest, and you can see ingest CLI is not recognized. That's because I spelled it wrong. It should have two N's instead of one. Now, if we run that command, you can see that it's working. And right here, I could open that up, and you can now see that I have the dev server of ingest running. And this is how I actually integrate with everything. I can see all the different functions that are being run and so on. Right now, it has no detected functions, and there's no application being synced right now. So that's something that we need to work on in a little bit, but we'll get there. It's throughout these steps that it's going to be going through for us to work on our code. Now, the first thing we can do to help with our application is to specify where our development environment is running. You don't have to do this, but this makes it a little bit easier. So in our case, we're going to be running on localhost 3000/API/ingest. That's where we're going to be running our ingest server for all of our code that's coming into our application. So we need to make sure we create subsection for that. So we'll create a folder called API, and inside of here, we'll create one called ingest, and then we need to create a new file called route.ts. And I'm just kind of jumping ahead a little bit. This is inside the documentation. But before we get to that point, let's create our ingest client. And I'm going to do that in the services folder again. So we have ingest, and inside of here, I want to create my client. And let's make sure that's a TS file. There we go. And I'm pretty much just going to copy this code, paste it in, and we can leave out that section. And what I want to do specifically inside of here is call this whatever we want. We'll call it job board. There we go. And let's just put WDS at the end. Now that we have our client created, we can move down to this section, which is where we create our route. And that's the file that I already created up here. So we can paste in this code. And essentially all this code is doing, if we make sure that we import our actual ingest client, there we go. You can see we're importing our client ingest to be able to serve it on this particular route. And then this is where we put our functions, which we'll get to in just a little bit. That's kind of the meat of how all of ingest works. But now if we go back to our ingest dev server and we just let me restart our server. So we're going to restart this because we changed the configurations for our actual server. You can now see it says the ingest server can't find your application. And that's purely because we don't actually have anything running right now. So let's run our application. We'll say npm run dev. There we go. And once that's running, we should hopefully see that this is able to sync up properly with our application. It'll just take a second for our dev server to start running inside of Next.js. But once it does, we'll see here that it'll say we have no functions and that we're properly connected. And then we can go ahead and actually start creating functions. And inside of ingest, functions are essentially just little pieces of code that run as jobs. If they fail, they retry. We can delay them for later. It allows us to create essentially long-running jobs in the background, which is really, really great. Now you are noticing we're getting an error. We're getting a 404 when we're trying to access that page. The reason for that is because inside of our middleware for Clerk, we don't have our API set to be public. So let's make our API public. We'll say /API. And then we want to say that anything that comes after that is going to be a publicly available file. So now hopefully that should properly hook up for our site because it's now publicly available. And as you can see immediately, it says error, no functions registered within your app. So it's able to find our app. We just don't have any functions yet, which is fine because we haven't created any functions in our application. If we look at the documentation, essentially that's the next step about writing your functions and defining your functions. And kind of the whole idea behind these functions, to break it down for you, is the ID is like a unique identifier for your function. Doesn't really matter too much, but the important part here is the event. The way that ingest works is entirely event-based. You can kind of think about like JavaScript on the DOM. You have like a click event listener on a button. It's the same thing with ingest. You create different events that you want to listen for. For example, this hello world listens for the event test/hello world. Anytime that event gets triggered anywhere in your entire application, it's going to run the code inside of here. It's going to have retry logic and everything built in. It's great for long-running tasks, AI, anything like that. Super, super useful for those types of tasks. And it's going to make sure it's fault tolerant and everything. So that's all the event-based stuff. And the nice thing is if you have multiple different functions that all run on the same event, they'll all work just fine. Very similar to JavaScript events. It's more of a pub/sub type of system. So let's go ahead and set up our very first event, which is going to be for dealing with these Clerk webhooks, because we want to handle all the different Clerk webhooks. Specifically in our case, we care most about the user-related event webhooks at this time. So inside of ingest, we can create a new folder for all of our different functions. And then inside of this folder, I want to create a file for Clerk, and this is going to be for handling all of our Clerk-related functions. Now you can name these functions or put them wherever you want. I just found that this type of organization system worked relatively well for me. Now to create a function, we just set it to a variable, so we can say Clerk create user. We'll call that ingest.createFunction. Let me make sure we import ingest. There we go. We want to create a function, and this create function again is going to take two main parameters. The first parameter is going to be all the configuration for our function. So we need to give it a unique name. We'll call this Clerk/createDBUser. Kind of describes what the thing is doing. We can also give it a more human readable name, which I like to do so it's easy to see in my dashboard. We can call this Clerk createDBUser. So this is the function that is going to create a database user for us. Now the second parameter is for defining what event we want to trigger on. So in our case, we want to trigger on the event of Clerk/user.created because that's how we set up our webhook. If you remember when we were back inside of here, if I expand this, you can see Clerk/user.created. That's the name of the event that's going to be triggered from our webhook. So that's the name of the event that we want to listen to. So now anytime that that event gets triggered, it's going to run the code directly inside of here. And all we need to do is just take this and pass it along the function we want to run. So we can come in here with an asynchronous function. And there we go. Make sure I turn that into an arrow. And this is going to be all the code that we're going to be running. And this specifically is going to take in all of our event parameters. That again, if we look over here, is all the content over here. That's what our event is going to contain inside of it. And it's also going to take along this step parameter. And the step parameter is kind of interesting. It's how all the magic of Inngest works. I'll explain it as we get to the different sections that need it. But one thing you'll notice immediately is that currently I don't have any type safety on my code, and I really love TypeScript, you know that. So I want to add type safety into my code with Inngest. It's actually really easy. We just need to go back to our client and specify our schema. So to do this, all we need to do is create a type. We'll call this events. It doesn't matter what it is. And it's going to be a type that has keys, for example, clerk/user.created. And then it's going to have an object that is going to return all the different data that I care about. For now, we'll just leave it as an empty object. We'll come back for it in a little bit. Now to hook that up with Inngest, here where we have our ID, we can paste in our schemas. And our schemas is going to use a new event schema. Just like this, we want to call from record and pass it in the type right here. There we go. So now that's actually going to hook up properly with Inngest. So now we will have type safety based on whatever we type into this particular section. Now, since all my Clerk webhooks are going to be very similar, I'm going to create a type called Clerk webhook data. It's going to take in a generic type of T, and this is going to return to me a data object. And this data object has data, which is of type T. It's going to have raw, which is a string, and it's going to have headers, which is a record, which is a string. And if we look at our code, that's essentially what we're passing into here. Our raw is a string, headers is again an object that contains headers, and then our data is just whatever this data property is right here. So that's kind of what our Clerk webhook looks like, and I want to use that everywhere inside of my application. So we'll say Clerk webhook data, and for this one, we're going to use the user JSON type, and that comes from Clerk because we know that when we create a user, they pass along the user JSON type. So that's going to give us all of our type safety information. We can even do the same thing for updated, for example. And in our case of deleted, we can do the exact same thing, but deleted is a little bit different. It's going to use the deleted object JSON, again, coming directly from Clerk. So now let's go ahead and actually implement this webhook. If we go back into here, the nice thing is we have full type safety. If I come in here and try to auto-complete my event, you can see it's giving me all the events that we have defined. Also my event inside my data, you can see that all of my properties are being defined properly inside of here. So the very first thing that we want to do is we want to verify that our webhook is the correct webhook. This is something that directly comes from the Clerk library, and they have some documentation on what we need to do. But we're going to create a separate function called verify webhook, and this is going to take in our raw data and our headers, which we know the types for those. Our raw is a string, and headers is a record of strings, just like that. There we go. And what we want to do is we want to verify that this is the correct information. To do this is actually really easy inside of Clerk. They have a simple function you can return, new webhook, just like that. And this actually is going to need to install a separate library. So let me get to that. So this library we need to install, we'll just create a new terminal for this, npm i svix, and make sure we force that. And this svix library is just the library behind the scenes that Clerk uses for verifying all of its webhook related information. So we're going to be getting all that information. Here, we need to pass along an environment variable. We'll get to that in a little bit. And then we can call verify. And verify just takes in our raw data as well as our headers and verifies it's what we expect. So let's make sure we import webhook. I'll need to do it manually, it looks like. And that's coming from svix. There we go. And inside of here, we just need to pass along our secret key that we get from Clerk. So we can say env.clerk webhook secret. There we go. And let's make sure that we import this variable. That's going to be from our server. And then we can go ahead and define that. So we can say Clerk webhook secret is going to be a string with a minimum value of 1. There we go. Now let's go into our environment variables and define that as well. So in here, Clerk webhook secret, to be able to get that webhook secret, all we do is we go to our Clerk dashboard, scroll down, signing secret right here. We can just expose that, copy that over. And now inside of here, we can paste that down, and we are now able to verify that all of our different webhooks work properly. So let's go back into Inngest and into that specific function. So the very first thing that I want to do is I want to verify my webhook just like this. Now to be able to verify this, we just need to pass in our event.data that contains our headers and our raw data, and this will throw an error if our webhook doesn't work. Otherwise, if our webhook is valid, it'll just continue on. So essentially it's a nice little sanity check. But inside of Inngest, The best way to handle different steps of your application are by using steps. And the nice thing about steps is that they run in sequence and they're able to be run. So like, for example, if this step succeeds and then the next step in my thing fails, the next time that I retry my event, it'll start with the step that failed instead of starting at the very top of my function. So steps allow you to create pieces of your application that if one of them fails, when it retries, it starts from the point where it failed instead of starting at the very beginning. So this is going to be my very first step. And to do a step, all you do is just call step.run, and then you pass it in the name of the step. It doesn't really matter what this is. This is mostly just for your own visual use when you're looking at the dashboard. So we'll call this verify webhook. We'll make this an asynchronous function. There we go. And we're going to call verify webhook directly inside of here. And we're just going to await this to make sure it finishes running properly. Now, if this throws an error, it'll retry this step over and over again until it reaches the maximum amount of retries, which is really great when you want to retry something if it failed. Now, in our particular case, if this verify webhook fails, it means that our application will never succeed because for some reason we have an invalid webhook. So in our case, I'm going to wrap this in a try catch, just like this. I'm going to put my verify webhook directly inside of here. And inside my catch, I actually want to throw a special error. And this is going to be a new non-retriable error, just like this. And we'll say invalid webhook. Now this non-retriable error essentially is a fancy little function inside of Inngest that tells you, hey, this failed. It's impossible for it to ever succeed. So don't bother wasting time retrying this event because it's never going to succeed. So now we essentially hooked up an event that verifies our webhook is correct. If this step succeeds, we can move on to the next step, which is going to be creating our user in the database. So let's create a brand new step. We'll call this step.run. We'll call this create user. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, just like this. And inside here is where we're going to do all of our code for creating our user. So first, I want to get my user data, which is just going to be event.data.data. Then the next thing that I want to do is I want to get my email from that. So we can take our user data.email addresses. And what I want to do is I want to find whatever their primary email is. So I can say email.id is equal to the user data.primary email address ID. So if this is correct, we should hopefully find their primary email. Now, if email is null, this is again another error that we cannot come back from because inside of our webhook, they just didn't give us valid information. There's no primary email address that we can use. So I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to throw a non-retriable error that says no primary email address found. Oftentimes, we don't have to worry about throwing these non-retriable errors, but in this particular case, it makes sense to do them. Now, the next thing to do is actually insert our user into the database. So we'll just create a function for that called insert user. And this function will take in all of our different information for our user. We'll come back and create that function in just a little bit, but for now, we'll just kind of leave it blank with an empty object. And finally, what we want to do is we want to return our user data.id so that we can use this wherever else in other sections of our application. And up here, we can get that data directly from it. So we can say user ID. There we go. This is really useful for creating different things in our application if we want to use that user ID, which we will. Now, before we get further along though, we should probably create a function for inserting our user into the database. So inside of our features folder, we have our user section. I'm going to create a new folder called DB for handling all of our database stuff. I'm going to create a file called users.ts for handling all of our user database stuff. Now inside of here, I want to export an async function, insert user, and this is going to be user, and this is specifically going to come from our user table data, and we want to get the infer select. So essentially what I'm doing, or actually I don't want infer select, I want infer insert. There we go. So I'm just saying, hey, whatever my user table accepts as an insert is what this user type is going to be. As you can see, it gives me all the information for my user. Then what I can do is I can call await db.insert. I can insert into that user table, and I can pass along the values that we want to insert, which are just these values we passed along up here. Then what I want to do is, since a webhook could be sent to our application multiple times, it's very unlikely, but it could be possible that our webhook gets sent multiple times to create a user. If that happens, I just want to make sure that we update the user instead of inserting and throwing an error. So if we have a conflict when we try to do something, I'm going to do an update instead. So I say, you know what, if we have a conflict on the user table ID, so essentially if we try to insert a user and we already have a user with that ID, instead I just want to set all my user data to whatever data I pass in. So really what this allows me to do is to do something called an upsert. It'll do an insert if there's no user, or if there is a user, it'll do an update instead. And again, this is just to handle the case where multiple webhooks could be sent to our application for the exact same user. It's unlikely, but it could happen. So this right here will insert a brand new user into our database for us. So now let's go back to where we're implementing that and pass in the information we need. As you can see, it's going to load up a bunch of information that we need. First, we need to import the function though, so we can get that autocomplete. So let's do our ID, which is our user data.id. Next, we're going to have our name, and this is going to be essentially a combination of our first and last name. So we'll say user data.firstname, and we want to get our user data.lastname. Whoops, last name. There we go. Next up, we need to get our image URL, which is just user data.image URL. Then we need to get our email, which we already know is going to be our email, but this is actually a property that has some things on it, so we want to get the email address specifically from that. Our created at field is going to be a new date using the user data created at. And we want to do the exact same thing with updated at and updated at. There we go. So it's going to get all the information for our user, insert it into our database, and then we're going to return the ID of the user we just created. And if for some reason this particular section fails, Inngest will wait a while and then retry to hopefully fix it. For example, if our database is down or offline or something, this will make sure we have that resiliency to still add our user to the database, even if for some reason our database is down. Now, before we test this, I do want to do one last step, and that's for creating some user notification settings, because by default, when we create a user, we should probably create some default settings for them as well. So let's come down and create a brand new step. So let's say step.run. This is going to be called create user notification settings. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And this is going to be pretty similar to what we did up here. I'll kind of copy quite a bit of this code. There we go. And inside of here, I just want to call insert user notification settings. I'm going to pass it along the user ID that I want to create this for. There we go, notification settings. And let's create a brand new file for that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into our features. We have database. I'm going to copy this over for user notification settings. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And now I want to insert my user notification settings, just like that. This is going to come from my user notification setting table. There we go, just like that. And this is, of course, is going to be my settings. So we'll pass that in just like that and get the correct table for all of this. Now in our case, we're not going to do an update. We're just going to do an on conflict do not update. So we're going to say do nothing. So essentially, if for some reason this webhook gets sent multiple times, instead of overriding their existing settings, we're just going to completely ignore the settings that are there, or we're going to completely ignore the new settings and do absolutely nothing. Now with that done, that's everything to actually create our user notification settings as well as our user itself. And inside of here, instead of doing the on conflict do update, we could do the exact same thing where we do on conflict do nothing, which is honestly probably the better option because we don't want to overwrite their user information with a possible old or expired webhook. So there we go. Let's come into here and import that setting just like that. And that's going to give us a default notification setting where everything is set to false essentially by default because those are the default values. And these are the 3 steps that we've created. So the nice thing is they're going to run one by one after each other. And if one of them fails, instead of retrying everything, it just starts with the one that failed and continues onward, which is a really nice feature. So now before we actually go ahead and implement the rest of our functions, let's make sure that this one is working before we do everything else. So I'm going to take that function name, I'm going to copy it, go into our API, and what I want to do is I just want to add that in as one of our functions. So now you can see here, we have that as one of our functions. We can kind of get rid of these comments, we don't really need them. And if we go back into our application and we look at our development environment, we should see here, give it a couple sections, and now we have one function being found, Clerk create DB user. And if we go into our functions, we have that function. And the nice thing is we can even invoke this by passing along our own custom data. In our case, we don't want to do that though. We want to run this when we create a brand new user inside of our application. Now I've already created my user to start with, so I'm going to take my user that's already been created, I'm going to delete them and recreate them so we make sure that this webhook runs properly. So I'm going to completely delete my existing user, they've been deleted, and now I want to come over to my application, I want to log in as a new user, I'm going to create an account using GitHub, just like I did before. So we're going to create that account with GitHub, it's going to give it a second to load everything, pass in my name, make sure I spell everything properly, give it a continue, and now that should hopefully fire off a webhook, and we should be able to see that webhook working. Now before we do that, I do notice that there's 2 quotes down here, so let me just search my application for that. I accidentally put 2 of them side by side somewhere in my code. Looks like right here. Let's just delete that. There we go. That removed that. So now let's go ahead and actually look to see if a webhook was sent. So inside of our configure tab, we can scroll all the way down to webhooks again, and we should see if we click on this webhook that we did have our user created and user deleted events were sent, and they were sent over to Inngest. So now if we go to our Inngest dev environment, and actually instead of going to the dev server, we first need to go to the cloud server here under our dev environment. We'll make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. And what we want to do is we want to specifically go to the section for our event types. this is going to show us all the events that have run. As you can see, user created and user deleted. So we have a user created event that ran. You can see that this ran 1 minute ago. And if we click on this event, it'll give us all the different details for that particular event. As you can see here, here's all the details for this particular user. Now to be able to send this down to our dev environment, all we need to do is click send to dev server and it'll send it down to that dev server for us and it'll run in our development environment. This is really great for testing. So I click send to dev server and now you can see if we come over here, we have a stream right here. It streamed down that one particular event. And if we go to runs, you can see all the functions that ran associated to that event. So this event was triggered and it ran this one particular function. And you can see each of the steps as well as all the different data that was returned for each of these different steps. So it looks like everything was successful. So we should see that we now have a user inside of our database. And if we go over to Drizzle inside of our studio, which we probably need to hook up. So let's just come in here. We'll say npm run db studio. There we go. Give that a second to run and we can pull that up. We don't even need this Drizzle tab open anymore because we're not really using it. Same thing here with this Clerk one. Let's open up this and we should hopefully see we have a user and a notification setting. And we do. You can see we have user Kyle Cook and we have notification settings for them where everything is defaulted to false. Now the next step we can work on is to implement the update and delete versions of these functions so we can get those to work just as well. So we can come back into our application. We'll minimize everything down. We'll go back into our services for ingest and we want to add essentially a Clerk create or a Clerk update and a Clerk delete. I'm going to copy in the code here and explain exactly what's going line by line so we can understand it. You can see here we have Clerk update user. That's just the name. We gave it a specific ID and name purely for our internal use. And then we have an event that's going to trigger. You can see Clerk user updated is what triggers this. We verify our webhook just like we did before, and then we're calling update user. And inside of our verify webhook, we should probably do the same thing here where we wrapped it inside of a try catch. So let's come down here and make sure we wrap all that inside of a try catch to throw that non-retriable error. Same thing down here, do the exact same thing. Now inside of this update user, it's essentially the same thing. We get our user data, get their email. If the email is null, then hey, we have some type of error occurring with our user, so we throw that error. And then we just update our user. We update their name, we update their image, we update their email, and we update that updated at field. We'll create this function in just a second here. Now when we go to delete it, it's a little bit different because the data that's actually returned to us is this deleted object JSON data, which has an ID that's returned to us, either an ID or null. If for some reason it returns to us null, then we essentially want to say no ID found, and we'll throw a non-retriable error because it gave us bad data. Otherwise, we'll delete the user associated with that ID. So again, very similar step-by-step process. Verify the webhook, do something in particular. Same thing here. Verify the webhook, then do something in particular. Now let's go ahead and write the code for updating and deleting our user. So we can go into that user DB function. I'm just going to copy this over. We're going to say that this is going to be called update user. This is going to take in partial version of this. So we'll say type of partial, because we can always update less than the full insertion. So we're going to get a partial user that we want to update. We want to call update and we want to set these particular values. We don't have to worry about on conflict or anything like that. And we just want to make sure that we only update the user for a particular ID. So we're going to take in an ID, which is a string, and then we're going to get all of our user information, which is a partial user. And what we want to do is we want to say where equal user table .id is equal to that ID. Let's make sure we import that equal function just like that. And there we go. Now we're updating the user with that particular ID based on the ID that we passed in. Finally, we can do a delete. I'll just copy this down. Delete is going to take in just an ID and it's going to delete from the user table where this is an ID that is equal to that ID. So very similar to update, but instead of updating, we're doing a simple delete. So now let's go ahead and import those functions here. So we have delete user, import that, and update user will import that. So now we have all of these different functions working. Let's just make sure we hook them up by coming into our app API with our routes, and we'll add in our update and our Clerk deleted user just like that. And let's make sure that we import this. There we go. So now if we look at our dev server, we should hopefully see that we have functions that are defined for all those. It might take a little bit of a second for it to refresh, but as you can see, we have our create, our delete, and our update database user. We can invoke them all if we want, and we can also hook them up with our actual dev environment that was running right here to make sure everything is running just like we want it to. Now, the reason we did all of that code to get our user in our database is so that we can more easily implement the code inside of our feature button here. So if we go to our users, sidebar user, now instead of hard coding this data, we can actually get this data from our user, and we're going to create a custom function for that called get current user, and that's going to return to us our user information. Now for this function, we're going to specifically put this inside of our Clerk provider here, and we're going to create a new folder, which is going to be called lib. And inside this lib folder, we're going to create a get current auth.ts, and this is where we're going to have our function for getting the current user as well as the current organization. So let's export an async function called get current user. And this is also going to take a property called all-data, which by default will be set to false. And this is, for example, sometimes all we care about is getting the user ID, while other times we want to get information like the name and the email. So this allows us to only access the database in the case that we need this extra data. So we're first going to get our user ID from Clerk. That's by calling await auth, just like that. That's going to give us the user ID of the currently logged in user. Then we can return an object that has the user ID as well as our user information. So with all data, we want to make sure we have all data and a user ID is not equal to null. So if we have all of our data, or we want to get all of our data, and the user ID is not equal to null, then I'm going to call a function called getUser and pass in our user ID. Otherwise, we'll just return undefined. So we'll create a function called getUser, just like that. And this will return all of our user information. We can get that from our database. So we can say return DB, and we want to do a simple query on our user table. Actually, I could just say query.userTable, just like that. And we want to find the first user and we want to get specifically for a user ID. There we go. So we could say userTable.id is equal to the ID we pass in. This is going to give us that particular user information. So if we want to get all the data, we return true here. We can pass it true. If not, this will just return undefined and we don't access the database if we don't need it. Now in our particular case right here, we do want to get all the data. So we'll say all data true. And this is going to give us a user property, which contains all of the information we want about our user, which is really useful because we can pass that along right here. There we go. We can pass it in our user. You'll notice that we have a slight difference. The type undefined is not definable here. That's essentially accounting for the fact that user could be undefined because let's say that we sign up for an account, but our webhook hasn't registered the user in our database yet. Well, user for our database will be null while the user ID will be valid. So we want to make sure we take that into account. It's a very small window of time, most likely less than a couple hundred milliseconds that they'll have to wait, but it is something that could happen. So we're going to come in here with an if user equals null to make sure we take into account what should happen here by returning something else. So for our particular case, I'm just going to copy the code over because it's relatively straightforward. I'll import the different things that we're using, and then I'll explain exactly what's going on inside of here. But essentially, in the case that we have these things happening where we have a user that's not in our database, but they are in Clerk, well, we can't show the full information for the user because we don't know that yet. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be returning a simple logout button for now. And then once the user gets populated in the database, then it'll show them the full user information. So now if we go over to our application and we just give this a quick refresh, you can see all the information has been updated based on my image URL from GitHub, my email address, my name, all that stuff has been properly updated to the real actual data. And if I come into here and I actually update my profile, for example, let's say that I change my last name to add some extra data to the end of it, I click save, that is going to update my information. And once the webhook runs and I refresh my page, you'll notice it doesn't actually quite show my data yet. And the reason for that is because the webhook ran, but we never sent it from the cloud down to our dev environment. So if we go back over to our event types, you can see here's the user created event or updated event, I'm sorry. If I click on this and I actually send it down to my dev server, that will then trigger the update. So that's something you need to keep in mind when you're working with Inngest is just to make sure you send your webhooks down to your dev server. So now we give this a refresh, you can see it properly updated my name. Now to show you what this fallback state looks like, I'm going to go through, I'm going to log out, and I'm going to create a brand new user. So I'm just going to sign in with some bogus email address. Actually, I probably should make it something I can actually remember. We'll do test@test.com and we'll enter in some bogus information here. We'll enter in a bogus password, and then we'll go ahead, we'll create that. And since of course, I can't just use password as my password, we have to make it something a little bit more secure. There we go. And now you can see it's just giving us that logout button because we haven't actually received the webhook yet. As soon as I send down the webhook from here, so I go back over to my event types, event for the user created, give this a refresh so it gets the brand new event showing up inside of our page. There we go. We can click on that event, and then we can send that down to our dev server, and that'll actually give us the actual information. So you can see here, it shows the logout button before we receive that webhook. And then as soon as we get the webhook, you can now see it shows me all of my user information. Now, before we get too much further, I do want to do one little bit of housekeeping, and that's going to be dealing with the caching system inside of our application. Right now, we're not dealing with caching anything. If you can see here, I'm not caching this particular function return, but generally in Next.js, it's a good idea to do caching, especially for this dynamic data. So to cache things using the new dynamic IO way of doing things, we can come in here and just say use cache, just like this. And to enable this, since we're in an experimental version of our code, we need to go directly down into our next config, and we need to enable this as an experimental feature. So we can come in here, we can say we want to do dynamic IO, and we'll set that to true, and that allows us to do that, and we'll just need to restart our dev server to make sure that this takes into account. So we'll just give that a quick refresh real quick, and now we should hopefully see that that'll take into account these new changes, and if we refresh our page, we should see everything over here is working properly, and it looks like it is. Now we need to make sure we invalidate our cache at the proper times, because right now, if we go over to this particular file that had that inside of it, which was right here, you can see we're caching it, but we're not specifying what type of cache it is, how long it lives for, any tags that are associated with that cache. So I like to create a system in place that handles all of my caching for me in a really easy and seamless way. So to do that, in this lib folder, we're going to create a brand new file called datacache.ts, and this is where all of our caching logic is going to go. We're going to have a type for all of our different cache tags. We'll say cache tag, just like that. Make sure I spell that properly. And this cache tag is going to be something as simple as like users, if we want to cache the user information, or organizations for caching our organization information. I'll copy over all the different tags we're going to be using, just like this. So we have users, organizations, job listings, notification settings, resumes, applications, and user settings for organizations. Essentially, we're just taking this stuff directly from our database and mapping it one-to-one to a caching tag. Then we're going to export a function for getting all the different tag types that we create. So one type of tag that we're going to use very often is the global tag. And this takes in one of our cache tags, just like this. And it's just going to return to us a string. We'll call it global tag, and we'll return that as a constant variable. So when we hover over this, you can see these are our different return types based on our cache tags. The whole idea behind this global tag is anytime that we're accessing data, for example, I want to get all of the job listings on my entire site. That is global data. Anytime I update any job listing, anytime I add any job listing, anytime I delete any job listing, I want to refresh that cache. This is a very common type of caching where you want to access all the information, and anytime any of it changes, you want to refresh. Another really common type of application caching would be if you want to cache based on an ID specifically. So this is going to take in a tag and it's going to take in an ID, which is a string, and we can pass that in just like this. We'll say ID dash tag, just like that. So in this particular case where we have an ID tag, this is really useful for our user. For example, we have a specific ID for our user. So I'm saying I want to refresh the cache of this user anytime the user with this specific ID changes. If we add another user, I don't want to refresh this cache, but as soon as this user is deleted or updated in any way, I want to refresh the cache for this particular ID. So that is where this ID style caching comes in. And there's other types of caching that we may use. For example, if we want to cache something on the organization level or the job listing level, but we'll get to those when we need them because right now these are kind of the main ones we care about. And to make my caching system even more robust, what I like to do is inside of each one of my features for my application, I like to create a specific section in my database for a cache. So we'll come in here with cache, and we want to create a cache for our users.ts. And this is going to return to me all the functions for creating different cache entities for this. So for example, I can create a user global tag cache, and that's just going to return get global tag, and it's going to be for users, just like that. And I can do the exact same thing to create an ID version. So I can say get user ID tag, and this is going to be getting an ID tag. There we go, which is going to be my user as well as my ID. So if we pass in an ID for a user, it's going to give me the proper tag for that. And the thing that pulls everything together is this function called revalidate user cache. And it's going to take in all the data it needs to revalidate, in our case, just an ID. And it's going to call essentially revalidate tag, which is built into Next.js. When you call this, it revalidates all caches that are tagged with a specific tag. And we're going to pass it in our user global tag. And we're going to pass it in our user ID tag with our ID as well. There we go. So now, anytime that we change our data for a user, update a user, delete a user, we're going to call this function. And it's going to update all the caches associated with our user, whether it's a specific user cache or a global user cache. So let's show you this in action. I'm going to use this get user ID inside of here. So I can come in here. I can add a cache tag, which is a function built into Next.js to say, hey, this function is cached with this tag. And I want to get my user ID tag. And I want to pass it in the ID. So I'm saying get the tag for this specific user. Then whenever I update that user, it's going to refresh this particular cache. Now to make sure I refresh my user properly, anytime I change data in my database, I want to call revalidate user cache and pass in my user's ID property. Same thing here, do the exact same thing, pass in the ID that I'm going to be revalidating, and same thing here, pass in the user ID for what I'm revalidating. Now, anytime I delete, update, or add a user, it's going to revalidate all the caches associated with that user, as well as the global user cache and any other caches that I put inside of this particular function. And the really great thing about doing it this way is when we go back into our get auth function, let's just find that function real quick inside of Clerk. There we go. Whenever I try to access my user information, the first time I access it, there's no cache, so it's going to have to get the data. But then as long as my user ID doesn't change, or my user data, doesn't change, it'll always get the cached version, which means it returns the data to me pretty much instantly, which is exactly what I want for an application like this. And to make sure that everything is working just fine, let's go ahead and look at our application. You can see it's returning my user. Let's log out and log in as a different user to make sure it pulls that new data when I log in with a new user ID. And you can see that it's pulling in that correct new information. And now let's go ahead and we'll update our profile. We're going to come in here. I'll reset my last name to what it actually should be. We'll close out of that. And then I'll make sure that I send that down to us. So we'll go into our cloud here, go back to the different event types, find the one for updating our user, make sure that we get the most recent one right here, and we'll send that down to our dev server. And we should hopefully see that this data will update as soon as we refresh our page. So we'll come over to where we were, send that down to the dev server. And now when I refresh, you can see it properly updated, which means when my cache data changed, it revalidated my cache so it got the most up-to-date data. And now every time I refresh this, it's not calling that function again because it has the correct data already in the cache. Now we're going to want to do the same thing with our user notification settings as well, because we did it for our users. So let's go ahead and do it for our user notification settings. I just copied over the file. It's almost identical. We pass in the global tag, we have an ID tag, and for our user notification settings, the ID is just the user ID because it's a one-to-one relationship. And then when we call revalidate, we're revalidating everything. And we want to make sure inside of our database function that we call that revalidate function, and we want to make sure we pass in our setting.userid, just like that. Make sure we import that, and now that's going to make sure our cache for our user settings is also revalidated properly. This is probably one of my favorite things about the new way of caching in Next.js is it makes it really easy to create these robust caching systems that are really performant while also being relatively easy to use, because that's kind of the trade-off a lot of times with caching. So now at this point, we have most of our kind of boilerplate background code done, which is great because now that we've done all this upfront work, implementing new features is actually going to be relatively quick. And you'll notice that the second half of this tutorial or the later half of this tutorial, new features are going to be added incredibly quickly compared to this first half where, literally we've created a sidebar, which is not very impressive for the amount of time this has been going on. Now for us, I want to work on the employer dashboard before I start working on the side for the actual job listings, because we can't really show a list of job listings until we have the ability to create different job listings. So let's kind of minimize and close all the stuff that we have. And inside of our app, I'm going to create two new folders. The first one is going to be employer. That's where all of our employee side or employer side and organization side of things is going to go. Then we're going to create a new folder called job seeker. And this is for essentially all of the code that's going to be for the job seeker side of things, because we almost have two different applications, one for the employers and one for the people looking for jobs. Now, the reason I put job seeker in parentheses is because I want this to be a route grouping. I don't actually want it to change the URL of my route. I just want it to change what different grouping I have inside my application for things like shared layouts and so on. So now I kind of have these two different sections of my application that I want to work on, and both of them are going to have their own layout.tsx file. For now, we'll just say export default function, job seeker layout, and of course, we're just going to return the children that are returned from this function. So we know that the children property is a React node. There we go. So now essentially it's just going to return our basic children, and we can put our page or whatever we want directly inside of that section. And same thing with employer here. We want to have a layout that's essentially going to be the same thing, but we'll call this employer layout just like that. Now to make this a little bit easier to work with, they're both going to have sidebars, but they're going to be having a few differences between these sidebars. So I'm going to create a shared component for them. And I'll put them inside this sidebar section. We'll move our client sidebar into here. That's this section right here. And I'm also going to create another file called app sidebar, just like that, tsx. And this is going to be where all of our shared sidebar code goes. So I'm going to take what we have currently inside this page. I'm going to essentially copy all of this code, and we're going to put it into here. Export function, app sidebar, and we're just going to take all the code that we have for our sidebar and put it into here. And I'm even going to copy over the imports because essentially these are the imports that we're going to need. So I might as well copy them so we don't have to manually import all of them. There we go. Now let me make sure that I get all my imports proper. So this app client needs to be imported from the correct location. There we go. That works fine. And now I essentially want to take all the stuff that is going to be shared between my pages and keep it. And the stuff that's going to be different, I want to put inside of its own section. So for example, this sidebar group in the middle here, this is going to be different for each application. It's whether the employer side or the employee side, it's very different. So we're going to put some type of label called content where we put all of our sidebar content, and we'll pass that in up here just like that. and content will just be a React node. There we go. The next section that we have differences is down here for our user button versus organization button. If we're on the user page, we look at user button. If we're on the employer side, we should have a your organization button here. So this is going to be for our footer button, just like that. And again, we're going to pass that in as a prop. That is going to be a React node. There we go. Make sure I get rid of some of this stuff that we don't need, essentially just imports that are no longer needed now that we removed a lot of these different things. And then finally, we have the section down here, which is just our main content, which we're going to call children, and we're going to pass that in as the children property. There we go. And same thing up here. Perfect. So now we've got all of our shared content as well as all of the content that differs between our sections. So now inside of our page, which we essentially want to make our layout now over here, we can just use this exact same code, but we can change around what we're working with. So inside this layout, we're going to return here. This section down here is going to be our children, and we're going to make sure instead of using this sidebar provider, this is our app sidebar, just like that. And we can get rid of pretty much all of our main code. We just want to return a content section, a footer button section, and then we want to return our children. Now our children in this case is just this text ASDF. Doesn't really matter super much what that is. Let's close off our app sidebar down here. There we go. And we know that our content is all of this section right here. So let's just copy that, paste that into our content section. Our footer button is just this button right here. So we'll paste that into here. And all the rest of this content we can completely get rid of, minus just this random text that we'll replace with real code in just a little bit. There we go. Give that a quick save. And now we just need to make sure we import all these different section components. Get link imported. And there we go. And our sidebar user button. That should be all the different imports that we need. I just want to make sure that I import my version of the signed out component. There we go. And the children section is what's going to go into here. There we go. So now we have everything inside this layout just like we want it to. Let's create a page. This page is going to be export default function. This is our home page, the first page that we render on our application. And I'll just return the text hi. There we go. Now this old page we no longer need. We can completely get rid of this. And if we give this a save and we hopefully refresh our page, you can see the text hi shows up and our sidebar is still exactly the same as it was before because we just kind of swapped things around. The nice thing though is that now I can essentially take this sidebar, I can copy it, and I can use it on the employer side as well. And all I need to do is add in all these different imports. So let's go ahead, real quickly, go through, import all these different components. Again, making sure that we import them all from the correct location. And then finally down here. Now currently, we're obviously going to change around some of these things because we don't want to show a user button, for example, on the sidebar, but we have at least our overall layout for the employer side. And if we go to that /employer page and we make sure, first of all, we need a page in here. And this page is going to look just like this. We'll call this our employer homepage. And this will say hi employer. There we go. So now if we go to that employer page, we should see exactly the same stuff on the sidebars and everything, and it says hi employer. Now to make it easier to navigate between my employer page and my non-employer page, because right now there's no links or anything that allow me to do that, I'm going to create a really handy component that will make it really easy for us to create a sidebar. We'll call this sidebar nav menu group.tsx. And if we look at one of our layouts, you'll notice that inside of this, we have a sidebar group, menu, menu item, menu button. It's a lot of the same code to create a single link. There's a ton of different components that go into it. So essentially, I just want to be able to pass an array of where my links go, and it's going to automatically create this different component for me. So inside of this sidebar nav menu group, we can export a function with that name. It's going to take in some objects, and these objects are going to be typed. So we're going to have items. This is going to be an array of objects where we have an href, which is a string, an icon. This is going to be a React node for the icon associated with it, a label. That's just going to be the text associated with that particular link. And then also some of our icons or our links should only show up if we're signed in or signed out. So we'll have an auth status of signed out, or it'll be a status of signed in. So for example, we can show links only if we're signed in or only if we're signed out. Also, if I want to specify any class names, I can do that as well. This is something I add to pretty much all my components. So now we have our items and we have our class name, and we can use that information directly inside of here. And we kind of want to mirror this particular syntax. So we'll just come in here with a quick return, and I want to import all these different components that we're going to be using. Make sure I get my own custom signed out. We want to get our sidebar menu button. We want to get our link. We don't really care about this component or this icon because that's going to be different for each one. But now we have our ability to render out the exact stuff that we want to render. So what we can do inside of here, we have our sidebar group, we have our sidebar menu, and then I want to loop through each one of our items, and I want to turn them into essentially a component that we can use. So inside of here, I want to get to the HTML portion of my component, which is essentially just going to be this section right here. So we'll copy that directly into there. We have our item, we have our button, and then we have our link that's going to go to a particular href, which is just item.href. Inside of our link, we're going to have our component as well as our span, which is going to say item.label. And let me make sure that I have all my parentheses and everything proper. Looks like I do for the most part. We can return our HTML down here. That should hopefully get rid of any errors that we have. And actually the reason I'm getting an error is because I need to make sure that this is typed as an array, and now that should clean everything up. So now the final thing I want to do is I want to render out my item.icon, just like that. So this is all the HTML for my particular element exactly as I want it, which is great. Also for my sidebar menu button, this should say as child. Actually, it already does say as child, but also we want to add this is active prop. And this is going to be if this is the active link, we want to render that. So we'll say if the path name is equal to item.href, then it's going to be the active item on our list. So what we can do is we can scroll up and we can get that path name, which is just path name is equal to use path name, which is a hook that we can import directly just like that. So now we have that path name property. So if we're on the current path, it'll highlight this as my active link. Also, since we're in an array, we should wrap this in a key. So we'll put the href directly on there. Now, the reason I'm not returning our HTML directly is because if our item.auth status is equal to signed out, for example, then what I want to do is I want to wrap this in my signed out component, which we actually have right here. So I'll just use that and I'll put the HTML directly inside of that. And again, we need to make sure we specify a key on this. So we'll say item.href. I essentially want to do the exact same thing for my signed in status. But in this case, I want it to say signed in component. There we go. So now I have that properly working. So if I'm signed out, render it wrapped around signed out. If I'm signed in, wrap it in the signed in. Otherwise, return the HTML as is. Finally, I want to just be able to add my class name. So we'll say class name of class name in case I have any additional class names to pass through. And now this allows me to create a really easy sidebar menu. So I can come all the way back to where we have our sidebar being defined. We'll do it in our job seekers section first. This whole entire section I can replace with a sidebar nav menu group. And inside of here, we're going to specify a class name of margin top auto. That'll just push our links all the way to the bottom. And then we need to define all the different items for essentially all the different links that we have possible. So the very first link that I want to have is a link that's just going to bring me back to the job board. So we'll just have that as an empty href. Our icon is going to be the clipboard list icon. And then finally, our label for this one is just going to say job board. There we go. So that's going to be our very first icon. Also, I'm getting an error because of the auth status related stuff. I didn't make that an optional property when I should have. So what I want to do is I want to go back into here. Auth status should be optional. And also I need to mark this as a use client since we're using hooks inside of it. So there we go. That cleaned that up. Now if I look over here and I expand this, you'll notice I don't see anything, but if I give this a quick save, hopefully we should see a link. And of course, I'm on the employer page. Let's go back to the normal page. And now you can see that I have my job board link and it's highlighted as my active link because that's the page that I'm currently on. Now I'm going to copy this down a couple times. We're going to have our AI search page. That's going to be having the brain circuit icon. And this will just say AI search. So now you can see we have a link for AI search down there. Next, we're going to add another link. This one is going to be for going to the employer dashboard. And this will say layout dashboard, just like that. And we'll call this employer dashboard. And this one specifically has an auth status of signed in because I can only go to the employer site if I'm currently signed in. So now you can see that employer dashboard. And the nice thing is when I minimize this down on a full screen, you can see if I minimize that, I have my icon showing up, which is exactly what I want. So that looks really good. And then we have a final link here, which is going to be for me able to sign into the application. So this will say sign in. This will be my login icon, just like that. This will say login, or actually let's just make it say sign in. And then my auth status on this one is signed out. There we go. So that button will only show up if I'm signed out, which is why it's currently not showing up on my page, which is exactly what I want. And now the really nice thing is if I click on employer dashboard, it brings us to the employer page and we can go ahead and add in our own nav menu on the employer page. So I'll copy this over. We'll go over to our employer page. and we'll come in where this entire section is, and we'll just replace it with our nav menu with all the stuff that we want to do inside of here instead. Now this sidebar menu is going to be a little bit different because we're actually going to have multiple sections. So I'm going to just take this, drop it down there like that. We're going to have our sidebar nav menu group, and then we're going to have a section for listing out all the current job listings as well. We'll call this our sidebar group. If I can spell properly, there we go. We have our sidebar group, and inside of here, we need a sidebar group label. And this will say job listings. There we go. If we just give that a quick save, obviously we're going to get some errors because none of these icons are being rendered properly. So let's just comment this out for now. And you can see over here, it says job listings at the top. Also, we can give this an action as well. So we can come in here, sidebar group action, just like that. We'll give it a title so it's easy for people to know what it says. Add job listing. We'll make this an as child. And essentially what we want to do is we want to put a plus icon in here. So we'll say plus icon. This plus icon is then going to render some text afterwards, which is going to be specifically for a screen reader. So we'll say screen reader only. And this is going to say add job listing. So now we essentially, if I make sure I close off everything properly, and actually I don't need to close anything, I need to wrap this in a link because that's the whole reason why we made it as child. So it should say employer job listings new. There we go. Now if I give that a save and I open this up, you can see that I have this plus button, and when I click it, it'll redirect me to job listing/new, which isn't a page yet, but at least we have that section of our nav bar. And then below that, we would obviously add in all of our job listings, but we'll get to that once we create job listings. Now I want to go ahead and actually create what all my different navigation URL links are going to be. So the first one is going to be the same link to go back to the job board. And then we don't care about AI search or the employer dashboard. All we care about is sign in. So really all we care about is these two links. Now, if we open this up, we have job listings at the top and we have a link to the job board on the bottom. And to be fair, we don't even need this sign in link really. I'm going to keep it there just in case, but we should never get to this page without being signed in. So actually, I'm just going to completely remove it because there is no way that we get to this page without being signed in because this is a private page. Now here, instead of our sidebar user button, this should be our sidebar organization button. And we'll create that next because that's going to be kind of the thing that glues everything together. Before we do that though, let's just clean up a lot of these imports that are no longer needed just to make our code a little bit cleaner. And now let's go ahead and create that sidebar organization button. And this is actually going to be very, very similar to our user version as well. So I'm actually going to take the user version and copy it over. We'll say organizations/components because that's where we want the code for this to go. And then inside here, I'm just going to take these two components and copy them over. This one's going to be called sidebar organization button. And same thing here. Replace this organization. There we go. So now let's start with this button because it's going to be rather straightforward. Where we have user, I'm going to replace that with organization, just like that. So we have our suspense version. And in the suspense version, we need to get the current user and the current organization. So essentially, I just want to copy this code, paste it down just like this. And I want to create a get organization function. And up here, get current organization. They're going to be very similar. So essentially here, I can get my org ID. This is the currently signed in organization for the user. We'll get that information right here. And then this is just saying, hey, if I have an org ID, I want to call get organization with that org ID. So really, it's exactly the same as what I did for my user. I'm just swapping it out with the organization's ID instead. Down here, I want to get the organization ID tag, which we don't have a function for yet, but we'll create in a second. And then I want to get my organization table with the ID matches. So we can say organization table.id, just like that. So now let's go ahead and create the caching for our organization as well. So again, something that's going to be very similar to what we did with our user. So I'm going to go into my users database. I'm going to go specifically into the cache section for that. I'll copy that over. And here we'll say db/cache. And I want to do this cache right here. And we'll change it to organizations. Now our cache tags for these are identical. All I'm going to do is take the word user and swap it out for the word organization. Otherwise, everything is exactly the same. So I'm not going to make you watch me type that out multiple times. Now we can come back into here. We can import that. That way we have our same caching system for both of these all hooked up properly. That way we don't over access things if we don't need to. And now inside of here, we can actually get the current user and the current organization. So what we want to do is we're going to wrap this in a promise.all. So we'll say promise.all. We're going to wrap our get current user, and we'll do the exact same thing for get current organization. Get current organization, just like that. Again, we'll make this a little bigger so it's easier to see. Make sure that I get all of this closed off properly. And this is going to return to me an array. First property is going to have my user object. Second one, it's going to have my organization, just like that. Make sure I spelled that properly. There we go. And I just need to make sure I await this promise, and that's going to give me all my information. Now, if my user or my organization is equal to null, well, I can't actually render out what my button should look like. So we'll just give us that logout button, same exact fallback that we had before. Otherwise, I want to render out my sidebar organization button client, just like that. And we'll make sure that we get rid of all these imports that we no longer need. And this is going to take my user and my organization. There we go. So now I can copy that, and inside this other file, the one that we copied over, we can essentially just replace the name to the sidebar organization button, and then we can replace the content that we want inside of here, because this is going to get in an organization and a user. So we can come in here, organization, we'll call this organization, and we'll copy this type to get our organization. Now for our user, the only thing that we actually care about is going to be the email property. And for our organization, the image URL can actually be null. And of course, there's no email on the organization. Otherwise, these properties are pretty much exactly the same between the two of them. We just need to make sure that where we're using our user, we swap that out to make sure we use the actual organization and so on. So here you can see we have our user info. I'm going to replace that with organization info, just like that. And this is going to take in our user as well as our organization. So we'll say user and organization. There we go. And I can just make sure I copy that to all the places that this particular component is being used. So I believe it's being used right here as well. There we go. And then down here where we're using this, it should take in an organization and a user. And we want to make sure we get those types. There we go. So now we have those types proper. For our name initials, that's going to be coming from our organization.name. And then we want to make sure we use our organization image URL here. And by default, if we don't have one, we're going to set it to undefined, just like that. And same thing here. This is our organization.name, our organization.name. And here's the one place where we use the user's information is for their email. Other than that, we pretty much keep everything else exactly the same because really we're just swapping out our organization stuff for our user stuff. Now, hopefully, if we import everything properly, we should actually see this rendering on our page. So let's give that a quick save. And I believe inside of here, I need to import that button as well. And now hopefully you can see we have that organization button down here, but we don't actually have an organization we're signed into yet, which is why it just says log out, which is that fallback state, which is kind of exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and finish out this button because right now our drop-down menu has the wrong content inside of it. As you can see, it has content for user profile and user profile, which we don't want. So the very first drop-down menu item, this one is going to open our organization profile for modifying our organization. So up here, just swap that out for our organization. And then down here, we want to use the building to icon, which is going to be an icon that kind of looks like an organization. And it'll say manage organization. There we go. Next up for the list that we want to have is going to be our settings for our user. So we're going to say user settings, and this is going to be the user round cog icon. And this is going to allow us to modify the settings for the user. Like, do you want to get email notifications for new job listings for this particular organization? So it's kind of that organization user settings. That's what this is going to be allowing us to modify. And this is needing to go to employer/user settings, just like that. Next step that we need to work on is going to be our pricing section. So we can kind of copy this down as another drop-down menu item. And this one's going to be for pricing. So if we want to change our plan, there we go. For this one, we want to have the credit card icon. And this will say change plan. Then with that done, we can add in a drop-down menu separator because I have another item that I want to add in between our logout and our changing of our plan. And this one is going to be for swapping organizations. So this can just go to /organizations/select. And I should make sure I put a slash in front of these URLs so they go to the right place. This will allow us to change what organization we're currently on. We'll call this arrow left right icon. There we go. And this is going to say switch organizations. There we go. Then finally, just like before, we have the logout button down here. So essentially I just changed what's inside of our menu options for our dropdown. Now, one thing that you may notice, which is a bit of a problem with our page, is that we're on the employer dashboard, but we don't have an organization created or signed into at all. This is something we want to make sure that we avoid. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our layout for our employer, and we're actually going to break this into two different sections. We're going to have our export default, which is what we have for our employer layout, and we're going to render that particular section out. And this is just going to wrap a suspended version of our page. So we can return here a suspense. And this is a very common pattern that we have to use when we're working with this dynamic IO way of doing things. And we'll say layout suspense just like that. And that's what we're going to call the component that we have down here. And we're not going to export that or anything. And this layout suspense is going to take in our children. So essentially what's happening is while we're doing our loading, we're just going to be having the suspend and render out no content at all. And that's perfectly okay for this particular use case. And the reason I'm doing that is because inside of here, I'm going to make this an async function. I'm going to try to get my current organization. So I'm going to say org ID is equal to await get current organization. There we go. And then if my org ID is null, well, then I know I'm not signed into an organization, so I shouldn't be here. So I'm going to redirect the user. I'm just going to return that. I'm going to redirect them to /organizations/select. There we go. So now when I save this, we should hopefully get redirected to /organizations/select, which is a page that I'm going to create now. So we can go into our Clerk section because this is going to be handled by Clerk for us, and we can create an organizations/select, and then we can inside of here create a page. And this page is going to be rather straightforward. I'm going to get started by just pasting in some code. I'll explain exactly what's going on. Let me just create this suspended page real quick though. There we go. Make sure I get all that proper. There we go. Okay, so for this props, we're taking in search params, and specifically I'm taking in a search param of a redirect with a potential question mark. So if I have a redirect option being passed in, then I want to redirect that page. Otherwise, don't redirect at all. So for example, if I navigate to a specific page and then I'm not signed into an organization, it'll direct me here. I'll choose my organization and then I'll get redirected to exactly the page I used to be on. That's all this redirect prop is there for. Now for our suspended page, it's going to take in those search params. So we're going to take in essentially the search params property, exactly the same as we had up here. So we'll say search params is of type props, just like that. It's taking in all the same properties we had from up here. And inside of our suspended page, all I want to do is I want to get what that redirect is. So I'll say redirect is equal to calling await search params, because this is a promise. This is the whole reason we had to wrap inside of the suspense, is because we need to wait for those search params. And then we'll say that our redirect URL is either equal to redirect if we passed it in, otherwise it'll be equal to employer. There we go. So we're either going to redirect them back to the employer page by default or a specific URL that they want to go to. Then what we're going to do is we're going to return organization list. And this organization list is a component directly from Clerk. And inside of here, we want to do a few things. First of all, we want to hide the option to choose your personal account because we only want them to be able to choose an organization. We're also going to hide the slug, which is just kind of like a URL friendly way of displaying organizations. We don't need it. And we also don't care about the invitation screen, so we'll skip that as well. Then finally, after they select an organization URL, we will redirect them back to our redirect URL. And if they create a URL or create an organization, for example, they don't have one yet, we'll also redirect them back to that URL. So this is going to work for both cases where they either create a organization or select an organization. So now notice we're getting a new error. Essentially, we just need to make sure we enable organizations in our application. So inside of our application, wherever we have organizations, you can see right here, organization management, enable organizations, and now we can use them throughout our entire application. So we can come over here and we can give this a quick refresh. And now you can see I have the ability to create an organization because I don't have any organizations I'm a part of. That's why the list by default will show you a create screen. Otherwise, it'll show you the list of organizations you're in. So let me just go ahead and we'll create an organization. We'll just call this WDS comp and we'll create that organization. And now you can see I've been redirected back to this page. It says hi employer, but you'll notice it still says log out down here instead of my big organization picker. The reason for that, again, is because we need to make sure we hook up our webhooks to be able to send the information from Clerk over to our application. If we look inside of Inngest, you'll notice it actually received our webhook. If we go over to our event types, we should see organization created, and it has a brand new webhook inside of here that was sent to us for that organization we created. So we just need to make sure we set up a way to consume that webhook inside of our application. So what we can do is inside of our source, services, ingest, inside of Clerk, we need to essentially create 3 more for creating, updating, and deleting our organization. Now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy my Clerk create user to get started as a nice little starting point. We'll say this is going to be creating an organization, create DB organization. There we go. Going to update it in a bunch of different places at once. So there's our event. Right now we're getting an error because we don't have that event hooked up inside of our application. So let's make sure we go into our client and we set up the event for all 3 of these. So we're going to have our organization deleted, and we want one for created and so on, and make sure I spell organization properly. So this is going to be created, updated, and this should take our organization JSON. There we go. For both of these. So now at least we have the proper typing set up, so at least we don't have any errors for that. We verify our webhook just like we did with all the rest of them. And then finally, we can create our organization just like this. So this is going to return to us an organization ID, but we don't even care because we don't need to bother with the settings down here. We can get rid of that completely. Also, we don't need to worry about email or anything like that. All we care about is our org data, just like that. That's coming from our data. And then we want to insert an organization, just like this. And the organization will create a function for that before we dive into the rest of the code. So inside of our features, inside of organizations, I essentially just want to copy what I did for my users, and I want to put it into here. This is going to be for insert organization, and this is going to be for my organization table, just like that. And we wanted the exact same thing for update and delete. So we'll say update and delete. Again, they're going to be coming from the organization table on all of these. Make sure I just import that in all of those places. There we go. This is going to be our organization. Perfect. Same thing here. And this is going to be my organization ID. And we want to revalidate our organization cache. So let me make sure I do that in both places as well. And that should be everything I need to make sure that updating and deleting and or inserting our organizations works just like we expect it to. So now if I go back to here, I can import that function. I can take our org data. I can get our ID from it. I can also get our name, which is going to be much simpler because organizations don't have a first and last name. They just have a single name. We're also going to get our image URL. They obviously don't have an email to associate with them, so that we can get that information, and we don't even need to return anything. And that's all we need to do to insert this organization into our database. So now we should be able to just send down that event to our dev, and it should work. So we click send, we can look and we can see our runs. You can see that so far it doesn't look like we have anything that ran inside of here, and that's because, of course, we have a failure because I don't have these events hooked up. Let's go all the way into our app, inside of API, our route, and make sure we add this as a function. Make sure I import that. And now we should be able to send that down just fine and it'll work. So let's go back into the cloud, send that down to our dev server, and we should see here that we have organization created and it successfully ran through all of our different steps, which is exactly what we want. And now we should see when we go to our application and refresh, there we go. We have our WDS comp down here with our URL or our image. And if we open this up, we have the option to do all of these different things, such as switching organizations. Now you can see I can swap or create a brand new one. I can come into here, I can change what plan we're on, which we don't have a page for yet. I can change my settings, which we don't have a page for yet. And then finally, I can manage all the stuff related to my organization, like adding new members and so on. Now, to save us all a little bit of time, instead of typing out the create or the update and delete versions, I'm going to copy them over. I'm again going to explain what the code is doing, but you'll notice it's pretty much identical to what we did inside of the the user version. So you can see we named everything properly, hooked it up to the updated event, and here we verified the webhook and we call update organization with our new information. Same thing with delete. We set up the delete webhook, we verified that it was correct, and then we made sure we delete the organization with this delete organization function, and if there's no ID, we throw an error for it. So now let's go ahead and actually implement this dashboard page because we kind of have all the nuts and bolts done now. Finally, I know it's been taking forever to get to this point, but now inside of this employer section, we can go into our page, and instead of just rendering out some random text, what I want to do inside of here is I want to first get the current organization, and again, we're going to need to make sure we wrap that inside of a suspense. So we're going to have a function, we'll just define it down here, suspended page, just like that. This is going to be async, and we're going to wrap that inside of suspense. And this is going to be our suspended page. There we go. And then inside of here, make sure we import that. Perfect. Now what we can do inside of our suspended page is we just make sure that we properly redirect the user and do whatever else we need to do. So first, let's try to get the organization that they're a part of. We'll say org ID is equal to await get current organization, just like that. This gives us that ID for the organization. And if the org ID is equal to null, well, we should never actually have it be equal to null, but if it is, we'll just return null from our data. Next, what we want to do is we want to get all of our job listings, and specifically, I just want to get the most recent one. So we'll say job listing is equal to await most recent job listing. I'll call this get, just so it's a little bit more consistent. And we're going to pass in here the organization that we want to get this for. And then we have an async function for dealing with that. So async function, get most recent job listing, takes in an organization ID. We again want to make sure that we use cache on this. And we want to add a cache tag. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated of a cache tag, but we'll get to it in a second. For now, I'll just leave a comment that says to do. So that way we remember to actually do this particular thing. And then we can return calling our database. We want to query on our job listing table, not the application table. We want the job listing table. We want to find the first one, and we want to specifically get it where our organization ID is equal to that organization ID. So we'll say organization ID is equal to our org ID. And here we're also going to do a little bit of a sort. So we're going to say order by, and we want to get it descending. So essentially what I want to do is I want to get the most recently created one. So we'll say created at. So whatever the most recently created job listing was is the one that I want to actually render first. And the way that this get most recent job listing is going to work is if we have a recent job listing, I want to redirect to that page, otherwise redirect the user to the new page because we don't really have anything to show on the dashboard. So if job listing is equal to null, then I want to redirect the user and I want to redirect them to the employer / job listings / new page. Otherwise, I want to redirect them to that job listing. So we can come in here, job listings / and whatever that job listing ID is. Make sure that I put that inside of brackets just like that. And down here, I only really care about the ID column. So I'm going to just return the ID column and nothing else. That's just going to save me a little bit of bandwidth so I don't have to return too much information. There we go. So now I'm redirecting us back to the proper page. And you can see here, we're getting redirected to the new page because we don't have any job listings, which is exactly what I want. Now we're going to go through and deal with the caching for our job listings next. So what I want to do inside of our features section, we're going to create a brand new folder. This one is going to be job listings, just like that. Make sure I spell it properly. And inside of the job listings folder, I want to create a new file. So that's going to be in DB. And then we want to call this job listings. There we go, .ts. I want to do the exact same thing inside of here. We'll create a folder called cache. And inside of that, I will create a new file, job listings.ts. And this is again going to be very similar to what we did for our user. So I'll take my user information, copy it into here, but there are going to be a few changes. So first of all, anywhere that I have user, I just want to change this to say job listings. There we go, just like that. And let's make sure that this is lowercase because that's how I actually have it set up. There we go. So this works perfectly fine for global job listings as well as job listings with a specific ID. But if we look back at the actual page where we're using this, you'll notice we're actually querying based on organization ID. So I only want to revalidate my cache when a job listing changes for a specific organization, not an individual job listing and not all job listings, only job listings under one single organization. So to do that, we're going to create another function kind of in the middle here that's going to be our job listing organization tag. And this is going to take in an organization ID that it's going to use in place here. And instead of a get ID tag, this is going to be a get organization tag. Now this get organization tag is going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to come in here, get organization tag. It takes in our organization ID, just like that. Here, it's going to be for a specific organization and for a specific ID. So essentially this new tag that I created, doesn't matter what you call it, doesn't matter what the text you put here is, all that matters is that this is now associated with organization level management. So anytime all the things under an organization change, it's going to refresh this particular thing. So in our case, whenever any job listing under an organization changes, it's going to refresh this cache. And now down here, I want to make sure I call this with my org ID. And when I pass in my parameters here, I want to pass along an ID as well as an org ID. So I'm going to pass it along as an object actually. It's going to be a string. There we go. And make sure here, whoops, put that one too early. There we go. So we have our ID and our organization ID. And I need to make sure that's a capital I there, and we can pass that along right there. So now I'm properly revalidating all three of those different cache tags. So now I can use this exact tag inside my function. So let's go all the way back to this page here. Here's my cache tag, pass that in, and we're going to pass in the org ID. So now that this should be hopefully properly cached using that tag that I just created. So anytime I update job listings under an organization, it's going to refresh this cache. So now let's go ahead and actually create this page. So this is going to be job listings / new, just like that. And we want to create a new file called page.tsx directly inside that folder there. And inside this page, we're going to export a default function called new job listing page. Whoops, make sure I get it inside of here. There we go. And inside of here, we're just going to return essentially a card on the page. So we're going to add a div. This is going to have some class names on it, max width of 5XL because we don't need it to be super large. We're going to put MX auto just to make sure it's centered. And we're going to put padding of 4 to make sure we space it out from the edge of our actual space. If we just put a little text inside of here, you can see that padding just pushed us away from the edges, which is what we want. Next, I'm going to put an H1 that says new job listing. And to make sure that the text is large and readable, we'll come in here with a text of 2XL, font of bold, oops, bold, there we go. And we'll add some margin on the bottom of 2. There we go, we have that nice large text. Next, we have some padding that says, this does not post the listing yet. It just saves a draft. That way people know that when they're creating this job listing, it's not actually going to be saved for them, or it's not going to be posted to other people. It's just going to be saved for a draft. So then we can come in here, text muted, foreground, and finally margin bottom 6 to give us a large amount of space underneath this. Then this is where our card comes in, which we're going to import from shadcn. So let's just add in an extra terminal here, npx shadcn at latest, and we want to add in specifically the card component. Give that a second to run. It's going to ask us to do the force where we're going to do that. So just 1 second. And actually we didn't even need to force to install this, which is great. And now we have access to our card component. And specifically, we want to put this inside the card content. And then this is where we want to put our form. So this is the text that we're going to put. And this is where we're going to import a brand new component called job listing form, which we're going to create because we want to share this form between our update and our new page, which is what we're currently on. So let's create a brand new component for that. We're going to go into our features for our job listings, which it looks like I accidentally put that inside my organizations folder. There we go. So now our job listings, I want to create some components inside of here. And specifically, I want to create a job listing form. So we're going to say export function job listing form, just like that. Now for this form, we're going to need to import the form, the input, and the select components from shadcn. So we might as well go ahead and get those started. We'll make sure we force install those, and that'll get everything that we need. I want to make sure I just do a quick save on all my different pages to hopefully make sure everything references properly. Here, I'm going to import that job listing form, and now at least we have everything rendering, and we can go ahead and actually implement what this form looks like. So first, I want to get my form, which is going to be from the use form hook, just like that. And up here, we're going to make sure we add this as a client component. Now behind the scenes, shadcn uses React hook form, so that's kind of what we're working with right here. And inside of here, I want to add a resolver. And this is going to be using Zod resolver. So we can come in here with Zod resolver, just like that. And we're going to pass it in whatever schema we're going to be using. And it doesn't look like this wants to auto import. So we're going to manually import this, which is Zod resolver. That's coming from at hookform/resolvers/Zod. There we go. That gives us the Zod resolver. And we pass in some type of schema here, which we're going to create. And we're actually going to put that inside of its own folder. So we're going to come in here with actions. And inside this actions folder, we're going to create a brand new file called schemas.ts. And this is because pretty much all of our schemas are directly tied to actions that we're taking. These are server actions that I'm specifically talking about, server functions. So what I want to do is I want to export a constant called job listing schema. And this is going to be a Zod object. So we'll say Z object. And we specifically want to mention all the different properties that we need. So for example, we're going to have a title, which is a z.string. We're going to say that it's a minimum of 1, just like that. Next, we're going to do the exact same thing with description. Again, it's going to be a minimum size of 1. Make sure I spell all that properly. There we go. Then I want to have an experience level. An experience level is going to be a little bit interesting because it's going to be an enum that uses that experience levels variable at the top there. And we want to do this for a bunch of different enums. So we're going to have a location requirement enum. And that's just right there, location requirements. Make sure I get that imported properly. Then the next one that we're going to be working on is our type. And I believe I called this job type, job listing types. There we go. Next, we're going to have our wage, which is not an enum. So we'll just come in here, wage. This is going to be a number. It's going to be specifically an integer. It's going to be a positive integer. The minimum value it can be is 1. And we can also let this be nullable because they could pass in no value for this. Then we're going to have a wage interval, which is another one of these. So we're going to say wage interval, just like this. Whoops, wage intervals. There we go. And again, this one can be nullable because they could pass in no wage at all. Next, we're going to have a state abbreviation. So I can say state abbreviation. And this is going to be something that can be nullable. So instead of having a minimum value of 1 here, I'm going to have it be nullable. And I'm also going to do a little transform here. This is kind of a trick I like to use where we're going to take our value. And if our value.trim is equal to an empty string, well, then I want to return the value of null. Otherwise, I'll return what my value was. All this does is it takes empty values and converts them to null. That way we don't save an empty string in our database. Instead, we're storing null, which is really what we're trying to represent. I'm going to do the exact same thing with city. It's literally exactly the same. It's going to convert any empty strings to null, and this is again a nullable value. Now the final thing that I need to do is I need to add a little bit of refinement to this, because the way that I have my code set up is I have these location requirements, and this could be in-office, hybrid, or remote. And if you specify a remote job, you don't need a state or city to go with it because it's remote. But if you have a job that's in office or hybrid, obviously you need a state or city where that particular job is defined. So I'm going to add a refinement here, and this refinement, if it returns false, essentially says that there's some type of error. So this is going to take in my full listing, so like all of my properties that we have up here, and I want to check to see a specific thing. So I'm going to return if my listing.location requirement is equal to remote. Well, that means we're fine. It doesn't matter if there's a city or not. But if this is not equal to remote, then I want to check to see if the listing city is not equal to null. So essentially what this code is doing is if I'm remote, return true. Okay, we're fine. Otherwise, I'm checking my city to see if it's not equal to null. If it's not equal to null, I return true. It's fine. If my city is null, though, then that means that I have a non-remote job listing without a city being defined, which is obviously a problem because I need to have a city associated with it. So here, I'm going to set my message equal to required for non-remote listings. And I'm specifically going to say the path for this is going to be an array that points to city. That way it's going to be on my city object itself. And I essentially want to do the exact same thing, but for state. So down here, state required for non-remote, and this is going to check my state property. And this is actually state abbreviation. And down here, same thing, state abbreviation. So now I've just refined this a little bit more to make sure that extra conditions are met that you can't really check in the normal Zod schema. So now let's go into our job listing form here, and I want to use that job listing schema that I just created. There we go. And now I also need to define some default values. So my default values are just going to take everything I've defined and set them essentially to empty strings or null or whatever it needs to be. So description is going to be an empty string by default. My state abbreviation is going to be null because I could have none of that being passed in. Same thing with city, that is null. My wage is null. My wage interval is going to be set to yearly by default because most jobs are salary based, at least for developers. Experience level, we're going to set to junior. Our type is going to be set to full time. And then finally, our location requirement here, we're going to set to in office as the default. So this is all of our default values for our form. And then we can go ahead and actually start implementing what our form is going to look like. So down here, we're going to return a form object directly coming from shadcn. Make sure you import the correct one. And we're going to pass it in all of our different form properties. Then inside of here, we're going to specify a form that's going to have our onSubmit property, which is calling form.handleSubmit, where we pass in our own onSubmit handler. So this is just a function onSubmit. Right now it doesn't do anything, but essentially this function is going to take in all of our data, which is going to be essentially the type of our object. So we're going to say type of job listing schema, just like that, and make sure we import Zod. There we go. And now you can see that that's giving us proper type safety on all the data for our property, and we can do whatever we want with it. For now, I'll just console log data, so at least we have something inside of there. And then I want to add some class names. We'll say space y of 6, and I'm also going to put an @container in here so we can style things with container queries. And for the most part, for my application, I'm actually really heavily using container queries. And the main reason is the width of my container changes whether or not my sidebar is open or closed. So it makes more sense to use container queries rather than media queries, because again, my container size changes drastically based on the size of my sidebar. Now let's go back into our actual code, and we'll start implementing all the different form fields that we need. Now, most of my form fields I'm going to wrap inside of a div because we're going to put them side by side, but on smaller screens, we're going to stack them vertically. So I'm going to come in here with a class name of grid columns 1, and then on a medium screen size, and this is a medium container size specifically, I'm going to say mid grid columns of 2. So on a really small screen, they're 1 column wide, while on a larger screen, they are 2 columns wide. The gap in the X direction is going to be 4, and the gap in the Y direction is going to be 6. And the reason my gap in the Y direction is 6 is to match this gap right here. That way they're exactly the same. Then finally, we're going to put our items at the start, just so if we have an error message below one item, they both are still aligned at the top instead of being aligned in the center, which looks really strange. Now we can go ahead and implement each one of the form fields that we want. And for our form field, we need a name. In our case, we're going to put title as the name of this particular form field. We need to specify our control, which is our form.control. And then we have a render function, which is where all of the magic happens. This takes in an object, which is going to be our field. That's kind of the main thing that we're going to care about most of the time. And then inside of here, what we want to do is actually return whatever we want to render. So in our case, we're going to render out a form item. This form item is going to have a form label, which is going to say job title. That's just what displays to the user. Our form control is going to be the thing that allows us to control this input. And then we're going to have the actual input that we're rendering, which in our case is just going to take all the properties from our field and use them. So this is allowing us to like on change, set everything, because as you can see, field has different properties like on change and so on. So if we come in here with like field dot, you can see on blur, on change, value, all that different stuff. Finally, we can add a form message, and this is going to show our error message if there is an error on our page. Now, if we give that a quick save, you can see we have our job title showing up on the left-hand side of our page. Next, I essentially want to copy this down because we're going to do the exact same thing, but this is going to be for our wage input instead. So for our wage input, let's change this to say wage, and this input's going to be a little bit more complex because it's going to be a type of number here. So let's add our type of number. The value is going to be equal to our field.value or an empty string. So if our wage is null, we're just going to be passing in an empty string here. Also, I want to add in a few custom class names. I'm going to say that the rounded on the right side is going to be equal to none, and that's because I'm going to add a dropdown on the right-hand side, so I want to make sure we don't have any rounding conflicts between them. Lastly, we want to set up an onChange here. OnChange. There we go. And this onChange function is just going to call field.onChange, and it's going to say, is the number not a number? Essentially, did I pass in something that's not a number? So like an empty string in our case. So e.target.value as number. There we go. So if I don't have a valid number, then I want to return undefined. Otherwise, my target is going to be e.target.value as number. There we go. So essentially, I'm just trying to say, hey, if I don't have a valid number, return undefined as my particular type. And actually, it probably makes more sense to return null here. So we are going to return null. So now you can see I have my wage input, and that right-hand side has no borders, which is exactly what I want because I'm also going to add another form field directly after this. So we can come in here with a form field. This one is a name is going to be wage interval. We need to specify the control just like we did on all the other ones. So we'll say form.control. And then finally, we have our same exact render function. So for this one, we'll put our field in here. And we're going to render down kind of very similar stuff to what we did up here. We're going to have our label and our form control and so on. So we have our form label, which is going to be wage, and we want to make sure that we wrap this inside of a form item, just like that. So let's make sure we close that off down here. Looks like it's actually right here. There we go. Form item. Perfect. We got all that closed off properly. And in this case, we're going to be using a select instead. So here, I want to have a select. We don't even need a label for this one. So we're going to come in here with a select. Our value is going to be equal to our field.value or an empty string. Again, if we don't actually have a value, it's going to default to an empty string. And we essentially want to wrap everything inside of that. So we're going to put that all inside of our select here. Make sure that we import our select from the correct location. And then what we can do inside of our form control is we can have our select trigger. So we can have a select trigger just like this. That essentially replaces this entire input component right here. The class name on this is rounded left none, again, because I don't want to have any rounding occur on the left-hand side. So we will close this off. And inside this select trigger, I'll just have a slash symbol as well as my select value. There we go. So essentially, whatever my value is that's being selected is going to show up here. So for example, it could have the text yearly being displayed right there, which is essentially whatever the selected value for this is going to be. Now we need to also specify what our selected content is. So here our select content is going to be our wage intervals. And we want to map through each one of those intervals. And we essentially want to return a select item. Make sure we import the correct one. There we go. Our key is interval. Our value is our interval. And then to render out what our interval is, I'm actually going to create a little handy function called format wage interval. And we're going to pass it in our interval just so we format this in the correct way. So let's actually create this function before we finish out what the rest of this component is going to look like. So inside of my job listings, I'm going to create a new folder called lib. And inside of here, I'm going to create a formatters file. And I'm going to export a function with that exact name. This is going to take in an interval, which is a wage interval, and then we just want to render that out. So essentially what this code is going to do is if the text is hourly, it's going to render hour. If it's yearly, it's going to render year. And then this little code just throws an error if we enter something invalid. And the nice thing about it is it'll actually throw a TypeScript error if we forget to put one of our different values in our case, which is really handy and useful. So now back into here, we can import this particular function. And now we should see that that is rendering out properly. And you can see that it doesn't look great because I think I imported something from the wrong location. One of these came from Radix. Yep, I need to fix that. These should be imported from shadcn and not from Radix directly. There we go. So now you can see when I drop down on that, it looks really good, but I need to make sure they're side by side. To do that, I can come all the way up into here where I have my form label, and right below it, I can just create a div with a class name of flex, and I can wrap essentially all of this different content just like that. And now you can see that they are side by side. Also, I'm going to add a form description. There we go. That just says optional. So we know that this is an optional field that they don't have to pass in. So now to finish out the rest of the rows, we kind of just need to copy what we've done, paste it down and change around a few values. So inside of here, let's paste this down and work on the very next property, which is where we're going to deal with city and state. So this one's going to be a little bit more complicated because we essentially need another level of grid nesting, because city state are going to show up right next to each other, except for on really small screens, they're going to show up stacked vertically. So I'm going to create another div. It's going to have almost the exact same styles. So I'm going to kind of copy this over to do a little bit of cheating. The only difference is where our breakpoints are going to be. So instead of breaking on the medium screen size, we're going to break on the extra small screen size, and our gap in the X direction is going to be slightly smaller so that these elements look slightly closer together. Then we can go ahead and we can add in the form field specifically for our city, just like this. And we can come in here and say city on this one. And since our value could be null, we need to make sure that if our field.value is null, then we return an empty string instead. There we go. So now we have our city showing up on just one section, just like that. We can create another form field. This one is going to be a select, so it's going to be kind of similar to what we did here. So I'm going to copy this one in particular. I'm going to paste that down as our next option. And this is going to be for our state abbreviation. There we go. This one is going to have a label. So we're going to come in here with a form label that says state. So now we have our state showing up. Now we just need to make sure we specify what the values are going to be. So for our select trigger, we don't actually need to do anything fancy. All we just want to do inside of here is add a full width on that. So at least it fills the entire screen size, which is what we want. Next, inside of our select content, we want to have essentially all of our state select items. Now to loop through all the different states that we have, I'm going to be using a JSON file. So I'm just going to copy this over. It'll be in the GitHub repository linked in the description. But if we paste that down, make sure that's in the right folder, you can see that this just associates essentially a name here, or a name with the abbreviation, just one-to-one mapping between the two. And I'm going to create a really simple helper function that allows me to convert this into some objects for my select option. So inside of my features, inside the components, I'm going to create a brand new one called state select items, just like that, .tsx. I'm just going to copy the code for it because it's relatively straightforward. As you can see, all that we're doing inside of here is we're taking the states, which is from that JSON file. We're converting it into an array by using object.entries. That gives us an abbreviation and a name, and we're creating a select item for each one of those different options. Super straightforward code. Now all we need to do is use that inside of our form. So here, instead of using our wage intervals, essentially we're going to use that custom component that we just created. That'll loop through all of our states for us. So now if I click over here, you can see that every single one of these states shows up. Now, one thing we need to modify is currently when we try to select an option, it's not being saved. And that's because we need to set up the onValueChange property. And we can for now just set that to field onChange. That's not quite going to work perfectly, but it's going to work well enough that we can select something and it shows up. We need to do the exact same thing up inside of our wage section as well. So here where we have our select, we want to make sure that we specify the onValueChange. And this one's going to be a little bit different because we actually have the option that maybe null could be passed along for this one. So I'm going to come in here with a value and we'll just say value, or we're going to pass along null just to make sure it's properly showing up as the correct value. We don't ever get undefined, and an empty string will show up as null, but we again shouldn't have that happen. And you can see we can swap between the two. That's working just fine. Now the problem that we're having is when I select Arkansas, I can't unselect this. There's no way to unselect this option. So I need to add my own custom ability to unselect a particular option. So inside of my select items, I'm going to add a brand new select item. This is going to be a select item, which has a value, which we're going to set to none select value. Just to kind of denote we're not actually selecting anything, I'm going to add a class name to this of text muted foreground, and I'm going to set this to the value of clear. Now let's just create this variable. We'll do it way at the top of our page up here. And we'll just set it equal to none. Doesn't really matter what the text on this is because it's only used internally. But now you can see we have that none select value. And if we actually open this up, you can see we have that clear option right there, which allows us to set this to clear. Now there's two problems. One is that clear option always shows up. I don't want it to show up. And two, it's setting our value to clear, which we don't really want. So first, if our field.value is not equal to null, then what I want to do is I want to render out this clear option. So if we have a value, show me the clear option. But if we don't have a value, I don't want to show it. So in order to make sure we change from a null or change to a null value up here where we're doing our field on change, I want to get our value. I want to see if my val is equal to the none selected value option. Then I want to render something in particular. And we'll actually do this directly inside my field on change. So if I have the none value selected, I want to return null. Otherwise, I want to return my value. So essentially, if I select the clear option, change my value to null instead of changing it to clear. So now we should see if I click clear, it actually clears out my state input, and that clear option is no longer there. And then as soon as I select something, clear is there and I can clear it out again. Now the next section that we're going to be doing right after this, let me just minimize that down, copy this over. Everything inside this wage section we don't need anymore, so I'm going to completely delete that and all this other stuff associated with it. I'm going to paste in our next option, which over here is not going to be state, but instead it's going to be our location requirement. So we can say location requirement. And inside of this location requirement, we kind of need to do a pretty similar thing, but this one we can't clear out, so we don't need to worry about clearing out this information. We can just pass along the field on change, just like this. That's going to work fine. Same thing up here, field.value is going to be passed along just fine because we don't have an option for this to be a null value. Then we have our select value. We make sure it fills up the full width. And down here, instead of doing this section here, we just want to take our location requirements. There we go. And we want to map through each one. Location requirement, and I'd want to just render that out as a select item. There we go. Our key is our location requirement. Value is the location requirement. And then I want to format our job location. Actually, we'll just call it format location requirement. There we go. And pass it in our location requirement. And again, we're going to go into our formatters and export a function with that name. It's going to take in a location requirement. And I'll just copy over the code for this one again because it's super straightforward. We're just converting to some human readable names based on what we did. And again, we're making sure we have that fancy little TypeScript check right here to make sure we actually have all of them defined. So now let's import that real quick. And we should hopefully see we now have the option to select whatever location requirement we want. I'm going to minimize down some of our fields that we have right here. So we're going to minimize that down. And for this next one, I'm going to copy it in. I'll go through all the code exactly, but it's super, super basic. We've done this on the last couple. So you can see here, we're doing our job type one. Same thing with our field and value on changes. The only difference is we're looping through each of our types, and we're going to be calling a format job type function, which we're going to create. Same thing down here, experience level, loop through our experience levels, call the format experience level function. Super straightforward. That's exactly what these two columns are for. They're pretty much identical to our location requirement. All we need to do is define the formatters for them. Again, I feel okay copying and pasting these in because if we look at these real quick, let me just make sure I import experience level and job listing type. You'll see that all I'm doing is taking the string and making a human readable version. Super straightforward, exactly what's going on here. So now if I come back into here, I can import these two functions just like that, give that a save. And now you can see we can change between the different job types that we have exactly like we want. And to make sure everything's mobile responsive, you can see as I shrink down my screen size, things are changing to stack above and below each other, which is why we have all those container query related styles for our application. Now we can minimize down this row and we're on our final attribute inside of here, which is going to be a form field. And this is going to be for the description. So we can come in here with description, make sure we close that off. Our control, whoops, spelled that wrong. Control is our form.control. And then finally, we have our render function. And this one is going to be a little bit more complex than the rest of them because we're actually going to be using a markdown editor directly for this. So inside of here, we're going to create our form item, and then we're going to have our form label. This is going to say description. This one's going to take up the full width, which is why we don't have those extra divs. Then we have a form control. And inside of here, I want to render out a markdown editor, which is a component we're going to create in a little bit. So we'll take all of our field properties and we're going to take whatever our markdown should look like. And that's going to be field.value, just like that. And there we go. Now we can just make sure if we have an error, it shows up in this field or the form message section. Now this markdown editor is going to be built on top of the MDX editor library just to make this a lot easier to work with. So let's go ahead and install the library that we're going to be using. We're most likely going to need to force install this. So I might as well just come in here with a force. There we go. That way it's going to be force installed. And you can see that they have specific instructions on how to get this to work inside of the app router, which is really handy. So now that we have all that installed, let's go into our application. What I want to do is I want to go into my components folder. I want to create a brand new folder inside of here, specifically for my markdown related components. And I'm going to create a brand new component called markdown editor. TSX, just like that. And this is where the specific section right here comes in. In order to do this, we need to make sure we import it using a dynamic utility with SSR equal to false. So this is actually quite simple to do. All I need to do is I want to import dynamic from next/dynamic. There we go. And then I want to export a constant variable called markdown editor. This is going to be my component. I'm going to call dynamic, and all I want to do is import whatever that function is going to be. And make sure I actually call this as a function. There we go. And import is just going to point to the location where my file is that's going to contain my markdown editor. So I'm going to call that markdown editor with an underscore at the front. And all we need to do to make sure that this works properly is to disable SSR. So we're going to set SSR equal to false. That's kind of what this particular line of code right here is telling us to do. Now what we can do is create this markdown editor file, which I'm going to create right here, underscore markdown editor.tsx. And we want to make sure we mark this as a default export. So we're going to export this as a default function, mainly because when we import dynamically like this, it imports the default export by default. So we'll call this internal markdown editor just so we don't accidentally use this anywhere else. This is going to take in a ref, it's going to take in a class name, and it's going to take in a bunch of props for everything we want to do. And this specifically is going to take in my MDX editor props, just like that. Make sure I get that imported properly. MDX editor props from, and that is at MDX editor. And the rest of the props that I want to be able to have is my ref. So we can just come in here and say ref is equal to ref from React, and it's the MDX editor methods. There we go. That is exactly what we want to make sure we do to get our actual ref being imported properly. And this again is all inside the documentation, as you can see right here. I've just updated it slightly because you don't need to worry about forward ref anymore because we're using React 19. Next, what we can do is we can render out our MDX editor. And this MDX editor is a rather simple component that is going to take in essentially a bunch of different configurations as well as all the different props we want. So first, we can pass in our props that we're getting in, and then we can pass in all the rest. So class name is going to be easy. So we're going to come in here with CN. This is going to take our markdown class names, which are going to be some classes I define in a little bit, kind of our default class names. Then if we're in dark mode, we want to specifically pass along the dark theme style. That allows us to actually do dark mode. And then we're going to pass in any additional class names we have. So first of all, I can come up to the top of our function and I can make sure that this is actually being returned. There we go. So I can say const is dark mode is equal to use is dark mode, and I can just call that function. Also, this should be a client component because everything on here is a client related object, just like that. I also want to make sure I pass along my ref, so we can come in here. Ref is equal to ref. Now these markdown class names are something we're going to use in multiple places. So I'm going to paste that in. We're going to be using the pros feature directly built into Tailwind, which allows us to actually automatically style things that are in a markdown format really easily. So if we look at how we install this Tailwind library, we can just install this as a dev dependency. Going to need to most likely force install this, and that's going to run fine. And then we just add this as a plugin directly into our Tailwind file. So that's inside of our app, inside of our global CSS. At the very top of our page, we can just add in that plugin just like this. And now we have the plugin support specifically for Tailwind typography. And this is all we need to do. And now all these pro styles are going to work automatically, which is great. Now, kind of the last thing to specify is how we want to configure what this MDX editor is going to look like. So first of all, I want to say that we want to suppress HTML processing. I don't want to allow these organizations to pass HTML into their markdown. That's not something I want. Completely suppress that. That essentially is going to escape and sanitize any HTML. Then we need to specify the plugins that we want, and all these are built in, which is really nice. For example, we want the headings plugin that allows them to specify what headings they want to use. We want the lists plugin that allows them to create list. We want the quote plugin. We want the thematic break plugin. That's just allowing them to create an HR essentially. We want the markdown shortcut plugin, just allowing them to do different shortcuts for markdown. The table plugin. And then finally, we're going to have the toolbar plugin, and this allows them to essentially have a nice little toolbar that has different options they can click on, very similar to like Microsoft Word. So inside of here, we specify our toolbar contents, which is going to be a function. We'll make this into an arrow function. There we go. And inside of here, we have a bunch of pre-built components we can use. For example, we have the block type select component we're going to use. We have the bold italic component, the list toggle component, the insert thematic break component, and then finally the insert table component. There we go. So these are all the different ways that they can modify our code inside the toolbar section. So these are essentially enabling the feature in Markdown, and this section is enabling the button for them to interact with that in the toolbar itself. And that's all we need to do to get the editor to work. You can see it's really just about plugging in a bunch of different things. Now we want to make sure that we import everything properly. So let's go over here and make sure that we import this particular component, and we should hopefully be able to see it show up on the side of our page. We have a few problems with our TypeScript code, or not our TypeScript, our Tailwind code. Does this need to be imported maybe up here, down here, or maybe our import didn't work properly? No, it looks like our import worked. We may need to restart our server. I'll try that just to see if that works real quick, because we did add a brand new plugin that could be something that kind of messes with the Tailwind. It's not sure how to handle that. So let's try to refresh that to see if that works properly. And of course, the issue is I forgot a semicolon at the end of my plugin. That should hopefully fix the issue. There we go. Now everything works. Obviously, as you can see, our styles are not perfect here. I want to go ahead and add my own custom styles to make this look a little bit better. So inside of here, we can scroll all the way down to the very bottom inside of our base layer. And I want to add specific styles for my NDX editor because there's a bunch of different things that we can actually style built into the editor. So we can, for example, style the root content editable. And for this section, we're actually going to be applying a ton of different styles because these are essentially all the styles that Tailwind removes by default. We're going to be adding back in. Now I'm going to go through what each of these is doing, but if we save, we should hopefully at least see something showing up a little bit better on the side of our screen in a little bit. But essentially what we're applying is we're adding a border to this by giving it the input color. So it's just a color. We're saying that if it has focus visible, we're adding another border around it that's a little bit better. Essentially, I just copied the styles from the from the shad CN input and pasted them into here. So you can see here, we're adding a ring around it. So essentially a focus state. We're giving it a little bit of rounding on the edges, no rounding on the top because we have a toolbar that's going to be on the top. We get rid of any background that it has, add a little bit of padding, give it a shadow. And then finally, we're just doing a little bit of an animation on the colors and the box shadow and so on. And also here, we're adding more of that ring around it and then some just disabled properties and so on. So for the most part, I just took the Tailwind or the shad CN input component styles, pasted them into here and then modified them slightly. Also, I want to come in here with one simple style and I just want to remove the outline from other elements that are going to be rendered inside of here. This just helps to remove some outlines that are there from the styling of the actual application that we don't actually need. Now also to make sure we get some default styles as well, I'm going to go into our layout for our entire page. Right below where we import our global CSS, I'm going to import the styles for this markdown editor as well. That'll give us a bunch of default styles. So at least we have some styles being rendered. And if I give this a quick save, we should hopefully see some of our other styles being rendered as well. I don't see our styles being applied though. And that's, I believe, because this should have no hyphen between it. It should be one word. And now if I give that a save, you can see it just added some of those styles. We get the nice focus state around it. Essentially the exact same thing as we get for the inputs up here. You can see I pretty much just copy pasted it. Now our toolbar looks terrible. So we need to make sure we style that next. So let's come down here. MDX editor dash toolbar. Luckily, the styles we need to apply are much more minimal. So we'll come in here, we'll add a background of the card color, border of the card color. We'll give it a rounded medium style. We're also going to make sure that we rounded border on the bottom is none. And we're going to make sure that's marked as important because we need to override the styles built into it. Shadow is going to be small. And then we're going to make sure these elements wrap on a really small screen size. So you can see that just kind of cleaned that up a little bit. And if I go to a very small screen size, you can see my elements are just wrapping down to the next page instead of overflowing my container. Finally, the last thing I want to do is to make sure my pop-up right here works properly. So I can come into here, MDX editor, pop-up container. We're going to set that to be a Z index of 50, just so that if we're in like a dialogue or something, it properly shows up over top of everything. And then finally, you'll notice our dark theme inside of here does not work properly. So let's come in here. We're going to select that dark theme class, and we're going to change the base page background variable, which is a variable built into the actual MDX editor that we can change. I'm going to change it to that muted variable. I'm going to set that to important. So now if I just give that a quick save, notice I'm getting an error. I believe it's because I have a space here that shouldn't be here. Essentially flex wrap has a space between it. Maybe, let me see, flex wrap, there we go. I just had an interesting space there that shouldn't have been there. So now you can see that that has worked and that this is now changed to that dark color when we're in our dark theme, which is what we want. Now the last thing we need to do is just add a button for submitting this form. So we're going to go back to our job listing form, scroll all the way down to the very bottom here, and we can add a simple button. This is going to be nice and easy part of our application where we add in a button. It's going to be disabled if we are currently submitting our form. So form.formState.isSubmitting. There we go. That makes sure it's disabled. We're also going to set the type of this to be submit. Even though that's the default, I like to be explicit. And then we're going to make sure it fills the full width. So we'll set the W to full. So now we have that button down here. Let's add some text inside of here that says create job listing, just like that. So now it'll create a job listing when we click on that button. Right now it doesn't do anything, but you can see we do get our errors at least, which is really nice. Now, one thing you notice is these are not super nice error messages. String must contain at least one character. Let's go ahead and actually try to fix that up a little bit. We'll go into our schema, and where we have our min, we're just going to say required. So that way it's a little bit nicer of an error message for those. So now if we click create, you can see it just says required, required, required for non-remote listings, and so on. Now, one thing I'm noticing is my state error message is not showing up. I most likely forgot to include it inside of my job listing section. So let's go back to that form where we were just working inside of. I'm going to go wherever I have my state, which is this second one. So this is the city, and then here's my state abbreviation. And I most likely just forgot to put my form message down here, which I did. So now you can see that's showing up properly. There we go. Fix that little error that we had. Now the very next thing is to make sure the rest of our button is working, and I want to add a loading state when we're in the loading state for this button. Right now it doesn't do anything, but we can imagine that this onSubmit function, it's going to be asynchronous, and we're just going to make it do a simple wait. So we're going to say new promise, resolve, set timeout, resolve 1 second. So now you can see this button is going to be disabled for 1 second whenever we click on this particular button. Obviously, we need to make sure our data is set properly. So let's just come in here and set some information, click create. You can see it's disabled for 1 second, and then it comes back to normal. Now we want to add a little bit of a loading state to this. So I'm going to create a function or a custom component called loading swap, which is going to take in an isLoading property, which we already know is based on our form if it's submitting or not. So what this is going to do is it's going to return a loading spinner, or it's going to return whatever text we have inside of here, depending on if the loading state is true or false. So let's go ahead and create that component. We'll come into our components folder because this one's kind of generic, so we can just create it here. Export function with that name. And we know isLoading is the only variable that we care about inside of here. And it's going to be a Boolean. Also, I guess we have children, so we might as well use those as well. There we go. Now this loading swap is going to be using one of my favorite features built into CSS for when you want to make something an equal size as another thing. So like when I want to swap between two different things and I want to make them equally sized, this is going to be the perfect place for doing that. So I'm going to come into here and I want to return a div. And this div is going to be a grid. I want to center all my items. So we'll say item center and justify center, just like that. And we'll say actually specifically justify items center. So perfectly centered inside of our container. I'm going to have another div. This is going to be a class name. We're going to put a bunch of class name stuff inside of here. Whoops. Make sure I get that down on the new line there. Close that off. There we go. I want to call CN specifically because I'm going to take a column start of 1, a column end of 1, a row start of 1, and a row end of 1. Start 1, just like that. So essentially I'm saying this div takes up my first cell in my grid. I now want to copy that down and do the exact same thing for a second grid. I want them both to take up the exact same space in my grid. This way they overlap each other and I'll only show one element at a time. The nice thing about this though is when I swap one element for the other element, it'll make sure whatever the larger of the two elements is how much space this thing will take up. This is really important because normally when you swap your text in a button, the button will change size. But with this particular case, we won't have anything changing size when we swap between them. I'll show you exactly what that looks like once we finish writing out the rest of the code. So in the isLoading state, this one I want to be invisible when we're loading. So we're going to say invisible. Otherwise, it's going to be set to visible. So invisible makes it so it doesn't show up on the screen, doesn't show up for screen readers, but it still takes up space. And that's the important part. It takes up space without actually being on the screen. That's how we make sure the button doesn't change size. Then finally, I'm actually going to have the ability to pass in some custom class names. So we'll come in here with class name just like that, paste it down, and we'll make it an optional string. Again, this is something I do on almost all of my components. And this is where we render out our children. So by default, if we're not loading, we render the children. Otherwise, I essentially want to do this exact same thing inside of here. So if we're loading, this one is going to be visible. Otherwise, it's going to be invisible. I think we need to put one more div in here to make this work. No, we don't have to. It's just getting some weird styles. Oh, because I need to return up here. There we go. And inside of here, I want to return a loading icon. So I'll say loader to icon. We'll say the class name on this is going to be animate spin. There we go. So now we're going to get a nice little spinning animation in the case that we're loading. So let's see if this actually works. If I click on this button, you can see, of course, I need to pass in some information. We'll make that a remote job. There we go. Create job listing. You can see it spins and then it goes back to normal. Now to show you how this actually works in the case of buttons being a different size, we'll remove this full width so you can see the button is exactly the size of our create job listing text. When I click on it, you can see the size of my button does not change when I changed that loading spinner state. While if I actually was just swapping the text, you'll see that I get an error. So for example, I'll come in here and I'll just swap the text with nothing else, none of our other fancy tricks that we did. So here we go. If we are submitting the form, then I want to do that loader to icon. Otherwise, I want to do my text that I had right here. There we go. Comment this out. So now you can see our button still looks the same right now. If we go ahead and we submit some information, click create, you'll see how my button shrinks down in size because of the fact that I'm swapping the text without keeping the original size of the old thing. That's why I really like this loading swap component. I use it all over the place in different applications. It's a really neat trick to be able to keep your button the same size. Now for this component, it doesn't matter as much because we're going to be using a full width button, but it still does give us the nice little spinner. Now let's go ahead and actually make this do something when we submit it, because right now all that's happening is it's logging out some data and doing a fake wait, which we don't really want. We want to actually submit this data and save it in our database. So inside of the folder where we have our job listing actions, I want to create a new file called actions.ts. And this is where we're going to put our actions that we're going to use. And this is use server. So these are our actual server actions. We're going to export an async function called create job listing. This is going to take in unsafe data because we don't know that this is safe data. It's coming from the client. It could be a bunch of bogus data. We don't know. So we need to make sure we actually test this data. But we know it should hopefully be in the type of job listing schema. So we can say job listing schema, and this should say type of. There we go. Close that off. So that's the shape that we hope that our data is supposed to be in because it's coming from our client, but we don't know if that's the shape that the data is going to be in. Now what I want to do is first get the organization for the user. So we can say org ID is equal to await get current organization, just like that. Then if our org ID is equal to null, well, obviously we can't create this, so we'll return an error down to the user. We'll just do it as an object that says error, true, message, and the message will just be a simple thing that's like, you don't have permission to do this or something along those lines. You don't have permission to create a job listing. Then what I want to do is I want to get my success and my data by checking to see if this data matches our schema. So we'll do a safe parse on our unsafe data. Then we can check to see if our success is false. If success is false, well, then there is just going to be an error. So we want to return that to the user. There is an error creating your job listing. Finally, we can go ahead and actually insert the job listing because we know that we have an organization. We know the data was successfully parsing our schema, so it matches our schema. So we can say that we want to get a job listing by calling insert job listing. It's a function we're going to create in a little bit. We'll pass along all of our data. We'll pass along the organization ID. And the status for this is going to be draft because it's going to be the first instance of this. Finally, if that was all successful, then I want to redirect the user to the employer/job listings / whatever the job listing ID is. So we can redirect them to that new page. Now we want to create a database function for this. So inside of our database, we have job listings right here, and I want to create that insert function. So I'm just going to copy from our users because it's going to be pretty similar. So right here, copy that code from user, go into here. This is going to be insert job listing, just like that. Our job listing table, same thing here. Make sure I import my database. There we go. My value here is going to be my job listing. And we want to revalidate my job listing cache based on the job listing ID, but we also need the organization ID. Luckily, we have that though. So we can say ID and organization ID is job listing.organization ID. There we go. So now we're properly revalidating everything. It looks like here I'm getting an error because my ID here could be a string or undefined. So I need to make sure I get the ID returned from here instead, because when I create in job listing, it doesn't always have an ID. So we can just say here const new listing. This is going to be in an array because when you call insert, it always returns to an array. We don't need to worry about on conflict do nothing. So we can completely remove that line, but we do want to return specific values. In our case, I want to return an ID, which is my job listing table ID. And I want to return an organization ID, which is my job listing.organization ID. So now I can pass in my new listing here, and that's going to pass along that information. And I can also return this data as well. So now I have my new listing, which is just an ID and an organization ID. That allows me to revalidate my code. And then where I'm using this actual function, which is directly here inside my action, I'm getting that job listing and using the ID specifically returned from it. So you can see if I spell this properly, now everything is hooked up and we should be able to actually create a job listing by doing this and be redirected to the correct page if everything works successfully. So what we want to do is we want to go all the way back to where we have this form right here. And inside this form is where we're going to do our code. So instead of doing this await of a promise, I want to actually call this function, which is going to be called create job listing. I'm going to pass it along my data and we're going to get a response by calling await on that. Now this could return to us an error, so we should probably handle that. So if our response is an error, then we want to render out a toast message. And we're going to use shadcn for this again. So we can come in here, go all the way down to where we're importing our shadcn components, we want to do our shadcn component right here. This one is going to be our Sonner component, which is the toast library that we're going to be using. Make sure we force install that. Everything else should work properly. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to call toast, which comes from Sonner. There's an error version of it, and I want to pass in my message. So now if we have an error, it's going to return to us that error message. So we can actually test to see what this looks like with an error first. So inside of my actions here, I'm just going to say if my org ID is not equal to null, it's going to return an error. So it should return an error every time because we do have an organization ID. So if I click create job listing, you can see it rendered real quick, but it looks like it didn't quite do what we expected it to do. Actually, I believe it did work, but we actually need to make sure that we render our toast properly by going into our layout for our entire application. And down here somewhere in our body, we need to render the wrapper for our toast to render. So we can just say toaster, just like this. And this is where our toast are going to render. Now, hopefully, if we change around what our code looks like to actually render something, click create, you can see you don't have permission to create a job listing, shows up right here as our error text. So let's go ahead and change that back so it actually does succeed, because we obviously don't have an error in this particular case. And I want to create a brand new job listing. We'll call it front-end developer. We'll say that it's a remote job, and we'll just say test description. And we might as well make that into a heading. And actually, it looks like when I do that, that the text color is incorrect. That's not what we want our text color to be. We'll fix that actually now. Let's go into our global CSS, and we want to make sure that the text color for everything is going to be inherit. And actually, when I dive into the error, it's specifically dealing with Tailwind and not actually the MDX editor. It's that the Tailwind styles for my prose inverted are not being applied properly. So let's make sure we go back to my Markdown editor. This is where I'm checking my dark mode properly. That's fine. My Markdown class names, it should be getting my dark mode and inverting that with this prose invert, but it looks like this is not working as I expect. Now, I'm not 100% sure why it's not working in this particular case, but one thing that we can do to make it relatively easy is if we're in dark mode, we can just set prose invert manually, just like this, and that'll at least invert those colors for us. And then we can see we have a test description with some stuff underneath of it, and that's working fine. I'm not 100% sure why Tailwind's not picking up on that properly, but at least we have a workaround. So now let's go ahead and create that job listing, and you can see it created it and we got redirected to the page. We just don't have a listing page for this yet. So to at least get it so we can see what's going on our page, let's go over to our job listing section. Let's create a new folder. We'll call it job listing ID. Inside of here, we'll create a page.tsx. We'll just export a default function, job listing page, and this job listing page is going to return null. So at least we can just see something on our page. We have our sidebar showing up and it's all rendering properly within it, which is great. So now let's work on this job listing page, and then we can work on editing, and that's going to give us a great starting place to be able to build out the rest of our application rather quickly, hopefully. So let's create a function here for our suspended page. There we go. And then we have our job listing page up here, which is going to take in our params. And we know that these params are going to be a promise. So we can say params just like that. And then we can type out whatever our params are, and we know that it's going to be a promise that returns to us a job listing ID as a string. There we go. Close that off. Now we have our params, and essentially I just want to wrap this in a suspense. There we go. And I could say job listing, and actually I called this suspended page. There we go. And the suspended page needs to take in our params. So imagine we'll make a type called props. And that props type is just this. There we go. And then I could just call this props. There we go. And now what I can do is I can say that I want to get my params down here from my props type. Now what I can do is I can first check to see, do we have an organization? Because if we don't, obviously we have a problem. So we'll get the current organization. Make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. And if we don't, there we go. If that's equal to null, then we can just return null, because we shouldn't be able to get to this point. We could return undefined or not found or whatever we want. We're just going to return null because, again, we shouldn't be able to get to this particular place without an organization. Then we're going to get our job listing ID by calling await params. Next, we want to get our job listing. There we go. And that is calling await get job listing, which is a function we'll create where we pass in our job listing ID, as well as, most importantly, the org ID, because we only want to be able to render job listings for specific organizations. If you're in an organization, you can't access someone else's job listings. So if job listing is equal to null, well, then we'll return not found, just like that. And then finally, we have that function, get job listing. It's going to be an asynchronous function, takes in a job listing ID and an organization ID, just like that. might as well just call this org ID, save us a few characters. We're going to cache this. And for the cache tag on this one, we're specifically going to be getting the job listing ID tag, and we'll pass it in that ID, which we might as well just call it ID. There we go. Then what we can do is we can return database.query job listing table, not the application table. There we go. Find the first, and we want to specifically get it where two different things are equal. So we have our job listing table.id is equal to our ID, and then also where our job listing table.organization ID is equal to our org ID. There we go. We're just checking to make sure that both of those are true before we get our job listing information. So then once we have a job listing, well, we can actually render out what that job listing should look like. So let's do a quick return here with a div. This class name is going to be space y6 to space out all of our different content vertically. We're going to make a maximum size of 6XL so it doesn't get too terribly large on really large screen sizes. Make sure it's centered, and then we're also going to be using some padding as well. And we're going to put this inside of its own container again to do some container queries on. Next, we're going to have a div that's going to contain even more information, like our header type information. So this one, we're going to have a class name of flex. We're going to put the items in the center. We're going to justify some space between these items, a gap of 4 to give them quite a bit of space from each other. And on a max screen size of 4XL, so a quite large screen size, we're going to convert this over to a column-based layout. And again, on the max screen size of 4XL, we're going to change the items to be at the start instead of in the center. So this allows us to have the things that would be side by side instead be vertically stacked. So that way all of our job information is going to be vertically stacked with all of our buttons. Those are the two different things we're going to put inside of here. So this first section of our div is going to contain all of our job information, and the second div is going to change all of our buttons for editing, updating, deleting, so on, all that different stuff. So inside of here, I want to have an H1, which contains our job listing.title, just like that. And I want to add some classes to this so it's a little bit easier to see. So we can say text 2XL, font bold, and we're going to change the tracking to tight to put the letters a little closer together. So now if I save, you can see front-end developer is showing up at the top. Next, I want to have a div that's going to contain all the different badges that we have. So I'm going to put a class name, flex, flex wrap, a gap of 2, and a margin on the top of 2. And then here is where we're going to render out our badges. And of course, we need to make sure we import this from shadcn. So let's add the badge component as well. And we'll need to make sure we force that most likely. There we go. So now we have the ability to actually render out a badge. And let's just close that off for now. And inside of here, I'm going to call format job listing status. There we go. And this is going to take in my job listing.status. So this is going to be like active, published, and so on. So let's import this badge just like that. And let's create this format function for us. I'm going to kind of close out of all these tabs we're not using now just to clean up some space. Again, minimize this down into our job listing formatters. And we're going to create a formatter for that. Now I'll just copy this over because it's just like all the other ones. Again, we're just doing essentially a loop through to make sure we change the value to something that is more readable in English than like underscore published. There we go. So now we can format that job listing status. So we at least get the first badge showing up. And I'm actually going to change the default styles for a badge because I'm not a huge fan of how they look by default. So we're going to go into our badge here. And specifically, I want to scroll up to all these variant styles up here. So first of all, the thing that I want to do is I want to add a brand new variant specifically for size. So inside of here, I want to add a variant for size. We're going to have a small size, which is going to be text extra small. We're going to use this to make our SVGs a certain size. So we're going to say SVG size 3. We're going to do 2 padding on the right and left, and then padding on the top and bottom is going to be 0.5, so rather small. I'm going to copy that down a couple times because it's going to be pretty similar. We're just going to be changing around the values for medium and large. Now, small is what the default is from shadcn. I'm going to make our default medium instead. So we're going to have slightly bigger than normal sizes for our badges. So here, text of small, this is going to be a size of 4. We're going to use a padding of 3 here and a padding of 1 here. This will be 1.5. This will be 4, and this will be 5. And then finally, our text is going to be the base size here. So at least we have all of our sizing done. Now up here, we just need to remove essentially all the things that deal with sizes. So like padding on the left and right, we need to get rid of that. Text small, we need to get rid of that. Also, we need to come through here and make sure that our SVG sizes are removed. So we'll get rid of that. And I think that should be about everything that we need to get removed. You can see immediately when I save that we have a larger size here because by default, our size is now medium, which is larger than the normal default size in shadcn. So now we can come back through here and get the rest of our badges that we want. but we're actually going to be using these badges in a lot of different places in our application. So I'm going to export them into a separate component, job listing badges. And this is essentially just going to take in my job listing. So we'll pass in our full job listing just like that. There we go. And now I want to create this component. We're going to put it essentially inside of our job listing component section. We're going to export that as a function just like that. And inside of here, we're going to be taking in that job listing. And we're going to type that as well. So we'll say just like this, it's going to be a job listing. And we could say that it's going to be the type of our job listing table dot infer select, just like that. And that will give us all of the props for our job listing, but we don't want all the props for our job listing. We only want specific ones. So I'm going to come through here and pick just the properties that we want. And I'm actually just going to copy down the different properties that we want. So I'll paste that in again, mostly just so you don't have to watch me type it all out, but we're going to be getting a wage-based one, a state and city-based one, a type-based, an experience level, location requirement, and if it is a featured job or not. Those are the things we want to show in our job listing sections. Next, what I want to do is I want to get my badge props because we're going to be rendering a bunch of badges with all the exact same props. So we're going to get our badge props. To give us type safety, we're going to say that it's going to satisfy the component props for the type of badge, just like this. There we go. That way, at least we get some autocomplete inside of here. And specifically, I want the variant for these all to be outline. And I want to add some specific class names for them. And the class name here is going to be that if it is featured, and let me make sure that I change that a little bit. So it should be, I can just come up here. Job listing is featured. There we go. That way we extract out that prop. So if it is featured, then what I want to do is I want to make my border primary 35. And actually, I want to change why this is happening. The reason I am putting this border on here is because when I have these details on a job listing that's featured, the featured job listing has a different background, but that's only in one place in our app, not all the places. So instead, like I do with most of my components, I'm going to take in some custom class names. So we'll come in here, we'll add in our own custom class name section. We'll make this a string that is optional. And instead, I'm going to pass in some custom class names here. So we can say that our class name is just going to be equal to whatever those custom class names are. So now we can go ahead and actually define what all of our different stuff is going to look like. So we can come in here with a return, and we want to just return a bunch of different badges. So let's come in here with a badge, just like that. Make sure we close that off. And then we want to put our text inside of here. Let's put format wage as our first one. So not format wage interval. This is actually going to be format wage, which takes in our wage and our wage interval. Make sure I spell all that properly. There we go. And these should be coming from up here. So let me say wage, wage interval. There we go. Whoops. State abbreviation, city, type, experience level, location requirement. There we go. And we can move is featured down to the bottom. That way it's in the same order as it is down here. So there we go. Now we have this format wage function that we're going to want to create. First of all, let's take our badge props though and pass it along here. So all of our badges will look exactly the same. And we also want to only render this if we have a wage. So if wage is not equal to null and wage interval is not equal to null, then we can render out this component. Otherwise, don't render out this badge. So now let's create this as our formatter. So inside of our formatter, we'll export a function called format wage, which takes in a wage and a wage interval, which is a wage interval. There we go. I'm just going to copy the code in for this one again because it's rather straightforward. All we're doing is we're creating an internationalization number formatter in the English format because this is an English US based job board. We're styling the currency as a US based currency with no decimal points unless they are actually needed. And then if it's hourly, we put per hour at the end. Otherwise, we just render the yearly wage as is because most people, when they see a salary, assume it's a yearly based salary. Now we can come in here, say format wage, get rid of that. We can come over here, import this, so at least we should be able to see that badge showing up. And right now I don't see anything, and that's because this job doesn't have any salary associated with it. Also inside of my badge, I want to add an icon. So we're going to say banknote icon, just so we have a little bit of an icon that shows us that this is a money-based icon that we want to render on the screen. I then am essentially going to copy that and do the exact same thing for state. So if our state abbreviation is not equal to null, or our city is not equal to null, then we want to render out the city version. And for this one, I'm going to use a map pin icon. There we go. And for the class name on this one, I'm going to put a size of 10, just because this one is a little bit smaller of an icon. So I want to bump it up a little bit to make it look more in line with the rest of our icons. Now the reason I'm allowing this to work if state abbreviation is equal to null or if city is equal to null, let me make sure I get my parentheses right on this. There we go. The reason I'm allowing either to be null and only one needing to be allowed is because you could specify just a state, like this is just a job for California, or you could specify a city and a state, or even just a city, but honestly, that's probably not what's going to happen very often. So now we want to create a format job listing location that's going to take in those properties. So we're going to have our state abbreviation and our city that we're going to pass into this function. And again, we just want to create that function. And this is going to take in those two parameters, state abbreviation, which is a string, and city, which is a string. Make sure I get my spacing properly. And the important thing to note is they technically could be null. So we want to make sure it's either that or null that passes in. So if my state abbreviation equals null and my city equals null, well, then I'm just going to return the text none because we don't have anything passed in for the location. Otherwise, I'm going to create my location parts as an array. And I want to first check if city is not equal to null. Then I'm going to take my location parts and I'm going to add in my city. There we go. I'm going to do the exact same thing with state, just like that. But this one's a little bit different because this is a state abbreviation. Actually, it's going to be exactly the same because we don't actually really care much. We just want to make sure we convert this to uppercase. There we go. I'm going to put that inside of curly braces so it's a little bit more clear what's going on. So I'm converting my state to an uppercase version. And then finally, I'm going to take my location parts and I'm going to join them on a comma with a space in between. So if we pass in just a city, it'll show just the city. If we pass in just a state, it'll show just the state. If we pass in both of them, it's going to show them with a comma in between them, which is exactly what we want. So now we can get our location. And if we give that a save, again, nothing shows up because we don't have a location specified for this particular element. Now we can copy this down again for our next one. And this one is going to be for the format job location. Actually, I gotta just call it location requirement. There we go. So we want to get our location requirement and we want to format that. And our icon for this one is going to be the building icon. There we go. We don't need to worry about putting any custom size on this. And now, as you can see, that is showing up, which is looking really good. The next thing that we can focus on is going to be the job type. So we can say format job type, and this is going to be the type. There we go. And this one is going to have an hourglass icon. There we go. So we can see that this is a full-time job. And then finally, let's come in here with one more graduation cap icon. Format experience level. There we go. And this is our experience level. And again, now you can see that this is for a junior developer job. Now the last badge that we want to put in is the is featured badge. So we can say if is featured, then we want to render out our own badge inside of here. So we can say badge, just like this. This badge is going to be a little bit different because it's not going to use the same styles as all the rest of them. It'll say featured inside of it, but we want to modify what our badge props are real quick. So we could say badge props. Then we want to specify what the class name is going to be specifically. This is where our code is going to get a little bit more complex. We're going to come in here with our class name, and we're actually going to put in our default class names first, or not default, the ones that we custom pass in, because we want to make sure that this specific badge has things overridden. So we want our border to be our feature color, which is going to be a style that we're going to create in just a second. Also, we want to make sure our background is going to be that same exact featured color, but we want this one to essentially be a partially transparent one of 50. Finally, our text is going to be the featured foreground color. And now all we need to do is to create these specific colors for this badge. Now, currently this is not a featured job, so we see it's not showing up. I'm going to change this to not featured, and now you can see that it is showing up right there. It's saying featured. Now, to get our featured colors, what we want to do is we want to go into our global CSS. We're going to scroll down to kind of where we have our accent, and instead I'm going to add a brand new style. We'll just do it directly above here, and this is going to be for featured. Now, this is the light style. It's going to be a purpley-ish color. And I'm going to do the exact same thing for our dark styles as well. I'm just going to be copying the styles over. I just went to a color picker to find these particular styles, but it's a kind of purple-ish based color. So now we have those inside of there. If we give this a refresh, you'll see it's still not quite hooking up properly. And that's because all the way up here where we define our theme, we need to also define our theme up here. So I'm going to make sure that I copy the correct one here, paste that down, and then where it says accent, I'm going to change that to featured. Now if I get that a save, you can see that's changed to that purple color that we created. And we have a different color for our light mode and our dark mode just to make sure it matches well with all of our different backgrounds. So that right there, if we go back to our page, handles essentially the left-hand side of our page. Now we can minimize this down and we can work on what is going to be the right-hand side of our page inside of this section. So first of all, this is going to be a bunch of buttons. So we're going to align them in the center. a gap of 2. And if this section is empty, I'm going to add a negative margin on the top of 4. Now this may seem really weird, but the reason that this could be empty is because only users that have the ability to edit job listings are going to have buttons in this section. So if they can't edit things, this will be completely empty. But because we have a gap of 4 set up, it'll still add a space of 4 underneath of this element, even though this div is empty. So if this div is empty, we essentially are removing that margin on the top by adding or getting rid of margin on the top to essentially offset this gap right here. So really all this is doing is if this has no buttons, we're essentially pretending this div doesn't exist. Now the reason we can't wrap this inside of our check though is because we have like 4 or 5 different buttons and each one has different permissions, so it would be unwieldy to wrap the entire thing in a check. So instead we just add this empty property which does the same thing for us. Now before we start dealing with permissions and everything, I just want to first add a simple button so we can kind of see what we're dealing with. So we're going to add in a simple button here. This is going to say as child, and this button is going to be an outline button. There we go. Make sure that I actually render this properly by importing it, and we'll make sure we import it from the correct location. And here, this is going to be a link that's going to go to the edit page. So we'll come in here, get a link that brings us to the edit page, which is going to be /employer/job listings. And we want to get our job listing .id, job listing.id, there we go. And we want to go to the edit page specifically. Now we can come inside of here. I want to use the edit icon. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to have the text edit, and the size of my icon is going to be 4. So we'll just come in here, size of 4, give that a quick save, and now you can see we have our edit button showing up right there. And if we're on a large enough screen size, quite larger screen size, I might have to zoom out just a little bit, you can see that the edit button has now moved over to the right hand side instead because we're on a much larger screen size. While if I zoom it in, you can see it shows up on the bottom. So let's zoom it back in a little bit so it's easier for us to see. Minimize that down over, and there we go. Now before we start adding the rest of the buttons in, those ones are going to be quite a bit more complicated. They have complicated permissions and so on. What I want to do is I want to add the section for rendering out our markdown, which goes below pretty much everything that we have inside of here. So we can just come down here and we want to render out our markdown, but we only want to render out some of the markdown, because if we render out all of the markdown they type in, it could be a very large page. And we also want to show all the applications and stuff for the job on the same page. So instead, we're going to render out just part of the description with the option to click a button to view the full description. So we're actually going to create a component for this called markdown partial, which allows us to render out essentially just some of the markdown that we want. So we can have our dialog markdown, and this is going to be the markdown that is rendered in the dialog, the pop-up that allows us to view everything. And we're going to create a component, which is called markdown renderer, and we're going to pass it in a source. And the source is just going to be whatever our markdown is. In our case, it's our job listing .description, just like that. There we go. Make sure I close off that component. So now that's our dialog markdown entirely done. I will copy that down for our main markdown, because our main markdown is essentially the same, but I'm going to add a class name here, and the class name is pros small. All that allows us to do is to use a small version of text, so the main version of our text isn't so large. It's a little bit smaller, which is really useful. And then we'll add in a dialog title. This is just what the title of our dialog element will be, and it'll say description, just so we know what this particular thing says. Now we need to create all these different components. So let's create this markdown renderer first. So we can come into our components tab, we can go into the markdown folder that we created, we'll create a brand new file, call it markdownrender.tsx. This is going to export a function called markdown renderer, just like that. And this is going to take in a class name, some options, as well as different props that we want to pass along. And these are going to be using the MDX remote props, and we're just going to combine in our own class name as a string. And this MDX remote is actually a library we're going to be using. So if we go over to the code for this library, you can see we can just install Next MDX remote, which the really nice thing is this is a library essentially directly built in to work with Next. So it's going to be really good at working directly with Next. And we just give that a quick second. There we go. You can see that that has worked properly. It says if we're using TurboPack, we'll need to add the following to our Next.js config. I didn't end up having to do that, and I was using TurboPack, so maybe this issue has been fixed, but we can just ignore that for now. And the next step is just all the examples of how to get started with MDX Remote. It's relatively simple. The main thing you need to know is this must render on the server. It cannot render on the client. So we're going to go ahead. We have this component. We know it's rendering on the actual server, so that's fine. And here, let's make sure, of course, we import our type. Looks like I need to manually import this. We want to get that from next mdx remote / And we want to make sure we get the RSC, because if we're using React Server components, we must import from the React Server component version. It's very important. Now let's wrap this inside of a div that's going to be using that cn function to take all of our markdown classes, so our markdown class names, and then combining them with our custom class names, such as making our text smaller. Then we have our MDX remote, and this is what allows us to edit everything out, or render everything, I'm sorry. So here is our props that we're going to be passing along. And then also we have our options. So the reason that we're extracting our options up here is because we want to pass along some custom options to MDX options. So we have our MDX options just like this. Make sure that I put this inside of an object, because this allows us to configure what type of plugins we're using. So we have our remark plugins, and our remark plugins, we're going to be using remark GFM. Essentially, this just allows us to use formatting from GitHub, things like tables, which are not built into native Markdown. So what we can do is we can install this library, which is called remark GFM. We'll just do a quick force on that to make sure that it actually works, and that'll give us that actual thing. And then we can take whatever the rest of our options are. So we can say options.mdx options.remark plugins. And if we don't have any options, we'll use an empty string by default. Come in here. Looks like I might need to manually import this. Remark. There we go. That's going to be imported properly. And then we can also make sure inside of this MDX options, we get the rest of our options.mdx options. Whoops, there we go, MDX options. So really all that this custom component we created did is it added in support for this GitHub flavored stuff that added like tables and stuff. And then we added the ability to have our markdown class names by default. So hopefully everything looks the same between all of our different markdown classes. Now the next thing we need to do is this markdown partial.tsx. Make sure I spell that properly. And this one's going to be a little bit more confusing. First of all, we have the markdown components that we said that we need to pass in that we've already dealt with and covered. And the reason we're passing them in is because this is actually going to need to be a client component to be able to handle all of our different resizing and so on, because we need to be able to check to see if things are overflowing. So we're going to create a variable called isOverflowing and set isOverflowing. There we go. We'll set that equal to use state, and we'll set that to false by default, just so we don't have to worry about anything. There we go. Then what we can do down here is we can get a reference to where our markdown container is. We'll use a ref for that. And this is going to be an HTML div element, and we'll set it to null by default. This is going to reference what our markdown container is so we can handle the overflow related content inside of this. Then we'll create a function called checkOverflow, which is going to take in a node, which is our case, our markdown reference or whatever. So it's an HTML div element, just like that. And we can set isOverflowing. Make sure I put that inside the actual function. There we go. We can set isOverflowing to the node.scrollHeight is greater than the node.clientHeight. So essentially, if the scroll container size is larger than the client container size, that means we have more text than we can fit inside of the container. This is true of any element. If the scroll height is larger than the client height, that means it is overflowing its current container. Then to make sure that we actually call this check overflow function in the place it needs, we're going to be setting up two different effects. The first one is going to be a use effect, and the second one is going to be a use layout effect. Now this use effect is only for hooking up an event listener on resize. So when we change the size of our window, that changes how large our text is and how tall it is, which means it could change if we're overflowing or not. So that's what this does. Essentially, every time we change our window, we check the overflow property. Use layout effect is an effect that is run after our page completely renders. So after our page renders, all of our text is on it, everything is good to go, there's no more changes to be made. This then checks, hey, is this thing currently overflowing? Because if so, now we need to change around what we're rendering on the page. So now comes where we actually render out the content itself. So the first thing I want to render is the div that contains our markdown. So we can make this our markdown ref. And inside of here, we can add some class names. For example, we'll have a max height of 300 pixels. This is going to be our overflow size. Anything over that is going to be hidden. So overflow hidden is going to be set. And we're also going to set a position of relative just so we can absolutely position some overflow styling as well. And then I'm going to specify my main markdown just like that. So this is whatever my main markdown container is. And if I'm overflowing, I want to render some additional content on the page. And this is just going to add a little bit of a fade effect to our animation. So I'll add a class name here, a background. It's going to be a gradient background to the top is what we're going to do. It's going to go from our background color, just like that. And it's going to go to transparent. There we go. And we wanted to start this to at 15%. And we want to make sure we have an inset of 0. Absolutely position this. And we're going to say pointer events none. Close that off just like that. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating a div that covers the entire size of my main markdown. And I want to create a background that goes from my background color, so essentially completely black, up to transparent, and I want it to stop and be transparent at exactly 15%. So I have a very small gradient at the bottom 15% of my container. That's all that this div is doing. I'll show you by disabling this in a little bit what it looks like. Next, I want to check if we're overflowing. I want to add a button to read more. So if overflowing is true, well, then we're going to add a dialog in our container. So we'll say dialog, and I need to make sure I import the correct one so we can say dialog. And this is going to be coming specifically from our component library. And it looks like we don't actually have dialog imported for us. So let's go ahead and actually do that inside of shadcn. We can get the dialog component just like that. So now we have that dialog. Make sure we force install that. And now we should be able to hopefully import whatever that dialog is. So now we can come back over here, dialog, and we can get that directly from our UI folder, which is what we want. We also want to get the dialog trigger. There we go. Same exact place we want to get that from. This is going to be an as child because we want it to render out a button. The variant for this button is going to be the ghost variant. Make sure I get the button imported properly. And I'm also going to add some class names to this of underline so it kind of looks like a link. And I'm going to remove the margin on the left. So by default, a button has a padding of 3 on the inside. But since this is a ghost button, I want to remove that because it looks kind of weird with that margin on there. And this will just say read more. There we go. Then inside of here, we have our dialog content. And our dialog content will actually have quite a few class names on it just to make it as wide as possible to fit our screen. So on a medium screen, we're going to set our max width to 3XL. On our large screen, our max width will be 4XL. Our max height will be essentially set to a calculation of 100% minus 2 REM. So essentially almost the full screen size minus a little bit of space. Our overflow will be set to hidden. And we're going to make sure that we stack everything in the flex column direction. This is just making sure our dialog is as large as it needs to be to fit all the different content that we want inside of it. Then we're going to have a dialog header, and inside of that, a dialog title. And as we know, the dialog title will just render out our dialog title property, just like that. And finally, inside of here, we can have a div with a class name of flex1. This will just grow to fill the full size. And the overflow in the Y direction is going to be set to auto because we want it to scroll if it overflows. And this is going to be our dialog markdown. Now, if we give that a quick save and we make sure we import everything, we should hopefully see that we're able to render out the markdown for our component. So we give that a quick save, let that refresh over here, and you can see that it's rendering out exactly what that content is. Now, I'm going to create a brand new job listing with a lot more markdown inside of it. So we can come in here, I'm just gonna add a bunch of different text so we can see that we have a very large file right there. I'm gonna give it a bogus job title, we'll say it's a remote job, and we'll click create this job listing. And now you can see that when I get beyond that 300 pixels of height, which if I'm in a normal zoom level, it's not too much of my page that's being taken up by it. But you can see once I cross that 300 pixel height barrier, you can see I need to click read more and it'll pop it up inside of a dialog, which is exactly what I want. And you'll also see that we have this nice little fade effect at the bottom where I'm getting that small amount of fading. That is happening because if we go inside of our markdown partial, this particular section right here, if I remove this and I save, you see that fade goes away. So that's the whole reason why I put this little bit of a fade in there. So now that we've kind of got the bulk of what this page should look like, minus all the different buttons, let's work on the edit page, because right now we don't have an edit page, which is obviously not great. So we'll create a new folder called edit. Inside of here, I'm going to take my new job listing and just kind of paste it into here. This will say edit job listing page. And right now you can see it's kind of just rendering out this stuff. We want this to say edit job listing. And really the only difference between this page and the new page is we want to pass in what the current job listing is, just like this. So we're going to need to modify our form to accept a job listing, and we're also going to need to get a job listing as well. So this is also going to take in some params. So we'll say props is equal to props. We'll create that type is equal to params, and it's going to be a promise that returns a job listing ID, which is a string. There we go, just like that. Now we have our props, and the reason I need to do that is because we're going to have an asynchronous function, which is our suspended page, and that is going to take in our params of type props. There we go. So a lot of this code can stay the same, but this particular job listing form section needs to go into here, just like that. And then up here, I can render out my suspended page. So I can say suspended page, just like that. There we go. I can also get rid of this section right here because I don't need to worry about that whole posting thing, because it's just for editing a job listing, so we can remove that. And now inside of here, we can try to get our job listing. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to say that we're going to get our job listing ID by calling await params, just like that. And this, I need to wrap inside of a suspense. There we go. We could add some fallback state for loading if we want, but in our case, we don't really need to. Next thing that I want to do after that is I want to get our org ID. That is just await get current organization. There we go. If our org ID is equal to null, this shouldn't happen, but if it is, we can just return not found or null or whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. And then we can get our job listing. That's just going to be await get job listing with our job listing ID and our org ID. And we've kind of already created this function before. Let me make sure I actually type that properly. There we go. I think if I just do a quick search for that, we should hopefully find a function that's nearly identical to that. Here we go, get job listing. I'm just going to copy and paste that over because it's essentially the exact same code. So let's import all the stuff we need and then make sure that this still does exactly what we want it to do. Get that imported. And there we go. So yeah, it looks like this is taking an ID org ID and it's searching for exactly that. So that does do exactly what we want it to do, which is great. And then what we can do, we have our job listing. If our job listing is equal to null, well, then we want to essentially get out of here. So we'll return not found because we're on a page that doesn't exist. There we go. So now what we can do inside this suspended page is we can add in our props and we can just say, or actually we can just take our props like this. There we go. That'll pass along everything we need inside that suspended page. Now you can see edit job listing with all the information, but it's not pre-populated because we need to make sure our job listing form accepts in a job listing. So in the job listing form, this is going to take a job listing just like that. And we're going to have a job listing. Whoops. And we need to make sure it is that type of job listing table.infer select. There we go. And I want to make sure I only pick the properties that we actually need from this because I don't need to get every single thing from here. So I believe the things that we need from here are going to be title. We're going to need description. Description. There we go. We're going to need to make sure we get the experience level, the ID. We need the organization. Actually, we don't need the organization ID, but we do need the state abbreviation. We need the type. We need the wage. And we need the wage interval. Hopefully that's everything that we need. And what we can do is we can say, hey, if we have a job listing, we want to use that. Otherwise, fall back to this. And it looks like we are missing some properties. Title, description, state abbreviation. It looks like city is the one we are missing. There we go. City, wage, wage interval, experience level. That is up here as well. Type is up here. And location requirement is not. Location requirement. There we go. That got rid of our error. So we do have everything properly sent in. So now we have all the different properties we need for our job listing, all the stuff hooked up here. All we need to do is change this one little section right here. Because you'll notice if we just refresh our page over here, our title pre-populated, you can see it's a remote job full-time, our description populated, so everything populated inside of here just like we want. Now we want to make sure we either create or we update our job listing. So we're going to say action is equal to, and if our job listing is existing, then we want to use update job listing. Otherwise, we want to use create job listing just like that. And we'll call action and pass it in whatever our data is, and then do that same thing with our response. This one, we're going to bind the job listing.id just like that and make sure we pass null at the beginning. There we go. That's just going to make sure the first property that gets passed to this function is our job listing ID. And now we just need to create this simple function. So here, export an async function called update job listing, takes an ID, and then it's going to take in all of our unsafe data just like we did up here. So we can copy that in and bring that down. And actually our code is going to be pretty similar. So I'm going to kind of copy all of this and paste it down because we're going to have a lot of very similar stuff between the two. Kind of the biggest difference between these different things is we need to make sure that we get the actual updated or the correct job listing. So we can create a function called get job listing, just like this. It's going to take in an ID, which is going to be a string. And it's also going to take in an org ID, which is a string. And this is something that we've created multiple times. This is probably about the third time we've created essentially this exact same function. It's okay to duplicate this function in multiple places because sometimes you may want to query only specific things about a job. Sometimes you may not want to query specific things. So it's really not a big deal to have this duplicated in a few different places, which is why I'm okay with just putting this in multiple different places. So now you can see we have our get job listing function. Let's make sure that this is async so we can actually deal with the caching properly. And now we can scroll up to here where we want to get that. So we can say const job listing is equal to calling that with our ID and with our org ID. There we go. And we should call this our updated job listing. There we go. And we'll render that ID just like that. So this is our job listing. We got our ID, we have our org ID. Here's our updated job listing information, and we're passing in some specific things, but we don't need to pass in all of these things. For example, all we actually want to pass in is the data. I don't want to modify the things like the status and so on. Those are not things I want to change. So I want to call update job listing, and this is going to be the database version, pass in my ID and my data. So I can scroll all the way up here where I have insert job listing. I'm going to get my update job listing, and I'm going to rename it to update job listing DB. So now what I can do is go to this function. I'm actually just going to copy this because it's going to be pretty similar. This is going to be called update job listing. There we go. It's going to take in an ID, which is a string, as well as all my job listing information. And this is going to be a partial because we're only doing an update. We're not doing a create. And I'm just going to copy over this code real quick because we've seen this in many, many different places. So we can see inside of here, I have updated listing. I'm doing an update on my table, setting all my data to this data, where my ID is equal to the ID. I'm returning the ID and the organization ID. That way I can revalidate my cache down here. So that's relatively straightforward. We can make sure we import this directly from our actions. And now we should be able to update our job listing properly. So if I change this to like a real title, and let's change this to be a little bit smaller, and we click create job listing, we should see it now says real title and my description is much shorter. Now from here, there's a lot of different ways that we can go. We can work on this sidebar. We can work on implementing the actual job board section next. But I think the next place that I want to work on is going to be a little bit more groundwork, and that's going to be implementing features as well as permissions. So we can handle that for the rest of our application instead of just ignoring it. So the way that we're going to be handling permissions and plans and pricing and features is all going to be built into Clerk. It's going to make it really easy for us to integrate with our application. So if we go into Clerk, we can go over to this configure section, and we have the ability to implement roles and permissions for our organization management. And here we have different roles we can customize as well as different permissions that we can create. Now for our application, we're essentially going to have 3 roles. We're going to have the admin role, which is like the default role that person that creates an organization has. Then we're going to edit this member role. We're going to change this to be an applicant manager role. And we can come in here and we can just say applicant manager. A role, we'll just say it's a user who can approve / deny applicants and update applicant details for all job listings. There we go. Make sure I just spelled that properly. And then we can modify any permissions that we want. We don't really care about most of these permissions, so we'll just kind of leave this as is, and we'll update this role so at least it has a new name and a new description. I'm also going to create a brand new role, and we're just going to mark that message so we don't see it anymore. And this is going to be a job listing manager, just like that. And this one is going to say job listing manager. Make sure I spell everything properly. And for the description, I'll just copy this over. There we go. It's a user who can create, update, delete, and update the status of job listings. And again, we can select different permissions. I'm just going to use the billing and members permissions. That's the same thing our other one had. And then we'll add our own custom permissions from here. So now we have an admin, an applicant manager, and a job listing manager for managing the different things in our application. And this is to emulate what it's like where we have different permissions for different users, because some people may only be able to create job listings. Some people manage the interview process. So we want to be able to separate those into different roles. Now we can come into permissions, and this is where kind of the bulk of our application will go with creating brand new permissions. So I'm going to kind of copy paste over a lot of the text here. This is going to be for changing the rating of an applicant. So the applicant may have 1 star, 2 stars, so on. This is allowing users to change that. And we got a little description. And then I'm also going to copy over the actual description for that. There we go. It's job listing applications : change rating. So each of these is going to have the object it performs on as well as the function that is being performed on that object. And let's create that as our very first permission. So our applicant manager would be able to do that. The next one is going to be for changing the status. So we'll come in here. We'll just get all of this copied over. Essentially, it's just kind of descriptions and names to make this easier to work with in your UI, but you can, write whatever you want for the names, descriptions, and so on. And then we are going to have permissions for dealing with our job listings. So we want to be able to change the status, for example, making a job listing published, or to make a job listing so it's delisted, draft, so on. This allows the user to change the status of those different things. We also want to be able to have a permission for being able to create different job listings. So we'll come in here with a permission for that. There we go. We also want to be able to delete different job listings. So we'll create a new permission for that. And then finally, we're going to need a permission for updating a job listing as well. So we'll come in here and again, just create a permission for that. And the only reason I'm copying and pasting this over is because this is all just text that's behind the scenes. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is what the actual key for our permissions are, because those are what we use inside of our application. But the nice thing is now we can assign these to specific roles, and we can easily create new roles based on these different permissions. So for our applicant manager, we're going to edit the roles that they have, and we're going to change it so they can do all the applicant related stuff. So we're going to update that role. Then we're going to go down to our job listing manager, and we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to come in here and we're going to change it so they can do all the job listing related stuff. We're going to set that as an updated role. And then finally, for our admin, we're going to want to make sure that they have permissions for all the job listing and all the applicant stuff. And then we can update that role so they have all the permissions of everyone in our application. So now we have our 3 different roles set up to be able to use in our application. And more importantly, we have permissions set up, which is something that we can use in our application to make fine-grained control over who has access to everything. Now, the next thing that we need to work on is going to be the billing section, because we're also going to be handling that through Clerk, because it has a really nice integration with Stripe to make working with it super easy, which is really nice. So we can come into the settings for this. We can make sure that we have everything enabled. We have all of our roles and everything. What we want to do is we want to specifically deal with the billing. So we'll go to settings for billing. And we want to specifically create plans for our subscriptions. And this is going to be specifically organization billing. So we'll go subscription plans. We're going to click get started. And we want to add an organization plan because we're on an organization. This very first plan is going to be called basic. We'll give it a slug of basic, which is the default. We can add a description if we want, but we'll leave that off. And we're going to say that this is $100 a month. And we can make it so it's $80 a month if you pay annually. And we'll say that this is publicly available. And then we can do anything we want with adding specific features down here. So we can add features. If you want to be able to interact with permissions, you need to make sure that the permissions you created, in our case, job listings and job listing applications, those are permissions we created. We need to enable those to make sure everything's working. We can also add new features if we want. So I'm going to come in here with a brand new feature that just says create job listings. This is going to be a publicly available feature. We're not going to use this behind the scenes, but it'll show up in the actual listing for our job application so they can see what they can do. So we'll create that quick permission right there. And we'll also come in here, we'll add some more new features inside of here. The next one is going to be manage applicant workflow. Again, not something we're going to use on our application, but it's something that shows up publicly, which is really nice for doing the different things inside of our features. And then finally, we can have post one job listing, just like that. And this is one that will be used behind the scene to limit which job listings they have access to. Finally, we want to add those additional 2 features to make sure everything's hooked up properly. Give that a quick save. And now you can see these are the 3 things on our listing that are going to show up: create job listings, manage applicant workflow, and post one job listing. Now we can go ahead and we can create some other plans. Let's go back. We're going to modify our free plan. Our free plan already has these 2 on it, but we don't want to make this publicly available because you can't swap to the free plan. You either just don't have an organization or you have a plan. That's really the only options you have. There's really no free tier in this application, but we need a free tier just to make sure when you create an organization, what are the bare minimums you can do? And in our application, you can create job listings. You just can't post them until you pay for something. So now let's go ahead and we're going to create another plan. This one is going to be called growth. We're going to come down to the fee for this one. It's going to be $250 a month, or it's going to be $200 a month if you pay annually. And then we can start adding in all the different features we want. We know that we want these features, and we also want these features. We want to be able to post more than one job listing though. So we'll add these, and then we're going to add our own new features. So we're going to have post 3 job listings. That allows you to post up to 3 different job listings. And then we also are going to add a feature for one featured job listing. And that's because some of our job listings can be featured, which actually show up at the top. They're like a sponsored job listing. It adds an extra incentive for people to pay more money for these specific features. So now we have all the features inside of our growth plan. Now we can go ahead and we can create what is going to be our final plan. And this is going to be our enterprise plan. Our enterprise plan is going to be $1,000 a month, or we're going to charge $800 a month if you are on the monthly or the annual payment. We want to have all of these, but we want to have different numbers of job listings and featured jobs. So let's come in here. We're going to add a feature. This first feature is going to be post 15 job listings, just like that. And then we also want to have a feature that is going to be unlimited featured jobs or job listings. There we go. And we'll create that one as well. And we'll give that a quick save. So now we have all of our different pricing plans set up, as well as all of our permissions set up in our application through Clerk. All we need to do is implement that into our application. And again, we want to make sure that we use features and permissions and not roles and plans, because if we use roles and plans, that's going to be ripe with error, because if we want to change what permissions roles have and so on, that's impossible to do. So we want to make sure we use the permissions and the features to make things much more flexible. So now back into our code, let's implement this particular section. We'll minimize all this down. We'll go into our services for Clerk. I have our lib folder right here. I'm going to create a brand new file called org user permissions.ts, and it's going to export a simple async function. And this is going to be used for checking the permissions. So we can say has org user permissions, or just permission like that. There we go. We'll get a user permission. This is coming directly from our app. We're going to create a type for that. And this user permission is essentially just a TypeScript type that matches the permissions we typed into Clerk. So you can see here, org job listing create, org job listing update, org job listing delete, and so on. Same with the applicant stuff down here. These are the exact values we typed into Clerk. This just makes sure we have a type-safe way of interacting with all these different permissions. So now that we have all of our permissions, we want to get the has function from calling auth from Clerk. That allows us to check permissions, and we can return has, and we can pass it in a permission. In our case, we want to pass in whatever this permission is. Super straightforward and easy to work with function. I'm now going to copy this because we want to do the same thing, but for plan features. So I can come in here, plan features, just like that. And this plan features is going to work pretty much the same. Up here, we're going to be using our plan features. Again, the exact same features I typed into Clerk, one-to-one, exactly what we have. And then I want this to say has plan feature. And this is going to take in a feature, and it's going to be of type plan feature. And again, Clerk is really nice. It just allows you to input the feature and tell you if the user or the organization has that permission or that feature in their plan. So now let's go through our application and actually start working on implementing some of these permission checks into the different places in our application where we're using it. So we can go into our features folder where we have our job listings. Let's go into our actions here because we want to check to make sure we have permission to do these different things, such as creating a job listing. So anywhere in here, it really doesn't matter. Let's just make it down here. We're going to do a simple check. Actually, we might as well do it up here where we're checking our organization. And we're just going to do a quick check that says await has permission. There we go. And we want to check a specific permission. In our case, we want to check, can they create a job listing? And we can just wrap that in some parentheses so we can make sure it's awaited properly. And then we can put an exclamation point in the front. And that's essentially saying if our org ID equals null, or we don't have permission to create a job listing, then make sure we throw an error to let the user know you don't have permission to do this particular thing. We can do the exact same thing down here for update. I'm just going to put it right here, but this one is going to be the update version instead of the create version. Now again, we're checking permissions properly for this, which is exactly what we want. Now I did notice as I'm scrolling down, we never actually used this job listing that we got to make sure it existed. So we can just come in here. If job listing is equal to null, we want to return a new error. And we'll just say that there is an error updating your job listing. Same thing here, updating, and you don't have permission to update. There we go. So now if we go back to our application, everything still should work exactly the same. If I try to edit this, we'll change it to real title 2. I'll click create. You can see it still renders out just fine. But if I come into Clerk and I go over to my user permissions and I remove this permission from the admin user, which is what I am, we'll come in here, we're going to edit the role, and we're going to actually remove the permission for updating a job listing. There we go. I'm going to update that role. So now I don't have permission to update job listings. I'm going to go into the edit page. So far, we still haven't locked this down. I'm going to change it to 22, click create, and I get an error. You don't have permission to update this job listing. So immediately we can see that our permission system is working just like we want it to. Let me add that permission back because we do want our admin users to be able to update the job listings. And now when I click create, you can see it updates to that particular new title. Now, one other thing that I want to do, just so we can demonstrate what our icons look like, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add a city. Doesn't really matter what the city is. And I'm going to add a wage. We'll just say it's going to be, sure, that much money. And we'll click create the job listing. And now you can see here, we have the icon for our location as well as the wage being displayed up here. So we have those badges working like we would expect them to. Now we can go ahead and actually make it so that our UI implements these different changes. So for example, if I don't have permission to edit, it won't show me the edit button. So I'm going to go back into Clerk. I'm going to remove my ability to edit again, just so we can test what this looks like. Here we go. I've removed the ability to edit, update that role real quick, come back over here, and you can see the edit button is still showing up. And we obviously don't want that to show up. So let's go ahead and find where we can change that in our UI. Well, we can go into our app. We can go into the employer section, job listings. We want to go to the individual page where the job listing is viewed. And here is where our edit button is. It's directly inside of this section. We essentially want to do an if check that says, if this particular thing is true, render one thing, otherwise don't render anything. Or sometimes otherwise render some fallback value. So we want to be able to have essentially an if check inside of our JSX code that's also doing with asynchronous code. This is something that's kind of tricky to do. So we're going to create a custom component to handle this for us. And this custom component, we're just going to call async if. And this is going to be a really simple function that takes in a condition. That's going to be something that evaluates, and it's going to take in some children, and it's going to render those children. We also can pass in some loading fallbacks and some like else conditions if we want. But for now, this is the most basic use case for our async if. So let's actually go ahead and create this component. We'll do it inside of our components folder. We'll say async if.tsx. We're going to export that function. And again, like I mentioned, it's going to take in some specific props. we'll just type those up here, and we'll say that our condition is going to be a function that returns a promise. There we go. So it's going to return a promise that gives us a Boolean true or false, and it takes in no parameters at all. Also, we're going to need to take in some children. This is a React node. We're also going to take in a loading fallback. This is because we're going to be dealing with asynchronous stuff with suspense. So we're going to put in a loading fallback option, as well as an otherwise option, essentially an else condition. So like you can say, if true, do this, otherwise do this particular thing. So now we have all the different props that we need inside of here. So we can say children. Let me make sure I type this as props so we get some nice autocomplete. There we go. Get rid of my settings there. And we have the otherwise prop. So inside of here, I want to return suspense. We of course need to wrap everything in suspense. And the fallback for this is going to be our loading fallback state. Then what I want to do is I want to render essentially the suspended component. So we'll say suspended component function, suspended component. And this is going to be asynchronous. And this is going to take in essentially all the props we had up here, minus one particular prop, which is the loading state. So we're going to take our props minus our loading state. There we go. And that's going to give us all the props that we have here, which are children, the condition, and the otherwise clause. And this code is really simple. All we're going to do is call await on our condition. If the condition is true, we render the children. Otherwise, we render the else condition, the otherwise condition. Then we're just going to take our props and pass them into here. So we have children, which we need to pass in a different way. So we'll say condition, we'll say otherwise. There we go. And then we're going to pass in our children. There we go. So now we have this asynchronous if component. Make sure I pass in my otherwise properly. There we go. So essentially what this is doing is it loads our fallback when we're loading. Then if our condition is true, it returns the children. Otherwise, it returns this otherwise prop. So in our particular case, we can say has user permission to update a job listing. If they have this particular permission, which we're just going to wrap like this, then we want to render the children. Otherwise, we don't render anything at all because we don't have an otherwise condition being passed in. So now you can see immediately the edit button has disappeared because I do not have permission to edit that particular button. Now, if I go into here and I add a permission back for me to be able to edit that, so we'll come in here, make my screen a little larger so we can actually edit this. And we'll go and we'll add that permission back in. We'll update our role, minimize this back down, and I refresh my page. Now the edit button is back because I now have that permission. Now the next few buttons we're going to create are going to be much more complicated. So I'm going to put them in their own separate component. We'll say that we're going to have the status update button, just like this. And at a base level, this button is going to share some things in common with this button. So we'll just copy this over as a baseline starting point, but almost everything is going to be different. We don't really care about this being a link or anything like that. And inside of here for now, we'll just say toggle. So this is going to toggle our status. Now this is going to be quite a bit more complicated because we're going to need to wrap this inside of multiple if checks. So the very first if check we're going to do is that async if. And this very first async if is just going to check, do you have permission to perform this action? So our condition is going to be has org user permission. And this is going to be for changing the status of a job listing, for example, from delisted to published or draft to published and so on. So if we have this permission, then we want to render out, for example, our button to toggle things. So now if we have this permission, it should actually render that out if we put this on our page. So up here, we're going to render out that button just like that. And now we should see a button that says toggle on our screen. If I just give my page a refresh, it should hopefully show up. Looks like it's not showing up though. And that's because I need to get rid of this as child. That makes it show up. So now you can see we have a toggle button showing up because we do have permission to perform this action. But I actually need a second if check here. And this second if check that we're doing is also going to check to make sure that the user plan allows them to publish a job listing in specific scenarios. So first of all, I have to figure out, are we publishing this job? Because that's the only time we have a limitation. So I'm going to come in here with a get next job listing status function, which allows us to pass in a job listing status. So of course we need to make sure we get our job listing status passed into here, but it allows us to pass in a job listing status and it'll tell us what the next status is going to be. For example, draft goes to published, published goes to delisted, and delisted goes back to published. So let's actually create a nice little handy function for this. And we're going to do this inside of a utils folder inside of our section for job listings. So we'll create a brand new file in our lib actually. We'll just call this utils.ts. And we want to export a function called the get next job listing status. It takes in a job listing status just like that. And we essentially just want to do a switch case. I'm just going to copy it over because it's really basic. You can see here, we'll call this status. If we're in the draft or delisted case, our status goes to published. If we're in the published case, it goes to delisted. So it's kind of almost like a state machine for what our next state is going to be that we can move into. So once we have that done, we can import that from here. And we need to make sure that we actually get our status into this button. So I can say status just like that. And this is going to be status, which is a job listing status. There we go. And now all the way up here where we use this button, I can say job listing.status. Okay, there we go. So now I'm essentially checking, okay, let's get the next job listing status. You can see right here, it's already printing out published. I know that if the next job listing status is published, then I want to render some particular code. In my case, that's going to be the code that checks to see if we can do this thing. So I'm going to put a little if check here. There we go. Move this all the way down. Otherwise, we want to render out essentially just our button. So we're going to take our button and move it down here. And I'm actually going to take our button, we'll put it in its own file or in its own variable. So we'll say button is equal to this. There we go. And now in both places where we use this, we can just render out the button. That way we essentially share that logic between the different places we're using it. So now you can see in one case, if our next status is going to be published, we want to check to make sure that organization has the ability to do this. Then what we're going to do, if it's not going to publish, well, we can delist any job we want whenever we want. So we're just going to render the button just fine. Now this one is going to be checking a plan feature. So we're going to say has plan feature. And we need to make sure we pass in the particular plan feature. And you can see this is a little bit confusing because we have a feature for 1 job listing, 3 job listings, and 15. So we're going to have a lot of different if checks here. So I'm going to create a helper function instead. This helper function is going to be called has reached max featured job listings, just like that. We're going to get a variable from that. Const is maxed equals waiting that. So we'll put an async here. Make sure that I get all of this in the right location. There we go. And then what I want to do is I just want to return the opposite of is maxed. There we go. So now I need to create this has reached max featured job listings. Now I'm going to create a brand new file for that. So we can go down into our lib folder again here. I want to create a plan feature helpers.ts. And we're going to export a function with that exact name. And I'm going to make sure that this is asynchronous. So the first thing that I want to do inside of here is to figure out what organization you're in. So we can get our org ID, which is equal to await get current organization. And then if the org ID is equal to null, well, then we just want to return true because obviously if you don't have an organization, you can't post anything. It doesn't make any sense. Then we want to get the count, which we're going to create a function for called get published job listings count for our org ID. Now this function, I'm just going to paste down because it's relatively straightforward. I'll explain it. Don't worry. Not going to be jumping past it. Let me just get all my imports in place though. Get our job listing table and get all of our different where clauses inside of here. So essentially what this little bit of code is doing, and it looks like actually I imported the wrong count variable. So let me make sure here I import the count from Drizzle. There we go. So what this code is doing is we're just selecting the count of the job listing table for only the job listings for a specific organization ID and a specifically published. So it's just going to add up all the job listings that are published inside of this organization and it's going to return the count, or if there's no job listings, it'll return 0 as the count. So it'll always either be the number of job listings in the row or 0. Then once we have that, we can essentially create a check, which is const can post, and we'll call await promise.all, and we just need to check which one of these permissions the plan has. So we can say has plan feature for post 1 job listing. And then we can just extend upon that by saying .then, this is the has property, and we'll say and count is less than 1. So if they have permission to do this and the count is less than 1, which is how many they can post, we say that they are able to do this, so it returns true. I then need to copy this down for 3 job listings, must be less than 3. And then we also have the ability for 15 job listings, and this must be less than 15. So all of these are going to return true if they have the permission for it and if they have less than that number of job listings. Then what we can redo is we can just return can post dot sum, and we can pass in a Boolean here. What that's going to do is it's going to say, does any value in this array equate to true? That means, are any of these true? If so, this is going to return true, and then it negates it to return false, because this is for have we reached the max number of job listings. So if we've reached the max number of job listings, this is going to return true. So now that we have that set up, we can actually use that inside of here by just saying has reached the max number of job listings. If we have not reached the max number of job listings, then render out our button in this particular section right here. In our case, you'll notice that our button has actually disappeared, and that's because we have reached the max number of job listings because we don't have a plan. We're on the free plan, so this button has completely disappeared. Now this isn't quite what I want though, because if we are trying to publish the job and we're not able to, I want to still show the button, but I want them when they click on the button to be told, hey, you can't do this, you need to upgrade your plan. This allows me to essentially try to sell them on upgrading their plan when they try to do something, instead of them just not knowing they can't do this thing. So we're going to put an otherwise clause in here, and this is what renders whenever we fail the check. So for example, if I just put some random text in here, you can see that that text shows up because we are failing this particular check. And here is when I want to add some even more complicated code for adding a popover. And I believe we're going to need to add this directly from shadcn. So we'll say popover. We're going to make sure that we force install this, so it's going to work with our version of Next.js since we're on the Canary version. And now inside the popover, we're going to use a popover trigger, just like that. This is going to be set to as child because it's essentially just going to render a button. Let me make sure I import this properly. There we go. And then inside of here, we want a button with a variant of outline. There we go. Close off our button. And inside of here, we want the status toggle button text, which is a function we're going to create that allows us to just get whatever the text and icon is for this. So we're going to take in our job listing. Whoops. Job listing. Actually, we already have our status. It's just the status right there. So let's go ahead and create this function all the way down here. It doesn't really matter where. And it's going to take in a status, which is a job listing status. Now this is again code I'm fine with just copying and pasting over because essentially it's just a switch statement. If we are in the delisted state or the draft state, it's going to say publish, while if we're in the publish state, it'll say delist. So we can swap between whatever state we want to be in. So now you can see it says publish right here, but we're inside of a popover. So what should our popover content look like? Well, we can come over here, we can say popover content. And the very first thing that I want to do inside my popover content is have some text essentially telling them you must upgrade. So we're going to copy some text. You must upgrade your plan to publish more job listings. And then I want to create a button that brings them to the page to upgrade their plan. So we can say as child is a link with an href, and this href is going to be /employer/pricing. And this is going to say upgrade plan, just like that. And then inside of our popover trigger, we're going to add a class name to this, which is going to be flex column and a gap of 2, just to give us a little bit of space between those. So now when we click on this, you can see we must upgrade our plan. And of course, it looks like I imported something from the wrong location. So let me make sure I fix that. Here we go. Popover content was imported from the wrong location. Get that from the right location. And now hopefully when I click on that, you can see you must upgrade your plan to publish more job listings. Click on this and it'll bring me to the pricing page, which we have yet to implement. Now this seems like just as good a place as any to implement the pricing page. And luckily the pricing page is actually incredibly easy to implement. So we're going to go over and we're going to create a pricing page inside of employer. So we'll create a new folder called pricing. And inside of here, we'll create a page called page.tsx. And I'm just going to copy the code because it's actually dead simple. We essentially are just importing one single thing, which is our pricing table directly from Clerk. Now, instead of directly importing this from Clerk, I'm actually going to change this slightly. And I'm going to create my own custom pricing table component that we import from, just because it's going to allow me to configure specific things that I want. So inside my components, we're going to come in here with our pricing table, export a function with that exact name. And we need to make sure we import pricing table as Clerk pricing table from, and that's at Clerk/Next.js. There we go. And then we can just return our Clerk pricing table. And specifically, I want to make sure that we're only doing this for organizations. And our new subscription redirect URL is going to redirect us back to the page we're currently on. So employer/pricing. So when they upgrade or change their plan, instead of redirecting them to a new page, it just keeps them on the same page so they can easily see what they swapped between. So now let's import pricing table from our own custom component. And now we should see that our pricing table shows up. But of course, it can't be rendered when billing is disabled. We need to make sure we enable billing on our application. So we can come over to our application. We can go to the settings for billing, and we want to make sure it's enabled. I just clicked on the button for enable billing. I can disable it again if you want, and then we can click enable billing right here. And then we're just going to use the Clerk payment gateway to handle everything for us. No configuration, nothing like that. So now we have billing enabled, and we have our subscription plan set up for our user. So all of that is ready to go. So now we should see, if we refresh our page, you can see we get our pricing plans on the right-hand side of our page. And depending on what screen size we have, you can see it's super mobile responsive, which is really great. It's kind of big because I'm super zoomed in, but that's just so it's easier for you to see. But now we can subscribe to any of these plans we want to. We can toggle between annual and non-annual. Let's say that we want to subscribe to just the basic plan that allows us to post one job. Come in here, we'll click pay with test card because we're in development mode. And there we go, payment successful. We can click continue. And now we're on this plan. You can see it's active, all that fun stuff. And we can go back to the job listing we're on. I'm just going to use the back button to get here. But now you can see we have the ability to toggle this, which means that we have passed both of those different checks that we were trying to pass. So let's go back to the page that we were just working on. There we go. We're on that page. Actually, no, this is the wrong page. Let's make sure we're on the correct page. Here we go. And I want to kind of extract this popover into its own function. So we'll just say upgrade popover. There we go. We're going to return this popover content. And I specifically want to be able to put whatever text is going to be on the button. So we'll say button text, and we're going to say popover text. And these are just going to be different things. So we're going to say button text is a React node. And we have our popover text, which is also going to be a React node. There we go. So now in this section, I can essentially just put whatever my button text is. And then inside of this section, I can put my popover text. This will just make it easier for me to repeat this because I'm going to use this in multiple places. So now up here where I want my upgrade popover, it's also going to clean up the code in here because it's going to look a little bit better. So we're going to have our button text, which is equal to this. And then we're going to have our popover text, which is going to be equal to this right here. There we go. Now I get rid of all this and just makes my code a little bit cleaner and easier to work with, and it still does the exact same thing. Now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create another helper component because this button, when we click on it, we want it to toggle the state of published versus unpublished, and we don't want it to move pages or anything like that. It's just going to stay on the current page, show us a loading spinner, and if it's successful, pop up a toast, or if there's an error, it'll pop up a toast as well, just to let us know, hey, what's going on with this particular thing. So we can create a nice little helper component for this in our components folder. We're going to call this action button because it's going to be a button that when you click performs a server action for us. Let's minimize all this down so we have a little bit more room to work with. We'll export a function called action button. This is going to take in an action that we want to perform. We're going to have an option for require are you sure, which is really great for when we have things that we want the user to perform additional validation by clicking an are you sure button. We're also going to have an are you sure description, which by default just says this action cannot be undone. Sometimes you may want to customize what this specifically says. And then finally, we're just going to have all of our additional props for essentially our button that we're going to be using. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take in our component props for our button, and we're going to make sure it's with a ref. So we're going to say component props with a ref type of button, just like that. And this is the button coming from shadcn. Make sure we import that properly. And we're going to get rid of the onClick property because we're going to override that ourselves. Then we're going to take whatever these omit properties are, and we're going to add on to them by just using the ampersand here to give us our extra props for action. Require are you sure, which we can just say that's a Boolean. And then finally an are you sure description. And this is just a string. And this one is going to be optional. This one is going to be optional. And finally for our action, this is going to be a function that returns a promise. And this promise is going to have an error, which is a Boolean, and a message, which is optional and is a string. There we go. Now also, we're going to mark this as a client component. So we're going to come up here, use client, and then we can actually define what this function is going to look like on the inside. So the first thing I want to do is I want to be able to handle a loading state. And on the client side, the best way to do that is with a transition. So we'll say const is loading and start transition is going to be equal to use transition, just like that. And then we want a function that's going to be for performing our action. So we're going to call this perform action because we're going to use this in a few different places. We're going to call start transition, which is going to be an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function essentially is just going to call our action. So our data is equal to await.action. And then we're going to say if our data has an error, make sure I await this properly. There we go. If our data has an error, then what we want to do is we want to render out a toast that is an error toast that says data.message. And if we have no message, it'll just say error. There we go. So that's what we do to perform our action. Start up a transition, run the code. It's going to give us all of our loading states and everything for us automatically, which is great. The next thing we need to do is, first of all, if we require an are you sure dialog, we need to put that inside of an alert dialog, which I believe we need to import from shadcn. So let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Get that. And I'm going to have to force install that. I'm almost certain. There we go. Otherwise, if we don't require this, we can just return a simple button. So we're going to come in here with our button code. It's going to take in all of our different props, just like that. There we go. And inside of here, we want to make sure our disabled is equal to is loading. And we want to make sure our on click is handled properly by the perform action. There we go. Then what we can do inside of our button is we can use that nice loading swap component that we already created earlier to be able to swap between our is loading state and so on. So is loading is just equal to is loading. And then we can say that we want to have some class names of inline, flex, items, center, and gap2, just to make sure everything looks like we want it to. And in here, we can put our props.children. There we go. That's all we need to do to render out everything in this section. In the require are you sure section, we just need to essentially do that same thing, but put it inside of an alert dialog. So we have an alert dialog. The open state of this is specifically tied to is loading. So if is loading is true, then we want to make sure that this is open. Otherwise, we're going to set this to undefined. By setting to undefined, we essentially say, hey, shadcn, you handle what the open state is. Otherwise, I'm going to say only force it to be open when we're loading. The reason for this is normally when you click on the submit button for an alert dialog, it automatically closes and we don't get that loading feedback. So that's why I'm making sure it's forced to be open. Now here we have our alert dialog trigger. I'm going to set this as a child, and that's because it's going to render out our button, and our button is just going to take in all of our different props. So either our button is going to render on its own down here, or it's going to render up here inside of our alert dialog trigger, just like that. And it looks like I maybe imported the wrong one, or I just didn't import it at all. There we go. Now we have our alert dialog content, and inside of our alert dialog content, we need a header. Whoops, dialog header. There we go. Inside of that, dialog title. This is just going to say, are you sure? And then we also need a description, alert dialog description. And this is going to be where we put in that are you sure description. There we go. Make sure I copy this over. Finally, after our header, we're just going to jump straight to the footer, alert dialog footer, because all we really want to do is put in our buttons. So we're going to have alert dialog cancel button. There we go. This is just going to say cancel. And then below that, we're going to have our alert dialog action, and this is the thing that allows us to actually perform whatever action we want. So this is going to say yes, and then inside of here we can essentially put a disabled state that's going to be equal to is loading. We can also come in here with an on click. There we go. The on click is going to be equal to perform action. Make sure I spell everything properly. And then instead of just being the text yes, of course we want to put that inside of our loading swap animation, and is loading is equal to is loading. There we go. Close that off, move that down, and now we have our dialog version as well. We can return that right here. So if we ask for a dialog, we get this big dialog. Otherwise, we just get the button on its own. And really all this code is for is just to make it so when we click a button, it does something, and sometimes it asks us permission before we actually do that thing. So now inside of the code for our job listing, up here where we have our button, we can use that brand new alert button that we just created, which is alert button. Actually, it's not alert, I'm sorry, it's action button. There we go. And inside of here, we can put whatever text we want. We already know what that text is. It's just this text right here. That's why we created a function for this to make it easier to work with. And now we have our alert button, or our action button, and we can specify what our action is going to be. This is going to be for toggling the status of our job listing. We'll get to that in a little bit. We can also specify that we want to require are you sure, and we only require are you sure if it's going to be publishing a job. So we can say require are you sure is get next job listing status, pass in our current status. If that is equal to published, well, that means that we're going to be publishing this job, so we probably want to make sure that they're sure they want to publish the job. Also, our are you sure description will just say this will immediately show this job listing to all users. There we go, just so they're aware of what's going to happen if they click the button. Lastly, I'm going to add in a variant. This is going to be an outline variant, and then we can finally manage our action, which is going to be toggle job listing status. And we're just going to bind null and ID. So it's essentially going to call this function with null, and the ID is going to be the very first property. Another way that we could do this is writing the code like this, and then we could just pass in ID. Both of these are going to work just fine. We just need to create this function now. And actually, we can't do this by passing a function because we're in a server component. So instead, we're going to change it back to the bind version because that does allow us to pass that around. So now let's actually go ahead and implement this. It's going to be an action. So we're going to go into our job listing features, and we're going to go into the actions, and we're going to create a brand new action for that. It's going to be asynchronous. We're going to export it. There we go. Inside this function, we're going to do a lot of the same stuff we did up here. So I'm going to kind of copy this. We'll obviously change some of it, but it's going to take in an ID that is a string. And then we need to make some checks. First of all, we're going to check, hey, do we have an organization? So first of all, check, do we have an organization? Then we need to make sure that we check to see if they can actually do this particular thing. And to make this a little bit easier, I'm going to come up here. I'm going to say error is equal to, and I'm essentially just going to copy this object. So we're going to copy this up into here, and we'll just say you don't have permission to update this job listing status. There we go. Now we have an error that we can use, and like here, for example, we can return an error whenever the organization is equal to null, and we'll just get it like that. Next thing I'm going to check is going to be my job listing. So we'll move that up just like that. So we're going to check to see if we have a job listing, and the rest of this actually we don't even need. And here we'll return an error if we don't have a job listing. And again, we'll just put it on one line for a little bit of ease of use to look at. Next, we're going to figure out what the new status is going to be by calling that get next job listing status. And of course, we need to pass in our job listing dot status. There we go. So this is going to get whatever the new status is from our job listing. And it looks like we aren't getting a status being returned from this, or something is happening that's not quite right. Let's look at get job listing. Looks like that should be returning our status for us. And the reason it's not working is because I didn't await the get job listing. And I believe I need to make sure I await it up here. Otherwise, again, we'll have some errors. So I'll make sure I await that up there so that bolt is working just fine. Now what we can do is we can kind of do our big if check. First of all, we can check to see has org user permission. And we want to check do they have the ability to change the status of a job listing. We'll await that and then we'll negate that as well. So we'll check essentially, hey, do you have the ability to perform this particular action? And we're going to come in here with an error. So if you don't have the ability to perform this action, we're going to return an error. Next, we're going to be checking to see if the new status is equal to published. And we want to check to see have we reached the max amount. Has reached max job listings, just like that. And we're going to make sure we await that. There we go. So now what this little bit of code essentially is saying is, first of all, do you have permission? And then we're checking, hey, are we at the correct status? Or have we reached the max that we can for that status? So if we're not publishing a job, this returns false and it doesn't throw an error. But it will return true if we're publishing. And if we've reached the max amount of job listings that we can, we run into an error. Now this function, I believe, I called the wrong thing. This says has reached max featured job listings. This should just say has reached max published job listings. So I'm going to actually rename that because that was an incorrect naming on my part. So we'll come down into this lib for the plan features helpers. And this should be right here. We'll rename it to published job listings instead. There we go. Now what we can do is come all the way up to here. We can import this function and at least the function itself will import. Now we just need to make sure we have the function functioning properly because right now it doesn't actually do anything in the case that everything is successful. So we want to call the update function for our job listing in the database version. We want to pass in our ID. We want to pass in our status, which is our new status. The is featured property, if the new status is equal to published, well, then we don't want to modify this. So we'll just leave this as undefined. That'll just not change it. Otherwise, we're going to change it to false because essentially if you're unpublishing a job, you no longer want it to be featured. Also, we're going to set the posted at. So if the new status is equal to published and we have not ever posted before, so our job listing dot status is equal to draft, then what I want to do is I want to change my new date right here by putting a new date. Otherwise, just don't change it. So essentially, if it's the first time we've published this job listing, then set a date. Otherwise, don't. We can also do this a different way, which is probably better. And we can just check the posted at. So the posted at is equal to null. So essentially, if we don't have a posted at yet and we're posting this for the first time, set the posted at. Otherwise, don't mess with it. Now we should hopefully have all of that done and we can work on finishing out what we need to do on this page because it looks like we have an error where ID is equal to null. And that's because I just didn't pass in the ID here. There we go. And then I need to make sure wherever I use this, I pass in our ID, which is our job listing.id. There we go. Now it looks like we have an error right here with this action. And that's because we need to make sure this function always returns to us an object that has an error property. So we can say error false to let them know that this was successfully performed. Now that should be everything we need to do to actually be able to change the status of our job listing. So if I click this publish button, you can see, are you sure this will immediately show this job listing to users? I'll click yes. And you can see we got a small loading state and now it says we can delist the job because it's currently an active job. If I click delist, you get the loading state back to delisted. And now if I want to publish again, are you sure you want to publish? Yes, and it'll show it as published. Now the next few buttons that we add are likely going to be much simpler because we can kind of piggyback on all the work we did to make this particular button work as well as it actually is. So let's go back onto that page. We want to scroll to the section that we're going to be working on, which is right here. We have our status update button. I'm going to add a brand new button. And this one is going to be for our featured update button. And we'll actually call this featured toggle button. I think that's a little bit of a better name. And it'll take in if it is featured or not. So we'll come in here with an is featured, and this is just going to be a Boolean. So first of all, we can kind of not worry about this action button. We'll come back to that. I want to focus on this particular section here. So we're going to be using the same exact change status because this is both for changing the status as well as changing the status of the featured flag. That's going to be the same exact thing that we're checking. So we'll leave that the same. We don't need to worry about getting the next job listing status. We don't have that at all to worry about, but we do need to check to see if this is a featured job. So we'll say is featured. If it's featured, we want to render out just the button as is because we're essentially unfeaturing the job, which doesn't require anything fancy. Otherwise, we are featuring the job, which means that we need to check to make sure they have the ability to feature a job. So we can make sure that in this particular section, we're going to check the max featured job listings, which is a new function that we need to create. So let's go ahead and do that. It's going to be very similar to the function that we've already created. So I'm essentially just going to copy this, paste it down. This is going to be max featured job listings. There we go. We're going to be getting the featured job listings count. So let's copy this function because, again, very similar. This one is going to be featured job listings. And down here, instead of checking this, we're going to check is featured is equal to true. There we go. This is going to give us all the featured job listing counts. So now we can check all of our featured. And here we can check for the one featured as well as the unlimited featured. There we go. So the one featured means that they had to be less than or equal to 1. And for the unlimited, we don't even need to do any other checks because if they have the ability to post unlimited, it doesn't matter what the count is. We only care about the count when it's limited. So now here we can say can feature is might as well be what we call this. And we're going to do the same exact negation to make it so that it's if we have reached the maximum or not. So now inside of here, we can import this particular function. This will return true if we've reached the max number of featured jobs. Otherwise, it's going to return to us false. Then what we can do is we can add our upgrade popover. For our upgrade popover, we need our featured toggle button text. And that's just going to be is featured. And again, that's something that we can create down here, very similar to what we did with our status. I'm just going to copy it over because, again, if you look at it, it's very simple code. If featured is true, we return this star off icon, that text unfeature. Otherwise, we return the text of feature with the star icon, essentially flipping between the different icons and text based on if we want to feature this job listing or not. Now we have that particular section done. This text should say you must upgrade your plan to feature more job listings. There we go. So that's all good. That looks like everything we want it to do. We can come all the way up here, and now we just need to make our action button work fine, which isn't going to be too much work. So inside this action button, we don't really need to worry about require are you sure, so we can completely get rid of that. And then we have here our variant for outline, as well as we want to, for this one, to toggle the job listing featured, and we want to bind that just like we did before. And this should be our featured button text is featured. There we go. So essentially, all we need to do is create this one single function, and all of the rest of the code is essentially taken care of for us. So let's go ahead and we'll create this function inside the action for our job listings. So we'll come into our actions and we'll create one. Might as well actually just copy this function because it's going to be very similar to what we did up here. This is going to be toggle job listing featured. So first of all, you don't have permission to update this job listing featured status. There we go. And I might as well make sure I put an apostrophe S in front of this one just so it looks a little better. Job listings status. There we go. And then we can first check to see, do we have the organization? Same as before. Check to see if we have the job listing? Same as before. This is going to be our new featured status, which essentially is just negating the current status we have. So job listing.isFeatured. We're just negating that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do all the rest of our checks down here for if we have permission for doing it. So do we have permission? Okay. Then is our new featured status equal to true? So is it true? If it's true, then we want to have check to see if we have reached the max featured jobs. So if we have permission and we've not reached the max featured jobs, then we want to update this down here. And this one's super simple. All we need to do is take is featured and return the new featured status. Super straightforward. So since we did all that extra legwork before, this was actually relatively easy for us to implement. And now we can actually render that on our page. So let's make sure we import this. And we can go up and we can render this right next to where we had our status button. So here's our status button. We can add our feature toggle button. This is going to take in is featured, which is job listing.isFeatured. And it's going to take in an ID, which is job listing.id. There we go. And now you can see we have a button that allows us to toggle between featured and not featured. Also, I only want to render this if our job listing is published because we can't feature a non-published job listing. So if job listing.status is equal to published, then I want to render the text directly inside of here. So we'll move that down. And of course, since this job listing is published, you can see the button shows up. Now, right now, our featured button right here is showing up and our featured button here is showing up. So we have a little bit of a mix-max going on. My guess is that inside of our component for our job listing badges, we just have something not quite like we want. Yeah, of course, we negated it right here for testing purposes. We need to make sure this only shows up when it is featured. Now I can click on this feature button, and of course you must upgrade your plan to feature more job listings. And that's because we're on the basic plan, which does not have any featured job listings. So let's upgrade to the growth plan where we can add one actual featured job listing. So now we can come back over to here, go to our job. We'll just use the back button to get there for now. And you can see I can click feature, and you can now see my job has been featured, and now I can click unfeature, and it has been unfeatured. So I have the ability to toggle between these. We'll make this one featured for now. Now the last button I want to add is going to be the simplest one of them all, and that's just going to be the button for deleting. And you may think that would be more complicated, but honestly, deleting is actually pretty simple. So what we want to do is we're just going to copy this async if, because this button is much simpler. It's just one if statement instead of multiple. We check for the delete status, and then we have our variant on this one. It's going to be destructive. Whoops, destructive. There we go. And this one is not going to have a link, so it's not going to be an as child or anything like that. It's actually going to be an action button. So let me make sure we get our action button. There we go. This one is going to be the trash to icon. There we go. Size is going to be 4. It'll say delete, and then we just need to specify what we want our action to be. So our action for this one is going to be delete job listing.bind null and our job listing ID. And then we're going to require are you sure, because obviously deleting a job listing is kind of a big deal. So let's go ahead and create an action for this job listing. We'll just come in here, async function delete job listing, and it takes in an ID, which is a string. Now this one is going to be pretty straightforward, kind of similar to what we've done before. I'll copy up this code right here. So first of all, our error will say you don't have permission to delete this job listing. There we go. We first check, do we have an organization? Then we check, do we have a job listing that we want to delete? And then finally, we're going to check if we have permission. So we can say await has permission. And we want to check, do they have the org user delete job listings permission? We're going to make sure we negate that. So right there, there we go. So we're checking, okay, do they have the permission? If they don't, then we're going to return the error again. And then finally, we can come down here, await delete job listing ID, make sure this is the database version. And then if we delete something, we just want to redirect them back to the employer page. There we go. So now let's go ahead and implement this delete job listing DB. And we also want to make sure we export this so we can use it in our application. So this is going to go inside of our database folder right here. Export function. We want to do that. An ID, that's a string. And deleting is going to be rather straightforward. It's kind of going to look like this. So I'll copy this over. You can see here, we're going to call, this is an async function. We're going to call delete. We're going to get it where our job ID is that. And we can return these things, revalidate. And then this is called our deleted job listing, just like that. There we go. That's all we need to do to delete a job listing. And here we can make sure we can import that properly. So we'll scroll all the way to the top to manually import that. Looks like it's right here. There we go. So now we've imported that file, and the last place we need to import is going to be here where we actually created that action. So let's make sure that we actually get the correct one imported. So let me maximize my screen size just so I know which one I'm importing. There we go. That's the actions one right there. And now hopefully everything's going to work. And you can now see we have our delete button right here. And when I click on this, it will delete the job listing if I wanted to. So let's click on delete, and you can see it has deleted that, and it's redirected back to this page. And we've been redirected back to our very first job listing. And that's because if we look at the page for our base layout, you can see here it redirects us to whatever the most recently created job listing is, which is this one. Or if there are none, it's going to redirect us back to the page that essentially is for no job listing, which is for creating a new job listing. So now let's go ahead and actually work on the sidebar portion over here for our job listings. First of all, this plus button should only show up if we have permission to actually interact with it. So let's go over to our layout for this, make this so quite big so we can see it. And here is our sidebar group action. We want to wrap that inside of an async if. So we'll say async if just like that, wrap that entire section in it, and we'll add in our condition, which is has org user permission. And this is going to be the one for creating a job listing. So we want to just make sure we check that. If they have that particular permission, then we're fine with running the rest of our code. There we go. Then inside of this sidebar group, I want to render out all of the job listings that we have. So inside this sidebar group, we're going to have our sidebar group content, just like that. And inside this sidebar group content, I want to create a job listing menu, and I'm going to pass it in the org ID so we can get all the job listings for a particular organization. Now this content, I want to be collapsed or hidden whenever I collapse my screen or collapse my sidebar. So we'll say group, group data, and then we have state equals collapsed. And I want this to be hidden whenever in the collapsed state. There we go. And let's make sure that we close off everything that we have. For example, this needs to be closed off, and we need to create this job listing menu. And this is going to take in that org ID. And for now, let's just return null so we can at least see that everything is working properly. And this entire section, when we collapse down to the icon size, so at full screen like this, when we collapse down, all of that entire section right there is going to completely disappear just like we want it to. So now let's go ahead and make this sidebar menu. First of all, we need to get our job listings. So we'll say await get job listings. This is going to take in an org ID. And this is actually going to be a much more complicated function than it looks like. So we're going to come down here. And first of all, wherever I have my job listing menu, I want to wrap that in a suspense. There we go. Perfect. Since we are doing asynchronous code inside of here, I don't really care about a fallback for it, but we're going to just wrap it inside of a suspense. Now let's create our async function for get job listings, pass it in an org ID, which is a string. And you may think this is a simple function, but not only do I want to get my job listings, I also want to get the number of applications for my job listing. And I also want to group these by the actual organization or by the status for the different job listings. So there's quite a lot of stuff going on inside this function. First of all, we can do our caching just like we were before. So we'll say get job listing, and this is going to be our organization ID. There we go. And then I want to get my data, which is await db dot select, because we're going to be doing a manual select with manual joins and so on. So I want to get my job listing table.id. I want to get my title, table.title. I want to get my status, which is job listing table. Let me unimport menu because I definitely don't need that imported. Looks like it, oh, of course it's not imported. It's this exact file right here. Okay, so we can get our status. Then the next thing we can get is our application count. And this is going to be a count of our job listing application table dot user ID, because essentially I want to get the unique users that have applied for this particular job. And we'll make sure that we import that from Drizzle properly. Then we want to do this from our job listing table. There we go. We want to get this where we have the organization ID. So we can say equals job listing table dot organization ID is equal to our org ID. So now we're checking, okay, only the job listings for our organization. I want to do a left join because even if there are no applications, I still want to make this join and just count to 0. So my job listing application table where my job listing table dot ID is equal to my job listing application table dot job listing ID. So I'm just matching on that foreign key. And then I'm doing a group by, and I want to group by each individual job listing ID. And I also want to group by the job listing ID itself, just so I can actually get that information. So we're going to put both of those in our group by clause. The reason I have both is because that way I can access like my ID, my title, my status, and so on up above. Finally, I have an order by, and we're going to do this in descending order by when they were created. So we're going to do created at. So whichever one is most recently created will show up at the top of our list. Now down here, we can return our data, but before we do that, you'll notice that not only do I rely on my job listing data for each organization, but I also rely on my job listing application table. So I need to make sure I cache based off of that as well. The really nice thing about the way Next.js does caching with this cache tag system is I can loop through each one of my job listings, just like this. And I can specifically say I want to get a cache tag for my job listing application job listing tag. Super long name, but essentially I just want to cache my applications by the job listing ID, but I don't have that function created. So we're going to go ahead and create that function since now we're diving into our job listing applications. So we'll come over into our page. Inside of our features folder, we need to create a brand new folder for job listing applications. We need a DB folder and we need a cache folder. And inside of that folder, we'll just create a brand new file called job listing applications.ts. And we're going to export a function with that exact name. Now this is going to take in our job listing ID, which is a string, and it's going to return the get job listing tag. We're going to pass it in job listing applications and our job listing ID. And this is again a function we need to create because we don't have any set up for this for our caching. So in our data cache, you notice we can cache by ID, organization, and global. We need to create another one for being able to cache by a job listing ID instead. So our tag is our cache tag, and then our job listing ID is going to be a string. Finally, I'm just going to essentially take what I have here. I'm going to return the same thing. So our job listing ID goes there, and this just says job listing. So now inside of this file, we can make sure we import that and that should work just fine. Now I also want to get the global tag version. I'll just copy that over. You can see now here's the global tag version. And I also want to get an ID tag version, but this is going to be a little bit difficult compared to the other ones because we actually have a joint ID as opposed to an individual ID. You can see our ID is both a job listing ID and a user ID. Our primary key is a joint primary key. So we need to make sure we pass in both parts of our primary key to use with this particular tag. Finally, we just need to do the exact same thing by revalidating these tags. Make sure I import this. So you can see here, again, we're passing in our joint tag just like this, and we're making sure we're revalidating all the different caches that we possibly have. Same thing that we did for everything else, just slightly more complicated because we have a joint primary key. Now here, we can make sure we get that tag. And what this is doing is it's essentially saying, okay, every single application for every job listing we're looking for is going to be cached. Now with that out of the way, we actually have our job listings and we can use them up here. So first, if our job listings, job listings.length is equal to 0, and we have the ability to create things. So I'm going to say await has org user permission to create a job listing. Then we want to render a button to create a job listing because we don't have any job listing yet. So we're going to return a sidebar menu. Inside of here, we're going to return a sidebar menu item. Inside of that, we're going to have a sidebar menu button. And then finally, we're going to have a link inside of this. If I can spell properly, there we go. A link that has an href that points to employer job listings new, just like that. We're going to put a plus icon in there. And we'll also put a span that says create your first job listing. There we go. So now if we have no job listings, that would show up right here. And to emulate what that would look like, we can just put a little not equals on there. And now we can come over here. And of course, it looks like we're getting some kind of error, cannot read property length of undefined. So this job listings thing is not returning our data properly. Most likely that's because of the way that we set up our caching. It's currently probably cached when it shouldn't be. Actually, it looks like it worked. I just need to refresh the page, or maybe not. My guess is it cached the value when it was empty before we actually added anything. So the easiest way to fix this is just to stop your server. Then what we do is we go over here where we have our next folder, delete this, it'll get rid of your entire cache, and then restart your server. This should hopefully fix the problem. We completely nuked our cache for literally everything, and if we still have the problem, then it's definitely a problem with our code and not with Next.js caching. But it looks like it worked fine. You can see here it says create your first job listing. Even the styling is a little bit messed up on it. I believe the reason for that is because this should be an as child button. And there we go, that fixed all of our styling. So now we have create your first job listing just like we wanted it to be. Now the next thing that we need to return down here is going to be essentially grouping our job listings because we obviously have job listings. So this will be null. We want to group them by status and then render out all the job listings for each individual status. So what we're going to do is we're going to say object.entries. That's going to give us our objects, and we first want to group them. So we're going to group our objects, job listings. And what this is going to do is it's going to take our job listing and we want to group by status. So we're going to group them by status and then convert them to an array. And this array is essentially going to have some values where the key is going to be the actual status and the value is going to be the array of job listings grouped by that status. And I want to sort them because I specifically want the active status, for example, to be above the delisted status. And if we did it purely alphabetical, published comes after delisted, which is not ideal. So we're going to create a sort function here, and this is going to take A and B, just like this. And the reason I have to wrap these in arrays is because, like I said, this object.entries returns to us an array where the first value is my actual key, while the second value is the value. So I want to get the keys for both of these, and then I want to sort them. And to sort them, I'm just going to call a simple function. And this function is called sort job listings by status. I'm going to pass in A and B. And this is a function we're going to create inside of our utility helpers. So if we go into our features for our job listings in our lib, we have this utils, and I want to export a function that is going to sort them. A is going to be a job listing status. B is going to be a job listing status. And inside this function, all I want to do is return the sort order. So I'm going to create a simple little helper function right here, job listing status sort order. And what this is going to do is return to me a number that determines the sort order. So for example, published is first, draft is second, delisted is third. And then inside of here, I can just return getting my A value from here minus getting my B value from here. And since the sort function expects you to return a value of either less than 1 or less than 0, greater than 0, or 0, this exactly does that for us perfectly. So this is kind of that sort function, and this is just a map to get the sort order for us. So instead of sorting alphabetically, we're sorting exactly in this order. Now we can make sure we import that into our layout here. There we go. And we should hopefully at least have them sorted, but we're trying to render out objects, which is not ideal. So what we need to do is we need to map this and convert it to JavaScript objects. So again, when we map this, we're going to get a key and we're going to get a value just like this. And also, this essentially thinks it's a string because object.entries is not smart. It doesn't know what the types are. So it says A is a string and B is a string. We know that these are job listing statuses. So we can tell TypeScript, hey, these are job listing statuses. Don't try to do anything funky. So now we have our key and our value down here. Wrap those inside of parentheses so we can use a function version of this. And essentially what I want to do is I just want to return a new object we're going to call job listing menu group. Our key is going to be our key. Make sure I don't capitalize this. And this key is really just our status. So I might as well call it status so it's a little bit more clear what's going on. Then we're going to set our status and we're going to again have to cast this because TypeScript's not smart enough to know. And then our job listings is equal to our value. And we might as well call this job listings as well. There we go. And now all we need to do is create this job listing menu group. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to create a brand new file, essentially directly where our layout is at. So in this folder right here, we're going to create a brand new file. I'm going to call it _job listing menu group.tsx. Make sure I spell everything properly. And again, the underscore is just for me to denote that this is specifically a file that is only used in this particular section. And of course, it's going to be a client component, which is why we have to break it out into its own individual file. And that's just so we can have different styling for things proper. So let's export a function, job listing menu group, just like that. It's going to take in an object that contains a status, which is our job listing status, and our job listings, which is going to be an array of job listing, which is a type that I'm going to create up here. There we go. Now this job listing type is a type that just contains our title and our ID from our job listing table, as well as this application count, which is a thing that we're getting specifically when we're doing our query. If I just import this real quick so we can get rid of all of our errors, if we get on here, you can see we're getting our application count, our title, our status, and our ID. Those are all the different things that we're expecting inside this function here. Now also, I'm going to be using this right here, job listing ID equal to use params. This allows me to determine what page we're on to highlight the page we are currently on. Then we can return a sidebar menu, just like that. And this is going to be a collapsible sidebar menu. And again, it looks like we need to get this from shadcn. So let's come all the way down here. And we want to get collapsible, just like that. And of course, we'll probably have to force install this. There we go. So now I can actually use this collapsible component. There we go, get it from shadcn. And this allows us to essentially collapse these different sidebars. So the default open status, there we go, default open, that is going to be set to status is not equal to delisted. So essentially my delisted ones, I want to by default collapse them. And this status right here, for some reason is saying it's not available. That's because up here, I need to make sure that I get my properties. There we go, we have status and job listing. Also, I want to default this to open if it's the currently selected job listing. So if my job listings dot find job listings dot find a job where the job.id is equal to job listing ID. If that's not equal to null, then I also want to default it into the open state. So essentially, I leave it open if it's not delisted or if it's the currently selected one that we're inside of. Then we can have some class names inside of here. And our class name is just going to be group/collapsible. So at least we have a group that we can use for our styling later on. Then I want to render out our sidebar menu item. So we can say sidebar menu item, just like that. This is going to have our collapsible trigger. So we can say collapsible trigger. We want to use as child for this because we're going to be using essentially a sidebar menu button. And inside of here, we want to have, like I said, a sidebar menu button. There we go. And inside this sidebar menu button, we're going to format the job listing status, pass in our status just like that. And we're going to have a chevron to the right icon. Make sure I import that. There we go. The class name on this is margin left auto, just so it pushes itself all the way to the right. We're going to transition on the transform. We're going to group this. So group data for when the state is equal to open. There we go. Then we want to get the collapsible. And we want to rotate this 90 degrees. Let me make sure I spell that properly. So essentially what this little bit of code does right here, let me just close this off, is we're saying, hey, when we're in our collapsible group, that's what this /collapsible does, and the state is open, I want this to be slightly rotated. So it'll essentially rotate based on if we're open or if we are closed. Now, if we open up our sidebar, we should see we now have the draft status and I can toggle it open and closed, but we're not rendering anything inside of it. So let's create some collapsible content. This collapsible content is going to be a sidebar menu sub. Essentially, we're creating a sub menu inside of here. So this is a nested menu. And inside this nested menu, what I want to do is I want to loop through all my job listings. So job listings.map. For each job listing, I want to render a job listing menu item. So for each one, we'll just say job listing menu item, which is a component we're just going to create in a second. And this is going to take in a job listing ID and all of our job listing props. There we go. That's all of our stuff. So let's create that component. And the main reason I'm putting this in its own component is so I can use a custom hook directly inside of it. Item, there we go. And of course, I spelled this incorrectly up here. That should hopefully be spelled correctly in both instances. And down here, we take in an ID, a title, an application count, and this is just our job listing type that we already created. Now down here, the reason I brought this into its own component is so I can essentially get the current param. So we can just say that we're going to be param, or actually job listing ID is equal to use params, just like that. That gives us whatever the current job listing ID is. We can compare it to our job listing ID to figure out if we're on the same page. Then we can return a sidebar menu sub item because we're inside of a sub list. Make sure that's an item. There we go. And inside of here, we want a sidebar menu sub button. And this sub button is going to be is active if our job listing ID is equal to our current ID. Also, we want to make sure this is an as child because we're going to be rendering a link inside of here to navigate around. So this is going to be an href to our job listing page. And in our case, we want to make sure that this is going to be /employer/job listings/ID. Close that off. And we'll put a span inside of here with a class name of truncate so that it doesn't overflow our container if our job listing name is really long. And then we'll put the title for our job. Now we need to make sure we import this link component so that at least is going to give us our buttons on the side. So you can see we can click on these different items, but we need to take this a step further by also adding a badge with the count next to it. So we can do that relatively easily with an application count. If it is greater than 0, then we want to render out a component that shows that. So we'll create a div with a class name of absolute, right of 2, top of 1/2 so that it's in the center, negative translate of 1/2 as well. So that's going to be y 1/2, again, perfectly making it centered. Our text will be small and it'll be muted foreground. So it's essentially a light gray text that we're going to show with our application count. There we go. Right now there's no applications, but if we were to change this to a different value, so we just say like if 1 is greater than 0, we make this 1, you can see it shows the text 1. So whatever our application count is, it'll show right there. Now to show you how this really works and how cool it is, if we go ahead and we publish this job listing and we just say, yes, we want to publish it, you can now see it's under the active category. If we create a brand new job listing, we'll just give it a bunch of bogus data. It doesn't really matter what it is. And we can click create job listing. You can now see that that's in the draft category. And if I wanted to delist this job, you can see it's now in the delisted category. And when I refresh my page, delisted by default is going to be closed unless the current job I'm in is inside that delisted category. Then you can see it's going to start as open. Now, one thing I just realized when I was going through our code is that inside of our toast, if we go ahead and we open up the UI component for Sonner, you're going to notice that this uses Next themes, but we don't really care about Next theme. We're not implementing or using Next theme at all. So instead of doing that, we're going to use our own custom isDarkMode hook that we've already created. Use isDarkMode, just like that. And then here for our theme section, we're just going to say if we're in the dark mode, use dark. Otherwise, use light, just like that. So we're not going to be hooking into this library that we're not actually using because that's one thing that they kind of require you to do. Now, the next thing I want to move on towards is going to be working on our actual job board page. But I do want to test one thing real quick to make sure everything's working. If I come in here and I log out, you can see, okay, we do still have our sign in button here, which is exactly what I wanted. So let's go ahead and make sure we sign in. We'll just sign in with GitHub. Doesn't really matter what we sign in with. But now what I would want to do is I want to show all these different job boards that we have. So on our employer dashboard, we have 2 job listings. One is a draft, one is delisted. Let's go ahead and publish this one. So at least we have one job listing that's published, so we can use that as a test to be able to view. Actually, we might as well just publish both of them so we can see both of them when we're working. There we go. So now over on the job board, let's actually render out something besides the text of hi. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over, we're going to minimize all this different stuff because that's kind of all the old stuff we worked on. We're going to go into our app, into the job seeker section, and we're going to go into our page. And here, all I'm going to do is I'm going to render a div with a class name of M4 just to give us some spacing, so at least our text is a little spaced out. And then we're going to render a job listing items component, and this is going to take in our search params, because this is essentially going to be a page that we can search with search params. So search params. There we go. Make sure I spell all that properly. And up here, we're going to take in search params. So we'll say search params, and search params is going to be a promise. And this promise is going to return to us a record of string, because we really don't know what is in the search params. It could be literally anything. And this job listing items is something that I'm going to share between multiple pages, because we're going to be showing kind of things side by side, the same list of things on our job listing page, as well as the page to show all the listings. So I want to create a brand new folder called shared, where we can put things like our job listing items, just like this. And we can share these between those different pages without having to put it like in a global folder that's everywhere. So now let's export a function called job listing items. And one thing I want to modify slightly is this should actually be string or string array, because technically our search params could be an array as well, as we pass a lot of the same thing. So we have our search param type. I want to essentially get that type inside of here. So we could say search params. And of course we want to have our normal params as well. And we're going to come in here with our search params as well as our normal params, which is optional. And it's a promise that returns a job listing ID, which is a string. And again, the reason why we have this is because, like I said, we are sharing this component between a page that renders one job listing versus one that renders all job listings. So sometimes it'll have a param, sometimes it won't. And then we have our search params here, just like I mentioned. Now we can just give this a quick save. We'll just return null. Over here, we'll import this. So at least our page will now render on the side. It just doesn't have any content. Now, before we get anywhere, the first thing we need to do is get a list of all the job listings that we're searching for. So we're going to return db.query, or actually, sorry, we should put this in a function first. We'll call this get job listings, make this an async function, and we'll add caching in a little bit. I'll just put use cache, and I'll comment it out so that way it doesn't accidentally get cached while we're in the middle of writing our function. And then we're going to say that we want to return db.query, the job listing table. We want to find many, and we want to find many based on a lot of different criteria. So obviously we have all of our different search param queries that we want to run, and we're going to put those inside of an array, which we're going to call where conditions. That's going to give us an array of values, and we're going to pass that down as some of our conditions down here. Now to make sure we type everything properly, we can come into here and actually give this a specific type, just like this, which essentially says that we're going to be either getting SQL or undefined. And it's fine to pass in undefined. If you do, it just means don't do anything with that where clause. So now we have a bunch of where clauses, and we just want to and these together. So we're going to throw in a quick and, just like that. And now we're anding together all these different where conditions. And we need to make sure we spread them, and that'll just run whatever our where conditions are. Now that's something we need to do. So I'm just going to put a little to do right here. Where conditions. So we remember to come back and actually implement these where conditions in a little bit. But we also have other where conditions that we need to worry about. For example, we have a job listing ID that we sometimes get passed in. So we can come up here and we can say we have a job listing ID that we know is going to be a string or undefined if we don't have one yet. And we also know for a fact that we're getting our search params. And we're not going to really worry about the type for that. We'll come back for that in a little bit when we actually deal with our searching related information. But in the case that we have a job listing ID, we want to make sure we include that on our list, even if it's not one of our things that are returned by our where clause. So we actually need to have a pretty complicated where clause here. First of all, we're going to have our job listing ID. If we have a job listing ID, then what I want to do is I want to return an and that first checks to see if we have a job listing that is published. So job listing table dot status is published. There we go. And I want to make sure it is equal to that job listing ID. Job listing table.id is equal to my job listing ID. So there's my first query that I want to do. Otherwise, I want to do undefined, just like that. And what I want to do is I want to wrap this entire thing inside of an or. So we're going to come in here with an or. There we go, from Drizzle. Wrap that entire thing inside of an or. And the second parameter of our or is just going to be all of our where clauses right here. Let me make sure I put that on the correct place. Get rid of that parenthesis, and there we go. So essentially, if we have a job listing ID, I'm adding an extra where clause that just says, hey, check to see if we have a job listing for that particular ID, and always make sure it's returned in the list, because even if it doesn't match this where query, if we have it selected, we want it to show up in the list. Then we're doing this where query for all of our different things. And we also want to, of course, make sure we only get ones that are published. So in both cases, we only get job listings that are published. In this first where clause right here, we're checking the ones that match our job listing ID. Second one is matching our search params. Then what we can do is we can specify we want to get organization information from them. So we'll say that we want to get the columns of name, and we want to get the image URL, which is going to be true, just like that. This will be true as well. And I think I imported something up here. Yeah, I don't need that. And then finally, after this, we want to do a simple order by. So we're going to order it by descending the is featured. So job listing table dot is featured. And then we want to search by the posted at date. So descending job listing table dot posted at. So of course, we're going to put the featured ones first, and then the ones that are posted most recently second. So now that we have this function defined, we can actually use that inside of our job listing items. And of course, since we're going to be using asynchronous code, we need to put this inside of a suspended boundary. So we'll say suspended component, just like that. And then up here, we can return suspended or suspense and wrap, whoops, our suspended component inside of here, just like that. And we can, of course, pass along all of our props. So we'll say type props is equal to, and it's just going to be equal to this. There we go. And then I can copy all of this over, paste that into here. And now we have the exact same props for both of these. And we can just call this props. There we go. So now we have all of our props being passed into our suspended component. And here's where we want to actually use our code to do something with it. So we'll return null for now. And then at the top, we need to do a bunch of different checks. So the first thing I want to do is I want to determine, do we have a job listing ID? So my job listing ID is params, and it's going to be equal to await params if we have it, dot job listing ID, otherwise undefined. There we go. I just need to wrap this in parentheses. There we go. And that's params. And this is an async function. There we go. So now we're getting our job listing ID. And one thing you could do is you could add in like a skeleton loader in this suspense section, but I didn't bother doing that because since we're so heavily caching things, there's not a lot of time that we need to worry about that skeleton loader, so it's not a huge deal. Next, I want to get our job listings. So we can say job listings is equal to get job listings. That takes in our job listing ID as well as our search params. There we go. And of course, we have our search params just there. Now, again, we're going to want to make sure we handle this with Zod. So I'm just going to add a simple to-do that says Zod validate. So we make sure we validate our search params before we throw them directly into our database. And then if our job listings dot length is equal to 0, and I'll make sure I await this here. There we go. So if our job listings length is equal to 0, we'll just return something that says, hey, there's no matches. So we'll return a div with a class name that says text muted foreground, padding of 4, and it'll say no job listings found. There we go. Then otherwise we can go down and we can return what our actual list of job listings is going to look like. So this is going to be a div with a class of space y4. And then inside of here, we just want to loop through all of our different job listings. So for each job listing, we'll essentially return a link that's going to render out that job listing. Here we go. Class name for this is going to be block. Our key is going to be our job listing.id. Then we have an href, which essentially points to that page, which is /job listings / job listing.id. And we want to add our search params onto the end of this as well. So we'll put a question mark followed by a function called convert search params to string, and we'll pass in what our search params are. And we'll call this search, just like that. And up here, we'll just say const search is equal to await search params. That way we can use that down here as well. And we just need to make sure we Zod validate that particular section. So now we're converting them to a string that we can use, and we'll create a function for that in just a second. Now we can close off our link, and inside of our link, we want to just put our job listing item. Listing list item. There we go. And inside of here, we pass in our job listing. And we're going to pass in our organization. which is our job listing dot organization. There we go. So let's go ahead and create this function for converting our search params to a string. We can do that inside of our lib folder. We're just going to do it inside of a function, which we'll call convert search params to string.ts. I'm going to paste in what the code for this function looks like. It's relatively straightforward. We take our search params, we're getting our URL params from that, and we're just doing object entries on our search params. If the search params are an array, we loop through each one and add them to the thing. Otherwise, we just set it as an individual value. That's only because you have to do slightly different code for arrays versus non-arrays, and then we convert that to a string, which gives us a URL encoded string that we can use directly inside of our code here. So we'll import that just like that, and now all we need to do is create this job listing list item. So we can scroll all the way down here. We might as well just create it as a brand new function in here because it's the only place that it's used. Job listing list item, taking in a job listing and an organization, just like that. Now I'm going to copy over the TypeScript type for this because it's kind of complicated. Essentially, we're just picking all the fields that we need from the job listing table, same thing for the organization table, and we're making sure we get just those particular values. Then what I want to do is I want to render out all my code. First of all, I want to get the name initials for my organization. This is something that's just like when we did the user and organization buttons. We're just getting the first 4 letters instead of the first 2 letters of the organization name, split on characters. So the organization name is like, what is the name? It would give us the first 4 letters of the first 4, or the first letter of the first 4 words. In this case, we have more space, which is why we're doing 4 instead of 2. Then what we can do is we can return a card for each one of these. So we'll say that we want to do a card, make sure we import that from the correct location. We want to get the class name for this. It's going to be from CN. We're going to pass in at container because we're going to be using container queries for this. And then if our job listing is featured, we want to render out a special border and background. So we're going to say ampersand right here, border featured, and we're going to say BG featured /20 just to give it a nice little background of that purpley color. Now already we have the card showing up, and since we don't have anything that's featured, I'm going to change one of these job listings to featured. Now I'm not really sure why we're getting an error here. It might be something with caching in Next.js. We're just going to refresh our page. Looks like it may have just been a weird caching thing. I'm going to click feature, so this job is going to be featured while the other one is not. So now back to our job board, you can see the featured one has this nice purple color being assigned to it. And when I click on one of these, it will redirect me to that page. So at least that's working, but I want to finish out styling what this is going to look like before we jump into the rest of it. So inside of our card, we're going to want to specify a card header. There we go. And inside of our card header, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex and a gap of 4 to space these content out from each other, because we're essentially going to have some icons on one side and we're going to have some other content on the other. So we're going to have an avatar. There we go. We're going to have a class name with a size of 14 because we want this to be rather large, and a max small to make it hidden. So essentially on smaller screen sizes, we actually hide this. Next, we're going to do our avatar image. Make sure I import that from the right location. The source is going to be equal to our organization.image URL or undefined. And then finally, our alt is going to be that name. So organization.name. We also want to have our avatar fallback. And this one is going to be where we put our name initials. There we go. And this one's going to have quite a few classes applied to it. So we're going to have an uppercase applied to that, background primary, and the text is going to be primary, foreground, just like that. So now we have all of our avatars. You can see that they're showing up quite large, which is exactly what we want. Next, after that, is where we need to put a div for all the rest of our content. This is going to be a flex in the column direction. And we're going to have a gap of 1 on these items. And this is where we're going to have things like our card title, which are going to show up right next to the thing that we just created. So our card title. And inside of here, we want to put our job listing.title. And let's have a class of extra large text on that. So now you can see we have our job title. Next thing we want to do is the card description, just like that. And this is going to be a class name of text base. And inside of here, we're going to put the name of the organization. So now you can see the two organizations are both the same, but if there was different organizations, they would show up there differently. Finally, if the job listing.postedAt is not equal to null, which it should be if it's showing up on the list, but we still have to check it just because of our TypeScript stuff, then we want to actually render out what that's going to look like. So we'll say text small, font medium, text primary, primary, and we want to have a min of medium to make this hidden. So on the larger screen sizes, this is going to be hidden. And essentially, this is just going to render out what our days is since this thing was posted. So we're actually going to create a special component for that, days since posting. There we go. We pass in our posted at, which is our job listing.posted at, and then we can close that off. And we have to wrap this in a suspense because this actually requires whatever the most recent day is. It requires random dynamic data. So that's why we're doing that. And for the fallback for this, we can just say the fallback is going to be our job listing.postedAt.to local date string. There we go. So at least we have a loading fallback for this. Now let's create this async function, days since posting. This again takes in posted at, which is a string. And this is specifically going to use the datefns library. So I'm going to npm I datefns, and we're going to force install that just so we have a nice little helper function that we're going to use inside of here. So we can say const days since posted is equal to difference in days with our posted at and the date.now. And this is the reason why we needed to put this in a suspense, because this relies on dynamic data in the case of date.now. Now let's import that difference in days. So we'll say import difference in days from datefns. Scroll all the way back down so we have that working. And I need to make sure I await calling the connection function. This is how you note in Next.js that you're using dynamic data, even though it doesn't know that. So now we're saying, hey, we're using dynamic data. If the days since posted is equal to 0, that means it was posted within the last 24 hours. So we'll turn a badge that says new, just like that. Otherwise, we're going to return essentially what the date would look like. So a new intl.relative time format. Whatever the user's locale is what we're going to render it in. And we're going to put the style as narrow. And we're going to put it as numeric always, just like that. And we're going to make sure we format this to be the number of days. So we're going to say days since posting and days. There we go. So it's essentially going to tell us how many days since this job was posted, or new in the case of the job being posted recently. I can fake this by saying it was posted, for example, 4 days ago. And now you can see, if I make sure this is negative, it'll say 4 days ago, which is exactly what we want. Now, if we scroll up a ways, we can kind of copy this because we're going to need this in a separate section. So outside of this entire flex section right here, we can kind of minimize that down. Actually, not the entire thing. We can just minimize this section down because we want this to show up on the far right side of our screen on the larger screen sizes. So here we have if our job posting existed, all of this stuff is going to be fine. What we want to do is we want our text to be small, font medium, text primary. Essentially, all this is the same. But we want the margin on the left to be auto to push it to the far right. And we only want this to show up on the max screen size. So that should have an ampersand in front of it. And that should have an ampersand in front of it here as well. There we go. And it looks like we're getting an error with our posted at. And that's because I made this a string instead of a date. There we go. That fixes that particular problem. And then finally, after our header, where we can put our content, card content, we can come in here and we can say we want to have our job listing details, detail badges, just like that. Make sure I import this. I think I actually just called it job listing badges. There we go. And we can pass in our job listing just like that. And then finally, for our content, we're going to come in here with a class name, flex wrap, and a gap of 2. There we go. So now you can see our cards are showing up down at the bottom here. And if we're on a larger screen size, you'll notice that this new item will move over to the side. So you can see new moves all the way over here on a larger screen size, while it's all the way down here on a smaller screen size. Now you'll notice over here, these cards are kind of hard to see, these badges, sorry. And that's because of the fact that we're on a featured one. So I want to have a class name here. And this class name is only going to take effect if the job listing is featured. Essentially what I want to do is I want to change what my background for those is going to look like. So I'm going to just slightly modify the border of those. So we can come in here and say the primary border of 35 is what we want to use instead. And that's just going to make these borders stand out a little bit more so it's easier to see on the featured job listings. That already looks way better. Now, if we change around our screen size on this, you'll notice that we have nice responsiveness for everything. You can see our icons disappear on really small screen sizes. They come back. Things are perfectly moving around to be as responsive as it can possibly be on all different screen sizes. So that is all of the stuff for rendering our job listings. The next thing I want to work on is going to be making it so that this get job listing actually works properly with all of our caching and also with all of our search parameters. So at the very top of our page up here, we can specify what our search parameters are going to look like. So we can come in here and we can say search params schema is equal to a new Zod object. And this Zod object is going to contain everything we can search for. So for example, the title, we can come in here, we can say that this is optional because everything is optional. And also importantly, we're going to put a catch of undefined on here. What that means is if for some reason the title fails our check, someone passes in a number instead of a string or something like that, it fails our check, it'll just return undefined instead of failing completely. This is really useful because, for example, if we type in a bad search param, we don't want to fail our website by crashing it. We just want to return undefined and not search for that particular value. I want to do the same thing with a city. Again, it's an optional string. Make sure I put my commas in place here. Same exact thing for a state. It's an optional string. Our experience is going to be our experience level. So this is going to be an enum. And this is going to be experience levels. And this is going to be optional. There we go. And again, if we have something that's not one of those experience levels, we just default to undefined. I'm going to do the exact same thing here with location requirements. There we go. This is location requirements. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And then we want to go on a little bit further and we want to work on the type, which again, pretty much the same thing as what we've done before, but this is going to be our job listing type, or yeah, job listing type. There we go, job listing types. And then we finally are going to have something called job IDs. This is specifically for when we start to integrate our AI search capabilities. It'll just pass a list of job IDs to this page. So we're going to make sure we handle that as well. And this is going to be a union type right here. And this is going to be a z.string, or it's going to be an array of strings, z.array of z.string. Now, the reason I'm doing it this way is because search params are kind of dumb. They don't know, like if you pass it one value that's supposed to be an array, it's going to return it as a single value. While if you pass it two values, then it'll return it as array. So essentially this is taking into account if we pass one or many job IDs. No matter what, I want to transform this to be an array. So we can just say if array.isArray v, then we return v as is. Otherwise we return it wrapped inside of an array, just like that. So essentially, we're going to be accepting either a string or an array of strings, and then I'm converting it to an array no matter what. Also, it should be optional, just like everything else inside of our properties. And in the case of a catch, we want to make sure we return an empty array. So this is what our search parameter schema should look like. And now we can actually use that down here for our search params. So we can do a really quick search here by saying that we want to actually get that data. So we can come up here, we can say search param schema dot safe parse. We want to safe parse our search params right here. And this is going to return to us success as well as data. And for the most part, success should pretty much always be true because we're catching on everything to make sure it works no matter what. But for some reason, if it doesn't actually work, maybe we don't get an object or something weird happens, then we're just going to make sure we check for that. So we can say, if we have success, then we return our data. Otherwise, we return an empty array, pretending that we're not searching for anything at all. Otherwise, we're just going through and we're getting all of our different job listings, checking the length and everything. So now we can actually use this search inside of our get job listings. So we already know the type of this. It's going to be z.infer type of search params schema, because we know that we verified it is that type before we get to this point. And now we essentially just need to do a bunch of where clauses. So we can get rid of this section right here. And I can say if search params.title, then I want to do something. So if we have a title, then I want to add a where condition. And this is a where condition that's going to be an I like. I like essentially is going to be like a regular expression that says, does this match anything in the string on either side? So I'll show you a little bit what I'm talking about. It's a lot easier to see if I write it out. So we'll say job listing table dot title, and we're going to pass in our search params dot title with 2 percentage signs on each side. These percentage signs act as like an anything, or like it'd be like a dot in a regular expression. Essentially, it's saying this can be anything at all, doesn't matter what it is, all the way to the end of the string. And this is saying anything at all the way to the beginning of the string. So what this code says is, do I have a title that matches this anywhere in my string at all? Doesn't matter if it's at the beginning, end, middle, doesn't matter if it's uppercase, lowercase, doesn't matter at all. Just says, is this in the string somewhere? Then we need to do the exact same thing with our location requirement. I'll copy it over because it's very simple. If we have a location requirement, add a where clause for it. Same exact thing for city and state. So here we go. If we have a city, do the same thing with that I like for our city. Otherwise, do an equal clause for our state. Then we want to do the exact same thing for our type and our experience. I'll copy them over, exactly the same. Equal on our experience. This is equal on our type. And then finally, our little bit more complicated one is going to be our job IDs. So I'll kind of go through what this does. First of all, we're making sure that our job IDs is an array, which actually it already should be, so we actually don't even need that line right there. And instead, we can just use search params.job IDs like this, because we already know that it's going to be an array, and we can just push in an individual where clause for each of them. So if we have like 6 different job IDs inside of our query, we're going to put an or clause for all of those, so it can be any of those 6 job IDs. Then finally, we're actually going to use those down here inside of our where clause. So we can actually kind of simply test this by putting a question mark up here. And we're going to say that we want to specifically look for when we have a job title that has front end in it. So we'll say front end just like that. And if I search, you can see only the one with front end in it was actually returned to us. While if I remove that, you can see it returns all the job listings. So now it's making sure that we're actually caching this. We'll throw in a use cache, and a cache tag here is going to be get job listings global tag, just like that. So make sure that we get that imported. There we go, job listings global tag. Looks like I don't have this function created yet. Actually, it's probably because it's job listing global tag. There we go. And now we're at least caching this data. And if we search for to do, I think, yeah, we already did our Zod validation. So that cleaned up all the to-dos that we had in this particular file. And we've listed out all of our different things. Really, all we need to do is make sure that when we click on one of these, we actually have a page to render here, and also that we have the filtering on our sidebar. I think the best place for us to start is going to be the sidebar filtering, because this is going to set us up for the future with a lot of different things we're going to be doing on the sidebar. And that's because this sidebar is going to render different content on different pages. On this page, it's going to render a filter list. If we're on our AI search page, it probably won't have anything in it. And if we're on like our user settings page right here, it's going to have different things for like our resume, notifications, and so on. So the content on this sidebar changes based on what page we're on. And to do that inside of Next.js, we're going to be using parallel routes. If you're unfamiliar with them, I'll link a video in the description and in the cards for you so you can kind of check out what that's going to look like, but we'll be going over what it does in this particular application. So what we want to do inside of this job seeker section is we're going to create a brand new folder called @sidebar. And the naming is very important. This @name in front of here essentially says that we're going to be creating a new section in our application called sidebar. So inside of our layout, we actually get a brand new component passed into here called sidebar. And we'll actually make this quite a bit bigger so it's easier to work with. So we get our sidebar passed into here. And this sidebar is going to be a React node. And this gets directly passed in from that sidebar section that we just created. So let's just get rid of some of these imports we don't need. And now we have this sidebar, and I essentially want to render this inside my content section here. So we want to just move all of this down, and we want to put inside of here our sidebar. There we go. So whatever we pass as our sidebar is going to render in this particular section. And the routes inside of here are directly tied to the routes associated with it. So if we create just a page.tsx, this is what renders when we're on just our root page, which is the page we're on right now. So let's export a function, make sure this is default. And this is going to work just like any other page. So this is our job board sidebar page. And inside of here, we can just return the text of hi. There we go. We give that a quick save. Hopefully if we refresh over here, you can see it works. And you'll now see we get the text hi just being printed out inside of our sidebar. So it's rendering whatever is inside this content over here. Now for us, we're going to create a job board sidebar. And I'm going to render that out as a component in the shared section, job board sidebar.tsx. And the reason I'm doing that is because essentially we're going to share this between multiple different pages. So we're going to say export function job board sidebar. We'll just return null for now, and we'll make sure that we import that right here. So now at least it'll return nothing for now in our section. Now the content in this page is relatively straightforward. We have a sidebar group, and essentially I want to make sure that when we have our menu collapsed down to the icon size, that this entire group is hidden. Then I just add a little bit of spacing on our content, and finally we're going to render out a form that we're going to create. So we'll give this file a quick save. We'll come all the way over to here where we want to create our job sideboard page. So we go to features, job listings, components. We're going to create a brand new file called the job listing filter form.tsx. There we go. And that is going to be an export function job listing filter form, return null, and then we can import it in here to at least get rid of the error that's on our page. Now this is going to be a client component, and we also want to get our search params. So we'll say search params is equal to use search params. Also, we're going to create a special value called the any value, because oftentimes we might have a dropdown that's like, what state do you want to select from? You can select a specific state, or you can select any state. So this is going to be our any value to represent any state that we want, or any job listing, or any experience level, just anything in our select boxes. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to create our form. So we'll say use form, just like this. We're going to pass it in a resolver, and that's going to be a Zod resolver, which is going to take in a job listing filter schema. And we'll just define that up here because it's only used in one place. So job listing filter schema, Zod object. And we have a title, which is a string from Zod. There we go. Dot optional. Make sure I don't import that. Don't need that anymore. There we go. I'm going to do the same exact thing with a city. There we go. We also need our state abbreviation. Exactly the same thing. It's a string. And it can also have the z.literal value of our any value. So any value. There we go. And we, of course, want this to be optional. Then the next thing that we need to do is we need to have our experience level. Our experience level is going to be an enum, which is going to be experience levels. And it's also going to have the ability to have that same literal value. So I'm just going to copy over this code and I'm going to paste that down because, again, this is also optional. There we go. I'm going to copy this down for a few more because we have our type, which is going to be our job listing types. There we go. And then finally, we have our location requirement, which is our location requirements. And again, it can also be the any value. So this is essentially all of our different things that we can filter based on. And now we just need to use a form for those. And we also need to specify some default values. So the default values are going to be coming from our search params. So we can say title is search params.get title. Or if we don't have a title, it's going to be an empty string. And essentially, that's how all of these are going to work. So my city is going to be the exact same thing, city or an empty string. My location requirement is going to be a little bit different because we're going to get our location requirement here. Whoops, requirement. And I specifically need to cast this to the type of location requirement so that TypeScript knows that this is going to be a location requirement, or I'm going to default it. So there we go, requirement. I'm going to do the exact same thing with my state abbreviation. This one is going to get my state. Otherwise, it's going to default it to any value. I'm going to do the exact same thing up here. So location requirement will default to any value if I don't have a specific value for it. My experience level, same exact thing, going to default to that. And it's going to work just the same as the one up here. So I'm going to copy this over. Experience level. I think I just called it experience. There we go. And this is going to be an experience level type. And then finally, we have our type, which is just the same as these ones. This one is going to be called type. And this is a job listing type. Now we can actually do our form down here. And luckily this form is a rather simple form compared to some of the other ones we've worked with. Close that off. Make sure that I import this from the correct location. We want to do a form on submit is going to be equal to form.handleSubmit. And it's going to take in on submit. Class name here is going to be space y6. And then we can render out each one of our individual form fields. Let's go ahead and create our onSubmit function real quick. Data, which is z.infer, which is our filter schema. Job listing filter schema. What did I call it? Oh, I had to put type of in front of it. That's why it's not working. There we go. And we can close that off. And we can just console log our data for now. So now let's go ahead and create each one of our individual form fields. I'll copy over this first one because it's going to be pretty similar to what we've created before. First of all, this is a field of title. You can see we wrapped it inside of an item with a label, which we just called job title, followed by that form control, our input, and then finally the form message if we have any errors, even though we shouldn't have errors on this particular form. So now, hopefully, if we open up our sidebar, you can see we have our job title as our very first form that we can fill in some information inside of, and we can do a search, but right now it's not hooked up to anything. So let's copy this down because we're going to do this for pretty much all of our fields. We have our location requirement, and this one is going to be a select. So I'm just going to kind of copy over what we had before because this is the same as the select that we used in the previous form. So it's going to be a select. We're going to get our select trigger, which I need to make sure I import from the correct location. Select value. Select content, select item, and then finally here, format our job location requirement, which I believe we have a function for, format location requirement. There we go. Now I believe I may have imported something incorrectly, so let me do a quick double check to make sure. Yes, it looks like I imported the wrong select element. Let me make sure I import that from my components. There we go, that works fine. So as you can see for our select element, we just have our select value, and then down here is the important part. We're looping through all of our location requirements, and we're also adding this any option. So if I give this a save and we open this up, you can see that we have any or any of these other options that aren't any. So you can see in office, or we can just say, give me anything. Now I'm going to copy over the next few that we have to do because they're all pretty much exactly the same. So city is exactly the same as title. I just changed the word from title to city. State abbreviation is exactly the same. It's just we're looping over our states instead of our locations. If I go a little further, experience level or job type, I'm sorry, is what this one is. Exactly the same, but I loop over my job types instead of my location requirements. And experience level is the same thing, but looping over experience levels instead. So that gives us all of our different fields that we need to work with. We'll give this a quick refresh and we'll look up our page here. And you can see now we have everything inside of here: job title, location, city, state, job type, experience level, and then all of our filters down below. Now we just need to be able to add a button. So we can come in here with a button, make sure we get it from the correct location, make sure that we disable this in the case of our form submitting. So we can say form state.is submitting, and then we can make sure that the type is submit, and the class name on this one is wfull, so it fills the full width since it's kind of a small sidebar. And then we can use our loading swap to render out our text of either filter or the loading indicator, and we'll get is loading, which is form.formState.is submitting. There we go. So now I actually have an ability to submit this form, click filter, and right now it doesn't do anything, but it will actually filter our form as soon as we implement the onSubmit function. So we'll come all the way to the top of our page up here, and we'll work on making this onSubmit work, because this is essentially just going to redirect us to a new route. So what I want to do is I want to convert this form to search params. So I can say const new params is equal to new URL search params, and then I can just say, hey, if my data.city, then what I want to do is I want to take my new params and I want to set city equal to my data.city. Then I can do the same thing with everything else that I have. But the caveat is many of these have an any option, so I want to make sure if the any option is selected, I don't actually put it in there. So for example, data.state abbreviation, if we have one of those and the state abbreviation is not equal to any, then what I want to do is I want to be able to put it in there. So new params dot set state, and that is data.state abbreviation. There we go. And essentially I want to do that exact same thing for all of my different things. So down here we can do title. There we go. The next one I want to do is experience level. And this is called experience. I can do the exact same thing with type and make sure I spell experience correctly. There we go. This one is going to be type and type. And of course I have my location requirement as well. And finally, once we're done creating all of our new params, I want to redirect to that route. So we can use the router, which is from the use router hook. And I can come down here and I can say router.push. I can push in my path name. I can get my search params, and I can say new params.toString, just like that. And to get our path name, we can just come in here and we can say path name is equal to use path name. There we go. So now we're just essentially taking our current path and we're appending down these new params to our search. So let's say that I want to do a location requirement of in office, and I click filter. You'll notice up here, location requirement is set to in office, and there's no results that are in office only. So let's change that back to any, and let's go ahead and say that we want our job type to be full-time. We'll click filter. You can see we have our full-time jobs showing up. Let's go ahead and actually try to make one of these filters a little bit better. So we'll change the title to front. That should show us just those front-end jobs, which you can see it does, which is perfect. So you can see that this is working pretty much just like we expected to. If I try to set a state, for example, to Arizona, we'll notice that nothing actually shows up over on the side here. Now, one problem is you'll notice that this stays open when we do our filter. I probably want to close this when we do that. So we can say const set open mobile or whatever it is from use sidebar. Let's see, it's called set open mobile. Inside of here, when we submit, I just want to set open mobile to false. There we go. So now when we click filter, you can see it closes that out, which is exactly what we want. And if we change this back to any, click filter, you can see we have our job right there. So now that we've finished up with this full sidebar working exactly as we want it to, we can go ahead and work on what the page looks like when we actually click on a specific job listing. And the nice thing is you can see our filter params are still saved in here, which is really good for making sure we have consistency between these different pages. So let's go ahead. We're going to minimize down a lot of stuff. We're going to close out of all of these. And I want to open up the source folder. I specifically want to go into the components, or not the components, the app section. In our job seeker section, we're going to create a brand new folder, which is going to be called job listings. And we want to specifically get the job listing ID, just like that. We're going to create a brand new page. And inside of here, we're essentially going to create this function that takes in our params as well as our search params. We also need to make sure that we have an export for our sidebar as well. So here we'll just return null, and you'll notice that things aren't quite going to work as we expect because it's given us a 404 because our sidebar doesn't have a page for that as well. So I will go ahead and I will copy this in. So let me just delete this because I accidentally copied it. There we go. I'll copy this, paste it into here. And inside of our page, we want it to look identical to the page that we have here. So there we go. Let's just make sure our import comes from the correct location. And now we have the correct sidebar. If I refresh, we should see it actually shows up. Looks like I need to restart my dev server. We'll just do that real quick. Might as well do a quick restart, most likely because of the way my imports changed around different things. And now if we refresh, looks like it says it still can't find this module for app sidebar. Most likely this is just caching some weird stuff. So we're going to come in here, delete our Next.js folder, rerun our application. That often will happen if you have weird caching related issues. Just try to delete your folder, but it looks like that's still not quite fixing our problem. Looks like it says it can't find our module for Inngest, which is kind of weird. So we can go ahead and we can check to see there are errors inside of here, which is very weird. Did I accidentally delete the wrong folder possibly? Ingest, functions, yeah, that all looks like it's correct. Okay, I figured out what the issue was. Sorry that with a little bit of a pause and a little disjointedness. For some reason, I accidentally deleted my tsconfig.json and then it automatically created one that didn't have this path section set inside of it. So now we have that fixed. All of our imports are working properly. We're still getting this 404 error though, so we need to figure out exactly what's going on in there. If I look at everything, you can see we have job listings, job listing ID. Here it's job listing ID, so I'm missing the job listing folder. So we can say job listings, just like that. Put this inside of there, and now we have everything set at the right level. I most likely probably need to re-import some things, give it a quick save, and there we go. You can now see we still have our sidebar showing up, and we're rendering currently this page, which is just rendering null, but if we give it some text, you can see the text show up. Now for this particular section, we're gonna be rendering out resizable panels, so I'm gonna be getting those from shadcn. It's called resizable. Just like that. Of course, we're probably gonna have to force install this. There we go, that's going to work fine. So now we can use those resizable panels. So I'm gonna put this inside of a fragment, and then we'll say resizable panel. And in this case, we wanna get a resize group. So we'll say resizable panel group. That's going to be a group that contains our panels. And then we want to have an auto save ID. So we can say auto save ID is going to be equal job board panel. What this does is it'll save what our size of our panels are inside of our local storage. So that way, when we come back to our page, it saves the same panel size. Also, our direction is going to be horizontal. And now we can close this off and we can put our resizable panels directly inside of here. So we have a resizable panel. The ID on this one is going to be left. That way we make sure we keep our panels in the correct orientation and order. And same thing here, we're going to put an order of 1. So this one always shows up first. Next, we're going to have a default size of 60. And we're going to have a min size of 30. And this is percentages. So the minimum this can be is 30% of the screen. And the default of this is 60% of the screen. And this is the left-hand side. This is like the job list side. And inside of here, we're going to have a div class name P4. H is going to be screen. And we're going to have an overflow of Y that's going to be auto, just like that, so that this will scroll if we need it to. And inside of here is where we're going to put those job listing items. That's a component that we already created, so we can just do that, and we can pass in all of our different search params that we want, and we can also pass in the params as well. So we'll say params just like that. Now our next panel is going to be a little bit interesting because sometimes it's going to be a panel, and sometimes we're going to have a sheet like this where our sidebar pops in and pops out, because on a small screen size, it doesn't make sense to have two panels side by side. It's better to make one pop in over the top of the other. So we're going to create a component called isBreakpoint, and this isBreakpoint component is going to take in a breakpoint, for example, min width 1024 pixels, that's the breakpoint we're going to use, and it's going to render out the code inside of it if we meet that breakpoint. Otherwise, we can render out code inside of an otherwise section, very similar to how we did for our asynchronous if. So let's go ahead and create that isBreakpoint component real quick. We'll go into our components folder. We'll create that file isBreakpoint.tsx, export a function called isBreakpoint, and we're going to come up here and we're going to make sure that this is a client component, because we're going to be using a few hooks inside of here. So we can say const isBreakpoint is equal to use isBreakpoint, which is a hook that we'll create in just a second, breakpoint, and we'll return isBreakpoint. Otherwise, we'll return here our children, or we'll return otherwise. So now let's make sure we get all those different components. We have breakpoint. Let's actually just do it here. Breakpoint is going to be a string. We have children, which is a React node, and we have otherwise, which is going to be optional, and that is also a React node. There we go. So now we can make sure that we render all that different content out. So here we have our breakpoint, our children, and our otherwise. Now down here, we can do a function, use isBreakpoint, take in a breakpoint that's a string. And this is pretty much code that we've kind of already seen, so I'm just going to copy it over and explain what it does. So you can see here, we have our use state and our use effect. The use effect is for setting up our actual media query to determine are we at that breakpoint or not by just wrapping it inside of parentheses and putting in the breakpoint. Same thing we did with prefers media query. Same thing the use is mobile hook is doing. They're all hooked up to this use is breakpoint. So that's all we're going to do. If we are at the breakpoint, it returns true, otherwise false. So we can render whichever one of these components we want. Now we can come in here with use is breakpoint, and we can render out what our children are going to look like. So in the first case, when we are at that larger screen size, I want to render out a resizable handle, just like that. I'm going to say with handle, which is going to add like a little grabber on it. So that way it's easy for people to know they can actually change the size of it. And then we'll come in here with a class name, and we're going to add a little bit of margin of 2 on the left and right. We can also make this so it self-closes. And then we can go ahead with a resizable panel. And this one's going to have an ID of right because it's our right side panel. Order is 2 because it's the second one that we want to render. The default size on this one is going to be 40, essentially 60 or 100 minus 60. And the minimum size on this one is also going to be 30, so it can't get too small. Finally, we want to render what's inside of here, which is a class with a padding of 4, H of screen, and the overflow Y of auto, again, to make sure everything scrolls properly. There we go. And inside of this, I want to render out essentially my job listing details. So we're going to render out job listing details, just like this. It's going to take in my params and my search params. There we go. Close that off. This is a component we'll create down below in just a second, but I do want to wrap this in a suspense. And the suspense is going to have a nice fallback inside of it, which is going to be our loading spinner. And we're going to create a custom component for this. Loading spinner, just because this is something we're going to most likely use in quite a few places. So we're going to come over to here inside of our components folder, create that loading spinner, export a function called loading spinner, and I might as well just copy this over because it's really just a few classes applied to a loading icon. So what we're doing with this is we're essentially saying it should take up the full width and the full height of whatever container it's inside of it. It should center everything, so itself, and it should make sure it animates in a spin direction and has a size of 16 by default, which is a decently sized spinner. So really we're just taking a spinner and centering it inside of whatever container it's inside of. So that's what this loading spinner right here does. And then job listing details, we'll create that function real quick. Job listing details, return null, just so at least we have something to render on our page. And if we refresh, we should hopefully see things work. And of course it's not working because we need to specify this other property. So in our case, we're going to specify that we want to render out a client sheet. This is going to be a component that we create inside of here because we need to have a client component for this. So I'm going to make sure we come in here with an underscore client sheet because I need to do a few special things inside of there. Now inside this client sheet, I want it to work just like a sheet inside of shadcn. So we want to have a sheet content. And this sheet content is going to hide the close button, which is something that we need to actually create ourselves. So we'll say class name P4, just like that. Then we can put our sheet content inside of here, which is going to be our sheet header. We'll make sure that this is a screen reader only version of our header. And this will have a sheet title. And this is just going to say that it's going to be our job listing details. And this is just to help people that are using a screen reader know that when this opens up, this is opening up to job listing details. Finally, we need a suspense, which is going to fall back to that loading spinner. And the suspense is going to render out our job listing details. So I might as well just copy that and paste it directly down into there because that's what it's going to render inside of our container. Now we need to render out the ability to hide our close button as well as this client sheet. So let's work on this client sheet first. Our client sheet only has one property, which is going to be children, which is coming from a React node, and we want to return a sheet. The open property is going to be determined by us, so we're going to have an is open property. So we can come up here, const is open, set is open, is equal to use state. There we go. And by default, we'll just set that to true because on the page, if we're here, we want it to be open. And then we also want to come into our sheet on open change. There we go. Make sure I close all this off properly. This should say sheet. Make sure it's importing from the correct location. There we go. And I believe the reason this is not working is because I need this to be a TSX file. There we go. So now we can import our sheet from the correct location. On open change will return to us whether or not it is open. So we will get an open property from here. And if open is true, then I just want to return because I don't really care. Otherwise, I will set is open to false. And I want my router, router.push to push essentially the route that closes us by bringing us back to where we were before. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to take here my search params, and I'm going to convert them to a string. So we need to get our router and our search params. So here's our router. And then we can say search params is equal to use search params, just like that. So now we essentially are navigating back to the page we were on before if we are closing out of this. So for example, if we hit escape or the close button or so on. And I also want this to be a modal, so I'll specify a modal. And then we'll specify the children inside of there. And that's everything. Really, I just want to be able to control that open state and route us to the correct location. That's the only reason why this has to be a client component. Also, I mentioned it needed to be client. Put use client at the top. Now we can come into here and we can import that client sheet. And now all we need to do is add the hide close button to our sheet content. So here we want to have hide close button. There we go. By default, this is going to be equal to false. And we want to make sure in here, hide close button is an optional Boolean. There we go. And then just wherever our close button is at, which is way down here, we can say if we want to hide our close button, don't show it. So we say if we don't hide our close button, then we're going to show this particular content, which is our close button itself, because we already have our own custom close button we're going to implement. So now you can see we have this showing up. Now our job listing items, this should be job listing details instead of job listing items. So I want to make sure here, job listing details right there. Now, if I give that a quick save, you can see it renders null because right now job listing details is null. So let's copy over all this parameter related stuff because this is all the parameters we're going to be passing into our job listing details so that we can use them inside of here. For example, I want to get my job listing ID, which is equal to awaiting params. I also want to get my job listing, which is await get job listing with my job listing ID. And I need to make sure that this is an asynchronous function. And this get job listing function, I'm going to paste in and explain exactly what's going on because it's pretty similar to stuff that we've already seen before. Let me just make sure we get all of our different imports in place. And our last import right here. There we go. And there we are. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm getting my job listing. So I'm getting my job listing based on an ID. You can see here my where clause to make sure it's a published job listing and it's based on the ID. And I'm also getting my organization information. And if my listing is not equal to null, then I'm essentially just making sure that I cache based on my organization ID as well. And I believe that's something I should have done on my page for my organization list. So I think that's in my shared component, my job listing items. If we scroll all the way down here to the very bottom, when I get my job listings, you can see that I'm getting my organization information, but I'm not actually caching based on that information. So let's do that real quick. We'll say const data is equal to awaiting this, and then we can return our data down here, but we can add in some additional caches. So we can say data dot for each listing. And what we want to do is we want to run some specific code to cache the listing. So we can just do this code right here. Organization.id. Make sure I get the ID column from here. There we go. So now I'm just making sure I'm caching on that organization ID as well inside of this section since I am relying upon that organization data. So now with that done, all of this code is pretty much like we would expect it to be. So now we have our job listing. Now this entire top section of our job listing details is identical to what we had over here. These two are essentially identical. So what I want to do is I want to render out all the same stuff that I had before. So you can see this is all that same stuff. I'm just going to close off my divs just like this. And this is all the same content that I had in the other section. So let's make sure that I import all of these things just like this. We have our job listing organization. First, I should probably check if our job listing is equal to null. Then we want to return not found. There we go, super straightforward. We'll get our avatar fallback. Also, we should get our name initials, again, exactly the same as what we had in the other section. So there we go, we got those. And then all the rest of our job listing information is right there. And then finally, we have our close button showing up here. So let's get our button import, make sure I get the right one. Import link, and we're going to import for converting our search params just like that. And then finally, our X icon. There we go. So that hopefully should be everything. You can see it essentially looks identical. And when we're on a much larger screen size, you can see even larger, we now have the ability to resize this, and you can see things move around exactly where they need to be based on whatever screen size we're currently on and how wide our different containers are. Now the next section directly after all of our stuff that we have here, so we can kind of minimize all of this down, is going to be the buttons that we're going to be rendering out. So they're actually going to be directly inside of this section. Right here, we're going to have our job listing badges. So we can come in here, job listing badges, just like that. Again, exactly the same as the previous section. You can see we're listing out all of our different badges. Then after that, we're going to add in a button for applying. So I'm just going to put the text apply there so we can come back to do this later. And then also we need to render out our markdown. So we have our markdown renderer, and we know that the source for this is going to be our job listing.description, and we can close that off. So now it's going to put whatever the description for our job listing is right here. Right now we have a rather short one, but if we were to clear out our search query, just filter for anything. I think this one maybe had a longer job listing. Nope, it had the same size one. But essentially that's where our job listing would go. So now let's get our apply button in here. We can do a suspense real quick with a fallback that is just going to say button. And we're going to have that be disabled, and it'll say apply, just like that. And then inside of here, we want to render out our apply button, which is a component that we're going to create. We're going to pass in our job listing ID, job listing.id. There we go. So let's create a component, apply button. This takes in our job listing ID. And then what we want to do is essentially do our popover kind of like we did before for permission. So I'm going to kind of copy this over because it's something that we've already done before. Let's make this asynchronous. We're going to create our popover just like that, our popover trigger, our popover content, our sign up button, which we want to make sure we import our own, and there we go. So essentially, if we don't have an account, we cannot apply for the job. As you can see here, we're looking, if we don't have an account, then we want to render our popover that says, hey, you don't have an account yet. You need to create an account before you actually apply for a job. We can test this by really quickly coming over here. I can do a quick log out, and then we can come over and we can click on a particular job. And of course, I'm getting a thing that says I need to redirect, and that's because all the way down inside of our middleware, if we open that up, we need to make sure that we specify our job listing page as public. So we can say /job listings dot star. There we go. Now that should be a public page. So now we can go to this page, we can click on a job listing. And of course, maybe I need to refresh my page. Oh, of course, I should probably spell job correctly. That should fix it. Now you can see I can click on this apply button, and you can see I'm getting an error. You passed multiple children to the sign up button. So let's go ahead and fix that particular problem. We're going to go back into our app, into the job listing page. We want to get on the page itself. And it looks like our sign up button had a problem inside of it. I believe the problem is this space right here. That is what's causing the problem, to have multiple children being rendered. Now you can see when I click apply, you need to create an account before applying for a job, sign up, and it's going to bring me over to that page to sign up if I want, or I can just go ahead, link with my GitHub account like I had before. Going to take a little while to redirect me, and now boom, it's back to here where hopefully I can now render out a button to actually apply. So before I can render the button, I first need to figure out if I've already applied for the job or not. So we're going to create an async function called get job listing application. This is going to take in a job listing ID and a user ID. So we have our job listing ID and our user ID, just like that. And now what I want to do is I just want to run a function to be able to get that information. So return db.query on our job listing application table. I want to find the first one that meets both of that criteria. So I'll just copy over the and clause that we have for our where here. There we go. So where my job listing ID is equal to the ID and my user ID is equal to the user ID. Rather straightforward. We can also make sure that we cache this information, and we can add in here a cache tag, which is get job listing application ID tag. There we go. And we can pass in the job listing ID and the user ID just like that. And now we have this information cached and we can use it in our application. So let's scroll back up to our apply button. If we do have a user, then what I want to do is I want to get the application. So we can call await by getting my application, passing it in my job listing ID and my user ID. And then we can say if our application is not equal to null, then we've already applied. So we should just let the user know, hey, you've already applied. So I can say const formatter equals new intl.relative. intl.relative time format undefined. We want this to be a style, which is going to be short. And we want it to have a numeric of always. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to get my difference in days. So we'll say the difference is the difference in days. Application.created at. So that's the day I applied for the job. And new date. So again, we need to make sure that we await connection before this. Connection. There we go, because we're doing something that's dynamic that Next.js needs to know about. And then finally, we can return here, essentially our code that is going to render this out. So a class name that says text muted foreground, text small, you applied for this job, and then we can put whatever our difference is going to be. So difference is equal to 0. We'll just say today. Otherwise, we'll put whatever that difference is formatted. So we'll say formatter, formatter.format our difference, and we want to format that as days. There we go. So now it's going to say you applied however many days ago if we already applied. But in our case, we've not applied for this job, so this does not apply to us. So we can move on to the next section where we can actually add the button. But first, we need to check to make sure we have a resume because we can't apply for a job without a resume. So we want to get our user resume. And that's going to be calling get user resume, which is a function we'll pass our user ID into. So let's just copy one of these functions because it's going to be pretty much identical. Get user resume. This is going to take in a user ID as the only property. There we go. It's going to be caching this on get user resume ID tag. And that ID is just the user ID because that is the primary key for the resume table. User resume table. And we don't even need an AND query here. It's just going to be a simple check on the ID field for our user resume table. There we go. So if that ID is equal to our user ID, we are good to go. And I believe this is just user ID. There we go. Now we do need to add caching for this section. So I'm going to go down into my features folder in the user section, inside a database, inside a cache. I'm going to paste in our file for this, which is user resumes. Very straightforward, same as everything we've done before. We have a global tag, we have an ID tag, and we revalidate both of them down here. So let's make sure that we import this function. And now we actually have the ability to get the user resume to make sure they have a resume. So the next check is going to look very similar to the one up here. We're going to check to see if they have a user resume. So if their user resume is equal to null, then what we want to do is we want to essentially tell them you need a resume. You need to upload your resume before applying for a job. Then what we want to do is we want to render out a button as child because this is going to be a link. And this link is going to go to the page for rendering or for uploading a resume, which is user settings/resume, upload resume. There we go. So now we should actually see the apply button and we can see that we don't have a resume and this will redirect us to the page even though it doesn't exist yet. Now, before we jump over to work on that page, I still want to actually finish out what the application section is going to look like just so we have this page entirely done before we move on. So now we know that we can essentially create an application. So here I want to render a dialog component that allows us to finish off what our application looks like. So we're going to have our dialog trigger. This is going to be a button. And this button is just going to say apply, just like all the other buttons we've been working with. Our dialog content, we want to make sure that this is a large scale dialog. So we're going to add some class names. Medium max width is 3XL. We want to have our max H be a calculation of 100% minus 2 REM. And then we want our overflow to be hidden. And finally, flex with a flex column. There we go. Now we can go ahead and we can add in our dialog header. The dialog header is going to have a dialog title. That's just going to say application. Then we're going to have a description. There we go. This is going to say applying for a job cannot be undone and is something you can only do once per job listing, just so they know not to try to do this multiple times. And once they do it, they are done. It's kind of a warning for them. Then we're going to have our div that fills the full screen size, flex 1, overflow of Y of auto, so it scrolls properly. And this is where we're going to put essentially our form for doing this. New job listing application form. We're going to pass in our job listing ID, which is just job listing ID. Now let's go ahead and work on creating this form. So we're going to come over here into our components section for our job listing components. We're going to create a brand new file and we're making that form. So export function with that name, just like that. And it's going to be taking in our job listing ID, which is a string. There we go. And we essentially want to do the same thing we've done in all of our different forms. So we're going to get a form, which is use form. There we go. We want to make sure we pass in our resolver, which is a Zod resolver, which is going to be our new job listing application form, just like that. And make sure that this is actually a schema, application schema. There we go. And our default values for this is just going to be cover letter of an empty string, because that's the only thing that we can actually define for this schema. So let's go ahead and create this schema directly inside of here. We can kind of minimize these down. move all the way down here, export const job listing application schema, and that is equal to z.object. Cover letter is the only property in here, which is a string. That is nullable, and we want to transform our string, essentially converting all of our values, trimming it just like that. If it's equal to an empty string, we return null. There we go. Otherwise, we return our value. And I believe if I put nullable after here, that'll make sure that this is not nullable there. And there we go. Now, essentially, that's exactly what we want. Make sure I spell application properly. And now we can hopefully import this directly in here. Looks like I spelled it incorrectly. New job listing application schema. And over here, there we go. Hopefully those are spelled correctly now. Now the next thing we can do is we can return our form. I'm going to copy this in because it's very similar to all the forms that we've already worked on before. So we can come in here with our form field. I'm going to make sure we import everything first, and then I'll explain exactly what's going on inside of all the code. Get our description, our message, and then finally our button down here with that loading swap text. So all we're doing inside this form is we just have this form item, which is going to be a cover letter, and this is rendering out our markdown editor, the exact same thing we used for our job listing description, but we're now using it in this dialog for this specific form. Now we need our onSubmit function. This function is going to be taking in all of our different data, which is going to be inferred from Zod, just like that. That's our new listing schema. We want to get our results, which is calling await create job listing application. It's a function we're going to create, where we pass in our job listing ID as well as the data for this application we want to create. Let's make sure this is an asynchronous function. And then what we can do is if our result dot error, there we go, dot error. And then what we're going to do is just render out a simple toast message. So we'll just say toast dot error, and this will just be our results dot message, just like that. And otherwise, we're going to render out toast dot success, and that's our results.message. There we go. And we'll make sure that we return after this. So we only render one of these two different toast messages. So now let's create this job listing application function. So what we can do is we can go into our actions specifically for our job listing applications. So we can come into our job listing applications, and this form should also be inside of here. So let's create a folder inside of here called components, just like that. Move this form into here because that's really where this form should be living, and make sure that's right there. And then inside of our DB, we're going to create a brand new file called job listing applications.ts. And this is where we're going to create this function. And this is going to be an action. So it's going to be a use server at the top. And this needs to be asynchronous. So this action is going to take in our schema as well as our job listing ID. So let's make sure that we import those particular properties. Then what I want to do is I want to check to see if I have a user and everything like that. So we can come in here with our permissions, say you don't have permission to submit an application. So if we don't have a user account, obviously we have a permission error. Next, I want to get my user resume as well as my job listing, because I'm going to use both of those to check to make sure we have permission. Promise.all, and I'm going to return get user resume, just like that, which is going to take our user ID. And then we're going to get a public job listing, which is going to take in our job listing ID. There we go. And these are functions that we're going to create, but essentially they're the same as functions we've already created. So to save you the time of me typing out this code that we've already done a million times, I'm going to paste in the particular code. And again, you can see we're just querying the database specifically for public job listings that match our ID, as well as when we go down below to the next level for our resumes, we're specifically querying our table for resumes that match this particular ID. And we're only returning the IDs of the actual columns, so the user ID and the ID here, because that's all we care about. We just want to see if these things exist or not. So then we can check to see if either of these are null. So if the user resume is equal to null, or the job listing is equal to null, that means you're trying to apply to a job you don't have access to, or you're just essentially applying without a resume. So we return that same exact error. So then we can move down to the next check we want to make, and this is going to be to make sure our application data is successful. So we have our success and our data, which comes from new job listing application schema.safe parse, and we want to parse that unsafe data. There we go. Then we can say if we are not successful, then we're going to return essentially an error. I'm going to copy over the error message. Essentially it just says there is an error submitting your application. Finally, if everything is successful, we can finally actually work on inserting this. So we can say insert job listing application, and we can pass along our job listing ID, our user ID, and then all of our different data, which in our case is just the cover letter. So now let's go ahead and actually make this database function. And it looks like I put this in the wrong folder. So let me come in here. We'll create our actions. There we go. And that should be a folder, not a file. There we go. So inside of here, actions, I should move this up into my actions. And then here, job listing applications.ts. And there we go. Also, I have my schema in the wrong location. This should be in a file all the way up here. Schemas.ts. There we go. And I'll rename this to actions. There we go. So now we hopefully have everything working fine. Let me just make sure I get my imports proper. That works fine there. And this one, it looks like we just have some errors because my imports aren't lining up properly. That's imported from the wrong location because I just moved it. There we go. I should clean up all this. Now all we need to do is create this particular function in our database folder right here. Export async function, and we want to insert that user. Now doing this particular insert is actually not too tricky. I'll import this code and again explain exactly what's going on in it. So if we take a look at the code here, we're taking in our application information, we're inserting it into the table, passing along all the values, and if for some reason we have a conflict, I just want to do nothing at all, not throw an error. If we happen to have a conflict, it just means we're trying to apply for a job multiple times. Not sure why that would happen, but essentially we're just going to ignore that. And actually, we can remove that. We can just throw an error if we're trying to apply for the same job multiple times, because that's definitely not something that we want to do. So now we hopefully have everything set up like we want it to. Inside of here, we can import this action. And now we successfully created a job here, or an application, I mean. So now what we're going to do is we're going to return that message. So we can return error false and message. Your application was successfully. Man, I cannot type today. Submitted. There we go. And before we do that though, I'm going to mark a little to do here. What we want to do is we actually want to be able to AI generate a rating for the user. So we'll say AI generation. And to do that, we're going to be using Inngest. So we're going to say await ingest.send. I'm going to be sending along an event to Inngest. So let me make sure I import this. There we go. And I want to send along an event with a specific name. We'll call this app/job listing application.created. So that's the event name, and we'll give it all the data that we need, which is just our job listing ID and our user ID. Now, in order to make this work, we need to go into Inngest and specify this new event. So here we can say that's our event name, and we have data, and that data is a job listing ID, which is a string, and a user ID, which is a string. Now, if we give that a quick save and we go back over to our action, you can see that this is working. We just need to obviously implement the ingest function for that, which we'll do a bit later. For now, though, I want to test to see if applying for a job actually works. So I'm going to do two really quick things. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the need for a resume. So I'm just going to essentially remove this line of code because now we don't need a resume to apply. I'm going to go back into my page in particular where I'm using this. First of all, let's get our form imported there. That works fine. And I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to comment out this particular code as well. So now let's see if we just save everything. Looks like this needs to be imported, and that should hopefully be everything we need. Looks like I still have an error inside of this file. My control is not working properly for my form. Let's see if I called that cover. Oh, I just called it cover potentially. No, it should be cover letter. That's for sure. I think I just have something being imported from the wrong location. There we go. Need to make sure that I update the import right here. Now that should hopefully fix all the different errors we had. Give that a refresh and my page should render. Looks like my page is not working because this should be a client component. There we go. Now if we give that a save, you can see everything's rendering, and when I click apply, it's got a little bit of a problem going on. Now the reason for this is, as you can see, we imported our button from the wrong location. So let's come down here and make sure that we import the button from the correct location. Now hopefully that'll remove all of our errors. We click apply. You can see apply for a job cannot be undone, blah, 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 blah. Import anything I want from my cover letter. We can click apply, and hopefully that works. Your application was submitted successfully. And let's actually see if that worked. We'll come over to our actual database and we'll check to see if we have an application. So we can go to our job listing applications, and it does look like we have an application with that cover letter information passed inside of it. So at least we know that this job application is working and successfully submitting all of its information. I do want to go through and essentially remove that stuff that we removed. So inside of our actions, I want to make sure that we're checking for our user resume here. And on the actual page itself, let's go back to that page. I want to make sure here, again, I'm checking for the user resume. So now if I were to try to apply for a job, we can come into here. You can see if I try to click apply, I need to upload my resume. And for this particular job, you can see you applied for this job today, so it knows that I applied. Now, the next logical step is going to be moving to make it so that we can upload an actual resume. And the really nice thing about this is it's going to allow us to do a lot of our AI stuff as well. So we're going to go into our job seeker folder here, and I want to add a new folder for user settings. And inside that, I want to add a folder for resume because we're going to have two different settings. We're going to have notification settings and resume settings. So in here, we're going to create a folder for resume, and then we're going to create our page.tsx that we're going to render inside of here. So let's export that function. This is going to be our user resume page. There we go. And this is going to be a relatively simple page, all things considered, because we don't really have much going on in here other than a resume that you upload, and then we're going to do all the AI stuff in the background behind the scenes. So we can do a quick return here. I want to render out a div. This div is going to be kind of small. I don't want it to be super wide, so we'll do a max width of 3XL. We're going to center it with MX Auto, add some spacing on the top and bottom, as well as spacing out the different content inside of here, because essentially we're going to have different sections inside of this div. We're essentially going to have a section for uploading our resume, a section for actually viewing our resume, and a section for other things as well. So let's come in here with a little title. We'll just say the title is going to be upload your resume. There we go. And then we'll add some classes to make the text on that a little bit larger. So we'll say text 2XL and font bold. Now, before we get too much further, I want to make sure that our page is rendering. So we can go over to here, click on settings, and we should hopefully be brought to that settings page. And it looks like we're brought to the notification section, which is fine. That's kind of the default place you want to go. We'll come over here and just change this to resume for now, so at least we have something popping up. But you notice we get a 404 error. The main reason for that is because in my sidebar section, I don't have anything for user settings. So I'm going to create a user settings / resume folder. And inside of this, I'm just going to create a page.tsx. Export a function, make sure it's the default function. This will just say user resume sidebar. Doesn't really matter what we call this. And in here, I'm going to return a shared component, which I'm going to call user settings sidebar. And that's because I'm going to share this sidebar between all my user setting pages. So let me make sure I render that as a component. There we go. And then I just need to create that component, which we'll do in that shared folder we've already created up here. .tsx. Export that function just like that. And inside of here, I essentially just wanted to return a sidebar nav menu group, that custom component that we've created, and we'll pass in the items for all the things that we can render, which is really just two things. We're going to have an href for our actual page. So let me make sure we get that in there, href. This is going to be /user settings / notifications. So this is our notification settings. And let me get this so it formats properly. There we go. Next section I need is an icon for this. We're going to use a bell icon, which is pretty normal for notifications. And then finally, we're going to put in a label, which will be the text that will just say notifications. There we go. Now I'm going to copy that down to have our resume section as well. So we're going to have a file user icon, as well as resume here and resume here. So now if I make sure I import that properly, we should see that in our sidebar, we at least have those sections in it. So let me just give this a quick refresh real quick. There we go. You can see we have our H1 showing up, and over here you can see over in my sidebar we have notifications and resume. So at least those are both showing up. And while I'm at it, I'm going to come over here, copy this resume folder, and change it to notifications. There we go. Just so we have our page for notifications already set up, so that when we swap to that page, it'll work just fine. Now going back to the page that we were actually working on by just minimizing this down and closing out of this as well, you can see here we are. I want to add a little bit of spacing on the left and right, so we're going to come in here with a simple px of 4 just to give us some spacing on our page. That looks really good. And if we're on larger screen sizes, you can see it's just going to center itself even when our sidebar is closed. So that looks really good. Now what we can do is we can actually work on putting the content inside of here, and we're going to be using a card for styling everything with a card content. And inside this card content is where we're going to put our drop zone. Essentially, we'll just put the text for now of drop zone, just like that. And that's essentially going to be where we drag and drop our file to upload it. Also, I'm going to create some suspense sections, and one of these is going to be for rendering out our resume details. This is going to be essentially the button to view more about our resume, and that is going to be inside of our card as well. So let me make sure I get that up into there. There we go. And then the next thing that I want to do is I want to render out below our card another suspense container. And this one's going to be for the AI summary card, just like that. And this is essentially going to be where we render out whatever the AI generates for our particular resume. So let's come in here, we'll create an async function, resume details, return null, and I want to do the exact same thing for our AI summary, just so we at least have placeholders for those for now. So if we give that a quick save, really nothing changed because these don't actually render out anything. Now, in order to manage file uploads in this system, we're going to be using upload thing, which actually works really well with Next.js. This is the first time I've tried it, and I quite liked it. So in order to get through the steps here, we can just copy over our install script, paste that down. It's going to be rather straightforward. And then we need to get our upload thing token. So we can just make sure we put that inside of our environment variables. So we can scroll all the way down to our environment variables, create a section for upload thing. There we go. And we can say that our upload thing token is whatever we're going to get from our dashboard. So we'll get that in just a little bit. And then we can work on setting up essentially our file router. And the router is essentially the thing that allows you to actually hook up all the different routes that you have for uploading files. Essentially, you can think about it as like an express background that manages everything for you. Also, we should make sure we force install these dependencies so they actually come through. So I'm just going to copy this router over and we'll make the changes we need because a lot of it is kind of what we already want. So we'll say that we have an upload thing folder, and inside of here, we're going to create our simple router, and our router is rather simple, so we're just going to put it in a single file like this. So let's scroll all the way to the top and kind of go through this line by line. The very first thing we're doing up here is we're just creating the function that we use. Now they have a fake authentication. We'll remove that because we don't actually need that. We'll use our own authentication. I'm going to call this a custom file router just because I like the name custom better. Now here, we're going to be using a resume uploader, so we'll call this a resume uploader. And the nice thing is you just essentially define keys for all the different things that you want to do. So our first key, resume uploader, is for uploading a PDF file, so we'll put in PDF here. And then we can specify that we want the maximum size to be 8 megabytes. And I'm also going to put in here a keyword, which is await server data. Essentially what this does is on the client, we have the ability to listen to like a success event. And this is just saying, hey, I want to make sure that you wait until the server has said that we are successfully done before we go ahead and we submit the actual success status from our page. Let me get a comma here. So really what happens down here, we have this on upload complete. Normally without this, it'll just send down to the client that things were successful before this actually finishes. We want to make sure this finishes because this is where we upload our actual file to the server. And then that way, after we get sent back down to the client, we can refresh the page so they can view all their resume information. Now we can get rid of a lot of these comments because we don't really need them. And now we can move on to middleware, which is all about handling permissions. So we can just get our user ID from that get current user function. So we can say get current user, just like that. Make sure that we await this. There we go. We don't even need this request because it's kind of already handled for us inside this function. This gives us our user ID. And if user ID is equal to null, we can just throw a specific error. So we'll say throw new upload thing error, and we can just say unauthorized. There we go. That's essentially what they're doing right down here. We just did it up here for our particular code. Then what we can do is we can turn the user ID information so we can use it in other places, for example, when we upload our file. So here, now essentially we just got the user ID, made sure it's there, and then used it or returned it so we can use it down here inside this metadata section. Now inside this upload complete, the first thing I want to do is I want to get my user ID from that metadata, just like this. And the nice thing is we have type safety. You can see all of this is type safe, which is really nice. And then the next thing we can do is we can actually do whatever we want with our particular code. So in my case, I want to actually get the resume file key for the existing resume. We'll just put a little to-do to delete old resume because we'll do that in a little bit. But the next step is to actually upload the new resume. So we'll say upsert user resume. And we're going to pass in the user ID for what we want to upload to, as well as we want to pass in the resume file URL, which is the file dot, and then we have this URL option right here. And then finally, we have the resume file key, which we can get from here as well as the key. Now this key, you can think about it as like a unique identifier. So an upload thing, this is like the ID of the resume in upload thing. And the URL is just the public URL we can access the file from so people can view this particular file. So this gives us an ID and it gives us a URL and it's going to tie it to a particular user. And the reason we're using upsert here is because essentially I want to either insert a resume if they don't have one, or I want to update their resume to be this new resume if they already have one uploaded on our page. Now the next thing that we can do is we can make sure that we delete that old resume. So I'll just kind of put the to-do below here because we're gonna have to get the data and delete it. So we'll put that down there. And then the final thing that we want to do is we want to be able to send off a request to our backend to do all the AI processing as well. So we're just gonna say await ingest.send and make sure that we import this properly. There we go. And we want to send across an event that's going to say app/resume.uploaded. So whenever we upload a resume, we're going to send across this event, and then we can listen to that to do things such as AI processing or other things if we want behind the scenes. Also, I'm going to pass along all of our user information for this resume as well. Finally, we can pass down some type of message if we want to. So we can say message, and this is going to say resume uploaded successfully. And this is actually used by the front end client. Like this message gets returned down to our client. Now here, we're going to call this our custom file router. Whoops, custom file router, there we go. And this is going to be custom file router, which is what we're going to use for type safety later on in our application. Now let's go ahead and actually create this ingest event and then this function right here. And then all we need to do is implement this on the front end and we're pretty much done. So I'm going to copy the name of this event over. And what we can do is we can go all the way over to where we have our ingest client. And we're going to add a brand new event for that. So we'll come in here, give it that particular name. I'm going to say that I specifically want this to return a user object instead of a data object. and it's going to have an ID, which is a string. That's the only thing we're going to be passing to this object. And now if we go back into our router, we should see that this error has been removed because now we have that event. Final thing we need to do is add this upsert user resume function. And if we go into our features section for users and database, you'll notice we need to create a brand new file for user resumes. So we'll say user resumes.ts. We're going to export a function with that specific name. And we know it's going to take in a user ID. There we go. And then it's going to take in all of our data. Now this data is coming from the type of our user resume table. There we go. And we want to infer the select property from that. But specifically, we want to make sure that we don't include the user ID because it's already included here. So we're going to say omit just like that. And we're going to make sure we omit the user ID just because we already have that included right here. Now what we can do is we can call db.insert, and we want to insert into the user resume table. We want to insert the values, and these values are our user ID followed by all of our data that we passed in for our resume. And in this one, since we want this to be an upsert, when we have a conflict, we just want to update the particular resume. So we're going to take the target, which is the user resume table.user ID. And whenever there's a conflict on that key, we just want to set the data to the rest of our data, just like that. Now, the last thing we need to do is revalidate this. So we're going to say revalidate user resume cache, just like that. And we can pass it in our user ID. And then finally make this an async function so that we get rid of all of our errors. There we go. And it looks like now everything is working as we expect it to. If we go back over here, we should be able to import this and we should see everything works fine with no errors. Now we are getting some errors, so I most likely messed something up in my typing. And you can see here I used infer select. This should be infer insert instead. And that does clean up our different errors that we have. Now I'm going to go ahead and work on the functionality for deleting the old resume as well while we're here before we actually go ahead and implement the uploading of a resume. Because if someone uploads a new resume and we call this upsert, that's going to overwrite the key in the URL for the resume. But on upload thing where we actually have that data stored, the old resume is still going to be there and it's just going to kind of be orphaned on its own with no way to delete or reference it, which means we're going to be racking up more storage bills and we don't really want that. So here we're going to first check to see if they have a resume. We can do that real quick by just saying resume file key is equal to await get user resume file key. We can pass it in our user ID. And then we can just create this function down here. Get user resume file key. This is going to take in a user ID, which is a string. And then we just want to return the data that we're going to be getting back from that. So we're going to say db.query user resume table. We want to find the first one. Where, and in our case, we want it to be equal to user resume table, table.user ID. There we go. So we're making sure that that's equal. We only really care about one column, so I'm just going to manually get that exact column, which is our resume file key. There we go. So we'll say const data is equal to awaiting that. And then we can just come down here and we can return data.resume file key. Now we could add caching to this function if we want, but in our particular case, it doesn't really make sense to cache this particular information because it's only going to be accessed when we're uploading a new resume, which happens very rarely. And most often they're not going to have an actual cached piece of data for that. So I'm not going to bother with caching that information. So now what we can do here is we can essentially say, hey, if there is a resume file key, then we want to delete the old resume because that means they had one before and it's stored on upload thing still, but we now added a new resume that we replaced it with. So we want to delete the data for the old one while keeping our new database record. This is actually incredibly easy to do. So we'll just say whenever it's not equal to null, we're going to come in here and we're going to await upload thing .delete files, and we're going to pass in our resume file key. Now this upload thing variable is something that we're going to need to create a new client for, kind of like how we do with almost all of our services. We are going to create a client file where we export a constant variable with that name, and it's going to be called UTAPI. There we go. And this is going to take in our token, and we know that our token is our upload thing token, just like that. And we of course want to put this into our environment variable. So let's import our env, just like that. Go into it, and we're going to say, hey, this is going to be a string with a minimum value of 1. Also, this should have minimum value of 1. I don't know why it got changed to 10. There we go. Come back over to this location. We can import upload thing, just like that. And in here, everything is working fine. So it looks like all of that is working fine. We have the deletion set up. We have the insertion set up properly. We have this event that we're going to get to in a little bit. So I'm just going to mark this as to do since we actually haven't processed that event yet. There we go. And now we can work on the next steps from the documentation because essentially now we have the ability to upload things, but we don't have the actual ability to interact on our client with any of these different things. So if we scroll down a ways here, you can see that we first of all need to create some router routes for all of this inside of our application. So we're going to go into this API folder. So app, we're going to go into API. We're going to create a brand new folder. This is going to be for upload thing. And we're going to create a brand new file called route.ts. And we're just essentially going to copy this exact code, paste it in, and then change around any of the typing information that we need. So for example, we called this custom file router, just like that. And otherwise, it looks like everything else is exactly the same. So we'll just keep that all as is. Next, if we scroll down some further, we can essentially see how we actually use our buttons inside of this. So I'm going to copy this over and I'm going to put it inside of a components folder. So we'll just minimize this down. In our services for upload thing, we'll create a new folder called components. There we go. And inside of here, we'll create a component that's called upload thing.tsx. This is going to be for our upload components. Then we can just paste in what those components are. Now we're going to modify these quite a bit, but what we can do is make sure we use the correct file router, which is custom file router, just like that. Paste that into both of them. And instead of uploading these or exporting these directly, I'm actually going to change this to be called component. And I'm going to add component to the end of this one. And what I want to do is I want to create my own component that wraps these, that has all my own customization to it. So for example, we'll export a constant called upload drop zone, just like that. And actually, I'm going to make this a function. So we'll say function upload drop zone. There we go. And inside of here, we can return that upload drop zone component, and we can pass it in all the different information that we want. So inside of here, I'm going to take in some props. So we're going to take in a class name, one of my favorite props to take in, on client upload complete. Make sure I spell that properly. We're going to get an on upload error, and then just all the remaining props. And we're going to set this equal to component props, and it's going to be the component props of this upload drop zone component. So we'll say upload drop zone component, just like that. Make sure this is type of. Give that a quick save. And now you can see we can pass all that information into here. So for example, we can pass along all of our props plus these three things as well, because we're going to specify our own class names and other things. So we'll come in here with class name, just like that. We're going to use the cn function to be able to combine our class names with the existing class names. And I'm just going to give it some boilerplate class names. For example, we're going to make it have a dashed border, size of 2, make it have a muted color, rounded is going to be large, flex, and then we're just going to center everything just like this. And then I'm going to add on any additional class names that we want using this class name prop here. Next, we're going to have on client upload complete. That's going to take in a response. And then what we want to do is if we hover over this response, you'll see it's an array of messages. What we can do is we can just say res.forEach. So for each one of our messages, it's going to give us some server data. Whoops, server data, just like that. And all I want to do is I want to render out a toast.success for that server data message. So we'll say server data.message. There we go. And that's going to be whatever we return down from our server. So inside of that route that we created, there we go. This message right here is exactly what that's going to be. So that's what this is going to return. And then we can call on client upload complete, just like that, with our response variable. Finally, I want to do essentially the exact same thing, but for upload error. So on upload error, this is going to take in an error, just like that. And this is going to be an upload thing error with some JSON data in it. There we go. And then what we can do is we can use that error to make a toast. So we can say toast.error, error.message. There we go. And then we can say on error, we can pass along that error message. So essentially all I'm doing is I'm making it so I have some custom classes, some default behavior for success, and some default behavior from error, but I can add in my own custom behavior if I want for each one of these. Now I could do the exact same thing for the upload button, but in our case, we're only using the drop zone. So I'm not even going to bother with the button. I'm just going to have the drop zone component. Now we can go further to see what we're going to do with Tailwind. We are using Tailwind v4. So we can see to use that, it's as simple as just creating these two different import statements. So I'm going to copy these different import statements. I'm going to move over into my application. We have our global CSS right here. Scroll to the very top of our page, and we're just going to paste those in like that. Now you'll see that we need to make sure that our actual path for this node modules is correct. And in our case, since we are inside of an additional folder, we need to add .. / and that's going to bring us directly to node modules. If I just come up here again and I type in, you'll see nod modules. This is the correct folder that we're inside of because essentially we're going backward one to app, backward one to source, and then into the node modules. So we just need to make sure that's lined up with our particular path. Now we can go ahead and we can actually finish off what the rest of the document is. And essentially this is the putting a button on your page and making it do something section. So that's all we have left to do is just essentially add in a button to our page and then deal with some SSR stuff, which is what we're going to be doing as well. So we're going to go all the way back over here. We're going to make sure inside of upload thing here that we actually specify this as a client component. So we'll say use client, just like that, because obviously obviously we're using functions and so on. Then what we're going to do is all the way up here inside of our user settings for resume, I'm going to create a brand new file called dropzoneclient.tsx. And again, I'm putting that underscore to kind of denote that this is a file that is specifically only made because I need a client component. And that's going to be what this section right here is, where it says dropzone. I'm going to be using this dropzone client. So we're going to export a function called dropzoneclient. This is going to be a use client. And all this is going to do is essentially return that dropzone component that I created. So it's upload thing dropzone. And I believe I just called it upload dropzone. And there we go. Get that from the right location. And then I just need to make sure I return the specific things I need. So the main thing is endpoint. This is going to be pointing to the endpoint I created, which was resume uploader. This is the only one we have. And then on client upload complete, I want to refresh my page. So we can come in here, we can get our router is equal to use router, just like that. And then I can say router.refresh. Router.refresh. Now, the reason that I'm refreshing my page on a successful upload is because when we upload a file, that means that the file is now on the server. So we want to refresh our page so we can show the user the button that says, hey, here is your file. You can actually download and use it. And then we're going to do this final step of improving SSR. This is just something that we need to do to make sure it works properly with Next.js. And we specifically have a section down here on how to do it with dynamic I/O, which is the feature that we're using because we're using the experimental version of Next.js. Now, to make this easier, I'm actually going to be creating a custom component for this. So in our component section, we're going to call this upload thing ssr.tsx. And inside of here, we essentially need to create this little component right here. So we're going to export this function. And this one actually is not one that we export, but we do want this to essentially wrap all of our code to say, hey, this is dynamic code. So let's make sure that we import this next SSR plugin. This is coming from upload thing /react/next SSR plugin. There we go. We also need to be able to extract the router config from our custom file router. There we go. So now that should be everything we need to do to get this particular component. All we need to do next is wrap it inside of a suspense. As you can see right here, that's what this code is doing. So we'll say export function upload thing SSR. And this is just where we essentially wrap what we created here in suspense. So we'll say suspense, and we will say UTSSR. There we go. And if we import suspense, we should see that everything is now working. And all we need to do is just add this essentially to our page. If we look here, we essentially just add it to our page anywhere that we want. So we can come all the way back over into our layout and we can make sure we add that particularly in. There we go. And that's everything inside of the documentation done. All we need to do is hook up to make sure that we have our actual API key and to make sure that we have everything imported properly. So here, we're going to render out our drop zone client. There we go. And now let's go ahead and make sure we get our API key. So we can just create an account, go onto our dashboard, sign in, do whatever you want. And once you're here, you should be able to essentially create an app. You can see I have this job board test. I'll create a brand new app. We'll just go on the free tier here. We'll say job board final. And then what I want to do is I just want to create this app. And I'll zoom in a little bit so it's a little easier for you to see. There we go. Scroll all the way down, create that app. And then we can actually access our API keys by clicking this key button up here. And we just want to get our key just like this. So we'll say secret key. And then if we scroll all the way to the side, you can see right here, we can copy this particular key. And now we can move into our environment variable and paste that key down. So now we have our secret key for this particular application. We can now hopefully be able to upload files to this. So now what we can do is we can just give this a quick refresh. Hopefully it'll be able to import everything properly. Looks like it's trying to import from the wrong location. So let me just try to fix that up. This is a capital D and this is a lowercase L. That should hopefully fix that import. There we go, give that a quick refresh, and it looks like we have some errors possibly with our TypeScript. First thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to restart my server. So we're going to come in here, we're going to restart our server just because it might fix some of these import errors that we're having between these files not showing up and thinking that they're there versus not there. And then we're going to look inside of our CSS to make sure that we actually have everything correctly imported for our files. And already I can see a problem. I forgot to put a semicolon right here. There we go. That should clean up our Tailwind specific problems. Now, if we give this a refresh, hopefully everything is going to work on our page. It'll take a few seconds for it to render, but now we'll see that we have the ability to choose and upload a file. So to test this file upload, I just have this old resume file that's just like a template file that I'll just upload to actually use. We'll click upload one file, and that should hopefully upload that file. And of course, we're getting an invalid token error. I believe the reason we're getting that error is because we actually copied over the wrong secret key. We should be copying this V7 right here. If we paste that down, you can see that that's our actual upload thing token. The other one's like a secret key that we use for API requests, which is not what we're doing. We actually don't want to use that at all because that shouldn't be exposed to the client. So we can come over here. with our upload thing token, just like that. So now we have the correct token being used. And hopefully, if we give this a little bit of an upload button click, it should work. And there you go. You can see resume successfully uploaded. And if we come over here and we access our files, you can see that file right there has been uploaded. And if we go to our user resume section here, you can see we have that file being uploaded and the resume file key. Now, the important thing that I want to show you is that when we upload a new file, it'll actually overwrite this old file that we have right here. So I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to upload a brand new file. We're going to click upload. It's the same exact file, but we can see that it should work properly. If we didn't do the deletions, we would have two files here, but when I refresh, you'll see we now only have the one file. And over here, we have just still one user file resume, and it has that exact file uploaded inside of it. So now that we have the ability to upload a specific resume to a specific user, we can dive into the fun AI stuff of creating like AI summaries of this, ranking applicants, and all that other really cool stuff. So let's go ahead and actually work on that next. And actually, before we dive into that, I want to make sure I add a button here that shows the user's resume as well as the section for the AI summary below it. So let's do that real quick because that will not take us very long. So resume details, this is going to be a rather simple function that first of all is going to get our user ID, which is await get current user. Make sure I spell user, not organization. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to get the user resume, which is await get user resume. And we're going to pass in our user ID. There we go. And then, of course, if our user resume is equal to null, we return null. And we essentially do the exact same thing up here for if our user ID is equal to null. Also, we'll just return not found here because obviously we don't have a user, so we shouldn't be able to access this particular page. Now, the next thing that we can do is we can actually use that user resume to render out our card footer, which is going to be where our button shows up. So we can say button, make sure we get the correct one as child, and we want to render out a link component with an href that points to that user resume.resume file URL. There we go. And for this actually button, we can just say view resume. And also, since we want this to redirect to a brand new page without changing our current page, we'll set the target equal to _ blank. And we'll also set the rel equal to no opener, no refer. There we go. That'll just open our page in a brand new tab instead of opening it in the current tab. Now we can come down here and we can create a function, async function, get user resume. This is going to take in a user ID. And since you've seen me create functions like this a million times, we'll just end up pasting that function in real quick. And essentially all we're doing is we're just creating that table specifically where the user ID is equal to the ID that we pass in. Now, if we give that a last import, you can now see we have that function and you can see the view resume button shows up. Now, the next section we have to work on is our AI summary card, which is actually pretty similar to what we have here. We first want to get the information for our user ID as well as our user resume. And we also want to check to see if our user resume.ai summary is equal to null and return as well in that particular scenario. Essentially, we want to make sure that we have a summary to render out to the user before we try to render it. And we're going to put this inside of a card. So we'll come in here with a card header. And this is going to have a class name of border bottom, just so we have a little bit of distinction between the header and the rest of our content. Card title, this is going to say AI summary. Then we're going to come down here with a card description. This card description is going to say this is an AI generated summary of your resume. This is used by employers to quickly understand your qualifications and experience. There we go. Let me make sure I spell everything properly. And there we go. Now we have that. And all we need to do is render out the content, card content. And this card content is going to use Markdown. So we're going to use a Markdown render because we're going to tell the AI to essentially return to us a Markdown summary. So we'll say source here is user resume.ai summary. There we go. So right now, it doesn't matter how many times we refresh the page, nothing's going to show up there because we don't have the AI summary yet. So that's the section that we can kind of work on next, is making that AI summary for our application. And that is going to be done using Inngest because that allows us to do long-running background jobs. And they have lots of tools specifically built for AI, which is really handy. So inside the services folder for Inngest in our functions section, we're going to create a new section for doing resume-related functions. And we're going to export a constant variable called create AI summary of uploaded resume. And that's going to be a new ingest.create function. Make sure we import ingest. There we go. And this create function right here, This is going to take in the ID of the function, which we're going to call create AI summary of uploaded resume. Pretty much the same thing that we did above. And for the name, we're just going to give a human readable version of this. Create AI summary of uploaded resume. And then finally, we can say what event we want this to trigger on. And this is going to be based on those event names. And in our case, the job application created is not the event that we want, but we do want resume uploaded. Whenever we upload a resume, we want to run the code inside of this particular function. Then we can get an asynchronous function that's going to return to us the step as well as all of our event data, which is really all that we care about. Now inside of here, we can get our ID, which is our user ID, and that's coming from event.user. So we're just renaming ID to user ID so we have a good idea of what that ID is specifically for. And now I want to use a bunch of different steps to be able to get our resume and then to do AI related stuff to it and then to save that information back into our database. And this is going to be one of the more simple implementations of how we actually use AI in our application because it's like a one-step process. So we'll say our user resume is awaiting step.run. This is going to be called get user resume. And inside this particular function, we just want to await db.query.user resume table. We want to find the first one, and we specifically want to get it where the user resume table user ID is equal to our user ID. And we only really care about one column, and that is the column for our resume file URL. So we'll just get that as our only column because we really only want to use the resume itself. Then once we have that, if the user resume is equal to null, well, we'll just return because for some reason we have no data in our database, it got deleted or something bad happened. Essentially, we can't continue with this. Then what we want to do is we want to get our AI result. So we'll just call that result. And we can await step.ai, which allows us to integrate with a lot of different AI tools relatively easily. And we'll call this infer function. And we can give it a name, create AI summary. And then what we want to do is we want to specify all the details for what we're going to be interacting with. Now, in our case, we're going to be using a model, and we specifically are going to be using Claude's model. So we'll say step.ai.models.anthropic. That's how we're going to use Claude. And for the model itself, we're going to be using Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and we're just going to get the latest version of it. Now, for our default parameters, we're going to say that max tokens is going to be 2048. You can set this to whatever value makes the most sense for your particular application. And then we can come in here with an API key, env. Make sure we get that from our server version. And what I want to do is I want to get Anthropic API key. So we need to get an API key for Anthropic to use in this particular section. Before we get to that though, I just want to come in here with our body because that's going to be where the bulk of our application goes. And that's where we're going to pass in all of our different messages and stuff like that. So now let's go ahead and make sure Anthropic API key is a z.string with a min of 1 value. And then we can come down into here for our environment variables. And we can set a section for AI, and we can say that that is going to be our Anthropic API key. Now to work with Claude, we need to create an API key. So we're going to go to Anthropic. If you just search for the Anthropic API console or something along those lines, you go to this section, click on API keys, and we can create a brand new API key. We're just going to call this job board final. There we go. And that gives us our API key, which we can copy and paste into here. Now, if you are using Anthropic, you will get about $5 of free usage. You can see I've used about 20 cents in the testing of this particular application. So if you want to create a brand new free account, you can hopefully at least get a few dollars to be able to test things out. But otherwise, you can create an account, and doing this will, cost you only a few cents to run it a couple of times. So it's not a huge deal if you have to actually pay for it. So now with that API key imported into our application, we can come back over into here, into our resume section, and we can implement what this body is going to be. And this is just pretty much matching the API for Anthropic. So we're going to pass in some messages. And inside of this messages, we're going to have a role, and this is going to be our user specific message. And then we're going to put some content inside of here. And the content inside of this message is really just going to be a type here of document. Essentially, we're uploading a file. This is going to be where our resume goes. And we can specify where this file comes from. In our case, it is a URL. And we can specify the URL, which is our user resume file URL. So we can say user resume.resume file URL. So now we at least have our first message being passed along, which is our file that we're passing along. Next, I'm going to be passing along another message. This is going to be a text message right here. And this message should go in the content section. So let me make sure I get that in the correct location. There we go, because this is content we're passing along. And then we need to pass along what the text for this should be. Now, this is rather lengthy text, so I'll paste it in place and then I'll read it to you to explain exactly what we're doing. But you want to be as specific as possible with the AI when you're doing things like this. So I told it to summarize the following resume and extract all the key skills, experience, and qualifications. And since I know I'm going to be using this resume to help rank applicants, I told this that, hey, the summary should include all the information a hiring manager would need to know about a candidate in order to determine if they're a good fit for a job, because I'm going to be using this AI summary to rank an applicant at a later point. And then I should say it should be formatted as Markdown since I want Markdown. I tell it not to return any other text. That way I don't get a bunch of placeholder stuff that's like, hey, here's your response for you. I just wanted to return just the Markdown. And then I said if the file doesn't look like a resume, like if someone uploads a bogus file, just return NA, so at least I know there's no actual value being returned. So then what we can do is we can kind of minimize this down because we have that step completed, we have that step completed. The next thing we want to do is to create another step for saving this data. So we can say step.run, and we can say save AI summary. That's going to be an asynchronous function. And we can get our message, which comes from the API. So we can say result.content of 0, because we want to get the very first message responded. And if the message.type is not equal to text, well, that means for some reason it's not returning the data we want. So we can just return and do nothing at all. Otherwise, I want to update our user resume, pass in our user ID, and we're going to get our AI summary and pass in that message.text, just like that. Also, what I could do inside of here is I could say, or if the message.text is equal to NA, that means I know that it's not a valid file, so I can also just ignore it in this particular case as well. Actually, I probably don't want to do that. I think I'll leave that off. And the reason why is I want to save the AI summary as NA, because if I upload a file that's invalid, I want to overwrite the existing summary that's there for the previous file. I always want to make sure I overwrite this summary pretty much no matter what. So now we are going to be able to update the user resume. So let's create a particular function for that. It's not going to be too hard because we kind of have already created a function for this. So in users, db, user resumes, I essentially want to take this upsert function and we're going to replace it with an update user resume function. There we go. This is going to take a partial of this data. So we'll just wrap this in a partial. There we go. We're going to make sure that this says update, this says set, and we can remove all that information. We don't need to pass along the user ID. We just need the actual data that we're updating. And then we just need a where clause so we don't update our entire database by accident. That would be pretty terrible. So we'll say where the user ID is equal to our user ID we pass in, and then reset my cache on all of that. So this should hopefully update the AI portion of our user resume as soon as we actually run this particular function. So let's go back over here and we're going to import that function. And those are the 3 steps that we essentially need to run this particular code. And that's all we need to do to create this actual event. So now let's test to see if this is something that actually works. I'm going to go through, I'm going to take that exact same file and I'm going to re-upload it. So essentially we can re-trigger this event. I'll click upload one file and we should hopefully see in our ingest server that something is going to happen as long as this is successful. You can see it successfully uploaded. Inside of ingest, you can see actually right here, we have an event that is running currently. You can see that it looks like it failed when it tried to run stuff. So let's take a look at that. We'll just make this full screen. There we go. And you can see that we're posting to localhost 3001, API ingest, some stuff failed, create AI summary could not be made, the match of a target machine actively refused. If we look down here, we have some errors going on, was trying to sync to multiple different job boards. I think the reason for this was specifically because I was doing some testing on my machine in between some recording, so I had loaded up a different one by accident. So we're going to delete that extra one that shouldn't be there because this is the actual one we want. But you will notice that there is going to be a particular problem because we need to make sure we add our functions, because right now we only have these functions. So let's make sure that in our code, we implement all of our different functions. So let's come all the way over here inside of app, and we go to API ingest route. We want to make sure we add that as one of our particular routes. Also, we have our update organization and delete organization. We need to also make sure those are inside of ingest as well. So we'll come in here with update, and we'll say clerk delete organization. There we go. So now that should have all of our different functions in place. So at least that code should work properly. And now let's try re-uploading that file again. So I'll just drag it over. We'll upload that one more file. Hopefully this time it'll actually trigger properly. If we go over into ingest and we look at our runs, you can see that this one is running. This is the one that was bad, so we can cancel that one. And this one looks like it actually is successfully running. We have a queued up step that is for some reason taking a really long time. Let's look at what that step is. Actually, it just finished. That was the AI summary. Obviously, it makes sense that that takes a little while, but you can see here, this is what we sent to it. And if we look at the output, you can see this is the text that is essentially a big summary of all that information. And then it's going to finalize that that was imported and saved into our application. So we should see here, if we actually give this a quick refresh, we do have a full AI summary down here of what's going on. But this looks like it's not quite formatted like I want it to be. My guess is I imported like the wrong markdown render or something like that. So let's go to where I have that rendering out, which is inside of my job seeker folder, user settings page right here. I believe I probably just have the wrong markdown renderer. So let's go ahead and we're going to make sure wherever we imported that, we remove it. Actually, that does look like it's the correct one. Interesting. Let's take a look at it to see the class names should be applied to it, but it looks like they're not being applied because obviously these are not the correct CSS styles. It could be an issue of where we're actually exporting these from because this is a client component. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take these out of here. I'm going to move them into this, which is a server component, because maybe that was causing some issues. And then I'm going to make sure here I import those class names properly. So now we're going to give that a little bit of a refresh, see if that makes a difference. Looks like it's doing some things, but again, clearly not the styling that I'm looking for. So after lots of digging, I finally figured out what the problem was, and it's from the very beginning of the video. I put schema instead of scheme. That literally is the only reason that I was having all these issues with the dark mode for all of my stuff. So actually we can look for pros invert, because there's another section where we are implementing this. We don't actually need this, because this section we don't need to put anymore, because it should just work because I actually spelled scheme correctly instead of schema. So now if we make this a little bit larger, we can kind of see this is what that summary looks like. It looks like my border on the bottom is not showing up like it should, but otherwise you can see that it's rendering. Obviously my border is showing up down here, so I have a little bit of a placement issue on where my code is going. That's purely just a me issue though. So inside of my page here, we have my AI summary card. And if we scroll down to the AI summary card, you can see this is inside the card content, which is also inside the header. Clearly that's not correct. So now you can see our line shows up, and then we have our actual summary for the entire resume here, which looks really good overall. So now that we actually have the ability to upload a resume, the next step is to actually rank an applicant when they apply for a job, because now we can apply for a job with a real resume summary to use for that particular application. So for example, if I go back to the job board and I were to click on one of these jobs to try to apply for it. For example, let's say that I clicked on like this job or this job, and then when I want to apply for it, we should be able to use that resume to actually rank the user, because I've already applied for this one, but I didn't have a resume. So when I click apply here, we should actually use the AI portion in the background. So let's go ahead and implement that. First of all, in our application, let me just search for to do, because I believe this AI generation one has already been solved. Actually, this is the one that we've already solved for uploading the resume. This is the next one that we have to work on, which is the app job listing application created. So let's go ahead and we're going to create a section for that inside of our Inngest services. So we'll go down into Inngest here. We're going to go down into functions, and we'll create a brand new file inside of here for the job listing application. And inside of this file, we'll just say export const rank applicant, and that's going to be an Inngest create function. It's going to take in all of our different parameters, but we already have our event copied into our clipboard, so we might as well use that because that is the event that we're going to be processing. Now we're going to give it an ID and a name, so we'll say rank applicant, and the name is rank applicant. There we go. And now we can actually use this asynchronous event with our step and our event data. There we go. And we can get our user ID and our job listing ID from our event.data, because we know that that is the type that we passed along to our information. Then we can use that to get all the data that we're going to need, because we're going to need to be able to get their cover letter if they pass one in. We need to get their resume summary. We need to be able to get the job listing data. And then we want to pass all that along to our AI and essentially tell the AI, hey, given all this information, give us a rating of a 1 to 5. And we're going to use some more sophisticated and advanced AI tools to understand this particular system. So let's come in here. We're going to get our cover letter. That's going to be step.run. We're going to say get cover letter. We're going to make this an asynchronous function. And this essentially is just going to return to us a rather simple little bit of code. So I'm going to copy over our database query because we've run these database queries a million times. So let me just import this particular code, get an and query here, and import that. There we go. So essentially, let me just say const resume is equal to that. There we go. Or actually not resume, this is application. There we go. And this application is just going to get from our database table where the user ID and the job listing ID match. Essentially, what is the application this user just submitted? We're specifically only getting the cover letter from it. And then down here, I want to return application.coverletter if it exists. So now we have a function that gets our cover letter, and you'll notice I'm not actually awaiting this because I want to run these in parallel, which is a nice thing about Inngest. We can run our steps in parallel if we want, because we have lots of steps that are going to be all run at the same time because we just need this data next. So for example, get resume. This is going to get us our resume, and we can return our resume, and we want to get the AI summary, just like that. And this is going to be coming from our user resume table. So let me just paste that down a couple times. There we go. We don't care about the job listing section, so we don't need an and here or there. And we want to get the AI summary. There we go. So we're essentially just querying our user resume table to get whatever the current resume is. and we'll call that step get resume. And again, I'm not awaiting this step. I'm just getting it right here so I can run it in parallel. And then the kind of final big step we need is the step for getting our job listing. And I'll just kind of copy paste this in again, because all we're doing is querying our job listing table where our ID is our job listing ID. And I'm just getting all the columns that the AI needs. So the AI needs to know what the ID is so it can save the information in our database. It needs to know what the city is, the description, the experience level, location requirement, state abbreviation title, and the wage information. There's other information I could get, such as like post at and status and so on, but it doesn't need that. Actually, type should be in there as well. So let's make sure we get type in there, so that way we know if someone's only looking for like a part-time job and this is a full-time job, it obviously would tell them, hey, not a good match. So now that we have all the information we need, we can just stream this all into our AI and essentially tell the AI, hey, do all this information for us, rank the database user, and then store it in our database. So the next little bit of code is rather simple. Essentially, all we're doing right here is we're getting our cover letter, our resume summary, and our job listing by waiting for these different steps. So we ran all these steps at once. Now we're waiting for all of them to finish so we can run them in parallel to save a little bit of computation and time. Then we're checking to make sure we have a resume summary and a job listing, because if for some reason there's no job listing or no resume, there's no point in ranking the applicant because we don't know what to rank them against and we don't know what their skills are. If there's no cover letter, that doesn't matter. That's an optional thing, so we don't really need that. We just need the resume and the job listing. Then we can actually create an agent to be able to run this. And this is kind of where the real power of a tool like Inngest comes in, because their agent kit system is really, really powerful for running AI with a lot of different tools and networks and everything like that. We're only going to be scratching the surface with what you can do, but it's quite powerful. So we're going to create an applicant ranking agent. So we'll call this applicant ranking agent, and we'll just call .run on this. And we'll pass it in the information we want. And we're going to be passing it in as JSON. So we're going to say json.stringify our cover letter, our resume summary. We're going to get our job listing, and then finally our user ID. So that's all the information we're going to be passing into this applicant ranking agent. And to handle all of our AI stuff, I'm going to create a separate folder called AI, and I'm going to create that applicant ranking agent directly inside this folder. So we're going to say export cont applicant ranking agent. Now to create an agent is actually quite simple. We can just come in here and say create agent. And of course, we need to make sure we install the library for this. So the library for this is the agent kit library. So we can come down here and we can install Inngest/agent kit. We're going to force that since we're using the essentially canary version of Next.js. That's going to install this library for us with all the different stuff that we need. And then what we can do is we can actually create an agent using that particular library. And this kind of just wraps all the AI tools to make them easier to work with in general. It adds a lot of tools, for example, like doing networks of agents that communicate with each other, doing different things with tools like accessing databases and so on. It's quite powerful. And we're again only going to scratch the surface. So let's import create agent. I might have to manually import that. Just like that. And this is from that at Inngest/agent kit. Now for creating this particular agent, it's actually relatively simple how you create an agent. It's kind of like an AI prompt. First of all, we'll give it a name. This is an applicant ranking agent. And this name could be useful for other AIs if we have them in like a network and they can communicate with each other. They might use this name and description to understand what these different tools do. So speaking of description, we need to define a description for this AI. I'm going to copy over the description because it's kind of a long text. Essentially, I'm just saying, hey, this is an agent for ranking job applications for specific job listings based on the resume and cover letter. And then inside the system text is essentially the meat and potatoes of how we make this AI work. It is our instructions to the AI on exactly what to do and how things are formatted. So our system text is going to be quite long. Almost always you'll have a really long text. In our case, we're saying that you are an expert at ranking job applications for specific jobs based on the resume and cover letter, because that's kind of the information we're passing in. I then specify how our information comes in. You'll be provided a user prompt that includes a user's ID, resume, and a cover letter, as well as the job listing they're applying for, and it's all in JSON format. That's this section right here. We applied a user prompt, that's what run does, and we put it in a JSON format. So we essentially are telling the AI what to expect as our input. We're then telling the AI what to do. Your task is to compare the job listing with the applicant's resume and cover letter and provide a ranking for the applicant on how well they fit that specific job listing. So we're essentially telling it, hey, look at the job listing, look at their resume, figure out if they're a good fit for this job. Then we specify what the rating scale should look like. I say that the rating is a number between 1 and 5, where 5 is like a perfect score on someone, 3 is someone that barely meets the requirements, and 1 is for someone that does not meet the requirements at all. And then I specify that you should save this user rating in the database and not return any output, because all I care about is them saving the information in the database and nothing else. Now, in order to save the information in the database, we need to use a tool. We can pass along tools, which are essentially just pieces of code that we create that the AI can run, and all of it's going to be type safe and really useful. So let's come up here and create a brand new tool. We'll call this save applicant rating tool. and we'll call create tool, which is a function again from this exact same system. And we have the ability to define a name for this. We'll say save applicant ranking. And then the description is what the AI uses to figure out, hey, is this something that I need to do? So we'll say saves the applicant's ranking for a specific job listing in the database. So now the AI knows, hey, if I want to save this rating, I should use this particular tool because this is what it does. Parameters is a type safe version of what our parameters are. So we're going to be using Zod for that. So we can say Zod object is going to be rating, and it's going to be a number. There we go. And it's going to be an integer. The maximum value is 5. The minimum value is 1. So it's going to make sure it's rated based on these parameters. So we have a parameter for our rating. We're also going to be passing in the job listing ID. That's going to be a string. And then finally, we have a user ID, and that is going to be a string as well. There we go. So now we at least know we're passing in the information for these particular things. Now we can specify a handler, and this handler is going to be a function that is actually typed based on our parameters. So you can see inside this async function, if I just define it real quick, inside the parameters, we have our job listing ID, we have our rating, and we have our user ID that match these parameters up here. So what I can do is I can call update job listing application. I can pass it in my job listing ID, my user ID, that's like my ID key, and then I can pass in the data I want to update, which is my rating, and that'll do that for me. And then I can return some text so the AI knows what happened, because the AI calls this tool and then waits for a response. And we can just say successfully saved applicant ranking score. There we go. So now the AI knows that this was a successful tool call. And down here, we can pass that along as one of our tools. So let's go ahead and create this function to update this. So we can come over into our features for our job listing applications. Inside the database, we can just create a brand new function. There we go. This is going to take in some information for our application, and it's going to take in our ID information as well. So instead of making you watch me type that out, I'll just copy over the types themselves because they're relatively straightforward. You can see here we have our ID information, and then we have the partial information on the insertion that we're going to be doing. And then inside of our function, all we're doing is we're calling that we want to update this database. Make sure this is an asynchronous function. And for our checks here, we're just doing a simple where check where we're just checking to make sure our ID columns are correct. So essentially we're just updating the user with this ID based on this particular data that we're passing in. Now we can give that a quick save and we can head back into our application for our ranking section. We can import this code, and then all we need to do is tell our model what AI model we're using. So we can come in here with a model. I'm going to actually be using Gemini for this because they have a free tier that's actually rather good. So we can come in here, we can say model, and the model that we're going to be using is the Gemini 2.0 Flash, just like that. And then we can specify our API key, and that is going to be env, which we're going to get from our server, .gemini API key. And this is just kind of nice because it doesn't matter what model we use. You could swap this out for an Anthropic model, and everything else in our code stays exactly the same. So whatever model you want, you can swap it around, change it however you want. This is really nice because it kind of gives you one way to interact with many different models. The only reason we're using Gemini in this particular case is because it has a free tier that we can use, unlike Claude, which only has that small little free sample. So we'll come in here with a minimum of 1. Just like that. And then we're going to define this particular API key. So we'll come down here, Gemini API key. So to use Gemini, all we need to do is just go to the AI Studio for Google. We can just type in Gemini API key. You'll probably get brought to this particular page. And then we can just click create API key. We can select an existing project. For example, this Gemini API is one I was using for testing. So we'll just create an API in that project for it. Sometimes it'll even let you create an API key for a brand new project. I'll click copy right here, and we'll just paste that in as our API key. Again, you can use whatever model you want. I'm just using Gemini because they have a free tier that is generous enough for the testing purposes that we're doing. So now we can close out of that. We don't need that anymore. We don't even need this anymore. So we can come back over to here. We have that Gemini API key. Let's make sure everything is imported properly, such as this. And now hopefully with all of that done, we should have everything we need done to actually use this to rank applicants based on data that we pass in. Now, in order to test this properly, we need to have a good description for our actual job. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, go back to my employer dashboard. I'm going to modify this job right here to give it a much better description. So we'll come in here, we're going to edit this job. And what I want to do is I just want to paste down a description that I got directly from Indeed for a random job on Google. And this is a job that is going to be very front-end focused. So hopefully our application, which is a front-end focused application, should be relatively qualified for this particular job. We're also going to just say that it's a remote job for sure. And we'll just say full stack developer because that's kind of what the job title is. Actually, I believe I can just copy it over. This is the exact title that is from Indeed. So at least have an implementation with a decently long description that can detail exactly what this job is looking for. Now we can go back to our job board and we can try applying for that specific job with the lengthy job description. Also, I noticed a problem is I can't scroll this list, so we'll come back and fix that in a little bit, but I'm going to click apply. I'm not going to upload a cover letter. We're just going to click apply. And actually, before I do that, I want to make sure I set up the actual system to rank this. So let's come over here. We have this function that we created, but we didn't actually add that function to our API. So ingest route, just like this, add in that function. So now at least it'll run that function for us. And now we can come back over here and we can apply for that job. So we're going to click apply. We're going to click apply, and hopefully it's going to rank this applicant for us. So if we look at the ingest system, which we have right here, we can look at the runs that are going on. And it looks like job listing application created, ranking the applicant, and it actually ran very quickly. And you can see that it ranked our applicant. It's a little hard to see. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. But you can see we have the output for this particular ranking. And you can see it gave them a 5-star rating, which makes sense because this is a front-end focused job. And we have a very strong front-end focused resume for this. So you can see that that properly worked. And it hopefully saved it in our database. So if we look at our database, we look at our job listing application, you can see we have a 5-star rating for that user we just applied with no resume. Now I do want to fix this overflow issue where we can't actually scroll. That's clearly a problem. So I'm going to go into my application. We're going to find that section, which is inside the app. It's in the job seeker section. This is the job listing, and this is the client sheet section. This is probably where I need to add my class names. And of course I can't do it on the sheet itself. I need to do it in here where we use that sheet. So I believe I'll scroll all the way to the top because I think that's where we used it. Here we go. We have our sheet content. We probably just want this to be overflow y auto. That should allow us to scroll. There we go. And now we can scroll through all the different content inside of here, which is exactly what we want to be able to do. Now that we have all that done, I think the next step that we kind of want to work on is going to be our AI search functionality, because right now we don't have anything for our AI search. And I think since we're on the trend of doing AI related stuff, this is a great place for us to jump into. So let's kind of close out everything that we're working on currently. I want to create a brand new page for this AI search. So we'll just come in here with a brand new folder, AI search, and we'll create a page .tsx inside of there. And also in our sidebar, we're going to need to create an AI search folder, and we're going to need to put a page in here as well. Now the sidebar portion of this is going to be very easy because we don't have a custom sidebar. So I'm just going to return null as a sidebar for this because we don't have a custom sidebar. Otherwise, for our actual AI page, we can export a function, make sure this is a default function, AI search page. There we go. And then we can just return null, and hopefully we should at least see something on our screen if we refresh our page. There we go. You can see we have nothing in our sidebar and we're on that AI search page. Now for this particular page, we're just going to render this inside of a div. So we'll give it a class name, padding 4, flex the items in the center. Whoops. Yep, center. There we go. Justify in the center, and we'll set the minimum height to be screen. There we go. That's just going to center everything in the center for us. And we can just put some random text inside of here. And you can see we're just dead center inside of our screen. Now we do have a problem with scrolling because of this nav bar at the top. So I think if I change this to full, we should have it be centered without any scrolling. And I believe even on larger screen sizes, if I just zoom this out, you can see it's still centered for us. So it does look like it's working across all screen sizes, which is great. Next thing that I want to do is I want to render out a card that's going to contain all that information. So this card, we're just going to say it's going to have a class name, max width is going to be 4XL. So we have that card showing up. And then we need to put some content, obviously, inside the card, as you can see here. So what we're going to do is, first of all, make it so it's an async load, because we only want people to do an AI search if they have an account on our page, because this is consuming resources and costing us money. So we want to make sure the user at least has an account, so they're more likely to actually apply for jobs. So we're going to come in here with an async if. And for this async if, the condition is going to be a rather simple condition of, do we have a user? So we'll come in here, await get current user, whoops, get current user. There we go. And we want to just make sure that this is not equal to null. So we're going to get the user ID from that. And I might as well just put this on a new line to make it a little bit easier. So we'll say, whoops, there we go. Const user ID is equal to that. Move that down. And we'll just say return user ID is not equal to null. So we only want them to do this particular condition if the user ID is not equal to null. We'll close that off, so at least we have some formatting going on. Next thing I want to do is add in a loading fallback. So we'll just say loading fallback like this, and we'll use our loading swap. And this is so that we have our container be the exact same size as it is before. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a simple function right here. Function, make sure I close this off. And this is just going to be AI card. Doesn't matter what it is. For now, it'll just return null. But essentially, I want to render this AI card in here. And then for my loading swap, I want to render the AI card as like the background element. I'll show you what I'm talking about. We'll close off this loading swap. render my AI card, but for my loading swap, I'm going to say that it's always in the loading state. So we're going to say is loading true, just like that. So now if I give that a quick save, this AI card, we can just put some text inside of here so at least it renders something out, and you can see the exact size of my card. Now, if we were in the failure state, it's going to render this loading section right here for the loading fallback. Now, I want to just show you what that loading fallback would look like. So instead, I'm going to make the loading fallback the only thing that loads, and we'll put the AI card up here as the fallback. So now you can see when I'm loading that my loading spinner is the exact same size of whatever is in my AI card. If I add more text inside of here, you can see that my loading section grows in size. So I know that my loading will always be the exact same size as my content. This is really nice because often when you're doing skeleton loaders, the skeleton loader is one size, and then when your content loads, it changes size. This allows us to make sure our content is the same size when it's loading and when it's not loading, because the difference between whether or not we have a current user or not does not change what our content looks like. Our content will look the same no matter what, so we can actually pre-render that content kind of behind the scenes. So we'll go back to what we had before, where we had the correct locations for both of these different things, and now we can specify what we want to render inside of our AI card. So this is going to be a card header with a card title. Card title will say AI search. We're then going to have a card description. And inside of here, this can take a few minutes to process. So please be patient. And essentially, we just want to let them know, hey, you know what? This takes a while. This is AI. It's not going to be instantaneous. Below our header, we then want to have our content for our card. Just like that. We should probably wrap this inside of some fragments. There we go. Make sure I import card content. And then inside of here, we want to have a job listing AI search form, which is a component that we're going to create for doing all of our different AI search related stuff. Finally, I'm going to be creating a simple component called no permission. And this is just going to render if they don't have permission. And essentially all this says is, hey, permission denied. You need to create an account before using the AI search. So we can just kind of come all the way up here in the otherwise section, and we can render out that no permission component. So if they don't have permission, it'll render that out instead. And we can actually see what that looks like by just coming into here real quick. We'll make this equal to null. And we'll just comment out this line. Yeah, maybe we don't even need to comment out. You can just see it says permission denied. You need to create an account before using this. And we click sign up and it'll bring us to that login page. But obviously we're already signed in, so it's just going to bring us back to this page. So let's change this back to not equal to null. And now what we can do is we can work on this job listing AI search form. Now this search form is going to be relatively simple because we really only have one input on our entire page. So here we go to our features. Inside of job listings, components, I'm going to create a brand new component with that name. Export this function. There we go. This is going to be a client component. There we go. And we just want to get started by saying form is equal to use form, pretty much what we do in all of our forms. We're going to have a resolver, and that's going to be a Zod resolver. And then we're going to pass in our job listing AI search schema, which we're going to create in just a second. So let's go ahead and create that in our actions, in our schemas, all the way down at the bottom. Export a constant variable with that name, and that's going to be a Zod object. So we'll say z.object. And this is going to be a relatively simple object because we only have one form field. So it's a query, which is going to be a string with a minimum value of 1, and it'll just say required. There we go. That's all we're going to do for that AI search form. So we can come back into here and we can make sure we import that. And then we can specify our default values. And our default value for this is just going to be query, which is an empty string. Now we might as well put that on one line. There we go. Then we can create a function for onSubmit, which is going to be an async function. We're going to make sure it takes in some data. So we're going to say z.infer type of job listing AI search schema. There we go. And we'll just console.log our data for now. There we go. And now we can move on to actually rendering out what our form is going to look like. So let's get that form component, pass it in all of our form data, and then we can render our actual form with an onSubmit. This is form.handleSubmit, where we pass in our onSubmit, and we'll give it those class names that we always do of space y6, just to space things out. That's going to space out our button from our actual form element. Now the next thing we need to do is to create a form field for our text area. So I'm going to copy this form field over because it's relatively straightforward. So we can come into here, make sure I spell onSubmit properly, and then let's import all these different components we're going to use, and then I'll explain exactly what each one of these different pieces of code does. I believe we're going to need to create our text area component, so we're going to need to import that from shadcn. So let's just go up to where we have that text area. There we go. And of course, we'll probably need to force install that. Actually, maybe not. It's looking like it's potentially running. There we go, that actually installed without needing to force install. So now we can move on, we can import that. And essentially all this is doing is everything we've done with normal forms before. We have a label, we have our control, which is this text area. We give it a minimum height so that at least it gives us a little bit of size. And then we give a description of what we want the user to do, telling them, hey, give us a long description of your skills, experience, and all that other stuff. Then what we can do down here is we can provide a button, make sure we get the correct button. And this button is actually the same as every form submit button we've done. We give it a type submit, class name of full, make sure it's disabled when the form is submitting, and we loading swap in our text based on if it's loading or not. So now we give that a quick save. Of course, we need to import the form here, and that should be everything to actually show our form on the page. You can see we have our query. It is resizable, but it has a minimum size, which is perfect. And we can type in whatever we want for an AI-based search query. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to scroll all the way back up to our onSubmit section for that form. So let's go into the form, go to our onSubmit. And what I want to do inside of here is I want to essentially call a server action that's going to do that AI search for us. So we're going to say results is equal to await get AI job listing search results. I'm going to pass in our data for that. That's a function we're going to create. If results.error, so if we have an error, then we want to just render out a toast letting the user know toast.error is going to be results.message. We can return. Otherwise, what we're going to do is this is going to return to us our job listing IDs, which we can use down here. So we'll just say to do to handle that specific section next, because we need to create this function first before we can do anything. So let's go into our features. This is going to be our job listings in our actions. Scroll all the way down to the very bottom so we can create a brand new one. We're going to say export async function, just like that. This function is specifically going to take in our unsafe data that's going to be from our schema, pretty much what we've done with all of our different forms. Then what we want to do is we want to parse that schema data. So what we're going to do is we're going to parse that schema by passing in our unsafe data, and we're going to parse it against that schema. If success is not true, well, we have some type of error. So we're just going to return error true message. There was an error processing your search query. There we go. Next up we need to do is to be able to get our user. So we can come in here, we can call get current user, just like that. And you can see if we don't have a user, we're essentially saying, hey, you need an account to be able to access this particular AI. Then we're going to be getting all the job listings. Now this is something depending on your use cases for your AI, you could limit the amount of job listings you put in here, only put the recent ones, whatever you want to try to limit the amount of tokens you're sending, because this could send a ton of information if you have lots and lots of job listings. So we're going to try to pare down this information as much as possible. So we're going to call this get public job listings, just like that. This is going to give us all of our public job listings, and we're going to create a function called get public job listings. And again, you can try to pare this down as much as you want to make it as small as possible. Now for our case, I'm not going to really modify or bother paring that down. We're just going to get all the different job listing information and we'll use it just like this. So this just gets me all the public job listings available. So this right here, we might as well call all listings. There we go. And then I'm going to create a function that's going to give us our matched listings. And that's going to be called get matching job listings. We're going to be passing it in the query that the user passed in. That's our AI query that we want to prompt the AI with. We're going to be passing in all of the different listings, as well as we're going to pass in a maximum number of jobs of 10. Just so it doesn't return to us like a million jobs, it's going to return to us the 10 jobs that they are most equipped to handle with their particular AI search and qualifications. Now this get matching job listings function is going to be an AI-based function. So we're going to just minimize this down, go into our section for our source for services, ingest AI, and we're going to create a function for this. And this is going to kind of show you other use cases for the AI where it's like a one-off transactional thing, but you want to have some dynamic prompts and so on. So what we can do inside of here is export an async function with that particular name. We're going to give it our prompt, which is a string. We're also going to give it the job listings that we're matching against, and that is going to come from a specific type we're going to create. So let's say type of listing schema, and that's a type that we're going to create up here, listing schema, and that's going to be a z.object. Make sure we import Zod just like that, and we'll pass some information into that to make it work like we want it to. And then lastly, we're going to have some options for the max number of jobs. And by default, that's going to be an optional parameter. So we'll say max number of jobs is going to be an optional number because we could return all the jobs possible, or we could just return some of the jobs that are possible. And let me make sure I spell that properly. There we go. Now for our schema up here, I'm essentially defining only the keys that we actually want to pass along to, again, limit the amount of tokens that we're using. So I'm going to paste in what this looks like. We'll just do a quick import on these enums. because this is kind of something we've already seen before. I'll go through really quickly any major differences, but we're essentially saying we have the ID, we have the title, we have the description, we have the wage interval, the state, the city, the experience level, the type, and the location requirement. Essentially the minimum requirements that someone would need to determine if a job is a good fit for them or not. Then we're going to even take this a step further by essentially removing all of the null values so we don't pass along null values to our API, for our AI, because it doesn't make sense to pass along those null values. So to do that, we're going to come in here and we're going to create our agent, and that'll be where we actually do all of our different parsing. So we're going to say create agent. That's coming from agent kit. We're going to give our agent a name. This is going to be our job matching agent. And again, we're going to give it a description because that is what's used by other AIs if you match them together inside of a larger network. So we'll say it's an agent for matching users with job listings. Then we're going to create our system prompt. So we'll come in here with our system, and this system prompt is going to be dynamic. It's going to take in some of the information we have passed up here. So for our system prompt, I'm actually going to copy over the entire thing, and then I will explain exactly what it's doing. So I'll paste this in. It's a rather large prompt. So you can see it says you are an expert at matching people with jobs based on their specific experience and requirements. Most of the time, I like to give a prefix of what the AI is supposed to be good at. And then I say what it's going to expect. The provided user prompt will be a description that can include information about themselves as well as what they are looking for in a job. And then if we have a maximum number of jobs, I specify you are only to return the maximum number of jobs, so up to 10 jobs, or return all jobs that match the requirements. So we change this prompt based on what the max number of jobs is. Then I'm telling the AI what to do. I'm saying specifically return the jobs as a comma-separated list of job IDs. That way I can use that information to send along queries and search params and so on. If you cannot find any jobs that match the user prompt, return the text no jobs. And we're just going to create that text up here, no jobs, and that'll just say no jobs or something like that. There we go. Doesn't matter what the text really says. Here is the JSON array of available job listings. And this is where I'm paring down my job listings. So you can see here, I'm getting my listing and transforming it by taking all my normal listing properties, and anything that could be null, I'm making sure I pass along as undefined instead. And that removes it from my listing. So if a value is undefined, it will not get passed along when we stringify it as JSON. So this just allows me to remove things that are not needed to help pare down the amount of tokens I send across to my AI. So really all this prompt is doing is saying, hey, you're going to be expecting some information from our user. Give them this number of jobs, and here's all of the jobs that you can give them of. So here's a list of all the jobs to look through, and then give them only the max number of jobs that we want. Finally, we need to specify what model we're using. In our case, we're going to be using Gemini as our model. So we'll go inside of here, and we'll just import that like that. And now what we can do is we can use this model because we still haven't given it a user prompt. We've just given it the model itself and said, hey, here's your agent, here's your system prompt. Now we want to go ahead and run this particular model. So we can say agent.run, and we can pass it along the prompt that user passed in. So it's going to take our system prompt as well as the prompt the user passed in, combine these together, and give us the list of jobs that match them the best. So let's go ahead and we're going to say const result is equal to calling await on that. Now the way this result returns to us is an agent result, and we really only care about getting the last output message. So we're going to create a helper function for doing that for us called get last output message.ts, because we're going to use this potentially in multiple places. So we're going to export that function. It's going to take in an agent result. That's essentially what our AI returns to us. Every single agent inside of agent kit is going to return this particular thing. And I want to get the last message from it. That's just going to be result.output. And we want to get the last one, so it's at the -1 index. Then if our last message is equal to null, for example, it didn't return anything, or our last message.type is not equal to text, then I don't care about it. So we're just going to return null. Essentially, I don't care about a message unless it's a type message, because we could have like tool calls and tool results. Those aren't important to me. I only want the text the AI actually outputs back to us. And then we're going to get the type of our last message, content, and we want to make sure that's equal to a string, because it could be multiple things. As you can see, it could be a string or it could be a text content. So if it's a string, I just want to return my last message.content, and I want to trim it so we get rid of any new lines and so on. Otherwise, I want to take my last message.content. If it's an array, I want to join it on the new line character, and then I want to trim it after that. So essentially all that I'm doing here is I'm converting my last message into a single string that I can use anywhere inside my application. This is just a nice little handy helper method that we can use. Now what we can do is we can do that by saying last message is equal to calling that function with our result passed in, and it's going to convert our result from this agent result to a single string or undefined. Now what we can do down here is if our last message is equal to null, maybe something went wrong, or if our last message equals no jobs, well, that means that it returned no results at all, so we can just return an empty array. Otherwise, we're going to take our last message, we're going to split it on a comma, because we know that it's giving us a comma separated list. We want to get rid of any white space, so we're going to take our job ID and we're just going to trim it. There we go, .trim. And then I want to filter out anything that's not there. So we're going to say filter Boolean. Essentially, this is going to remove any empty strings. So if we had like text that was an empty string somewhere in there, like after a comma, before a comma, this will remove that. So essentially it just gives us an array of job IDs that this AI found for us. So now we can specifically go back to this search form, or actually not to the search form, to the action itself, and we can import this to get all of our matching job IDs. And what we can do with this information is we can first check to see if our matched listings length is equal to 0. If it is, then we didn't get any jobs. So we can just let them know, hey, no jobs match your criteria. Otherwise, we return that there was no error and we return the matching job IDs. Now, if we look at this particular function, you can see the return type is going to be an error, a message, and then optionally some job IDs. And down here, the message is optional. So it's kind of a weird type. We want to manually type this because we only want to return one of two different things. We want to return a promise that is going to be an error of true and a message of string. If I can spell properly, there we go. Or we want to return a promise where error is false and our job IDs is going to be an array of strings. There we go. Make sure I put that parenthesis inside of there, or this bracket inside of there. And the reason that I'm breaking this up like that is that way when we use this API, we know exactly what's going to be returned, because otherwise we had like an optional message and optional job IDs. Now I know if I have an error, then I have a message. And if I have no error, I have job IDs. Now I do actually want to change this by instead putting this inside of here, because I'm always returning a promise. I essentially just want to say I return a promise that is either going to be an error true message string or it's going to be an error false job IDs. It just makes my code a little cleaner. They both do the same thing, but this I find a little easier to read. Now it's put in this bracket that we accidentally deleted, and there we go. Now we have this returned to us as a good type. So we look over results. If I make sure that I import this properly, there we go. Now if we hover over results, you can see it's either error true with a message or error false with job IDs. Now let's import toast, since it looks like we didn't import that. And down here, we can actually use that job ID information. So what we want to do is we want to be able to reroute us back to the job listing page by pushing in the job listing IDs. So I'm going to say const router equals use router. Make sure it's use, not user. There we go. And now what I can do down here is I can say router.push, and I specifically want to push us to the home page with a question mark because I want to get some search params. So we'll say params.toString. That's going to be our search params. So let's say params is equal to new URL search params. And we're going to say for each one of our job IDs, job IDs, we want to push that into the thing. So for each one, we want to take our params, we want to append along a job IDs with that ID, just like that. So essentially, if I have 3 job IDs returned, I have 3 parameters with job IDs inside of my URL search params. And since earlier we already implemented the ability to do filtering based on job IDs, we should have this all already working for us. And now we can just type in a query and it should return to us jobs that fit that specific query. So now before we get too far into that, I want to go back to my employer dashboard to make sure we at least have 2 job listings that have different information inside them. I'm not sure why that error showed up there, just some weird caching stuff probably. But here we have a software engineering full stack job. For this one, I want to just make it super simple and basic. We're just going to come in here. We're going to say it's going to be a mobile developer role. There we go. And we're going to make this one for senior developers. And we can just leave this description mostly blank. We'll say for only experienced mobile devs, just so we have 2 job listings that are very different from each other. This one is specified as a junior level full stack job, and this one is specified as a senior level mobile developer role. So at least we have 2 very different jobs that we can look through. So now inside of my AI search, I want to say, I am looking for an entry level web developer job. There we go. Super basic. Obviously, you'd want to put more in there if you're doing a real AI search, but we can come in here and we can click search. It's going to take us a little bit of time, but you can see it has now told us we have 1 job with this job ID that matches our requirements. And here is that job ID, which again is that software developer full stack web dev job. If I were to go back to my AI search and I say, I am an experienced mobile developer, we should hopefully see that it's going to return to us that mobile developer job. And there we do, mobile developer role. Now, obviously, if you have more jobs and you have more information you pass into your AI, you can get more sophisticated results. But this is a good example showcasing how it can actually filter our results based on just human readable text. Now, the next thing that I want to work on, which is tying directly into the AI stuff that we've already been working on, is going to be inside of our user settings on the notification setting itself. Obviously, we don't have a page for this yet, so I'm going to go ahead and implement the page for this so we have everything working. So we can come over here, we can go to where we have our app job seeker, user settings, and we specifically want to have a file called notifications/page.tsx. And we're going to export a default function, notifications page. We'll just return null. There we go. And hopefully you can see over here, now we have a null page for that, and we at least have our notifications tab, and we can swap between resume and notifications. Now, as per usual, we're going to wrap pretty much everything in a suspense because we're going to have a suspended component. So I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to get that wrapped in a suspense, and then we'll just work on our suspended component next. In our suspended component, we want to get our user ID. So we'll just say await get current user. And if we don't have a user, we're going to return null. So if user ID equals null, we'll actually just return not found because that makes more sense. There we go. And then down here, we can actually return the information we want. So we're going to do a div with a max width of 3XL, MX auto, PY8, and we'll also do some PX4 just to get this mostly centered in our screen. Then inside of here, we can create an H1. Class name is going to be text2XL. We're going to make it a bold font, and we'll put some margin on the bottom. And this is just going to say notification settings. There we go. So now we should have that text pop up. Now below that, we're going to create a card. And inside this card, we're going to have some card content. There we go. And inside of here, we're again going to have suspense because we're going to be putting a form inside of here. So we'll just call this form, and we'll just say it's going to be suspended form. There we go. And for this one, we're going to have a fallback. Whoops, fallback. Actually, the fallback is going to go in up here. There we go, fallback. And this is going to be a loading spinner. Perfect. So now we have that being rendered. We have our suspended form, which is actually just self-closing, because now down here we can have a function, suspended form, make this an async function. And in here, we're going to be getting our notification settings. So we can call await get notification settings. I don't want to get the global tags or anything, so we're just going to say get notification settings. There we go, because we're going to create this as our own function. There we go. We're going to pass in the user ID, so we can make sure we get that in here. User ID, which is a string, and user ID. There we go. So at least we have all that information we passed in. For now, I'll just return null to get rid of any errors. And down here, user ID, which is a string, we can use that to get our information. And I'll just copy over what this is because we've done this a million times before. We're essentially just going to query the database specifically for one ID. And we also want to make sure that we're caching this properly. So we get our cache tag information. And there we go. That's getting our notification setting. And now what we can do is we can actually pass that into our form. So we can say notification form. And this is going to be notification settings, which is going to be equal to our notification settings. There we go. So now we have our form that we can use, and we just need to create that particular component because the rest of this card does everything that we need it to do. So let's scroll all the way down to our featured section for our users. Inside of our components, let's create a brand new component with that name. Export a function with that name. This is going to take in our notification setting, and specifically the only things that we care about are the new job email notification and the AI prompt categories. So actually back here, I can even make my query a little bit better by only querying those columns. So I want to get the AI prompt, and I want to get the new email job notifications. Those are the only two columns that I care about for this form. Now we can import this form, and we can go back into the form, and if I just return null, that should at least clean up the errors in this file, and it looks like it did. So now all we have to do is make this actual form work, and just like all of our forms, we're going to make this a client component, and we're going to come in here, use form, so we're going to have a form, use form, we're going to pass it in our resolver with a Zod resolver, and we're going to pass it in our user notification settings schema, just like that. We're going to create this. So let's open up our actions section for this. We actually don't even have one, so we'll create a new file, actions/schemas.ts, paste this in there as a constant variable, and it's going to be a Zod object. And this object only really has two things, our new job email notifications. That's going to be a Boolean. And then we have our AI prompt, and this is just going to be a string, because essentially we can do an AI prompt to be notified of these new settings. So we want to transform this as well to make sure that we have a null value, it gets rid of it. So val.trim, if that's equal to an empty string, then we're going to return null. Otherwise, we're going to return our value. and we're going to make sure that this value is nullable. There we go. Make that a function, and perfect. So now we've essentially said that we have an AI prompt that's optional, and we have this new job email notifications. So now we can come back into here, import that. We can get our default values, and our AI prompt is going to be a string, and our new email notifications is going to be false by default. Also, we want to use our notification settings by default if we have those. So if we have notification settings, use those. Otherwise, fall back to these default settings. Now what we can do is we can create our onSubmit function. This is going to take in our data, which is z.infer. Make sure I import z. There we go. It's going to infer this particular schema just like that. Whoops, let me make sure I get the schema. There we go. And we can console.log the data, and this has to be a type of. There we go. Now for this particular form, we're going to show and hide things dynamically based on if we check that checkbox. So I'm just going to come in here and say our new job email notifications. We're going to make sure we watch that property so we can toggle things based on if this is true or false. Now we can render out our actual form with all of our content inside of it, pretty much just like we've done for the rest of our application. We're going to add an onSubmit here. That's going to be form.handleSubmit, pass in our onSubmit function, and the same exact class name, which is going to be space y of 6. Let's make sure that we close all this off properly. There we go. Now we're going to wrap everything inside of a div. This is going to be kind of emulating a card. So we're going to add a border, rounded large, padding 4, shadow small, and space y6, just to space the elements out. Then we're going to have a form field. The name on this form field, if we import this properly, whoops, form field, there we go. Name on this is going to be our new job email notifications. If we close this off, we should hopefully be able to get some autocomplete on this. There we go. Next thing that we need to do is our control, which is our form.control. And then finally our render function to render this out. So we can come in like this with our field. And we essentially want to render out a toggle switch. So we'll get a form item. For our form item, we're going to come in here with a div class name of flex and items center and justify between. So we want to have text on the left and our toggle on the right hand side. Then what we can do is we can create another div for our left-hand side text content. We'll make it so it's relatively close together with only a 0.5 space between our text. And then this is where our form label and description come in. So we'll say daily email notifications. And on the left-hand side, it'll say formed, or not on the left-hand side, below it, it'll say receive emails about new job listings that match your interests. There we go. Now we have that section that's going to show up on the left, as you can see here. We then want to have a form control that shows up on the right. And this is going to be our toggle switch. So we're going to use the switch component, which it looks like we need to install. There we go. We're most likely going to have to force install this. There we go. So now we can use the switch component directly inside of here. So let's make sure that it gets installed. We want to specify that checked is going to be equal to our value from our field. And then the onChecked changed is going to be equal to field.onChange. And that's going to be everything for rendering out our switch. So now you can see we have this toggle on the right-hand side, and the left-hand side, we have the text explaining what this toggle does. Now the next thing that we can move on to is going to be the section for actually rendering out our form field for our AI input. So we can minimize down this form field, and what we can do directly below it is if our new job email notifications is checked, then we can render out this check or this field down here, because we don't want to show this unless they specifically ask for daily email notifications. Now this one is going to be a form field, and I'm going to copy over some of this stuff. So we'll come in here, whoops, just like that. So we have our AI prompt, and then we have our form item that we're rendering inside of this. There we go. And it looks like I'm missing a couple brackets here. These ones actually go on the outside. There we go. So that fixed up all of our brackets. Now we have our form item. Again, we're going to do kind of similar stuff. We're going to have some spacing between these elements to make them so they're relatively close together, 0.5. So we're going to have our form label. Our form label is going to say filter prompt, just like that. And then we're going to have a description. I'll just copy over what the description says, because essentially it's just saying our AI will use this prompt to filter your job listings and only send you notifications for jobs that meet your actual criteria. Then we can message what our form control is, which is where our text area is going to go. So we have a text area just like that. And this text area is going to be very similar to our previous text area. So I'll kind of copy down what the props are for it. make it self-closing, just like that. So as you can see, we're getting our field value or the default. Our class name gives it a minimum height, and we're giving it a nice placeholder telling people what they should put inside of here. Then lastly, we need our form description and message, and the message is just the error, and our description just tells them to leave it blank if they want notifications for all new job listings. So now if we toggle this to be true, you can see we get our filter prompt down here with all the information, and on larger screen sizes, it looks much better, as you can see right here. So we can easily toggle between these different states, and if they type something into here, it'll actually essentially use that as the AI prompt for our tool. Lastly, for our specific coding section, all the way down here at the end of our form, we just need to add in our default button, and this is the exact same button we've been using on all of our forms, so I'll just copy it in just like that. Now, if we give this quick refresh, that's just something to do with the hot module reloading. Actually, I imported the wrong button is what the problem is. So let's go all the way up here, get rid of that, and import the correct button. There we go. Now that should actually fix the particular problem. And there we go. Now we can toggle between these. And let's just say that I want to get daily email notifications, and I'll save my notification settings. And of course, actually that button doesn't work yet because we aren't doing anything inside of our onSubmit. So inside of our onSubmit, all we're going to do is call a function that's an action. And if we have an error, we're going to render out that error as a toast message. Otherwise, we're going to render out our success as a toast message as well. So let's create this update user notification settings, just like we've been doing with all the rest of our actions. So let's go ahead into our actions section. We of course look like we don't have any actions inside of our users. So let's go ahead and we'll create a brand new file. This one is going to be for our user notification settings.ts. And we'll call this user notification setting actions. There we go. We'll paste down that function, export async function. We'll make sure that this is use server, so we know that this can actually be used. We're going to get the data we're going to use inside of here, which is going to be of this type of that schema that we've already used, infer that from Zod, and now we can go ahead and actually just parse that data. And this is something we've done a million times. First of all, we're going to be getting the current user. And if we're not signed in, obviously you can't update your notification settings. Then we're going to be parsing this schema to make sure it's correct. And if there's an error, we'll let them know that there was an error trying to parse their data. This is kind of the security checks we put essentially in front of almost every single action. Finally, we're going to call update user notification settings, and we're going to pass in our user ID and our data. And all we need to do is create this function, and we're going to make sure we prefix this or postfix that with the name DB so we know it comes from our database. So now we can go into our database section, so database user notification settings, and we need to create that function. I'll just kind of copy what we have up here because it's going to be very similar. So we're going to update user notification settings. User ID is going to be a string. Our settings are going to be a partial version of this, just like that. And then we just want to call update. So we're going to say update, passing in our settings. So we're going to set that to our settings. There's no on conflict we need to worry about. And we have our user ID coming in just like that. So that's all we need to do our update for this. Now we can come back to here and we can actually import that. So we can say import, and we want to convert the name of that. And that's going to be coming from @ and this is going to be our features / users / db / and that's our user notification settings. There we go. Now this update function is actually going to be slightly different than I originally wrote it. And the reason for that is because we could get to the point where our user doesn't have any notification settings yet. So we want to do either an update or an insert. Essentially, we just want to call this insert function, but with our user ID specifically passed in and only the table values that we want to update. So what we're going to do here is we're actually going to take this and we're going to omit the user ID from this section. There we go. Just so we don't accidentally have that passed in as something we're updating. And then here, we're actually going to do an insert, unlike I had mentioned before. So we're going to insert into the values, and we are going to do an on conflict, but this time it's going to be an on conflict do update. So you can see we're inserting these setting values. On conflict, we're doing an update for when our user ID is the conflicting value. Now, in order to make this work, we need to make sure that we pass along our user ID as one of our setting values here. That way we have all the values that we need to be able to pass along. So this is just going to make sure that if we don't have any user values, we actually update them properly, because for some reason when we created a user, we didn't actually create settings for them. That could happen. This will make sure that solves any of those problems. So now we should be able to import this particular function, make sure we get it from the actions folder just like that, and it should be returning us a result. So we want to make sure down here we return a success result. So we'll say error false and give it a success response. And that solved all of our different errors. Looks like we have no errors anywhere. So let's actually test to see if this works. We'll just enable this, click save notifications, successfully updated your notifications. And now we know at least we should be receiving daily email notifications. Now all we need to do is implement a system to send out these daily email notifications. So in order to set up these daily email notifications, this is again something that's really well suited to Inngest because they have great cron services. So we can go into Inngest, into functions, and we'll create a brand new one called email.ts, and this will be for sending out all of our different emails. So we're going to export a constant variable called prepare daily user job listing notifications. This is going to use that ingest function. We're going to call create function. And we just need to pass it in our information and specifically what is the event we want to deal with. Well, in our case, we don't have an event. We're going to be using a cron schedule instead. Now for this cron schedule, we can set up whatever we want. In my case, I want it to essentially be at 7 a.m. every single day. So we can say 07, that represents the 7th hour. And then we can say that we want it to happen on every single day by putting stars for the day, month, and the year. So this is just saying at 7 a.m. every single day, perform this cron job. We can also specify the time zone by saying that we want it to be America, Chicago, that's going to be Central Time Zone. We can use whatever time zone we want, but since this is like a US-based job board, Central Time Zone makes a lot of sense. Now we also need to specify an ID and a name, and these are just going to be essentially the same as our function name, so it's not super important what that information is. Now the next thing we need here is our async property for our function. So let's come in here with our step and our event. Let's create that function. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to get all of the users' notifications. So we can say const get users. And this is going to be a step that we run. And this is going to be called get users. And this is going to get all of our users that have notifications. So we're going to return calling await db.query. Make sure we import that. We want to query the user notification settings table. We want to find all of them. And we specifically want to find the ones where they have their notifications enabled. So we'll say user notification settings table dot new email notifications is true. So for anyone that has their notification set to true, we want to access that. We want to get specific columns. We're going to get the user ID, set that to true. We're going to get that new job prompt. We're going to set that to true. And the AI prompt will set that to true as well. Also, we're going to get information about the user itself. We can send that along in the email. So we'll say that for the user, we want to get their email so we know where to send it to. And we'll get their name so we can put that inside the email message we send to them. So that's going to be all the information for getting the user. The next thing we need to do is get all the job listings that are posted recently. So we'll call this get job listings, which equals step.run get recent job listings. Now for this function, we're going to do a very similar thing by querying our database. So we're going to query that table, the job listing table specifically. And we want to specifically find many of them. And we want to get essentially all the job listings that have been posted in the last day. So we can put in an and query here. And we want to say greater than or equal to because we want to get things that are greater than or equal to the most recent day. So we can say job listing table dot posted at. And what we need to do is we need to figure out what was essentially 1 day ago. Well, the really nice thing is that our event has this TS property, which is the timestamp. And if we have a cron job, that is essentially the exact time our cron job actually executed. So this would be 7 a.m. every single day. So all we need to do is get 1 day before this particular time. So what we can do is we can say sub days. That's going to be a function that we pull in from datefns. And we can say we want to take that and subtract 1 day from it. Now this we need to convert to a date. So we'll say new date to convert this to a date. But you will notice that this actually could be null. It has a null value for it. So what we want to do is we want to otherwise default to the current time if for some reason we don't have a timestamp. It shouldn't occur, but if we do run into a weird scenario where we don't have a timestamp, it'll just default to the current time to get us close enough. Then we want to make sure we're only getting job listings that are published. So we'll say the status is going to be published. There we go. So this is going to get us all of the job listings that are published. Make sure I put that in the correct location. There we go. This is going to get us all the job listings posted in the last 24 hours that were currently published. Then what we can do is we can get specific columns from that. We want the created at field. And actually specifically, we don't want the created at field. We're going to be using essentially a negative constraint. So we're going to get all the fields except for the ones that I specify here. So we'll say updated at, that's also going to be false. Status is going to be false. And organization ID is going to be false. Then what we can do is we can get information about the organization because we're going to want to put that inside of our email. So we'll say organization. And we want to get columns. Specifically, we just want the name column. So at least we can say what organization this job listing is for. Once we get all that information, we can essentially run those queries in parallel and make sure that we have data being returned. Because if not, obviously we have some type of problem. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is instead of doing all of our email sending in this job, we're actually going to spin off jobs for each individual email. And that's so that all these jobs can run in parallel. They can have retry logic built in, all that fun stuff that is part of the job queue and ingest. It's essentially the fan out pattern where we're creating multiple events from one event so that they can all run in parallel and have fault tolerance. So what we want to do is we want to essentially call step.send event. And this is going to call an event called send emails, which we'll create in a little bit. And then we can pass in all the events that we want to pass along. So we're going to send all of these different events along with this events property. So we need to create our events, which is equal to just looping through our notifications and converting them into this event format. Now inside this format, we're essentially going to return an object, and this object is going to have a name, and then it's going to have some data, and then it's also going to have some user information that we're going to pass along. And you may notice that's actually very similar to what we do in our Inngest client. When we define something, you can see we can pass along data or user. So what I want to do is I want to create an event. We're going to call this app/email.dailyUserJobListings. So this is for emailing out all the daily job listings. And we're going to specify that it's going to have some data properties, as well as some properties for the user information. So our user is relatively straightforward. We want an email, which is a string, and we're going to have a name, which is a string. And then for our data, this is going to be a little bit more complicated. We're going to have our AI prompt. This is going to be an optional string. Essentially, what is the thing that we want to prompt if they pass in some data right here in our filter? Otherwise, if they don't have that, it's just going to be undefined. And then we're going to have our job listings. And this is essentially going to be a type that is our job listing. I'm going to actually copy over the type for this because it's relatively straightforward. Essentially, what we're doing is we're taking our job listing table and we're omitting the created at, posted at, updated at, status, and organization ID. Essentially, the exact same thing we did inside of here. We're omitting the properties we don't need. And we're also adding in the organization name, and we're saying that this is an array of all the job listings. So it's similar to what we did here, where we got the organization name and omitted these properties. That's exactly what the type for this is going to be. Now we can actually use that inside of here where we pass along our data and our user. Now we already know that the user part is really easy. So we can say email, that's notification.email. Make sure I spelled this correctly. There we go. And this is actually notification.user.email. And we can do the exact same thing for name, just like that. And for the name of this event here, we want to make sure we match the name over to this name right here. So we're going to copy that over and we'll paste that into here. Now to make sure we get nice autocomplete on all of this, to make sure we have type safety, we'll make this a constant variable. And we're also going to say that it satisfies the get events property, which we get from Inngest. And we're going to type in the type of event that we want, which is going to be Inngest right here. So that's our client. So this is all of our different events. And we want to get just one particular event, which is the app email daily user job listings. So now you can see we're getting errors on the jobs that don't have this particular data being returned to us. So for example, we need to pass in our AI prompt, which is notification.ai prompt. And our job listings is just going to be our job listings. And we need to map through these to just change them slightly. So what we're going to do is we're going to return all of our listing data, and we want to get the organization name, which is just going to be listing.organization.name. There we go. Now we're getting an error because our AI prompt is a string or null. We just need to convert null to undefined, and that'll get rid of all those errors. And now we've essentially created a bunch of different events with this specific name that we're going to send off. And we call this event send emails. That's just like the name of the step. So this is the step name, and this step is creating a bunch of events for all the different notifications we have set up. So if we had 10 users with notifications set up, it would send out 10 different events, and each of those events would run our email related code. So what we can do is we can create a brand new event down here to send those emails. So we're going to call this send daily user job listing email, just like that. And we again need to pass it in all the information that we want to use, as well as the function that we're going to run with all of the code inside of it. Let me make sure I get this set up correctly. There we go. So the very first thing we need to specify is our ID and our name. That's going to be relatively straightforward. I'll copy that in because it's just some text that doesn't really matter. Next, we're actually going to set up some throttling. So this is just making sure that if we send out 1,000 events to all occur at once, we can throttle them over a period of time. The reason we're doing this is because we're using AI to do this filtering for some of our job listing postings. So we want to make sure that we don't overload our AI with sending too many requests at once and hitting our rate limit. So we're going to put a small throttle here. We're going to limit to 10 requests, and we're going to say the period is going to be 1 minute. So over a 1 minute period, we can only send 10 requests at a time. This will just make sure we don't overload our AI accidentally, but it still should respond with these messages relatively quickly to all of our users. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put our email event that we want to listen to, which is app/email daily user job listings. Same exact thing that we used up here. It's the exact same event that we used there. So we just want to make sure we listen for that specific event. Then we're going to take in all of our event and our step data, and I want to use it inside of here. So we're going to parse out our data. So we have our job listing and our AI prompt, just like that. And that's coming from our data property, and we need to get the job listings. Then next, I can get my user information. So we can say our user is equal to event.user, and now we can actually use this information. First of all, if my job listings.length is equal to 0, this shouldn't happen, but if it did happen, I want to return null, just a fail safe to have in place. So we're just going to return out of here in case that's the case. Then what we're going to do is we're going to try to get all the matching job listings. So we'll create a variable called matching job listings. We're going to set that to a type of job listings. There we go. So essentially it just matches the type of this variable that we had up here. And then what we want to do is do a simple if check. If our AI prompt is equal to null, or our AI prompt dot trim is equal to an empty string, well, that means that we don't have a prompt, so we want to match all job listings. So we'll say matching job listings is equal to all of our job listings. Otherwise, we have some type of AI prompt and we want to run that AI prompt. And luckily, we've already created a function to do this. This is the get matching job listings prompt. We can pass it in our AI prompt and all the job listings we want to search for. And in this case, we want to return all the job listings, not just 10 or 5 or whatever. So we're just going to say that we want to get the matching IDs, which is equal to that right there. We want to await this function as well. There we go. Now I'm getting an error. If I go into this function, that's because by default, this parameter should be optional. So I'll set it to a default empty object by there. Now we can see that got rid of the error. And then what I want to do is I want to get my matching job listings. I'm just going to set that to filtering my job listing array. So we can say listing where the matching IDs includes our listing.id. There we go. So now essentially we're just saying only get the jobs that have IDs that are returned to us specifically from here. Now we do have an error. That's because I spelled job listings incorrectly, but that cleaned up the rest of our errors here. Now we can move on and we can check to see if our matching job listings length is equal to 0. Well, then there's either no jobs posted or there's no jobs that matches this user's requirements. So obviously we don't need to send them an email or do anything. Now we can go through the actual process of sending the email, and we're going to use a step for that, again, for some fault tolerance. So we'll say send email, make this an async function just like that. We will await this, and we're going to be using resend for sending all of our emails. So it would be something like resend, and then we would do our code inside of here. So for emails.send, and then we'll need to pass along some information. So we'll just mark this as to do, and we'll come back to this because we first need to set up resend. Now to work with resend, all we need to go is create an account on resend, and we can access their API keys by just going to the menu, clicking on API keys, and we'll just create a brand new API key, job board final, doesn't matter what it is. Generally, you're going to want it to have sending access only because we don't need full access to the API. And now you can see we have a brand new API key, which I'll just click copy on, and we can add that into our environment variables. We'll come down here for email. We'll say resend API key, and we'll just paste in whatever that API key is, and we'll make sure we include that in our environment variable as well. So this is going to be z.string, a minimum value of 1. There we go. So now we have resend capabilities, and now we need to import the library for resend as well. Luckily, this is relatively easy to do. We can just npm I resend, make sure we force install that. That'll install the resend library for us to use, and we can put it inside of our services folder. So here we have our services. Let's add resend, and we want to create client.ts. So we're going to export a function called resend, or actually a constant variable called resend, and we're going to call new resend, just like that. Make sure it's capital. And we're going to pass in our environment variable, which is our resend API key. Now we need to import resend. Looks like I'll have to do that manually. Resend from resend. There we go. Now that creates a brand new client for us hooked up to our actual API. Now we can go ahead into our email section here, and where we have resend, we can import that from our client that we just created. And we can call this send function, which is going to take in where the email is coming from, where it's going to, and so on. So for the from email on this one, we're just going to be doing testing. So I'm going to say it's coming from job board, and then we can specify the email, which we're going to put as onboarding at resend.dev, just so we can have this for testing purposes. Also, we're going to pass in the user.email that we want to send to, and then we're going to pass in the subject as well, which is just going to be daily job listings. And then finally, we need to pass in a React component that's going to render out whatever our specific code is. Now, in our case, we don't have any React component yet, so I want to create inside of our resend folder, I want to create a section for all of our components. So we'll say components, and then we'll create a brand new file in here called daily job listing email.tsx. Now, the annoying thing about writing out email is that email doesn't have access to a lot of modern CSS features, so we need to make sure that we take into account that a lot of the modern CSS features are not going to be available. So we're going to export a function called daily job listing email. It's going to take in some props. For now, we'll just return null, and we're going to come into our actual email function, and we'll pass that in as our daily email listing, and we'll call that as a function just like that. That's essentially calling our React component. Now, like I said, a lot of features inside of email aren't available that you normally get inside the browser. So what we're going to do is we're going to use something called React Email, which is actually built by the people at Resend to make writing emails in React much easier. So to set up React Email, it's actually relatively straightforward. You can see we just need to run a few install commands. We need to install React Email as a development dependency, and then we can install React Email components. So let's go ahead and do that. npm I react email. And this is going to be a dev dependency for running our React email locally so we can easily see what's going on. Again, we need to make sure that we force this. There we go. And then we're going to install React email components, which is what we're going to use as components to create our email structure. And this is what we use in actually production. So this React email component here is purely just for actually rendering out our emails locally to see what they look like, as well as giving us some other features that are really handy. So we're going to install that React email components, and we're going to force that as well. That'll get us the components that we need. And then we want to set up inside of our package JSON. Once this is finished running, there we go. It looks like it finished up. We can run in a section here called email. And this is going to run that React email, which is really just called email, just like that. We can call dev on this, and then we can specify the directory where all of our components or emails are. So in our case, it's the source/services/resend/components. And by default, it runs on port 3000, which is what our app runs on. So let's change the port to 3001. So now if we run npm run email, what that's going to do is it's going to open up on port 3001, essentially a hosting of all of our different emails. Now, right now, our email just renders out null, but if we open this up real quick, we can actually see what our emails would look like. Now, the important thing to note about this is you must make sure you export them as default exports. So that's why we have a default export here. But you can see that I can click on daily job listing email and it renders out my email as well as anything for like linting with issues, compatibility, spam, all these different things to make sure our email looks good. Right now, we're not rendering anything, but we'll go ahead and make this email. Now for this email, we're essentially going to take in a few props. I'm going to create a type up here to help with this a little bit by just creating a type that contains all of our job listing related information. And then we can take what we want to be able to pass in. So we're going to pass in a username. So the name of the user, that's the string. We're going to take in our job listings. That is going to be an array of this job listing type, which just picks out the types that we need. And then finally, we're going to pass in a server URL, and this is just the URL where our server is. That way we can redirect people with a link to our particular server. So we're just having that in there so we can actually get that information. Then what we want to do is we want to render out all of our components, and you may be tempted to use components from your app in like our components folder and so on. But like I said, email is so much different than the rest of the web that you really can't get away with doing that. You're going to have lots and lots of errors. So instead, we're going to use all the components built into React email. And the main one we're actually going to use is going to be a Tailwind component. So we can actually style everything using Tailwind. So we can come in here, make sure we install that Tailwind component. Looks like I may have to manually install that real quick. We'll import Tailwind from, and that's at React email/component. There we go. And this Tailwind component expects you to pass in some children, but also it optionally allows you to pass in a config file. And we're actually going to pass in our own config file because this uses Tailwind version 3 and we're on Tailwind version 4. Also, certain things like REM units don't work in all browsers and by default, or all email clients, and by default Tailwind uses REM. So we want to pass in our own Tailwind config. So we'll just call this Tailwind config. And actually, if you go to the React email site, they actually have a recommendation on where you can actually use a Tailwind config with a lot of this stuff for you. So we're going to pretty much be using their default config. So I'm going to come into data here. I'm going to type in tailwind config.ts, or actually .json. No, we'll keep it at TS actually. And what I want to do is I want to paste in what that Tailwind config is. So you'll notice if we look at the top here, all of our different sizes are using pixels instead of REM. And this is something that the folks at React Email actually do. They give you this exact format for the default Tailwind for font size and spacing. So that I just copied over directly. And then these are the styles directly from our application. So if we look at our global CSS file, we come into here, I essentially took all these styles, converted them from OKLCH because that's not supported in email. I converted all of them to RGB and just pasted them in here using the Tailwind v3 formatting for all of them. So this just gives us all of our different styles so we can make sure we can use them inside of our application. Now what we can do, once we import that Tailwind config, is we can start writing out what our code looks like, and we first need to have an HTML element. So we'll get that. Next, inside that, we need the head of our container. So we'll put our head element. We don't have anything to put in there, but we need that to make sure that Tailwind works properly. And then finally, let's create a container where all of our content is going to go. And we'll give this a class name of font sans, so it uses the same font we use throughout the rest of our application. Next up, we're going to have a heading, just like this. And our heading is going to be an H1. And it's going to say new job listings. There we go. And then below that heading, we can have some text. And you'll notice here, I'm essentially using all components from this React email library because these are going to convert into formats that work well with the actual email templating across pretty much all email providers. So here we're going to say, hi, username. Here are all the new job listings that meet your criteria. There we go. And then below that, we want to essentially render out all these different things. So first of all, I need to get my props. So we can say job listing, server, username, there we go. And then below our text, we can render out a section, and this section is going to contain all of our job listings. So we'll loop through our job listings. We're going to map through each one of them, just like this. And we essentially want to render out a component that contains everything. So we'll come in here with a div. We'll put that as a job listing ID. We'll also add some class names to this, and we essentially want this to be a card. So we'll say background card, text card foreground, rounded, large. We'll put a border on it. We'll give a padding of 4. The border will be the primary color. It'll be a solid border, and we'll put margin on the bottom of 6. So that just gives us a nice little card shape for every single one of these job listings that we have. And you notice we're getting errors because our props are not being passed in. If we want to pass in default props, what we need to do at the very bottom here is we can specify daily job listing email.preview props. And we can specify all the props we want to use. For example, we can pass in an array of job listings like this, and then that's going to give us all of our job listings. So now if we save this, it should actually work properly. I might need to refresh my page to get it to work. Still not working. That's because I spelled job listings wrong. Now if I get that to save, you can see it's working. I can also come in here with a username, for example, John Doe. Now you can see that that name is filling in this section right there. And then we can go on and we can put a server URL, which by default is going to be our server, localhost 3000. And to make sure this satisfies our params, we'll just say satisfies parameters. And we want to get the parameters from this function, daily job listing. And we want to get the very first parameter. There we go. So now this gives us all the stuff for our job listings. And I'm actually just going to come in here and copy a few job listings over so we can use them as preview props. So you can see we just have some random job listings with some cities, organization names, and so on. So we can see what these look like. And right now you can see we're just getting the text SDF being printed out. Obviously not quite right. So let's go ahead and actually style what we want. First of all, we're going to want to have a text that has our heading for the thing. So we're going to have a class name, leading, none, font semi-bold, text extra large, and we're going to get rid of the margin on the top and bottom, just like that. Inside of here, we're going to say our job listing dot title. And now you can see it's printing out the title of our job. Next, we're going to have some more text, which is going to be kind of similar. This one is going to have some different styles though. So we're going to say that the text muted is going to be the foreground color, margin on the bottom 2, margin on the top of 0, and this is going to be the organization name. There we go. Now the next thing that we want to do is we want to render out essentially the different badges for this. So we'll say class name, margin bottom 5 for this particular section. And in here is where we're going to get our badges. Now I'm going to create a function for us that just returns all of our badge text. So we'll say function get badges. This is going to take in a job listing. And what we want to do is we want to get all of our badges. And we have a few default badges we're going to use. For example, the job location requirement, job location requirement. I think I maybe just called it format location requirement. There we go. I want to pass in my job listing dot location requirement. Then what I want to do below that is I want to get my job type. So we'll format our job type. That's going to be my job listing dot type. Then we can format our experience level. There we go. This is going to be our experience level. And then there's a few badges that are optional. For example, if our job listing dot city is not equal to null, or our job listing dot state is not equal to null, well then we know that we want to add the badge for that. So we can say badges dot unshift. This is going to put this at the front because we know that we want the location to be towards the start because that's very important for most people. So we'll say format job listing location, and we'll pass in our job listing. Finally, we want to do the exact same thing for our wage. So if our wage is not equal to null and the wage interval is not equal to null, then we can format the wage to actually display that information. And this takes in our wage as well as our job listing dot wage interval. There we go. And again, we're putting that at the front because most likely people care about the wage the most important. Now we can return our badges and we can actually use these up here inside of our code. So wherever that was at right here, we can loop through these by calling get badges, passing in our job listing, and then we can map through each one of these and render out some code. Now you may be tempted just to use the badge component from shadcn, but again, you really don't want to use anything that's not directly written for email specifically because a lot of things are not supported. So we're going to create our own div. We're going to give it a key, which is the index. So I'm going to actually get the index property. There we go. And then what I want to do is I want to add our class names. And I took most of these classes from the badge, but essentially I changed them to work specifically with email. So we'll say rounded medium, border solid, border, font medium. W is going to be fit, the text foreground, and then we're going to have small text inside of here, some padding on the top and the bottom and the sides. And then we're also going to put in some margin for some spacing because we can't use like gap or flexbox. None of that is supported by this property. Email doesn't have any of that support. So we want to make sure we just manually add all of that. And then we'll put in whatever the badge text is. So if we give that a save, you can see our badges are showing up. Obviously the styles aren't perfect, but we're going to make sure we fix that. The best way for us to fix that is actually by using inline block here. So we use inline block. That way we can have that actual spacing like we want. And then we can move on to the button that's going to bring our user to this particular location. So we're going to come in here with a button and make sure we get this from the React email because we want to make sure we customize this to be exactly what we want and not use anything from shadcn. We're going to specify our href for this, which is going to be our server URL, followed by job listings, followed by our job listing ID. That'll bring us directly to where this job is at. We can also specify a class name on this, and this is going to be rounded, medium, text small, font medium, focus visible is going to be border ring, background is going to be primary, text primary, foreground, and then finally just add some padding in here on the top, bottom, left, and right. There we go. And this will just say view details. And this should direct us to that page. So now you can see we have a button. And when we click on this, you can see it redirected us. It looks like to the not correct location. If I look at my URL, my port is set to 300. So I just mistyped down here. Let's change that to 3000, click on view details, and now it'll redirect us to that exact page. Looks like we have an error saying it's not found, but that's because I'm using random UUIDs. So of course we don't have a page for that, but at least we know it is redirecting us to the correct location. Now that's everything it takes to actually create this email. And it's really nice that we can test all this and we can go down to this linter and compatibility section. And this will tell you things that are not supported. For example, border radius is not supported in Outlook, but for our case, we don't care. Border radius is only used on a couple of these borders for stylistic purposes. So it's okay. It's not supported in those particular browsers or those particular email providers because it'll just have square rounding corners instead of rounded corners. So that's okay. You can see otherwise we are completely checked off on all the rest of those criteria. Now let's go ahead and actually pass in our parameters that we need. We know that we need the job listings. We know that we need the username, which we can get from our stuff. So we have here user.name. And then we also need to pass in the server URL. And this server URL we should get from an environment variable. So we'll come in here with an environment variable, server URL. There we go. Let's come in here, make that a string with a minimum size of 1. And let's add that to our environment variables. We'll just call this like an other category. And this is going to be localhost 3000. There we go. So now that should be everything we need to do to actually send out this email. And the annoying thing most of the time when you're dealing with, for example, cron jobs, is you have to wait for the cron job period to be. And in our case, our cron job is only at 7 a.m. once a day. But the nice thing with Inngest is we can just manually trigger these events whenever we want. So let's make this a little bit larger. We'll go over to our Inngest dev server. And of course, we need to make sure we have our functions being placed. So our send email job update function, let's make sure we add those. So let me just maximize this size, go over to our API ingest route. Those are the function we just created. So we'll send the email function. And we have one called prepare emails. There we go. That's the two functions that we just created. Now we can go over to our function sections and you'll see we have this section down here for prepare daily job notifications. I can just click invoke, and what that's going to do is it's a cron job. It's just going to invoke that function. And now you can see it's running a bunch of functions. So first of all, I ran the function for this and it looks like it completed just fine, got my users and everything. And let's take a look at the data returned from this. So if we look over here, the data returned from this step is my one user with my email and my name. Then we can see that we're getting all the different recent jobs. So it looks like there are 2 jobs that are recently posted. And then finally down here, we have our finalization. Now it looks like we had a little bit of a problem though, because if we go over to our runs, it only prepared our job listing notifications, but it didn't send out any of our emails. Now, just to make sure it wasn't a fluke with maybe some caching stuff going on, I'm just going to rerun this to see if it then sends it out. And it looks like it's still not sending it out. So I think we have a problem somewhere in our code. So let's take a look at the code for where we actually create those functions. The prepare function is kind of where we want to get started at. So we can go down here, and this is the problem is it's not actually sending out, no, sorry, not there, up here. It's not actually sending out our events. The reason for this is I failed to add in an await here because we need to wait for this to actually send out the events. That should hopefully fix our problem. Let's go ahead and test that. We're just going to go ahead and we're going to re-invoke that entirely from our function section. So we're going to come over here, prepare daily jobs, invoke that function. And now you can see, perfect, this worked. So it ran that function and then it saw that we had one user. So it spun off one new job for listing out that user's email related stuff. and you can see it ran that specific function. Now I can actually show you this works because if I open up my email, you can see I got a brand new email in my inbox that says new job listings, and it has the 2 brand new job listings that have been posted. And if I click view details, it's going to open up a new tab. And if I pull that new tab over, you can see that it opened up all this information for the brand new job that I clicked on viewing the details for. Now we can kind of close out of this because that essentially takes care of all of our user side of things. Now we need to finish up with the organization side of things, because if we come back to here, I of course have my invalid environment variable. That's just because I didn't have my environment variables set. What we can do is we can go back to our job board. We have all of that done. We have our AI stuff done. We can go to the employer dashboard, and we essentially have 2 main sections to work on. The first is going to be listing out all the applicants down here, and the second is going to be managing our user settings right here. So as you can see, there's currently no user settings. Another kind of minor thing we should probably take care of is when we manage organizations, we can actually invite members to our team and change memberships, delete memberships, and so on. And in our database, we're storing the organization user settings. So when we add a new member, I want to automatically create a membership setting for them. And when we remove a member, I want to remove their settings for that organization just to keep our database overall relatively clean. So we have some Clerk webhooks we need to take care of. We need to take care of the user settings, sending out more emails, and the application ranking. So let's tackle the Clerk webhooks first, because that's going to be setting us up perfectly for where we want to go next. Let's close out all of this, open up Clerk, and essentially we want to have a create and a delete version for this. So this is going to be for creating an organization membership. So Clerk org membership, and we'll just call this create, just like that. And we down here, we can give it a name, create organization user settings, because that's what we're going to be doing from this. Create organization user settings. There we go. So whenever we have a new organization membership, which is an organization membership, just like that, whenever that's created, it's a webhook sent from Clerk, we want to create some organization settings for that user. So let's go ahead. We need to make sure we copy this event name over, since we need to set it up in our Inngest client. So all the way up here as one of our Clerk webhooks, we'll give it that name, Clerk slash, this is going to be a Clerk webhook, and this is going to take in the object, which is an organization membership JSON. There we go. And then we can copy that down for deleted, because when we delete a user, it also passes along an organization membership JSON. So now at least we have that information which we can use. We can verify the webhook, and then we finally need to create the organization settings. Whoops. There we go. And it's organization user settings. This step is going to be relatively simple. All we want to do is get our user ID, which comes from our event.data.public metadata, or public user data. There we go. And then we want to get the user ID. And then we want to get the org ID, which is equal to event.data.data.organization.id. So now we have the 2 properties that we need. We can insert our organization user settings. And all we need to do is pass in that information. So we have our user ID and our organization ID, just like that. And now all we need to do is create this function. So let's go into our code. We can find the section for this inside of features, inside of users. And actually, this is probably more linked to the organizations. So let's put this in the organizations in the database section. And I should probably rename this file to organizations, because this deals with organizations. And now we can create a new file called organization user settings. And this is where we want to export this function, which is going to be an asynchronous function, just like that. Now I'll copy over the code for this, because it's essentially what we've done a million times over and over again. As you can see, I'm passing in my infer insert settings. I'm inserting that into the table. I'm getting the values from that. On conflict, do nothing. Again, the reason that I'm doing this most importantly is because when we first create an organization setting, maybe we get that webhook sent to us twice. I just want to make sure we don't accidentally send it through multiple times. Also, we don't even need to return anything here. We can actually get rid of that, and we can just use our settings right here, because that's going to give us our ID information. Now we just need to create the ability to revalidate this. So what we do is inside of our organizations, inside of our cache, we're going to just copy this organizations one and rename it organization user settings. And instead of making you watch me type all this out, I will paste it in, because essentially all we're doing is taking in a global setting, and we're taking in our IDs right here, and we're making sure we properly revalidate our cache when we need to. Now, if we make sure we just import everything, we should see everything is working. That looks like that's working. And here we can import this. And now we have the ability to create these on insert. Now doing a delete is going to look almost identical to this. So we're just going to copy this over. This is going to be for delete org membership. And here we'll say delete, delete, and this right here will say deleted. There we go. That should be the event name. Then what we need to do is we just need to call this delete organization user settings. We get the same user org ID just like this. And then we're just going to call the delete function that we're going to create in just a second. So we need to create this function, which is in the exact same location as this one. So we can come in here, export the async function, call it delete. It's going to be passing in essentially the exact same data. I'm just going to manually get that passed in like this. So we're just getting our ID properties, and then we call db.delete. We want to pass it in our organization user setting table. And we specifically want to get it where all of our queries are met. So we're going to say and equals organization setting table dot user ID is equal to our user ID. And we want to do the exact same thing where our organization setting table organization ID is equal to our organization ID. So essentially just delete the one that we want to get, and then we can revalidate based on our user ID and our organization ID. There we go. So that is revalidating all of our information, and it's deleting all the information. And if we import all this properly down here, we should see that everything is working. There we go. So now we just need to make sure we take these two functions and we put them into Inngest. So what we can do is we come all the way over here in our API Inngest, and let's just add those functions. So we're going to create the Clerk membership, and this will be Clerk delete org membership. I'm going to actually move these up with the rest of our Clerk ones just for some organization purposes. Now, the next thing that we can work on in our application is going to be that settings page. So we'll go over to user settings just like this. This is the page that I want to work on next. And the nice thing is it's very, very similar to the page we already created for notifications here. So I'm actually going to copy that entire page and we're going to use it over here. So we're going to create a file in user settings. Actually, it's going to be a folder. User settings. Whoops, didn't even click folder. There we go. User settings. We're going to paste in that brand new page, and this is going to be our notifications page, and this is actually just our employer user settings page. Let's give it a little bit better name, and all we need to do is make some minor changes to what this page looks like and what form we're rendering and so on. So I first want to get the organization and the user information, so we'll say get current organization as well, and if either of those are equal to null, well then we can't update the settings. There we go. So we'll just return not found. Then what we want to do is exactly the same code here, but we want to make sure we pass along our organization information as well to our form. So we'll come in here with our org ID, just like that, and we'll make sure we accept org ID and org ID as a string. Now our notification settings are going to take in both a user ID and an org ID. And if we scroll all the way down to where that's going to be, and we might as well call this organization ID to be a little bit more with our names, and here organization ID. Now if we scroll down to this function, we'll make it accept those properties. So we'll come in here, organization ID is a string as well. And we'll say it's organization and user ID. And instead of getting this from the user table, we want to get the organizations from the organization table. So we'll get organization user settings global tag. And this one, we actually want the ID tag. There we go. And we're going to pass in our ID, which is our user ID, and it's going to be our organization ID. Then again, changing the table here that we work with, we want the organization table specifically. Same thing here, organization table, and we want to do a double query. So we're going to put an and right here. There we go. And we want to just copy this query because we're going to do essentially the exact same thing, but this one is going to be for the organization ID. There we go. Now when it comes to selecting the columns that we want, we'll just keep all the columns. It doesn't really matter. Actually, I guess we might as well limit it. So we're going to get the new application column, and then we're going to get the minimum rating column because those are the only two things we're using. Now we can just scroll up a little ways and we can make sure that we're rendering the correct notifications form. So where we're importing our notifications form, I want to just get rid of that. So we'll come up here, notifications form, get rid of that input completely. And we're going to create a brand new notifications form specifically for our organization, for our user settings. So we're going to come all the way down to our features. We're going to put this inside of organizations, create a brand new folder or file. We're going to call it notifications form.tsx. And make sure that's in our components folder. Now this notifications form is going to share a lot in common with the notifications form we created over here. So I'm going to copy and paste this in so that we can do all the different changes that we need directly inside of here. So the very first thing is obviously our schema is going to be different and our update function is going to be different. So we can get rid of those, but the rest is going to be very similar. So first of all, this is going to come from our organization user settings table. And we specifically only care about the props here and minimum rating here. Now, while we're at it, we can go ahead and change out this schema with a new one. So we're going to use an organization user settings schema. Same thing here. We're going to use the exact same new schema. So let's go ahead and create that schema. We're going to go into the action section for our organizations. So new folder, actions. We're going to create a file called schema.ts, and we'll actually call it schemas.ts to be consistent. We're going to export a constant variable with that name. We're going to use a Zod object. We're going to get the new application email notification. That is going to be a Boolean. And then the next one that we're going to have is our minimum rating. This is going to be a number. It's going to be a minimum value of 1. We're going to have a maximum value of 5, and we're also going to make that nullable. So they don't have to pass this in if they don't want to. So now we can actually use and import that schema just like that. And we can make sure that we have here our minimum rating. By default, we'll set that to null. And then we're going to have our notification settings down here, which we're going to set to false by default. Now for our update setting, we're going to call this update organization user settings. We'll come back and fix this in a little bit. We can get rid of this notification part right there. And then what I want to do is here, I want to listen for the new application email notifications instead. So there we go. That's the new field that we're going to be listening to. We can copy down that exact same name because we're going to use that here. This will still say daily email notifications, but we're going to essentially change what this says. It'll say receive a summary emails of all new job listing applications. There we go. And then down here, we're going to have a section that's going to be specifically for our minimum rating. And this one's going to be a little bit different because we're not going to be using a text field. We're going to be using a select field for this. So I'm going to kind of get rid of a lot of the stuff that we have inside this form item and start from the scratch. So the very first thing I want to do is put a form label. This form label is going to say minimum rating. Then after that label, we're going to render out our select component. Make sure we import the correct one. The value for this is going to be field.value, or if we have a field value, it's going to be our field value.toString. So we can convert essentially from a number to a string. Otherwise, we're going to use the any value, just like this, which is a value that I'm going to create. So let's just close off this select, scroll all the way to the top, and we can just say const any value is equal to any. Then let's get rid of some of these imports we don't need just to clean up a little bit. And if we scroll all the way back down to where we are working, we can come in here with an on value change, and we can specify that when our value changes, we're going to call field.onChange. And if our value is equal to the any value, then we want to return null. Otherwise, we want to convert our string into an integer. So we're going to parse this into an integer, just so we can make sure when we store this in our database, it's an integer, while when we store it in our select, it's going to be a string. Then inside of our select, we want to render out our form control, and our form control will have our select trigger inside of it. And that is going to have our select value. And the select value here is going to be an as child value because we essentially want to render out not the number 1, 2, 3, 4, but we want to render out some stars. So it's a little easier for people to look at. So if the field.value is equal to null, then we're going to render out a span that just says any rating, just so they know that it's literally any value. Otherwise, we're going to render out our rating icons. And this is a component we're going to create to render out what our icons should look like. And we'll make sure the class name on this is text inherit so that it inherits the proper text color. We'll also pass in the rating, which is a field value, which is just going to be a number between 1 and 5. Now we can go ahead and give that a quick save, but we need to create this rating icons component. So let's go ahead into our job listing section because that's kind of where this makes sense to put. And we'll put it inside of our components. Actually, it's going to be an application section because it's specifically related to an application. We'll say that we want our rating icons.tsx. We're going to export a function called rating icons. It's going to take in our rating and our class name. Rating is going to be a number, or it could be null. And then finally, our class name. This is going to be an optional string, just like that. Now, if our rating is equal to null, or it's not within our range of 1 to 5, so if it's less than 1 or it's greater than 5, we'll then just want to return unrated because it's either unrated or we have a rating outside of our range, which we don't want to take into account. Then we want to render out a number of stars. So we're going to say that these are an array of React nodes, which by default will be empty. And we want to render out 5 stars where the ones that are filled are equal to our rating. So like the first 3 stars are filled and the second 2 are empty. So we can just do a simple for loop for this. Let I equal 1, I is less than or equal to 5, and I plus plus. There we go. Make sure I put a comma here. And actually, I should have semicolons, not commas. Don't know what I was thinking. There we go. Now inside this loop, all I want to do is add a new element into our array. I want it to be a star icon, just like that. And the key is going to be my index. And then finally, I can come in here with a class name. And this is where I can specify what this is going to look like. So we'll use cn for this. We'll say the size is going to be 4. And then, 4, there we go. And then if our rating is greater than or equal to the current number that we're on, well, then we want it to be filled in. So we're going to say that our fill is going to be current. That is going to fill in our text or fill in our star with whatever the current text color is. Then finally, we want to pass in any additional class names. So we'll say class name just like that. And that'll close all of that off. Let me make sure I have all my parentheses in the right places. There we go. So that's just going to add that star icon for us. Finally, we want to return those star icons. We're going to put them inside a div with a flex gap of 1. We're going to render out our stars, and then we're going to have a span for our screen readers. So we'll say screen reader only. That is just going to say rating out of 5. So that way they know it's like, hey, a 3 out of 5, 2 out of 5, and so on. So now here we have our rating icons just like that. Now the next thing we need to specify is going to be our select control. So we're going to come in here with our select content. We want to get all of our different items. So select item. There we go. And this first select item is going to be the any option. So I'll say any value, just like that. This is going to say any rating. And then finally, we can move down below that and loop through all of our different rating options. So we'll come in here with rating options, and we'll filter those down. Now this rating options variable is something that I want to create so I can use it across my application for what all my different rating options are. So inside my job listings section, I'm just going to create a new folder called data, make sure that's in the correct folder here. I'm going to create a new file called constants.ts, and we're going to export a constant with that rating options name, and it's just going to be null 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as const. So those are just our options for the different ratings we could possibly have. So now I can import that rating options, and I want to just filter out the null option because that's not allowable in this context. So R is not equal to null. So it'll only give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then for each one of those, I want to map over the rating. So we'll just call this rating. And inside of here for that rating, I want to render a select item. And this select item will have a key, which is just my rating value, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. The value will be my rating to string, since it must be a string-based value. And then finally, we're going to render out the rating icons, so we have a visual indicator of what this looks like. Same thing, I'm going to make sure my text is inheriting. My rating is going to be equal to the rating value, and then we can just close that off like this. So that's going to render out all of our rating icons. And finally, underneath of all of this, we want to add a description and error message. So we'll say form description, and we'll come down below that with our form message, just like that. And the description on this is going to be pretty long, so I'll just copy it over because it's just text for the user. Only receive notifications for candidates that meet or exceed the rating. Candidates 3 to 5 stars should meet all job requirements and are likely a good fit for the job, just to give a little bit of context on what is a good or bad rating. So now let's go ahead. We need to make sure we implement this function, and we need to make sure we import things here. So if we import the notification form and we get the correct one, that was the wrong one, get the correct one, we should at least be able to render stuff on our page over here. And you can see we have our daily email notifications. If we turn that on, we can check one of these 5 ratings. And that's how we created our rating stars. You can see we filled in the stars up to the rating number, which is really useful. So now they can come in here and change this to whatever star rating they want. So now let's go ahead and actually implement this function on update organization user settings. So inside of our actions, we can come in here and we're going to say organization user settings, setting actions.ts. There we go. This is going to be a server section. So use server, export. This is going to be an async function with that name. And we know that we want to pass in our unsafe data, just like that, z.infer. And we want to infer the type of our organization settings schema. There we go. We'll just make sure we close that off. And then inside this function, we just need to make our 2 checks we make inside of every single function. The first is going to be getting our current authentication, so our user and organization. If those are null, return an error. And then we're going to be making sure that our data is also correct. Otherwise, again, return an error. Then finally, what we can do is we can await calling update organization user settings. And we want to make sure this is the database version. And we're going to pass in our user ID, our organization ID, which is our org ID. And then finally, all the data that we passed in. If this is successful, we can just return a message saying, hey, you successfully updated that. And now we can go ahead and implement this function inside of our database. So we'll go into our database for organization user settings, and we can essentially add in a function for update. Now, the props for this function look really confusing, but really all we're doing is passing in our user ID and organization ID. So that's our ID. And then for our settings, we're just removing our organization and user ID. So we only take in the settings we particularly want, which are essentially our created at, outdated at, new application, and minimum rating. Those are the only fields we can pass in. Then inside of here, we essentially want to do almost the exact same thing we did in insert. So I'm actually going to copy this and I'm going to paste it down, including this revalidate. We might as well get that as well. So we'll come in here with that. And this is going to take in our user ID and our organization ID. There we go. So what I want to do inside of here is take all my current settings. I want to take my user ID and my organization ID, and essentially I want to do an update on that. But instead of on conflict do nothing, I'm going to have an on conflict do update. I'm going to have my target be an array this time, which is our organization user settings table .user ID, and the exact same thing, but for our organization ID. So in the case where we have a conflict on that ID, then I want to take our settings and I want to set them to that. So what this little bit of code essentially is doing is we're saying, okay, try to insert a new row into this table. If one already exists, just update it instead. And again, the reason we're doing this is in case our webhook fails or we didn't actually save our notification settings, this will just add a brand new one or update. Either case, it doesn't really matter. But that should take care of pretty much everything. We just need to make sure we import this function directly into here. So all the way at the top of our page where we're importing our insert function, which I'm not sure where it's at. Of course, I don't think we actually have an insert function, so of course we don't have one. So we'll just import this from, actually I can just do an import like this. There we go. Whoops, that's not the right one. Import that from the actions, not the database. There we go. So now we do have the correct thing being imported instead of our actions. This is where we need to do the manual import. So we'll scroll up to the top here and we'll just do an import. We'll import that from, and it's going to be @ and it's going to be features, organizations, database, organization user settings. And of course I spelled that wrong, so let me fix the name on that file. There we go. Might take a little bit for it to process through on everything. Of course, probably need to redo a few things there. There we go. Now let's try to refresh our page, see if that actually processed through. And it looks like it's trying to miss something because it's trying to import from the wrong location. So let's just see where we still have that at in our code. Looks like we don't have it anywhere, so it might be cached. I'm just going to clear out my cache because sometimes this happens when you rename files. Sometimes it gets a little stuck on what's what. I'm going to retry that real quick. Let's do another retry. I was just having a hard time deleting that information. Looks like, oh, because I failed to shut down the correct location. This was our email server that was running. We can keep that running. That's not a big deal. So now we can come over here, refresh our page, hopefully to rebuild entirely from scratch, and that'll actually solve our problem. That still didn't solve the problem. It looks like it's in our Clerk file. So let's just close out of all this. Oh, and of course here, it looks like it just hasn't saved this file. So if we give that a save, that should solve it. Actually, it does not solve it. So let's go back into that file. That was the Clerk file right here. Okay, it did. It just had to build this system. So now if we give this a refresh, we shouldn't have any errors. We can enable this. We can set a minimum rating. Let's say a minimum rating of 3 is what we want to use. And we'll click save, and that successfully updated our notifications. And if we come over here to the organization user settings, refresh this page, we should see we have a brand new setting in here for that user. And we do, and the minimum rating is set to 3, just like what we want. Now we can go ahead and work on sending out an email using Inngest and resend for all of our email services, just like we did when we were doing our daily job listing emails. We can essentially do the same exact thing. So to get started, I'll just kind of copy over the name of the function that we're going to be creating. So you can see here, it's prepare daily organization user application notifications. Really lengthy name, but I wanted to be as explanatory as I could. Same exact cron, 7 a.m. on essentially every single day. And we just gave it some names inside of here. Now we're going to have a bunch of different steps inside of this system. The first step is going to be for getting all of our different user information. And this is very similar to the get user step up above in our previous one, but we're getting our organization user settings instead of our user notifications. So that's the only difference between these two. And again, we're selecting only the columns that we care about and only when they have the new application email set to true. So that gets us all of our user information. Next, we need to get our applications. So we'll call this step.run and we'll call get recent applications. And this is going to be pretty similar to what we did for the job listing section above as well. So I'm actually just going to copy this over, and you can see here, all we're going to do is go into our job listing application table for anything that happened within the last 24 hours. So any new application in the last 24 hours, we're going to get those. And we're just specifically selecting only the columns we want. We want the rating column, we want the user's name, we want the job ID and title, and we want the organization ID and name. So we're just getting the specific columns for all of our recent applications and our users in our database that's selected that they want to be updated. Then we're going to check to make sure that this data is being returned from us. So again, here, we're just doing a promise all, waiting for all the data, and then we can come through and we can check, hey, is this data there? If it's not, just do a quick return. Now, one thing that's important to understand is that one user could have multiple different organization user settings because they could be a part of multiple different organizations. So we want to essentially only send them one email, even if they're in 10 different organizations. So we're going to try to group all these settings by the actual user themselves. So we can come into here, we can say we want to get our grouped notifications. That is object.groupBy, and we want to group our user notifications by the user ID. So we can just say n.user ID. There we go. So what this is going to do is it's going to group all the settings for each individual user all in one setting. So we can say, okay, this user has 4 organization settings, and now we have all of those under one single ID. Then we can essentially get the events that we want to fan out. Same exact thing up here. When we got our events right here, we're going to be doing the exact same thing down here, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated because we have a lot more code to go through. So we're going to go object.entries. We're going to take our grouped notifications, just like that. We're then going to map through these, just like this. And specifically, we only care about the second property. The first property is user ID. We don't even care about that. All we care about are the array of settings. So we'll just put a comma here to denote that we only want the second property. And we're going to get just the second property from here. And then for some reason, object.entries has some weird interaction. So like with group by and everything, it thinks that settings could be null for some reason. So if it's null or the settings.length is equal to 0, we're just going to return null. This should physically be impossible, but for some reason, object.entries is not the greatest API, so it doesn't really know that. Next, I want to get my username. That's just settings, the first one, .user.name, because we know it's the same user for all of these. So the username is going to be the same for all of them. And same thing here, the user email. This is going to be exactly the same for all of them because we grouped by that user ID. And then we can get the applications that fall under their filter. So we can say filtered applications equals applications dot filter. And we want to filter all the applications that fall under our setting criteria. So we can say return settings dot find, where the s.organization ID is equal to the job listing organization ID, just like that. And the minimum rating is either equal to null, or we have the a.rating, which could be a null value. So by null value, we'll default that to 0. We want to check that that's greater than or equal to the minimum rating. There we go. And I want to clean up my parentheses a little bit because this should be grouped with the section below it right here. There we go. And of course, it looks like I need another parenthesis in here. So what this code is doing is it's saying, okay, all of the applications that have been applied for, I want to only get applications that both match the organization I'm a part of. So if I'm not a part of an organization that had an application, obviously don't send that to me. So only organizations I'm a part of and only ones that are at least my minimum rating or higher. Then once we're done with that, we can map this into the exact format we want for sending out our emails. So we can just do a quick map here for all of our applications. And we want to return our organization ID, which is going to be joblisting.organization.id. I want to do the exact same thing with my organization name. And this is just kind of collapsing this down into a single format, which is easier to pass around. We're going to do our job listing ID, which is job listing ID. Do the exact same thing with our job listing title. Down here, we can get our title. And then finally, our username, which we already know is our username, and our rating, which is our rating. And actually, this username is different because this is the name of the person applying. So we want to get that specifically. And we also want to get the rating specifically. This username up here is the person that's receiving the email. This down here is the person applying for the job. Then once that's done, let's minimize this and minimize this. We can come down here and we can say that if our filtered applications.length is equal to 0, well, nobody has applied that meets your requirements, so we'll just return null. And then with all of that out of the way, we can finally actually map this down to the value we want because we're still inside this giant map up here. And this is where we return essentially the events that we want to run. So we need to give it the name of our event as well as the user property and the data property for our event. And we know that that's going to be a constant that satisfies the get events property where we pass in our ingest type. And we specifically want a get event type, but we need to create the event for this. So this event name, I might as well just copy over because it's quite long, is essentially just going to be email daily organization user applications. So we want to create that inside of here. So we can come right down here, create that email or create that type. We need to give it a data type and we need to give it a user type. So for our specific data, I'm going to copy this over because we've kind of already looked at this data right here. There we go. This data is essentially just what we typed into that field when we were doing our map. You can see we have our username, user organization ID, the organization name, job listing ID, job listing title, and then all of our application related data, where essentially we're just getting the rating portion only. So whatever the rating property is, we're using that for our application. Then for our user, it's the same exact thing, email and name, because we need that to be able to send them an email. So we'll paste that down into here. So essentially we're just making sure that it matches up with this filtered applications type. So now we can use all that information inside of here. So we know the name, I'll just copy that over just like that. Then we can specify the email and the name of the user. So this is going to be username and email is user email. This is who we're sending that to. And then here, we're going to have our applications, which is our filtered applications. Make sure I put a comma here, and that gives us all of our different events that we want to be returning from this. Now I'm going to minimize this down to our events right here because there's a few cases where we're returning null from this if we don't have any data. So I want to do a quick filter to make sure we get rid of all those null values. So we're just going to get rid of the null values just like that. Then finally, all the way down here, we can call step.send event. We'll call it send emails, and we're going to send along all those different events. And now we just need to create the listener for those events, similar to what we did up here where we created that listener for this one. So I'm going to copy over this top section of this function. So we can come down here, we can paste that down and make sure we close this off. And as you can see, we just gave it a specific name, an ID, name. This one, again, we are throttling. Now we probably don't have to throttle as aggressively on this one. We might as well just bump it up to maybe like 1,000 a minute because all we're doing is sending out emails. We're not doing any AI stuff, but we'll still put the throttle in there just so we don't massively overload our email system. Then inside of here, we're going to kind of do the exact same thing that we did up here. So we're just going to pretty much do that exact same code. We're going to paste it down over here. You can see we're getting our applications from our event. We're getting our user information. And if we have no applications, just don't do anything. Then we're going to call step.run, which is going to send our email out. This is going to be an async function. And this is going to essentially call resend that emails dot send, and it's going to pass along pretty much the same information we used up here. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it down into here, and change it slightly. So this is our daily job listing applications. And this is our daily job listing application. So we're going to call this daily application email. There we go. And instead of passing in job listings, we're going to pass in applications. And then we don't even need the server URL because we're not going to actually be putting links to any of these specific pages. There we go. Now we just need to create that email and the rest of this should all work just fine. So for this email, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to where we have our resend component. I'm going to copy this particular email over. I'm going to make sure I get the name of it properly. So we'll come in here, paste that down, change the name of this right there. And then I'm just going to change around what our props are. Now I'm going to copy over the prop for our application because we've already looked at this prop. It's the exact same thing that we used in Inngest. So I'm just copying it over from there essentially. So we know that we want to have applications, the username, and that's it. We don't have any server URL. So we just want these two properties being passed into our application. And this should say application. There we go. Now also we're going to scroll way down here to where our default props are being defined. Make sure we use the correct parameters there. And we just want to make sure instead of job listings, this should say applications. And for now, we'll just pass it in an empty array and we'll come back and fill that in with real data in just a little bit. Let's scroll all the way back up to the top here so we can loop through our applications. So this should say new applications, just like that. And this should say here are all the new applications for your job listings. And then this is where we're going to be getting to the confusing part. So we're going to close out of this section. We don't need get badges anymore. We can get rid of that. Now we can work on the actual code inside of here because we have nesting. For example, a user can have multiple organization settings. They can have multiple organizations. Each organization can have multiple job listings, and each job listing can have multiple applications. So we have 3 different levels of nesting. We have the user, we have their settings, we have the organization, and then we have the actual applications for those job listings. So what we want to do is just break this down into each one of those different levels. So we're going to say object.entries, and we're going to also group by the specific thing we want to check. So in our case, we're going to be grouping our applications by organization to start with. That's kind of our top level right here. So for each organization, we want to group it down by a level. Then we're going to map over the entries that we got from that, and the entries are going to be our org ID followed by our org applications. There we go. And this is going to be called org ID. There we go. Let's get that finished off there. And then we can actually return some value from here. And we want to also get the index value from this. There we go. So here I'm going to say if my org applications is equal to null, or my org applications.length is equal to 0, then I'm just going to return null. This shouldn't happen, but again, like I said, for some reason, group by and entries just don't work super well with TypeScript. Then we can kind of get to the actual meat and potatoes here, where we're going to return our organization section. And our organization section is going to have a key, which is going to be our org ID. We also want to have our org name. That's going to be our org applications. Get the very first one and the name, because we know they all should have the exact same name because they're all grouped by that particular ID. Give that a quick save so it moves on to another line. Then we can get our applications, which is just our org applications. So these are the applications grouped by particular organizations. And then we're going to have this fancy little no margin property, we're going to say if our index is 0, we're going to have no margin. And that's because we can't use the gap property, so we have to use margin top or margin bottom, and we want to make sure we don't put margin on the top of the very first element. Again, this is an issue purely with email and not necessarily with actual CSS, because we can't use fancy CSS with emails. So now let's create that organization section. We know that this is going to have an org name. Let's make sure we get those props in there. There we go. We're going to have an org name. That's a string. We're going to have our applications. That's an application array. And then finally, no margin. And that's going to be an optional parameter, which is going to be a Boolean. There we go. Now up here, we can get those values, org name, applications, and no margin, which by default will set to false. Now inside of here, we want to render out a section. The section is going to have a class name of no margin, undefined, and if there is margin, we'll put margin on the top of 8 to give it a nice large amount of space between these elements. Then we're going to give a heading, and this is going to be an H2 heading because it's kind of the second level of nesting in our application. We'll say leading is none, font is semi-bold, text is 3XL, margin on the top and bottom are going to be 4, so we'll use MY4 just like that. Let's close that off, put our org name directly inside of here, and make sure that we return this. There we go. Then below our heading, what we can do is another set of object entries and object grouping. So object.entries, and we can put that inside of an object.groupby. We want to group our applications where a.jobListing ID is what we group by. So we're grouping by the job listing as the next level of nesting. And again, inside of here, we want our job listing ID, and we want our listing applications. And we also want to get our index so we can make sure we can remove the margin in certain cases. There we go. Now what we want to do is the exact same if check that we were doing before. So if I scroll up here, we're essentially going to do this exact same thing. I'm just going to copy that down because it's very similar to what we're going to be doing. I just need to make sure it looks like I'm missing a parenthesis. Actually, I see the problem. I have an extra parenthesis where I don't need it right there, and I need to move that parenthesis to here. There we go. That fixed all my formatting. And now pretty much my listing applications, if those are null, return null. And then we need to render out a job listing card as our next particular thing. So our key is our job listing ID. We want to get our listing application, the first element in it, and we want to get the job listing title. So we can pass this along as our job listing title. Again, we're just doing this level of nesting essentially. And then we can pass along all of our listing applications. And now this job listing card is just going to be another component very similar to what we did for this organization select. So we might as well just copy it over and make changes as needed. So up here, we're going to have our job listing title, and that's going to be in place of our org name. Applications is going to be the same. No margin is going to be exactly the same. Here, instead of rendering out a section, we're going to render out a div. We're going to add in some class names. We're going to use that CN function. And this is because we want this to look like a card. So we'll use all of our different card styling, rounded large, border. We're going to add some padding onto this, border primary, border solid. And of course, we want to make sure we do the no margin properly. So if we don't have no margin, then we'll add a margin on the top of 6. There we go. Close off that div. And now what we want to do is we want to put a heading inside of here, and we're going to use H3 because we're on our next level of sizing. We want to change around our font a little bit, so we're going to change this to a text XL, and our margin on the bottom is going to be 3 for this particular element, and margin top of 0. Then we're going to put our job listing title into this heading. Then the next thing we can do is we can loop through our applications, and finally, we don't need to do any other layers of nesting. So here, we can just get our applications. We can map through each one of our applications as well as the index for them, and we can render out some content. So we're going to render a text element. The key is going to be our index. Our class name here is margin on the top of 2, margin on the bottom of 0, and inside here for our text, it's going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to have a span that has the application's username. So we'll say application. Looks like I want to remove an S from that. There we go. .username. We're going to put a colon and a space after that. And then below that, we're going to get our rating icons. So we're going to say rating icons, pass in our rating, which is our application.rating, just like that. But we can't use our rating icons component. The reason for that is our rating icons component uses SVG, which don't work very well inside of emails. So we need to create our own rating icons component, which is going to look almost exactly the same. You'll notice we have the same if check, we have the same for loop, but instead of using an icon, we're just using the font of a star or a non-filled star. So this is just using this specific font. Also, for some reason, the height property doesn't work in some email clients. So instead of specifying a height, I'm specifying a width, and then I'm using margin bottom of negative to be able to get my centering perfectly right, which what I would normally do using height. So as you can see, we have some weird email tricks going on here just to make sure this works with an email properly. Now let's go down here and actually put in some placeholder applications. I'm just going to copy these over because this part doesn't really matter. You can just see some of these are for the same organization, some are for different organizations, some are for the same job listing, some are for different job listings. So you can see that it kind of maps between all that different stuff. And what we want to do is go over here where our actual emails are loaded up. So we can click on this page. We can open up the section for our daily application email, and you can see what this looks like. You can see here's our new applications, person's name, and you can see here's the applications for this job. You can see we grouped it by organization, by job listing, and then we have all the applicants. Same thing here, this person's unrated. And then finally, we have another job down here for a completely different organization that this person's a part of. Now we just need to test to make sure that this actually works within our actual system. So go over to email. Let's make sure we import this properly. There we go. We then need to take these two functions and we need to make sure we put them in our ingest server. So go all the way up to app, API, ingest right here. So let's paste down this one. And then we also have one called prepare. There we go. That's all of our different emails. We might as well group these together. We'll put those ones together, put these ones together. So now hopefully that's everything that we need to actually have the emails be sending to someone. So let's go ahead and test this out. We'll go to our ingest dev server again. Looks like we're having an error syncing with our application. Let me just try refreshing. That still doesn't look like it's working. So what I want to do is make sure everything is good inside of here. It says that we're having an issue with trying to get a command, duplicate function ID. Looks like we're maybe importing the same function multiple times. Yeah, we are importing this one multiple times. Let's get rid of that. And that should hopefully fix the problem once it syncs up. We may need to restart our server. Actually, let's try that. And actually, I'm importing this one multiple times too. So I want to prepare my organization ones. There we go. That should fix the error completely. Now we don't have any duplicates, I don't think at least. So we have delete org membership. I don't see my create org membership on here. So let's make sure we put that. Clerk create organization membership. Actually, I called it org membership. There we go. So now we should have all of our different functions hooked up. You can see that they're all found properly. Let's go over to them, make this a little bit bigger. What I want to do is I want to send my daily user application email. So let's go over here. We're going to invoke that. Actually, no, not that one. I'm sorry. We want to prepare our daily organization application email. So let's go ahead and prepare that. You can see it's running and you can see it actually spun off an event for sending that email to me. So you can see here, it sent along all this information to me about the new applicants because I signed up to receive those emails. And I only wanted to receive people that were 3 stars and above, which is why it didn't send us the person that was under 3 or under 3 stars. And if I pull up my email real quick, you can actually see this sent along the email with that specific user that applied for the job as well as their rating. So we can see that that is working as we expect. Now with that done, we're dangerously close to being done with this entire application, but we have one quite major section of our application to finish. If we go over to one of our job listings, you'll notice that we have no way to view which users have actually applied for the job or not. There should be a section down here that has a table for all the users that have applied for our job. And that's the section I want to work on next. Not only a full table to view all of that, but it's going to have proper pagination, sorting, filtering, and the ability to update the user information, view their resume, and so much more. It's going to be packed full of information. So what we can do is we can come all the way over here to our application, and we can go back to the page for this. So let's just close out of everything that we have open. We're going to go into our source app, the employer section, and we want to go specifically to the job listing page. And at the bottom here below our markdown partial, this is where I want to render this out. I'm going to put a separator component. So we got our separator. We're going to make sure we import that from the correct location. That'll just add a nice little line at the bottom here for us to be able to separate this content. And then what we can do below that is we can add in a div here with a class name of space Y6. And then we're going to put a heading, and this is going to have a text of applications. And this is going to have a class name of text extra large, font semi-bold. There we go. So now we should hopefully see that showing up on our screen over here. Now below that, we can come in here with a suspense component because we want to essentially wrap a page that's going to do a lot of suspense stuff for us. So we're going to come in here. This is going to say applications. And we're going to have a job listing ID that's going to pass in whatever the job is going to be. So there we go. That's the job we're getting the applications for. And for this, I want to have a fallback, and the fallback is going to be a skeleton loader. So we're going to say skeleton application table, which we're essentially going to create when we create our application table. So we can have a loading state and a non-loaded state. Now let's go all the way down here, quite a ways below all this, and we'll create that function for our applications. It's taking in just a job listing ID. And inside of here, we want to return essentially an application table. But first of all, before we do that, we want to get our applications. And that's just going to be calling get job listing applications. Going to take in a job listing ID. And this function is relatively straightforward, but a little bit long. So I'm going to paste it in and I'll explain exactly what every line is doing for you. But if we take a look at this function, essentially all we're doing is making sure we cache everything properly. We're querying our database table, specifically where the job listing ID is equal to that ID. So we're getting all of the applications for a particular ID. And then this entire section down here is just me only returning the exact columns I need of data. That way I don't return extra data that I don't need. Essentially, you could remove this entire section and your function would still work the same. This just makes it work a little bit better with our code. Now, finally, down here, I'm also doing some additional cache tagging. So as you can see, I'm using user information and resume information. So I'm also making sure I cache tag on those as well. That way, if a user updates their name or they update their resume, this is going to update that information as well. Now, if we scroll all the way back up here, we can return an application table, which is a function that we're going to create, just a component to render all of our table related stuff. But this is going to be a client component. So we need to make sure we pass down anything we need from the server. So for example, we're going to pass in our applications just like that. We're also going to be passing in the can update rating. So we need to know, can they update the rating? And this is something we need to get from the server because we need to check their organization permissions for if they can update this. So we can see here that is for changing the rating. Let's make this a little bigger so it's easier to see. There we go. And then what we want to do all the way down here is we want to do another check. Whoops, copied the wrong code. Copy this code. There we go. And we want to check, can they update the stage? Can update stage. And this is going to be change stage. There we go. So this just has our permissions set up. So now we need to create this application table as well as the skeleton for it. Now for this application table, we can create a component for it. So we'll go into our features, into the job listing application section and components, and we'll call this our application table.tsx, export a function, application table, just like that. And we need to make sure that this is a client component. Now we can at least return null from here, and we can hopefully import that up here to at least get rid of some of those errors. We'll get errors on our imports here for our props because we haven't defined those yet, but that's fine. Now for this application table, we're actually going to be using the data table from shadcn, which combines together tanstack's table along with their own table component. So let's make sure that we run these different commands. So we're going to come down here and we're going to make sure we get a brand new terminal to do this. And we're going to paste in the command for shadcn to install the table. And then we're also going to be installing our tanstack library for the React table. So we're going to add the table component, which is going to be really useful for our styling purposes. And then this tanstack library is really, really powerful. And there's tons of different stuff we can do with it. And there's a lot of other components built into here that we can use as well. So let's make sure that this is React table. I want to force that. And I believe, yes, React table. There we go. And this should see npm at the start. There we go. So that's going to install that for us. And as you can see, there's a ton of different stuff about how to make all of this work. I'll be explaining most of it in depth and going through exactly how everything works. But essentially, we're going to be using some of the base boilerplate components from here. For example, they have this data table component and so on that we can use. So what I want to do to get started is just to copy over their starting point data table. We're going to make quite a bit of heavy modifications to it to make it work with our application. But we're going to come in and we're going to put that inside of our components folder. So we're going to find where our components folder is. We're going to create a brand new folder for our data table related stuff. And we'll create a brand new component called datatable.tsx. We're just going to paste all the code from the data table that they gave us directly into there. So we have all of that code working just fine. In our application table, we can actually use that data table. Now, in order to render out a data table, we need columns. So we're going to create a function that gets us all of our different column data. So we're going to say get columns. This is going to take can update rating, and it's going to take can update stage as some Booleans that we pass in. And it's going to return to us a column def, and we're going to have it be for our application. Now this application is a type that I'm going to paste in and then go through line by line because it's a little bit of a complicated type, but essentially it's all the stuff that we're able to pass into our particular table. So if we take a look at this code real quick, you can see the very first thing that we're getting is all of these columns from our application table. So the cover letter, created at, stage, rating, job listing. And then we're combining that together with our cover letter as markdown. And actually, since we're already getting our cover letter as markdown, we don't need it up here, which is great. So we're getting our cover letter as markdown. We're getting our user information, the ID, the name, and the URL. And we're also getting the resume information. And specifically, we're getting the resume file URL, and we're getting the markdown summary as a React node. Now, the reason that we're having to pass down these values as markdown as opposed to as a string is because the markdown renderer that we use only works on the server, and this is a client component. So we have to pass down those server components pre-rendered into our code. So really, this is just mapping up pretty much one-to-one to our applications component here, because it's just taking all this information and putting it in a JSON version that we can use as a type. So we're using that as the type for our particular column. So each of our columns is going to get information from this particular type, which is what's passed into here. So for example, our applications are passed into here. and it has that type of application array. Now for our columns, I'm just going to start by showing you the most basic type of column that we can do. So here we're going to return an array, and this array is going to give us a few different things. We have our accessor key or function. For example, the accessor key, we could pass in like title and it'll get us like .title. But in our case, most often we're going to have to use an accessor function, which is going to take in whatever our row is, and it's going to return us some data. So our row is just an application. So we can use our row.user.name just like that. Now we are getting an error because I need to make sure that this is an array of values. And now you can see that this is actually giving us a new error, but at least it's working. Next, we can specify the header. In our case, the header is going to be name. That's like the string text that we're going to be using. And this name value here is the value in our column. So this is the value for each cell, and this is the header for our entire column. Next, we're going to specify the cell, which is essentially like the value that we're going to be rendering out on the screen. This is the React node. So this accessor function is great for like sorting and filtering, and this is great for actually showing what our content will look like. Now in our particular case, this is going to take in our row, which is all of our data that we want. And what we can do inside of here is we can say row.original.user.name, and that's going to give us whatever essentially the name of our user is. This original just access what the current cell value is. So I can just say const user is equal to that and get my information like this. And then we can do different things like getting the initials of that user. So I can say I want to get the initials of that user from that user object that I created, just like that. And then we can come down here and return some information for our user. So I'm going to again copy over the code for this because we've done this avatar stuff a million times. So I want to get those avatar components installed just like that. We're getting those from that user object that we just created. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm taking my user's image and I'm rendering that out. Otherwise, I'm showing their name initials and then I'm showing their name right next to it. This is very similar to what we did on our sidebar. So if we maximize this a little bit, and of course it looks like it's not going to render because we need to make sure everything is importing properly. Looks like if we scroll all the way up, it's because of this skeleton table right here. So let me just make sure we create this skeleton table so we at least can get our page to render. So I'm going to come all the way down here, export function skeleton table, and this will just return null, just so we have something showing up. And we'll just put a nice little to-do above that so we know to come back. Then we can import this table here. There we go. And hopefully that'll get rid of the errors, and at least we have something rendering. So in our application table, we can render out some content. But essentially what I'm trying to say is that avatar section is just this. It's just this section with a name at the top. We've done that a million times. Now we can go back into our application table and we can try to write out what this column will look like. Now that we have our columns, we can render it out in a data table. So we can say data table just like this. And we want to get our columns for this. So we can say columns is equal to get columns. And we'll just pass along true for now for both of those properties. Also, our data table requires us to pass in data, which is going to be our applications, just like that. And now that'll actually render out a table. And as you can see, it has a name property with that image, as well as the name of the particular user. And if we had multiple people that applied to this job, we'd have multiple listings inside of here. Now we know for a fact here that we have can update rating that we can get. So we have these values that we know for a fact are being passed in. So we might as well use these. So this first value for get columns is the can update rating. So let me just pass in can update rating and can update stage. So at least we get those values being passed in. So we kind of have our data table set up. Now I just want to render out the data that's going to go into my table before we start adding on all of the additional features on top of this. So let's go up and start working on some of our more complicated columns that we have to deal with. And the first complicated column that we have to deal with is the stage column. So we can say our accessor key for this one is going to be stage, just like that, because we know that that is going to be a column directly from our table. There we go. Next thing that we can do is we can specify what the header is going to be. And the header for this is actually going to be a sortable column header, which is something that comes from shadcn. If we just expand this quite a bit so we have a full screen view of this, and we come and actually make it even bigger. There we go. We can see over here on the side that we actually have some cell formatting, some row action, some pagination, some sorting, and so on. And if we look, we actually have the ability to update our table. And they at the very bottom here have some different reusable components we can use. So for example, if we want a data column that is sortable, we can just copy over this component and it'll give us a sortable, hideable version of this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll copy that over and we're going to use that component inside of our application. So I'll come over here and inside of my data table section, I will create a data table sortable column header.tsx, and I'll paste in this exact component right here. Now we're going to have to make some pretty major changes. For example, these imports are broken. So let's go ahead and fix those imports ourselves. For example, drop down menu, we want to get from here. Same thing with this one. Our button we want to get from the correct location. And same thing down here. Let's get these imported. So at least that looks like it fixes all of our import issues. Next thing that we need to do is we need to name this the same thing we named ours. We called it a sortable column header. There we go. This is going to be our sortable column header props, just to make sure our names are consistent. Next thing we need to do to make some changes is they have the ability to hide columns inside of here. You'll scroll down, you can see that they have this hide section. We don't actually care about hiding things. So instead of having this be a hide section, we're going to have it be the ability to clear our sorting. So we're going to add clear sorting to this because they don't actually have a button for clearing your sorting. They just have the ability to hide. So we're going to change this to an X icon, and this will say clear, just like that. So now we have the ability to sort ascending, descending, and clear. And that uses this column.clear sorting, toggle sorting, toggle sorting. It's all built into that React table from TanStack. Now, the next thing that we need to do to be able to make sure that this actually functions properly is we need to modify our data table to make sure that it has the ability to be sorted. Because right now we don't have any sorting built in. So we're going to say that we want to have some sorting functionality. So we're going to say get sorted row model is equal to get sorted row model, which is the default behavior. We're also going to have an on sorting change function that we need to pass in, and that's going to be using some state. So we're going to come up here by saying sorting, set sorting is equal to use state, and that's going to use the sorting state. There we go. And that's just a type, again, built into React table. So we can use that. We can make sure we put a comma there. Also, we need to be able to pass in some state. So below all this, we're going to pass in state, and the state contains our sorting state. So we'll say sorting just like that, and that's going to take our sorting state. So this is just telling React table, hey, here's all the information you need to be able to sort out our information. So now we can give all of this a save. We can make sure inside of here, we're getting our header information from that sortable table. So we can say column. We want to render out a data table, sortable column, pass it in our title, which is just going to be stage. And we can pass it in all of our column information so it can do that sorting for us. So at least now we have that information. And hopefully if we come back over here, we should see now we have our stage showing up. Obviously nothing's formatted properly, but we have the ability to sort it ascending, descending, or to clear our sorting. Next up, we need to create a sorting function so it knows how to sort properly, because we actually are sorting this a little bit differently than you would normally expect. So we have our original, which we're going to call A. There we go. And then we're going to get our second property, which is original here, which we're going to rename to B. So we essentially have an A and a B property. And then we want to return call sort applications by stage, which is a function we're going to create, which is going to take in our stage for both of these. This is going to be very similar to how we did our sorting on our other one. So inside of our job listing applications, we're going to create a new folder called lib. And inside of here, we're going to create a utils function or a utils file. And I'm just going to paste in what that sort is. You can see it's exactly the same as how we sorted before. I want my applied, interested, interviewed, and hired to be all on top, and denied shows up at the very bottom as the last option, because if you denied someone, you probably want to sort them at the very bottom. So it just sorts it in the most logical order possible. Next up, we can make sure we import that properly. There we go. And looks like I spelled original wrong here. There we go. So now we have our sorting function done. We also need to be able to do some filtering. We'll be doing that in a little bit. We don't have filtering implemented, but we need to make sure that we filter things properly. So this is going to take in original. It's also going to take in a property that we don't care about. And then finally, it's going to take in a value. So what we can do with this is we're going to return to see if our value includes the original.stage. So this value is essentially what we're sorting by. It's going to be an array. Original is the actual value of our cell. So we're just saying, hey, does our value of arrays match whatever we're sorting by? So we're just matching this cell to see if it's in that value. Finally, we get to the complicated part here, which is going to be rendering out our cell, and we're going to be taking in the row information, and then we're going to come down here, and we're going to return a stage cell, which is a component that we're going to create, and we're going to pass in all the information we need, such as can we update this, which we'll call can update stage. There we go. We're also going to take in the stage value, which is row.original.stage. Next, we're going to get the job listing ID so that we can actually call some actions to update this, row.original.joblisting.id. Then finally, the user ID, which is for our users row, so like whoever is applying. And again, we need that to update their information. So we're just going to get all that information like this and pass it down. So now we can create that function. We'll do it down here, stage cell. And we're just going to return null, so at least we get rid of all of our errors. Now, we already know what the props of the stage cell are. We'll just paste those in because we already typed those out, so we know exactly what those are. And the next thing I want to do is I want to render out this information. And essentially, I want to create a dropdown that when I change the value, it's going to update that on my database and so on. And this is going to be almost identical to how we do ratings. So the nice thing is once we finish it for stage, the rating section is going to be relatively simple. So the very first thing that I want to do is just want to come in here. I'm going to create an optimistic stage and set optimistic stage. We're going to set that equal to the use optimistic hook because we're going to be using optimistic updates for this section to give us the best user experience. Also, we're going to need to have a transition. So we'll say is pending and start transition. There we go. And it'll be equal to use transition. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to check to see, hey, can the user update? If they can't make an update, well, then we just want to return whatever our stage details are. So we'll create a component called stage details, pass it in our stage, and we'll pass it in whatever the actual optimistic stage is, just like that. There we go. Now, before we get any further, let's just create this simple component. So we'll say function stage details. This we know is taking in a stage. So we can say that the stage is an application stage. And inside of here, we just want to return some code. So we'll say we've got a div, which is going to be flex gap of 2, items in the center, and then we're going to render out a stage icon. So each one of our stages is going to have their own custom icon we're going to create. We're just going to create a component that allows us to easily generate those icons. So we're going to pass in the stage as well as some class names for that. So we'll say here size 5, text inherit. There we go. And then we're going to render out a div with our formatted name. Make sure I spell that properly. So let's say format job listing application stage, and we'll pass it in the stage. Very similar to how we did with our job listing, like location and so on. This is just going to be a formatter for that. Now let's create our stage icon first. We'll go into our components. We'll say stage icon.tsx. I'm going to be pasting the code because for the most part, this isn't too difficult to understand. Our stage icon is going to take in our application stage, as well as all of the other props for an icon. And then all we're doing is we're just calling get icon. And for each one of these different stages, we're returning a different icon. So for example, the help icon, if they applied, the interested icon is a check mark. You can see an X for denied, the speech icon for interviewed, and a handshake for the hired interview icon. So as you can see, it's just a different icon for a different stage. So we can import that right here. And the next thing we can work on is this format function, which is going to be quite a bit simpler to work on. So we can go into our lib folder here. We can create our formatters.ts. And we can paste in our formatter because, again, it's relatively simple. We just loop through each one of our stages, and for each one, we return a human readable string for what it should look like. We can then import that function over here, and now we at least have a function of what our stage should look like. And if we just return this no matter what, you'll see exactly what that looks like. You can see we have the question mark since we're in the applied stage. Now I can change what stage we're in. For example, denied has the X mark. You can see hired has the handshake. Interested has the check mark, and then finally interviewed has that speaking voice. So you can see we can change around whatever it looks like, but in our case, we're just going to have it be the current stage it's supposed to be on. Now, if the user is able to update the stage, we will essentially want to make a dropdown that's going to allow them to select different options. So we'll come in here with a dropdown menu. The dropdown menu is going to have a dropdown menu trigger. We want this to be as child because we just want to render out a button. This button is going to be a ghost button, so we'll change the variant here to ghost. We'll change some class names on this, and generally when I work with ghost buttons, I very often remove my margin on the side, so we can say negative margin on the left to get rid of that margin. And then we'll say if we're in the pending state, we're just going to give this some opacity so they know that it's currently in the process of working. So we'll say like 50% opacity. Then finally, we can close off our button, and inside of here is where I want to render out my stage details. So I can pass in my optimistic stage. And I also want to make sure I render out a chevron so they know that this is interactable. So we'll say chevron down icon. There we go. So now you can see we have that showing up, but it looks like I need this to say variant. There we go. So now you can see that when I hover over this, it looks like a button, but I have no drop-down menu content. So let's work on that next. We can say drop-down menu content. Want to loop through all my application stages. There we go. I want to get them sorted, so application stages.toSorted. I want to sort them, so we'll sort our applications by stage, and then we're going to map through each one of these stage values. For each value, I essentially want to render out a drop-down menu item, so we can say drop-down menu item. This drop-down menu item is going to have a key, which is my stage value. There we go. Make sure I close this off. There we go. And then I want to have a simple onClick that is going to run our function for us. So we can come in here, and this is going to call start transition. And this start transition is going to take an asynchronous function that's going to do all of our behind the scenes code for updating this. So we'll call a function called set optimistic stage, pass it in our new stage value. That way we automatically get our update right away for the optimistic portion. Then we'll get a response from calling await update job listing application stage, which is a function we're going to create. It's going to take in a job listing ID as well as a user ID. So what is the application we're updating? And then what is the new stage value we're updating to? Then we can take this response, and if we have an error, we can render that out. So we can come down here and we can say if we have a response error, then we want to render that out as a toast message, just like that. Finally, in our drop-down menu, we want to render out the stage detail, and we want to render out the stage detail for that specific stage value. So now we should have a drop-down menu with all of our different options inside of it. Now clicking this will fail our application because we don't have this update job listing application stage done. So let's work on implementing that function. So we're going to go into our actions section right here. This is where we're going to define our action for this, and we'll come down here, export an async function, update job listing application stage, and this is going to take in some information. We know it's going to take in a job listing ID and so on. So I'll just copy over what we know it's going to take in. If we come in here, it's going to take in our job listing ID, our user ID, as well as an unsafe stage, which is going to be an application stage, because we don't know what this is. It comes from the client. It could be anything. So the first thing I want to do is to make sure that this is successful data. So I can get my success and my data, which we're going to call stage. And that's going to come from z.enum. We're going to create our own here. It's an application stages. So it's going to be an enum for any of our stages. And we're just going to parse to make sure our unsafe stage is one of those stages. Essentially, all this code does is says, hey, is the thing I passed in a valid stage? So if we don't have a success, then we're going to return an error. And this will just say error, true, message, invalid stage. There we go. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to check to make sure that the user has permission to actually perform this action. We kind of already checked this before by showing the dropdown, but we also always want to check on the server as well. So we're checking to make sure they have permission to change this specific thing, and then we can actually go about and make the changes. So first, let's see if we have an organization ID. So we'll say await get current organization. There we go. Also, we want to get the job listing associated with this. So await get job listing. This is going to take in a job listing ID, and we're going to need to create a function for this. So we'll say get job listing. And this get job listing function is essentially going to be the same as this, but we're not going to check to see if it is specifically a job listing that is public. Then what we can do is we can do a simple if check to make sure that we have an org ID. So if it's equal to null, that's bad. Also, we can check to make sure we have a job listing. If that's equal to null, it's bad. And then finally, what we can do is we can make sure our org ID is equal to our job listing.organization ID. And we want to make sure that we check that that's not equal, because if it's not equal, we have a problem. And also down here, we should return the organization ID from this. There we go. So now we have that if check. And if there's a problem, we'll just return an error saying that they don't have permission to update that stage. Finally, we can actually do our update. So we can say update job listing application. We want to pass in our job listing ID. We want to pass in our user ID. And we want to pass in our data, which is just going to be our stage. And then we need to create this specific function, which isn't going to be too hard. That'll just be in our database folder right here. And we essentially want to create update job listing application, which we actually already have. So we can just import this function. There we go. And now it looks like it's working just fine. So now we should have the ability to update this job listing. And let's actually test to see if that works. We'll come over here. We'll update them to interested. And we're getting an error because I forgot to import the code. So let's make sure we import this right there. There we go. So now I'm going to update them to interested. You see it immediately grayed out itself for a second while it was in the pending status, and then it updated. Same thing here. Go back to interested, and if I refresh my page, they stay at that new stage. So at least I do know that this property is working. So now let's move on to our next cell that we want to work on. Like I said, that one was one of the more complicated. And the nice thing about this next one, which is rating, is it's going to be nearly identical. So we're going to come in here with our rating. The title for this is rating, so that's pretty much the same. We don't need a sorting function because we're just going to use the default sort. If like numbers, a smaller number is smaller than a bigger number, that's the default behavior. That's working just fine. This one, we want to sort to see if the rating is included. So our filter function is based on rating. And then finally here, we want to render out a rating cell. And the rating cell is going to use the can update rating for its rating purpose. We want to pass in a rating, which is our row original rating. Otherwise, everything else is the same. And the nice thing about this rating cell is it's so similar to our actual stage cell. We're going to copy our stage cell and just make some minor modifications to what this looks like. So we're going to come in here, call this our rating cell. And obviously the biggest difference is that here we're going to have a rating, and here we're going to have a rating. And this specific rating is going to be essentially a type of rating, just like this. And actually we might as well just make it number or null, because that's the actual type that's coming from our database. So there we go, we're matching that type perfectly. and we pass in our rating as our use optimistic. Now here we're going to render our rating icons, which is a component we've already created. So we'll say rating icons, pass in our rating, and this is going to be optimistic rating, and set optimistic rating, just like that. We'll make sure we update that in all the places we use it. Same thing here, update that down there. Perfect. So now we at least have that set up. If they can't update, it just shows the rating icon. Otherwise, we're going to move on and actually show them the dropdown. So here, this is going to be our rating icons where we pass in our optimistic rating with that chevron, same thing as before. Next, we're going to move through all of our rating options, and we're going to be sorting them, but we don't need to actually because they're already sorted, so we can remove that sorting. And then here we have our rating value. So we'll make sure our key is our rating value, set optimistic rating just like that. Same thing here, rating value. We'll need to change this function. So I'll just put a giant to do there because we need to update that. And then down here, this is our rating icon for our rating value and pass in our rating. Otherwise, it's very similar to what we had before. Now there is one minor thing we need to do. Our rating value could be null. So we want to make sure if our rating value is null, we just pass a key of none. That way we have a key for that specific value. Then what we want to do here is we want to update our job listing application rating, just like that. Pass it in all the information for our rating, and we'll create that function in just a little bit. But otherwise, everything else inside of this function is essentially done. We just want to make sure here our class name is text inherit for this, because for some reason in dropdowns, the SVGs change color. So now let's go ahead and look at this. You can see when we click down here, we can toggle between these different options. When I click on one of them, it'll fail because we don't have this function defined yet. But let's go ahead and define that function. And it's actually going to be rather simple. We can essentially copy this function because it's going to be very similar to what we did for the rating version. So we'll change this to rating, and this will say unsafe rating. Now we need to be able to make sure we parse what our rating is. So I'm going to come in here to parse that rating. We can get it's a number between 1 and 5, and it could also be a null value. And we just want to do a safe parse of our unsafe rating to be able to get a rating for that. And we'll rename this to rating. Then down here, we can say it's an invalid rating if there's a problem. This is all about changing the rating. You don't have permission to update the rating. There we go. Now we can move on down here. You don't have permission to update the rating again. And then finally, we can update the rating portion down here. So as you can see, pretty much all of the code that we wrote for this section is exactly the same. We just had to change it from stage to rating. And now with that done, we can come into here, import this, and we should see that all of our code is working fine. So here we have a problem. This should be inside of brackets, I believe, and it should be rating value. No, that's not right. It should definitely be rating value like this. So we have an error showing up here. It says type null is not assignable to, it looks like our typing for this. I forgot to update this to number or null. Now, if we give that a save, you can see that we removed our errors here. We do have a erroneous import we don't need. Let's get rid of that. And now let's see if this works. We're going to update our rating to 3 stars. And you can see it looks like it worked. When I refresh my page, it still has the 3-star rating. So that is now updating properly. Now we can finally move on to another easy column. So I'll just copy this column over. So we have a starting place. This is going to be our created at column. The header for this should say applied on. So when they wanted to apply for the job. In our case, we're going to have an accessor function for this as well. So we're going to say row and row.createdAt. There we go, just to be able to get the correct property from all of this. We're also not going to have to worry about filtering on this because we're not going to add any filtering for this. And for our cell, this one is going to be super straightforward. We almost don't need to do anything complicated at all. We're just going to come in here, row.original.createdAt, createdAt .toLocalDateString. There we go. It's as simple as that. And now you can see right here, we have the applied on property for when they actually applied for the job. Lastly, we're going to add an actions column, and this isn't really tied to any of our actual columns. So we're going to give this an ID instead to just give it a unique identifier to denote that it's not attached to any of our other columns. And this one is going to have a cell just like this with a row. It's not going to have any sorting or anything. So at least that's going to be simpler. We're going to get our job listing, which is equal to row.original. We're going to get our resume, which is equal to job listing.user.resume. And then we want to return an action cell, which is what we're going to create in a little bit. This action cell is going to take in our cover letter markdown specifically, which is our job listing.cover letter markdown. We're also going to get our resume markdown, which is our resume.markdown. And we want to get this as markdown summary. Yep, there we go. That's fine. Then we're going to get our resume URL. That is equal to resume.resume file URL. And then our username. This comes from our job listing.user.name. There we go. Now we just want to create this action cell. So we'll scroll all the way down below these and we'll create an action cell. Now we already know the types for the things we're importing. We have essentially a string, null, or undefined for our resume, username's a string, and then these markdowns could also both be null. Now this action dropdown is essentially going to have two buttons, and each one's going to open a modal that shows the markdown component. So I'm going to create some state to handle that. We're going to say open modal and set open modal, and this is going to be a use state variable. And this use state variable is either going to be the resume modal, which is open, it's going to be the cover letter modal that's open, or null if no modal at all is open. And by default, we're going to set it to null. So by default, no modal is going to be open. Then what we want to do is we want to return all of this content. So we're going to return a drop-down menu followed by our modals. So let's start with our drop-down menu, and we want to get our drop-down menu trigger. That's going to be a child trigger again, because it's going to use that same exact button that we kind of used before. So let's get a button. This is going to be a variant of ghost. We want the size of this to be icon, because it's going to be a small little button. The span inside of here is going to be purely for our screen readers. So we'll say screen reader only. It's going to say open menu. And then we're going to come in here with the more horizontal icon, just like that. Class name is going to be size 4. There we go. So now if we just expand this a little bit, you can see over here we have this nice little icon that shows up for opening up that drop-down menu. Let's add in the content for the drop-down menu. Drop-down menu content. We want to align this on the end. There we go. Makes sense since it's a right-sided thing. And then we want to check, do we have a resume URL? Or if that's null, or a resume markdown, if that is not equal to null, then we want to render out a button for viewing the resume content. So we can come in here and render out that button. Otherwise, we want to render out essentially a button that says there's no resume. So first of all, we'll do the no resume version. That's going to be a drop-down menu label. So we'll say label just like that. Close that off. And this should say not equal to null. There we go. That fixed that potential problem. There we go. And inside this drop-down menu label, we want to actually close that off. And inside of here, actually, let's make sure, there we go, we close that off. And up here, let's return null just to get our typing properly back. There we go. So now our label, we can add in a class name, text, muted, foreground. And then finally, we can just say no resume. So if the user doesn't have a resume, it's going to show up as no resume. This shouldn't be the case, but if they like delete their resume after they upload and apply for the job, this could show up as no resume. Now, if they do have a resume, which is the much more likely option, we're going to have a drop-down menu item that is going to render out. This drop-down menu item is going to say view resume. And when we click on this, it's going to open the proper modal. So on click, it's going to open the modal for our resume. There we go. So now we at least have that showing up. If we open this section up, we click here, you can see we have a view resume button, which changes the state of this variable up here to be true. Now we're going to essentially do the exact same thing with our cover letter. So I'm going to paste this down. If we have cover letter markdown, view cover letter and open the cover letter. Otherwise, just say no cover letter. So if we come over here, we can click on this and you can see this person doesn't have a cover letter. So it just says no cover letter and we can't click on the button. Now with that done, we can actually render out the dialog components. So if our cover letter markdown exists, then we're going to render out the dialog for it. So we'll say dialog. The open case for this dialog is going to be open modal is equal to cover letter. There we go. Then what I want to do is on open change. I want to say that we're going to essentially close our modal. So we're going to say set open modal. If open is what we're doing, so if we're changing from close to open, we're essentially opening this, then I want to set this to cover letter. Otherwise, I want to set this to null. So essentially, I want to translate this from a Boolean into our own format that we're using for our dialog. There we go. And it looks like I need to import this component. There we go. Now what I want to do is I want to put our dialog content inside of here. For the dialog content, we can come in with a large max width of 5XL, medium, max width of 3XL. We want our max height to be essentially a calculation of 100% minus 2 rem. So we want it to essentially fill the full screen. Overflow of hidden, flex, and flex column, just so it'll scroll if we need it to. Next, we can come in with our header and our description. So we can come in here, our dialog header, and our dialog title, and our dialog description. And all this is going to say is cover letter and username, so we know who actually uploaded this. Then we want to just render out our markdown as the next thing, so you can see we're rendering that and making sure it scrolls properly. And I believe I may have imported one of my dialog components from the wrong section. Looks like I did not, so that's properly good. There we go. So then I want to copy this down because we're going to do essentially the exact same thing for their resume as well. So if the user has a resume markdown or they have a resume URL, then we want to render the content inside of here. This is going to say resume and resume, just like that. We want our modal to essentially be exactly the same for the size. This is going to say resume, and then we want to essentially render out a button to view their resume. So we're going to say if they have a resume URL, then what we want to do is we want to render out a button specifically for showing that content. So we'll do an as child button, class name right here, self start. That way it doesn't fill the full screen size. And in here, we're going to have a link. href is going to be our resume URL. There we go. Our link is going to say original resume. And then we want to have a target, target. That is going to be the blank target. And our rel is going to be no opener, no refer. There we go. Then finally, we're going to have some more dialog description, which has a little bit of margin on it that essentially just says, hey, this is AI generated summary of the application. And then we're going to render out the resume markdown down here so they can see the AI generated version or the actual version they uploaded. Now, what we need to do to make sure that this works is we need to make sure in our page here, we're actually passing down the correct information because our applications need to be slightly modified. We need to pass down markdown instead of passing down a string. So we're going to take this, map over our application, and essentially we're just going to do a very small conversion. So we're going to take our object, keep it the same, but we want to modify our user. So we're going to take our user and we want to specifically dive into the resume section. So if the user has a resume, then we want to modify that resume. Otherwise, we just return null because they don't have a resume. Now, if they do have a resume, we're going to come in here and keep everything exactly the same. So we're going to keep all the properties we had before, but we're going to add our own markdown summary, which is just our user.resume.ai summary. And if they have an AI summary, we want to render that out as content. Otherwise, we want to return null. And this content we're going to be rendering is markdown render. So get the markdown render, pass in our source as our user resume AI summary, just like that. And there we go. So essentially what this little bit of code is doing is it's taking our resume and converting it to markdown before we send it down. Then the next thing that we need to do is also do the same thing with our cover letter. So we're going to come in here with our cover letter markdown. If we have a cover letter, then we want to convert that to markdown. I'll just copy the code that does that. There we go. And instead of here, we're just going to be passing our cover letter. And then what we want to do is if we don't have that information, we just return null just like that. So all this code did is essentially convert our resume to a rendered version of markdown, and same thing with our cover letter. Now we should hopefully be able to see that information. So if we click on this and we click on view resume, we can see all the information for the user's resume. Now, for some reason, my styling is a little bit off, so I need to make sure I fix that. So let's go ahead and find the style. This max H should have a dash right here. I believe that's the only thing wrong with my style. So let's go ahead and see if that fixes it. View resume. And as you can see, now we can actually see the full resume. And if we click original resume, it brings up the file of the original resume. Also, we can come in here and we can view their cover letter, and you can see here's the cover letter information they submitted. Now, to be able to showcase the rest of the features on our table a little better, I want to just create a brand new application for this job. So I'm going to log out of this user in particular. We'll just log into another user and make a bogus application. So we'll do a quick sign in here with a user. We'll do test@test.com, and we'll enter in that password that we created for them. And now we can go ahead, we can apply for this exact same role. We'll actually probably need to upload our resume. So let's make sure we do that because I believe, yeah, we'll upload our resume. So that'll redirect us to this page. We'll make sure that we pull over this file, drag it into here just like that, and we'll click the upload button. That should upload that resume exactly where we want it to be, which is great. Now we can go back to our job board and we can actually apply for this job. And if for some reason it says we don't have a resume, which is definitely not correct. The only thing that I can think of that would be causing that particular problem is inside of our routes. Let's go to our source. We're going to go to our services, upload thing inside of our router. We want to make sure that when we upsert our user resume, we are revalidating our user resume cache, which we are calling that function. So that does seem correct. This is getting the user resume and the user resume tag, user resumes. I believe that is what I used is user resumes. Okay. Now what I want to do is make sure that all looks good. Now where we're fetching our user resume, we'll just call get user resume. Here is where we're calling that function. No, that's not the one we care about, is it? Let's see. Maximize this out. That's just our action section. Get user resume is getting that tag from our cache. That is properly good. That also looks like it's fine. And here, yeah, that also looks like it's fine. So I'm not sure why it's not getting it. Maybe it just wasn't quite updated yet. Let's try it again. Okay, it looks like maybe there was just some caching. So it looks like it's fine. We can apply for our job. There's nothing actually wrong with our code. Now, if we just log out and log back in as the person that has access to the employer dashboard, we should be able to go over to that section and actually mess around with multiple different applications to the same job. So as you can see here now, there are 2 applications for the job, and this user was a 5 out of 5 star rating by the AI in the background, which is nice. So let's test our filtering to make sure that works. We're going to change this to interested. And now hopefully if we change the order of this, you can see that does actually change the order, which is great. We can change the order of this, then that looks like it's also working perfectly. And we can even change the order of this. And again, that is properly moving our users around. Now, one thing we want to do is we want to paginate this table, because showing hundreds and hundreds of applications on the same page, definitely not ideal. Luckily, we have this pagination component built into Shadcn. We can just copy that into our application and modify it as we want. So let's go ahead and find our components for the data table. We'll call this data table pagination.tsx. Make sure we import that. We're probably going to have to fix the imports up here. We are definitely going to have to fix those. We'll just manually import those ourselves. Actually, I believe we can just change this to be ... and that'll work. There we go. That is actually importing from the correct location. And we'll just import our button from the same exact correct location. And there we go. That did work. So now we should at least see we have pagination if we add this to our table. So we're going to come over to our data table, and we're just going to add that to the very end of our table. Essentially, that's going to be the very last thing inside of here. So we can just render out our data table like that. And we'll just wrap this entire thing in a div, because we are going to add some extra content here. So we'll just put a div around this for now. I know that we're going to have extra content, so that is why I'm not using a fragment. And we'll pass in our table to this. And that should be everything we need to do. If we just import that component, we should see it, and then we'll make the changes we want. So as you can see, we have that showing up on the bottom. We have this thing about selected rows, which we don't care about, so we're going to kind of remove that content. So let's come into here. We'll go through this whole section right here for dealing with the actual selected rows. We don't need any of that. And also we're going to set this to justify end to push our content as far right as possible. Also, it looks like this is just pushed up a little bit too much. So we'll just like add a little bit of margin on the top just to push it down a little bit. And now you can see we have our pagination perfectly set up. And obviously if we like changed it to be like 1 item per page or something like that, for example, we can come in here, put a 1, that allows us to put 1 item per page. And now you can see that we have multiple pages, but it looks like we're not filtering things yet, because in our table, we need to make sure we support pagination as well. So back in our table, at the very, very top here, we have the option to get pagination row model, and we'll use the default pagination row model. That should hopefully fix that problem. And now you can see it's properly paginating between our different rows. Obviously, it doesn't make sense to be able to have pagination by 1 single item. So we will remove the ability for that and just take it back to 10 as the minimum. Now, the next thing we're going to be implementing is some filtering on our table, because we want to be able to filter based on users, and we need to add in some different details for that. So we're going to say we want to get the filtered row model, which is get filtered row model. That's the default. We also want to get the faceted unique row model. So we can say faceted unique values, get faceted unique values, just like that. And then we need to create our own state for the filter. So we'll say column filters. There we go. Set column filters. And this column filters is going to use the column filters state. There we go. And by default, we're just going to pass in either an empty array or our initial filters, because we want to have some initial filters that we could pass in. So we'll say initial filters just like that. And then down here, we can pass in our column filters. There we go. And we want to make sure up here we have initial filters that we can pass in. So all the way up here, we can say initial filters. That's going to be an optional property, which is a column filter state. Also, while we're here, we might as well add in the no results message, which is going to be a React node. This is what we render when we have no results. So if we scroll all the way down here, you'll see this section that says no results. We're going to render out our own custom message in that case if we want to. So we can make sure we accept that as a parameter. And then also, by default, we want to specify it as the text no results. There we go. So that way it at least has some default behavior. Finally, we're going to add in a toolbar component. This toolbar component is going to be a component type, just like this. And this component type is going to take in a table as a prop, and it's going to be based on that tData component. There we go. And this is a property that we can use. So let me make sure I get all these imported. And table type, we want to make sure we import that. And this table type we'll have to manually import because it comes from here, and it's going to be table, and we're going to rename that as table type, and it's just going to be a type. There we go. So to use this toolbar component, we'll come down here directly above, and if we have a toolbar component, there we go. Make sure I actually have that as a prop up here. If we have a toolbar component, then I want to render that toolbar component and pass along our table to it. There we go. And then to make sure everything is spaced out properly, we'll just come in here with some class names, flex column, gap of 4. And by adding that gap of 4, we actually can remove the margin on the top of this. There we go. So now if we give that a save, and we give our other table here a save, you can see that spaced everything out properly. And now we have this data tab or this toolbar that we can add in if we want, as well as this no results message. Also, we need to use this set column filters. So we can do that really easily where we have our filtering going on. We can just say on column filter changes, and that is a set column filters. So this will allow us to change our filters in our columns. And of course, this isn't a function. We just want to pass it along like that. So now let's go ahead and actually deal with our data table for all these additional properties that we just created. So let's minimize this down. Inside of our features folder for the job listing, that's where our application table is at. So inside of our application table, we can kind of minimize all of these action cells down. We can minimize that down because we're really focused on this particular section right here. And we want to, first of all, have a no results message. And this no results message is going to be passed in actually. So this will say no results message. So we can pass this in, no results message. It's going to be an optional string, just like that. Actually, it'll be a React node. And by default, we're just going to have this say no applications. There we go. So if this is completely blank, there's no applications, it'll say no applications. Also, we're going to be implementing our skeleton table now because we pretty much have everything we need done for that. So we're just going to render out an application table. The applications is going to be an empty array because we have no data yet. We can have a can update rating is going to be false. Our can update this is going to be false as well. Our ability to have no results, this is going to be our loading state. So since our array is empty, we always will render out this no results message. So this will just be loading spinner. Class name on this is going to be size 12. There we go. So we're going to render out a nice little loading spinner. And then we're going to also disable our toolbar because we don't want to be able to interact with sorting, which makes sense. So we'll say disable toolbar, which is a prop that we're going to add. There we go, disable toolbar. We'll add that directly into here. By default, that will be false. And it'll be an optional Boolean parameter. Now the next thing we can work on is adding in our toolbar. So we'll say toolbar component is equal to disable toolbar. If it's disabled, we will render the disabled toolbar. Otherwise, we'll render out our normal toolbar. So now let's go ahead and actually render out our toolbar related content. It's going to be a generic component because that's what ShadCN and this data table component are expecting. And it's going to take in a table and as well as this disabled property. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have our components. We're going to have table, which is going to be a table of type T. And this comes from that TanStack table library. So make sure we get that imported from the correct location. And we also have this disabled property, which is an optional Boolean to disable all of our loading states or all of our filtering. Now I want to render out how many rows are hidden based on our filtering. We can actually pretty easily do that by saying hidden rows is equal to table.get core row model.rows.length. This is going to give us the total number of rows in our table. Then we can subtract that by the table.getRowCount, which is going to give us the number of rows that are actually able to be shown in our table. So this will essentially take us all the rows in our table minus the ones we have shown will give us the number of rows that we have left. Then what we can do is we can return all the information that we want. So we're going to have a div right here with a class name, flex, items in the center, gap of 2, and this is where all of our different filters are going to go. So we're going to have one filter here, another filter here, and then finally below that, we're going to render out our hidden rows. So if our hidden rows is greater than 0, then we want to just have some text that says, hey, you have some hidden rows. So we'll say div, class name, text small, text muted foreground, margin on the left of 2, and this will say, whoops, hidden rows, which is our number of hidden rows. Make sure I spell that properly. Close off our div, and we also want to put some additional text, and we'll say if our hidden rows is greater than 1, then it'll say rows, otherwise it'll say row. Close that off, give that a quick save, and make sure I put my question mark syntax in there, and there we go. We now have our text that'll tell us how many hidden rows we have. Now we can go ahead and render out our toolbar for our different stages and ratings, which are what we want to filter on. So first I'm going to make sure that we have a column for that. So I'm going to make sure we have a column for stage. If we do, then I want to run the code inside of here. This is just a fail-safe to make sure we have data for that column. Then I'm going to render a component that I'm going to create called table faceted filter. Faceted filter. There we go. And this is going to be a component we're going to create with the help of ShadCN because they kind of have some faceted filters for us. If we kind of expand this a little bit and we actually make it full screen, and we look over here, we have the ability to actually do specific things with the row actions. So let me make sure I find it. So formatting, filtering, here we go. And you can see inside this section, if we scroll down a little ways, actually, I don't see it in here. It's somewhere in here. I know that they have these faceted table columns. I maybe actually had to go through a block example. Either way, it's somewhere in the ShadCN code. We'll be going through it, but don't worry. But this is kind of something that I took from the ShadCN code and then very heavily modified to work with my use case. So we're going to render one of these for each of our different columns. So I'm going to come down here. This is going to be the rating version, and we're going to render one of these as well. So let's go ahead and we're going to create that exact component. So in our components, data table, this is going to be data table faceted filter.tsx. There we go. And the very first thing I want to get started with is just the interface that's coming directly from this. So I'm going to be just getting this directly from the code that I got from ShadCN. So we're going to be passing in our column data. That is essentially our column here. So we can say column. Make sure I import this properly. Actually, I need to export something. Export data function data table faceted filter, and the props are going to be equal to those props right there, and return null. That way we can just import it over here so we can see what this looks like. There we go. So our column is going to be table.getColumn, and it's going to be getting that stage column. That's what that column property is working at right here. Then we have a title, which is a string. We have our disabled state if we want to disable it. And then we have an option. And I pretty heavily modified what these look like, but our option takes in a key. It takes in some type of generic value. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be a string, a number, a Boolean, whatever. And then a label, which is some type of React node. Now this table must, or this faceted filter must be a generic prop. And we can pass in those generics directly to here. So at least we have all of our generic values for us. And then inside of here, what I want to do is I want to get our facets like this. That's going to be column.get faceted unique values, just like that. And this should come from our props. So we can say column just like that. Now these faceted unique values essentially just return to us all the possible permutations of what the values could be inside of our table. That's essentially the whole idea behind this. So it's a really great way for filtering on like enum values. Then we want to get the selected values. So I can say const selected values is equal to a new set. And this comes from our column again. And we want to get the filter value just like this. And we want to convert this to the O value type. And it's going to be an array of values in our particular case, because we know that these are going to match up with this O value type. Then inside of here, we're going to be using a popover. So we can say popover just like this. Inside this popover, we need a popover trigger. So popover trigger as a child is what we're going to do for that one. And then we're going to render a button inside of here. Make sure I get the correct button imported. We're going to have this button be disabled if we're in the disabled state. There we go. Does not look like it wants to pull in that property because I forgot to put it in up here. So we can say disabled. We can have our options and our title. Those are our different props that we have up here. There we go. So now we have our disabled state. Our variant for this one is going to be outline, and we want it to be rather small. So we're going to give it a size of small. Then we're going to check our selected values. We're going to see if the size is greater than 0. And if the size is greater than 0, we're going to render out essentially what that size is. And we're going to put that inside of a badge component. And we're going to make sure that the variant on this is secondary and the size is small. And that'll just say our selected values dot size. So this will just tell us how many things we currently have selected in our list. Then finally, we're going to put the title as well as a chevron with the down icon. There we go. Just so we can essentially denote that this is a selectable item on our page. And now you can see we have those two chevrons pointing down. Now what I want to do is I want to fill out the rest of our types for this. So we're going to pass in our title. This is going to be for stage. We're going to pass in our disabled state, which comes just directly from our prop for disabled. There we go. And then we can also finally get our options. And the options here is going to be our application stages. We want to sort those. So we're going to say toSorted using that sort application stages function. And then we're going to do a quick map on these for each stage. And we essentially want to render out the exact code of label, which is going to be our stage details with our stage. Just like that. We also want to render out our value, which is stage, and our key, which is going to be our stage. There we go. So that entire section is done. Right now we don't have anything showing, but at least we have the drop-down portion looking like it's there. Next up, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste this down into here. This is going to be our rating. This is going to have a title of rating. This is going to be our rating options. We want to map through those, but we don't need to sort them. So we're going to map through each rating. Each rating is going to be rendered out as rating icons. And we'll just come in here with our rating icons. our value here, and our value is going to be I, and then our key right here is going to be our rating. And to get the index, we just need to make sure we come in here like that. And actually we need to swap this. Our value should be the rating, and our key should be the index, just like that. That should work properly now. So now inside of our filter, we can actually render out that content inside of a popover content. So we can say popover content, just like that. Class name on this is going to be a width of 200 pixels because we don't want it to be too large. We're going to get rid of all the padding, and we're going to make sure our alignment on this is going to be at the start. Then we're going to use a command, and that's something that we need to make sure we get from shadcn. So let's just come in here, shadcn, add the command component, which is kind of like a drop-down component of sorts that we can work with. We want to force install that, and now we can use that command inside of here. Let's just give it a second. There we go. And we want to make sure we install that from the shadcn portion. We then want to create a command list. There we go. And inside this command list, we want to render what happens when it's empty. So we're going to say command empty is going to be no results found. This shouldn't happen unless they're searching for something in particular. Then we're going to have a command group, just like this. And inside this command group is where we actually loop through all the different option values we have. So for each option, I want to render out what that option is. So first here, we're going to figure out, is this a selected option by just saying selected values.has option.value. Then we can return our command item. It should have a key, which we specified on our option, so we can get our options key. Then we can come in here and we can say on select, we want to do something in specific. So we'll come in here on select. What I want to do is if it is already selected, then I want to delete it from my selected values. So I can say selected values.delete option.value. Otherwise, I want to add it to my list. So I can say selected values.add option.value. There we go. Then I can say my filter values is going to be getting the selected values. So I can say selected values, just like that. And I can say I want to set my filter values on my column. So I can say column.set filter values equal to my filter values, filter values.length greater than 0. Then we use our filter values, otherwise we return undefined. So this entire section of code essentially is just saving this inside of our selected values. And then what we're doing is we're saying, hey, if our selected values has no values in it, then return undefined, otherwise return whatever those selected values are. Then inside this command item, we can actually render out our content. So we'll come in here with a class name for this particular section using cn. And we want to have some default styles, flex. We'll do a size of 4. We'll center these items. There we go. Justify them in the center as well. Rounded is going to be 4 pixels. And then finally, we're going to add a border on this. Then we can come in here where if it's selected, we want to add some specific styles. For example, we want a primary background. Border is going to be primary. Text is going to be primary foreground. And if it's not selected, we want to add some other styles instead. So for example, border is going to be input. And then all we need to do is make sure we close this off just like that. And inside this div, we can use the check icon. And this is going to have some more class names, text, primary, foreground. There we go. And we also want to give it a size of 3.5. Close that off. That's everything inside that portion of our div. Now inside of a span, we can put our option.label. So essentially we have a checkbox next to our actual label, and then we can render out what our each individual facets are. So what this is doing is saying, okay, we know that we have a value of like applied, interested, and so on. And this facet allows us to get how many different items in our table match that particular value. So we can say facets.get option.value. This is going to determine if we have something for that particular value. If we do, then I want to render that out. So we're going to just put a span that's going to put that exact content inside of it. We don't even need the question mark on there. There we go. So we're going to render that out, and I'm going to add a bunch of class names. For example, text muted foreground. Margin on the left is auto to push it all the way to the right. Flex, size 4, items in the center. Justify the content in the center. Font is going to be a mono font, and we want it to be extra small text. Now that takes care of all of our command related stuff. All we need is an option to be able to clear out our filter. So we can come in here, selected values.size. If it is greater than 0, then I want to add just an option to clear out our filter. So we'll come down here. We'll say that we're going to have a command separator to separate these two different items from each other. Then we're going to have another command group. And inside this command group, we're going to have one final command item. There we go. On select, what this is going to do, if I make sure I spell that properly, is it's going to take our column going to get the filter. There we go. Actually, it's going to set the filter value to undefined, just to clear out everything that is currently inside of there. And then what we want to do is just add some class names to style this. So we'll say that we want to justify in the center, and the text is going to go in the center, close off that command item, and it'll just say clear. So that's a lot of content to essentially just create these dropdowns. But now if we look at our code, you can see when I open this up, you can see I get this nice little check mark dropdown that I can select all the values that I want. I also get this little box that tells me exactly how many I have selected. Now I do notice there's a problem with our badges. I don't think it's taking into account our size. So I'm going to look at our badge. I'm going to make sure we're taking into account our size for the badge as well. And it looks like I don't think we are. I want to make sure we have our size being taken into account here, just like that. And then we want to use that size down here. There we go. And now you can see that our badge has shrunk in size just like we want. And you can see right here that this says that there's one of each of these for applied and interested. If I were to change one of these users to a different type, for example, I change this guy to interested, now you can see that there are 2 people that are in the interested category and 0 over here. So now that we have that done, we can actually filter these things. We just kind of need to finish hooking everything together inside of our application table and so on. For example, we need to create our disabled toolbar, which is going to be quite simple to create. We'll say disabled toolbar. This disabled toolbar is going to take in almost the exact same props as our toolbar. It's just not going to have a disabled prop. And what it's going to do is it's just going to return our normal toolbar, but it's going to pass in our table, and it's going to say that this is a disabled version, just like that. So now if we give that a save, we have our disabled toolbar rendering properly. Now to see what that looks like, we can actually go back into our page where we are rendering this application. So we can go into our employer, job listings. We can go specifically for our job listing ID. And you can see where we're rendering out our application. Let's try to find that skeleton table. We're just going to take our skeleton table and put it right here, comment out this, and this will show us our skeleton table. It looks just like this, which is exactly what we want. These are disabled, and that is great. So now let's go ahead and add in some default states for everything. So what we can do is go back into our application table. And what I want to do is I want to implement my initial filters. Now in our case, we essentially want to filter on stage where we get rid of the denied people. So what we want to do is we want to take in our ID is stage. That just matches what we called our column. Our value here is going to be our application stages. We want to filter out anyone that's denied. So we're going to take the stage not equal to denied. So essentially we only select the options that are not denied. Now if we give this a refresh, we should see by default we have 4 different stages selected, and one of those right here is denied. That's the only one that's not selected. And you also see we have the clear option down here if we want to clear out this entire filter. Now, if I were to select applied, for example, you can see that there are 2 rows that are currently hidden. Now I should probably add some text onto the bottom of that says that these are hidden rows. So I'll say 2 rows hidden. So that way they know that there are 2 rows currently being hidden from them. So now they can easily see what's showing, what's not showing. If we want to clear the filter, we can clear that back out. And now we have our rows showing up. Now to make sure we're done with our application, we're just going to go a quick search for to do. So we'll say to do just like this. And you can see here that we have our AI generation. We did do that already, so we can remove that to do. And same thing here, the skeleton application table, we finished that, so we can remove that to do. And that should be everything in our application completely done. Now, one minor problem that I noticed when going through our code is that inside of our middleware, we actually failed to put one route in there, and that is our AI search route. We want to make sure that our AI search route is publicly available because that incentivizes people to actually create accounts with us. Also, another thing that we don't need that I was looking through the code and noticed is inside of our layout section, we have this dark class we added for testing purposes. We can remove that. Another minor problem I noticed with some of our CSS styling is I forgot to put the dash in a couple of my max height calculations. Looks like this is another one that I forgot it at. So just make sure that inside of those 2 files that we have that's going to be the action cell as well as inside of our apply button component. Another minor mistake I noticed is I typed in this is an AI generated summary of our resume. It should say your resume, not a huge deal though. Another very minor mistake is in my job listing page for the employer portion. I typed max auto instead of MX auto, so another small styling mistake. Another minor issue in this data faceted filter, I accidentally put my command separator as like a parent component, which is definitely not what I should have done. So that should hopefully fix some of the issues with that scroll bar that we had. So now you can see that this looks much better when we have this. No weird scrolling issues like before. Now, if you enjoyed this video and want to see other massive project-based videos, I'm going to link some right over here. And also, if you want me to continue to be able to make videos like this, I highly recommend checking out the sponsors. They're going to be linked in the description. Their support single-handedly is what allows me to spend a month making a single large project for a YouTube video for you to watch entirely for free. So again, I highly recommend you check out Inngest and Clerk. They'll be linked down in the description below. With that said, thank you very much for watching and have a good day.